Chapter 1. Returning from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. Chen Qingyuan, I give you two choices. 1. Become my Tao partner. 2. In a place deep within the Forbidden Zone known as Tianyuan, a girl in a red dress said coldly. Her long dress trailed behind her, adorned with several stunning flowers. She was barefoot, her ankles exposed, as white as jade. Flawless, a dark veil covered her face, leaving only a pair of star-like eyes visible. With willow-like brows and long hair, cascading like a waterfall, her every smile and frown exuding charm. But I choose to. Before the girl in the red dress could finish her words, a young man in a green robe decisively made his choice. Pretty women are poison, especially those who have lived for who knows how long. Chen Qingyuan had been tormented by the girl in the red dress for a century and knew how terrifying she was, refusing to be swayed by her beauty. Aside from this reason, Chen Qingyuan had made a verbal agreement with another girl to become Tao partners and could not go back on his word. You brat, don't regret it. The girl in the red dress glared at Chen Qingyuan and snorted coldly. Never regret. Chen Qingyuan replied firmly. Then let's make 9 agreements, and afterward, they'll set you free and sever your karmic ties. The girl in the red dress took out a jade bracelet and handed it to Chen Qingyuan from distance. Chen Qingyuan took the jade bracelet and set off on his way home. He had been trapped in Tianyuan for 100 years and was finally able to leave that cursed place, feeling very excited inside. In the North Wilderness, in the Flowing Star Domain, Xianqing Dao Sect. Master, the soul lamp of the little master uncle has lit up. Today, a core disciple on duty at the Soul Fei Hall discovered something and rushed to the Elder Hall in a panic. Don't talk nonsense. Your little master uncle has been dead for over 100 years. Inside the room, an old man was brewing tea and scolded loudly. Really, if you don't believe me, go check. This was a big deal, and the core disciple dared to report after multiple confirmations. Hearing this, the old man choked on the tea he was drinking, his eyes widened. Really? At the Soul Fate Hall, a soul lamp in the corner emitted a faint glow, indeed confirming the news. The old man's body trembled slightly, filled with excitement, but also a hint of anxiety, fearing that this possibility would vanish and he would once again endure the pain of despair. The soul lamp is reignited. Is the little master uncle really alive? Master, what should we do? The core disciple asked. Investigate. A glimmer of hope flashed in the old man's eyes, his hands clenched, and his expression serious. His name was Dong Wenjun, a high-ranking elder of the Xianqing Dao Sect, with a prestigious status. Over 100,000 miles away from the Xianqing Dao Sect, there was an ancient forbidden zone called Tianyuan. A century ago, the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone manifested an anomaly, with people claiming to have seen a heavenly treasure fall into the Forbidden Zone. Thus, many sects from the North Wilderness entered Tianyuan. The Xianqing Dao Sect dispatched over a dozen powerful elders and dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly promoted intersect elder named Chen Qingyuan, who was young but had a high status. Upon entering the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, many experts from various sects went in and never returned, falling into oblivion. The Xianqing sect fared worse than other sects, suffering total annihilation. 100 years later, Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp lit up, igniting excitement among everyone in the Xianqing sect. Finally outside the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan stood by the lake, taking a long breath. His clothes were dusty, and he emitted no aura of spiritual energy. He was the close disciple of the supreme ancestor of the Xianqing sect before the latter's passing. All the old men of the Xianqing sect had to call him junior brother, and the disciples below had to refer to him as uncle disciple or even grand uncle. I never want to go back in this lifetime. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the dark forest, which harbored an ancient abyss, a world of its own. Just as Chen Qingyuan uttered these words, an ethereal female voice reached his ears. Brat, do not forget our agreement. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan shivered and quickly closed his mouth. The 100 years spent in Tianyuan were hard to reflect upon. What puzzled Chen Qingyuan to this day was why he managed to survive. Was it because he was handsome? Though this possibility was slim, it wasn't impossible. The girl in the red dress had secretly informed him that the Xianqing sect would soon discover his whereabouts and send people to search for him, find a shady spot to rest for a while. Thus, Chen Qingyuan, feeling lazy, lay down under a big tree and fell asleep comfortably. It must be said that in this desolate wilderness, Chen Qingyuan dared to act this way despite having lost his cultivation. This shows that although his cultivation was wasted, he certainly still had hidden cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. An hour later, Dong Wenjun arrived with a group of people. When Dong Wenjun saw Chen Qingyuan lying in the shade of the tree, he trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, eager to shout. However, fearing it might be an illusion, he froze in place, ripples of emotion in his eyes. Little master uncle, wake up! Some disciples hurried forward, calling out. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes and saw everyone. In the next moment, Chen Qingyuan met the gaze of the white-haired Dong Wenjun, both showing joy, and he softly called out, Brother Dong. Hearing the familiar voice, Dong Wenjun seemed to return to reality, swiftly moving in front of Chen Qingyuan, cautiously extending his hands and grabbing Chen Qingyuan's arms. Junior brother, is it really you? It's me. Chen Qingyuan smiled. Brother, be gentle, it hurts. Immediately, Dong Wenjun released his hands and looked him over. Little junior brother, your cultivation? Dong Wenjun hadn't noticed this before, but upon closer inspection, he found that there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation within Chen Qingyuan, and he had no cultivation at all. It's gone, but it's not a big deal. Chen Qingyuan's emotions were not greatly affected, and a smile remained on his lips. Normally, if a cultivator became a waste, it should be more painful than death. However, Chen Qingyuan appeared indifferent, as if it were not a big deal. The 100 years spent in the Forbidden Zone were not without gains. This. Dong Wenjun was very surprised and felt a twinge of heartache. Let's not talk about this, let's go back first. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. Okay. Dong Wenjun nodded heavily. This was indeed not a place to chat. Thus, Dong Wenjun took out a treasure to protect Chen Qingyuan's body and headed towards the Xinqing sect. The Xinqiang sect was able to successfully locate Chen Qingyuan thanks to the guidance of the soul lamp. Soon, Chen Qingyuan finally returned to the Xinqiang sect. Surrounded by towering mountains and swirling mists, he looked at the beautiful scenery with great joy on his face. Finally home. Chen Qingyuan had grown up in the Xinqiang sect since childhood, but unfortunately, just after being accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder, his master passed away due to the end of his lifespan. Therefore, Chen Qingyuan practiced under the guidance of his senior brothers and sisters, developing strong bonds with them. The conference hall was filled with people, all elders of the Xinqiang sect. This meeting was very important, and the core disciples were not qualified to attend. Chen Qingyuan was brought into the conference hall, and upon seeing familiar faces, he cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Greetings, brothers and sisters." The sect leader of the Xinqiang sect was Lin Changsheng, who was Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother. Little junior brother, how did you survive? Lin Changsheng, sitting in the main seat, already knew the general situation. Sigh. It's a long story, hard to explain. Chen Qingyuan stood in the center of the hall, feeling uneasy under the gaze of dozens of eyes. We have plenty of time. Take your time to explain, Lin Changsheng said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to slowly begin. That day, we entered the Tianyuan. Next, Chen Qingyuan recounted the prepared narrative. In summary, the group entered the Tianyuan, encountered various restrictions and unknown dangers, and only Chen Qingyuan survived. Because he used a secret technique, he was able to feign death and escape, taking 100 years to return. Although he had escaped from death, due to the backlash of his secret technique, all his cultivation was destroyed and his spiritual root was severed. As everyone listened, they fell into deep thought. They were unclear about the situation inside the Tianyuan and could not discern whether Chen Qingyuan's words were true or false. You're the only one left, sigh. Lin Changsheng sighed. Initially, everyone held a glimmer of hope that perhaps the others had also feigned death to escape like Chen Qingyuan. The Tianyuan is not to be entered. Chen Qingyuan recalled the tragic scenes of his fellow disciples dying, his expression pained. The laws within the forbidden area were terrifying, touching them meant certain death. That Chen Qingyuan could escape was perhaps due to luck or fate. Little junior brother, for safety's sake, we must check your physical condition. Lin Changsheng said seriously. Understood, go ahead. The Xinqiang sect was worried that Chen Qingyuan had been possessed by someone, and if not handled cautiously, it could be detrimental to the sect. Generally, possession could only occupy the physical body without taking over memories that, of course, there were very few possessors who might retain the memories of their previous lives. Chapter 2. Regretful Marriage. After various mystical examinations, Chen Qingyuan's body showed no abnormalities. Could it be that we were overly concerned? Everyone still found it hard to believe that their junior brother, who had been dead for 100 years, suddenly came back to life and was not possessed by some powerful being. Seeing the uncertainty on everyone's faces, Chen Qingyuan turned to the protective elder Dong Wenjun, who was seated at the left side's head and couldn't help but say, Elder Dong, I remember that 150 years ago, you took me to steal the 100 spirit fruit that sister he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. Upon hearing this, Elder Dong's face instantly flushed red, and he avoided eye contact. Next, Chen Qingyuan shifted his gaze along the seats, saying, Brother Su, have you lost all the thousands of spirit stones you hid from your wife back then? Brother Su's brow twitched, his eyes widened in panic, as if afraid someone would overhear. Brother Wang, last time you told me the fairies of Dongyi Palace are exceptionally beautiful, far more so than your wife. Does your wife know about this? As soon as this was said, Brother Wang's ears turned red from being pinched by his wife sitting beside him, causing him to grimace in pain. Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 high-grade spirit stones. It's time to pay up. Brother Ling, have you opened the treasure box you left at home? What good things are inside? When Chen Qingyuan wanted to continue speaking, his brothers quickly came forward to cover his mouth, signaling frantically, Little junior brother, stop talking. I can confirm that this is indeed our little junior brother, no doubt about it. Yes, absolutely true. It must be our junior brother without a doubt. Everyone expressed their support for Chen Qingyuan not being possessed. You little rascal, didn't we agree to keep this a secret forever? What is this all about? The senior brothers sent secret messages to Chen Qingyuan, causing his ears to buzz. They believed it now, and no one questioned it. Only extraordinarily powerful beings could possess others and take their memories. However, even if memories could be taken, personality and temperament could not be replicated. Chen Qingyuan's cunning character and the faint smile at the corners of his mouth left no room for doubt. He was undoubtedly their little junior brother. It was as if he had to reveal these secrets to prove he was one of them. Sigh. I can't be blamed for this. Chen Qingyuan felt helpless, sacrificing his brothers to prove his innocence. Little junior brother, continue talking. Why did you stop? On the right side, the senior sisters had dark expressions and sharp gazes. As events developed to this point, the elders temporarily lost their joy over Chen Qingyuan's return. Well, I'm a bit tired, so they'll head back to rest first. Chen Qingyuan coughed a few times and quickly ran away. Then, a commotion broke out in the hall, and there were even instances of direct conflict. Without any cultivation, Chen Qingyuan had a disciple on duty help him get to a cave dwelling that had been vacant for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan ate a little something and lay on the bed, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice came. You little rascal just came back and made such a big commotion. It's really giving me a headache. Eldest senior brother. Chen Qingyuan quickly got up and saw Lin Changsheng had already entered the room. Lin Changsheng, wearing a purple Taoist robe, had graying temples and an air of immortality. The hall was so noisy it hurt his ears, and he couldn't be bothered to deal with their family matters. So he found an excuse to leave and came straight here. Your spiritual root is severed. I can't help you. After confirming that Chen Qingyuan had not been possessed, Lin Changsheng put away the stern demeanor he had in the hall and wore a worried expression. It's fine being an ordinary person is also quite good. Chen Qingyuan smiled broadly, indicating he didn't mind that if I had forcibly stopped you back then, this disaster wouldn't have happened, Sai. 100 years ago, Lin Changsheng thought the Tianyuan forbidden area was extremely dangerous and repeatedly advised Chen Qingyuan not to enter. However, Chen Qingyuan was resolute, insisting that he had to go. There was nothing Lin Changsheng could do, so he had to agree. Even now, Lin Changsheng still couldn't understand why Chen Qingyuan was so insistent on going to the Tianyuan. Clearly, with Chen Qingyuan's talent, even without obtaining any miraculous fortune, he could still rise to great heights, or even reach the pinnacle. This is not your fault. Eldest senior brother, please don't blame yourself. Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Lin Changsheng and smiled slightly. Back then, it seemed Chen Qingyuan was drawn by some force, uncontrollably wanting to enter the Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan himself could not comprehend the situation. What do you plan to do in the days to come? Lin Changsheng was too preoccupied with Chen Qingyuan's matters to think about drinking tea. I have my own plans, you don't need to worry, eldest senior brother. Chen Qingyuan had long had plans for his future life. The destruction of his cultivation and the severing of his spiritual roots seemed like a disaster to outsiders. But for Chen Qingyuan, it was nothing significant. All right, Lin Changsheng understood Chen Qingyuan's character once he had made up his mind. No one could change it. Senior brother will find a way to help you rebuild your foundation. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly and did not respond. There is something I don't know how to bring up. Lin Changsheng had come not only to see Chen Qingyuan, but also because of this matter. Senior brother, please speak plainly. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Changsheng were sitting in the courtyard, with a pleasant breeze blowing. The Dongyi Palace and the Tianyu sect are preparing to arrange a marriage, Lin Changsheng said after pondering for a moment. The betrothed is Bai Shishue. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids twitched slightly. Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace had once been engaged to Chen Qingyuan at that time. Chen Qingyuan was a well-known prodigy in Beiwang, with countless women infatuated with him. While training outside, Chen Qingyuan had met Bai Shishue, and they developed feelings for each other. Consequently, when their respective sects learned of this, they established a marriage contract, planning to marry when the time was right. Who would have thought that the events in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone would lead everyone to believe that Chen Qingyuan had died and the engagement would no longer be mentioned? Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, things were not simple. Is this the decision of both sects, or is it Bai Shishue's own wish? Chen Qingyuan's expression became serious. It is said that the young master of Tianyu's sect gifted Bai Shishue's spirit pill to help her break through to the golden core stage. That, in my opinion, since Bai Shishue accepted the other's goodwill, she certainly has no intention of refusing. Lin Changsheng shared the information he had. The path of cultivation is divided into postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, profound spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. These are the 6 realms of the physical body, the foundation of the path of cultivation. Beyond are the golden core realm, nascent soul realm, transformation realm, integration realm, tribulation realm, and great ascension realm. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was a practitioner of the nascent soul realm, hailed as a leader of the younger generation in Beiwang. When is the official marriage? Chen Qingyuan asked quietly, his eyes complex. In a year. Lin Changsheng calculated the time and replied, I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded lightly and said no more. Junior brother, since you are still alive, your engagement with Bai Shishue is naturally not considered resolved. Perhaps Dongyi Palace will send someone over, and she might come as well. Lin Changsheng was worried about this, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might be hurt. If she comes, so be it. Let's see how she chooses. Chen Qingyuan did not show any strong emotional fluctuations, maintaining a calm demeanor. I'm afraid. Lin Changsheng hesitated. Senior brother, I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Chen Qingyuan interrupted Lin Changsheng, rubbing his temples. All right, then I won't disturb you. Lin Changsheng gave Chen Qingyuan a deep look, stood up, and slowly walked outside. A few days later, news of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection spread everywhere, causing a stir. At the same time, the fact that Chen Qingyuan had become a waste was also leaked, leading many to sigh and discuss. This news naturally reached the upper echelons of Dongyi Palace. To ensure that the marriage would not be disturbed, Dongyi Palace immediately sent someone to handle it. A few days later, a respected female elder from Dongyi Palace arrived. The elder, named Yao Susu, was middle-aged but still retained her charm. The hospitality of Xianqing sect left Yao Susu with no complaints. However, she still had to say what needed to be said to avoid making the trip in vain. Sect master, may I meet Elder Chen Qingyuan? Of course. Lin Changsheng sighed internally, but showed no emotional fluctuations on the surface and sent someone to inform Chen Qingyuan. Upon learning this, Chen Qingyuan had the disciple who conveyed the message use a spirit treasure to bring him to the meeting hall. Inside the hall, mist lingered, as if one were in the clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Yao Susu examined Chen Qingyuan, secretly probing, and thought to herself, indeed, he has been ruined, what a pity. Years ago, Chen Qingyuan was renowned in Beihuang, incredibly impressive. Now, he had become a waste, with his spiritual roots completely severed. Senior brother. Chen Qingyuan cupped his hands in salute to sect master Lin Changsheng and turned to sit in an empty seat nearby. Today, Chen Qingyuan wore a pale white robe, and his ink-black hair was secured with a wooden hairpin. Elder Yao has come to see me. What is the matter? Chen Qingyuan asked knowingly. In front of all the fellow Taoists, I will speak plainly. If I offend in any way, please forgive me. Yao Susu was sent because she was by Shishua's master. Please go on. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Everyone fell silent, leaving the handling of this matter to Chen Qingyuan. No matter how Chen Qingyuan had changed, he was still everyone's little junior brother and should not be subjected to humiliation by others. If Dongyi Palace dared to speak disrespectfully to Chen Qingyuan, Xianqing sect would not hesitate to retaliate. In the past, Elder Chen had a verbal marriage agreement with his beloved disciple, Shishue. Originally, the marriage between the two families was a great joy. However, when Elder Chen entered the Tianyuan 100 years ago, his soul lamp extinguished, and everyone assumed he had met with misfortune. As a result, Shishue fell into a stupor for several years before slowly recovering. Yao Susu first placed the responsibility on Chen Qingyuan, then expressed by Shishue's care for him and her deep longing. Continuing, Yao Susu said, "We all believe that Elder Chen had met with misfortune, and I assume your sect thought so too. Therefore, the verbal marriage agreement was considered null and void without face-to-face discussion. 2 years ago, Shishue met the young master of Tianyu sect, formed a bond, and set a wedding date. From a logical standpoint, Dongyi Palace has no fault, and Shishue did not intentionally violate the agreement. We have come today to clarify this matter to avoid unnecessary trouble." Yao Susu flipped her right hand and took out a Qingyuan bag, retrieving an item from it. "We are pleased that Elder Chen has returned alive, and Dongyi Palace has prepared small gift. Please accept it." A mid-grade spiritual vein spiraled above the meeting hall. This was a spirit vein reduced by Qingyuan, means the actual vein was over 100 miles long and could yield many spirit stones for numerous disciples and elders to cultivate. This was no small gift. Although Yao Susu did not state it clearly, everyone understood, and no one could find fault with it. First, she explained the situation, then presented a significant gift, showing ample respect to Xianqing sect. If Xianqing sect were to be unreasonable, it would instead reflect poorly on them. After all, there were no formal records of the marriage agreement, and it was already commendable for Dongyi Palace to come specifically to apologize. Dongyi Palace's apology was partly because Xianqing sect was not to be trifled with, and partly to prevent Xianqing sect from causing trouble later on. "Junior brother, what do you think?" Lin Changsheng did not make an immediate decision, but looked at Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3, Resolve the Cause and Effect, Do Not Regret. Though reconciliation between the two families was the best outcome, Lin Changsheng was afraid of hurting Chen Qingyuan's dignity and needed to handle it cautiously. "Since Elder Yao knows it's a small gift, then please take it back." Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd slightly widened and their hearts tightened. Yao Susu frowned and asked, "What does Elder Chen mean by that?" The verbal marriage agreement for back then really shouldn't be taken too seriously. However, to resolve this karma, let Bai Shishue come in person. As long as she comes, I promise not to cause any trouble. Chen Qingyuan said earnestly to be wise saying this. He wanted to see whether Bai Shishue was acting of her own will or being coerced by the sect. Before heading to Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had spoken to Bai Shishue. At that time, she had said that no matter the circumstances, she would wait, whether it be 1,000 years or 10,000, without regret. Moreover, Bai Shishue was just an ordinary disciple back then. It was because of Chen Qingyuan that she received special training from Dongyi Palace. One could say that many of the things Bai Shixue possessed were gifts from Chen Qingyuan. If she truly was willing, Chen Qingyuan would not blame her. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was already dead, so he couldn't blame anyone. Some things were better said face to face. Indeed, it should be made clear in person. Yao Susu thought Chen Qingyuan wanted to exploit the situation, but it seemed otherwise, so she nodded in agreement. I'll have Shixue come to see Elder Chen in a few days. Additionally, if Elder Yao truly wants to give a gift to celebrate my return, a medium-grade spiritual vein is far from enough. Although Chen Qingyuan currently had no cultivation, his gaze was sharp, like a knife piercing into Yao Susu, making her feel uneasy. Back then, when Bai Shixue and I explored the secret realm, the gifts I gave her were all treasures, with at least 3 high-grade spiritual veins and countless medium-grade ones. Hearing this, Yao Susu awkwardly laughed and quickly took back the medium-grade spiritual vein. Lin Changsheng and the others looked at Chen Qingyuan with complex expressions. Back then, Chen Qingyuan had gone out multiple times, each time claiming he had no gains and returned empty-handed, but it turned out he had given everything away. However, it was only those few times, and no one pressed further. After all, most of the resources Chen Qingyuan had obtained previously were used to build the sect or secretly given to his senior brothers as personal funds. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality. After saying this, Yao Susu turned and left. Once Yao Susu was gone, the protective elder Dong Wenjun couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, you wasteful thing, you didn't bring back the good stuff you obtained back then. Dong brother, it's just material possessions, don't take it too seriously. Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly. Over the years, he had indeed brought back many resources to the sect for its development and to cultivate his disciples. You brats, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become immortal, they still regarded him as family, without scolding or ignoring him. Because of this, Chen Qingyuan considered Xianqing's sect his home. A few days later, people from Dongyi Palace arrived again. Several elders and more than 10 disciples came, with Bai Shixue among them. Xianqing's sect arranged for the guests from Dongyi Palace, allowing Bai Shixue and Chen Qingyuan to be alone together. Bai Shixue wore a light pink floor-length gown, her long hair tied up with a jade hairpin, and a pink belt around her waist, with a jade pendant hanging from it. Her features were sculpted like jade, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes like paintings. Standing in the room, Bai Shixue's delicate hands rested on her abdomen, looking somewhat nervous. Why aren't you speaking? Chen Qingyuan sat nearby, looking at Bai Shixue, who dared not meet his gaze, his voice cold. I'm sorry. Bai Shixue had many things she wanted to say to Chen Qingyuan, but now it was no longer necessary. She could only apologize. My return to life must have left you feeling somewhat at a loss. Chen Qingyuan's gaze was calm, feeling that Bai Shixue had become very unfamiliar to him. No, I'm very happy that Brother Chen has returned safely. Bai Shixue tightly pressed her red lips together and lowered her eyes as she spoke. The soul lamp is extinguished, and life is severed. You can't possibly wait forever for a dead person, I can understand that. Meeting you today is just to confirm whether you were coerced by the sect. It seems that you weren't. Chen Qingyuan truly did not blame Bai Shixue. He could only say it was fate that had brought them together, but also kept them apart. If you had returned sooner, perhaps the situation would have been different. Bai Shixue said softly, if I weren't a cripple, what would you and Dongyi Palace choose? Chen Qingyuan shook his head gently. This isn't about my late return, it's a matter of strength. Bai Shixue wanted to explain, but ultimately didn't say a word, remaining silent. Forget it, it's all in the past. Chen Qingyuan said. Bai Shixue's expression slightly changed, but she did not respond. From her demeanor, it seemed she had little emotional attachment to the young master of Tianyu sect, and more of a relationship based on interests. If Chen Qingyuan still possessed sufficient strength this time, rather than being a cripple, Bai Shixue would definitely show a different side. For cultivators, 100 years is really not a long time, just a blink of an eye. If Bai Shixue truly loved Chen Qingyuan to the core, she wouldn't easily change her heart. Moreover, now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, they could completely rekindle their past. However, Bai Shixue's intention was not to discuss love with Chen Qingyuan, but to clarify their relationship. Perhaps 100 years ago, she truly loved him, but now everything had changed. From now on, we have no further ties. Chen Qingyuan pondered. Inside the room, silence fell, and the atmosphere was heavy. An elder from Dongyi Palace gently knocked on the door, indicating it was time to leave. As she was leaving, Bai Shixue glanced up at Chen Qingyuan and noticed that he had lost the brilliance of his former self, with no fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. She did not know at what moment it had begun, but Bai Shixue's gaze shifted from initial guilt to indifference, and her inner tension gradually dissipated. After a deep gaze at Chen Qingyuan, Bai Shixue said nothing and pushed the door open to leave. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he had just seen Bai Shixue's small movement. She had crushed a jade talisman in her hand, notifying the accompanying elder to come and break the deadlock. Sigh. The hardships endured back then Bai suffered. Inside the Tianyuan forbidden area, the girl in red had taken a liking to Chen Qingyuan and wanted to become his partner. However, Chen Qingyuan stated that he was already engaged and refused without hesitation. For this reason, Chen Qingyuan was subjected to various torments, ultimately leading to his spiritual root being destroyed and his cultivation lost. According to the girl in red, it was all for Chen Qingyuan's own good. Though Chen Qingyuan's talent was high, he ultimately fell short by a thread and could not reach the highest position to have infinite possibilities in the future. He must rebuild his foundation. This matter is settled. I should go busy myself with my own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the agreement with Tianyuan and planned to set off in a few days. Recently, the news of Chen Qingyuan's return from Tianyuan spread throughout the land. Many forces sought to understand the situation within Tianyuan and sent high-ranking members to Xinqing sect. In response, Xinqing sect stated that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not meet any guests. Faced with the coercion and temptations from various powerful factions, Xinqing sect continued to protect Chen Qingyuan, not allowing him to face these troublesome matters. In secret, under the arrangement of Elder Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly left Xinqing sect. Even though everyone was curious about Chen Qingyuan's whereabouts, they did not inquire further, only hoping that he could be safe and sound. With Chen Qingyuan's cultivation wasted, temporarily leaving Xinqing sect was also a good choice. He went to a nearby city, where he bought some travel talismans that could be activated with spirit stones, without needing to mobilize his own spiritual energy. After a whole month, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at his destination. Mingyue City, located in a remote corner of the northern wilderness, is quite secluded. At the end of a street within the city, there is a simple courtyard that rarely sees passersby. Who is it? Chen Qingyuan knocked on the tightly closed courtyard door, and an old voice came from within. You'll know when you open the door. Chen Qingyuan replied. Creak. The door opened with a harsh squeak. An old man with dark skin leaned on a cane, his back hunched, looking frail and weak. The old man sized up Chen Qingyuan a few times, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Young master, have you come to the wrong place? I haven't. I'm looking for you. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan took out a palm-sized wooden token. The moment the old man saw the token, his pupils dilated rapidly, and his expression changed instantly, becoming extremely serious. Then, the old man solemnly said, Please come in. This wooden token was something Chen Qingyuan had brought out from the abyss of heaven. It was said that the owner of the token had once owed a significant favor to a certain powerful individual, and this token could be used as a token of trust, allowing the owner to command the token's bearer to do anything, even to take their life. Where did you obtain this item, young master? Once inside, the old man seemed to transform, his gaze sharp as he asked in a deep voice. Abyss of heaven, Chen Qingyuan stated straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted his earlier vigilance, bowing deeply to Chen Qingyuan as a sign of respect. Then, the old man recalled a recent event. Are you perhaps Chen Qingyuan of the Xinqing sect? Exactly. Chen Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Since you have obtained the token, I should honor my promise. What is it that you wish for? The old man prepared himself for the possibility of sacrificing his life, his demeanor extremely serious. Is there any way to help me rebuild my foundation? Chen Qingyuan explained his purpose. There is. The old man looked at Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded. What he thought would be a major issue turned out to be so simple. Are you sure? Chen Qingyuan questioned doubtfully. Not difficult, the old man replied. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? All the higher-ups of the Xinqing sect combined could not think of a way to help Chen Qingyuan. However, the old man before him found it not difficult, which made Chen Qingyuan feel a deep respect, cupping his fists in greeting. Just an old fool, the old man chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 4. Reshaping the Foundation. Mysterious Daobone, so how should I address you, senior? Chen Qingyuan wisely refrained from pressing further. Just call me the lame one. The old man said, looking down to point at his broken right calf and the cane in his hand, speaking. That is not appropriate. Chen Qingyuan dared not refer to a mysterious senior as the lame one, as it could easily offend someone. No matter, the old man was indifferent to such titles. His expression calm. Next, the old man arranged a place for Chen Qingyuan to stay for a while. He needed to go out to prepare some items for reshaping Chen Qingyuan's Dao root. Thank you, senior, Chen Qingyuan said with cupped fists. It is what I should do. The old man returned the gesture and turned to leave. In the messy courtyard, Chen Qingyuan looked around and saw a spider web in the corner, yellowing dead leaves in the flower bed, and stone slabs laid on the yellow mud ground. Following the stone path beneath his feet, Chen Qingyuan came across a woodshed filled with a lot of dry firewood. Strange. Chen Qingyuan muttered to himself. Why does the old senior's lifestyle seem no different from that of a mortal? Upon further observation, Chen Qingyuan noted that everything in this courtyard was ordinary, wooden tables and chairs, dust covering the ground. After glancing at the woodshed, Chen Qingyuan chose to walk towards the garden, which was more pleasing to the eye. Now a mortal, Chen Qingyuan needed to go out daily to buy food. After living here for 10 days, he had become quite familiar with the nearby streets. The autumn wind rustled, bringing a chill, and Chen Qingyuan decided to cook some porridge to warm himself up. When he entered the woodshed to start a fire, he discovered a broken sword hidden among the firewood, instantly piquing his interest. The broken sword was about 2 feet long, rusted, dark in color, and bore the marks of time. Chen Qingyuan examined it closely and sensed that this broken sword was not an ordinary item. yet he could not pinpoint what was unusual about it. Crouching down, Chen Qingyuan reached for the black broken sword on the ground. The moment his fingertips touched it, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if countless mountains were pressing down on his chest, engulfing him in a suffocating sensation. This feeling intensified, causing cold sweat to bead on Chen Qingyuan's forehead. Just as he decided to use his trump card from the Tianyuan forbidden zone, a gentle breeze swept through the woodshed. In an instant, the oppressive feeling from the black broken sword vanished without a trace, and Chen Qingyuan withdrew his hand, his expression tense. "Young master, I have returned," the old man said, leaning on his cane as he entered the courtyard, his hands empty. Chen Qingyuan stepped out of the woodshed and met the old man's gaze without any pretense, stating directly, "I'm grateful for your timely intervention earlier, otherwise, I would have been in trouble." "A broken sword could hardly harm the young master," the old man said, his face lined with wrinkles breaking into a slight smile. "If that were a broken sword, there would be no treasured swords left in the world." Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he could still perceive the terrifying nature of the black broken sword. "You jest, young master. If such a sword is so formidable, then how powerful must the old man who possesses it be? Did you gain anything from this trip, senior?" Chen Qingyuan changed the subject, not probing further. "Rest assured, everything is in order," the old man nodded slowly. Years ago, within the Tianyuan forbidden zone, Chen Qingyuan encountered a mysterious girl in red with unfathomable strength. She severed his spiritual root and scattered his cultivation. Then, she gave him a wooden token, instructing him to find this old man after leaving the forbidden zone to reshape his Tao root and elevate his innate talent. The old man opened a long-sealed secret chamber, revealing a bathtub made of ice stone, filled with a cold aura that permeated every corner of the chamber. He took out various herbs and necessary items, instructing Chen Qingyuan to remove his upper garments and sit cross-legged in the icy tub. Following the old man's instructions, Chen Qingyuan sat in the tub, awaiting the process. His face calm. "Recently, I heard some news," the old man said, grinding the herbs with a hoarse voice. "The Dongyi Palace is about to form an alliance with the Tianyu sect. Do you know about this, young master?" "I do," Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. "Is there anything you need me to do?" During this outing, the old man had thoroughly investigated Chen Qingyuan's background. Additionally, he had visited the boundary of the Tianyuan forbidden zone. "No need." Chen Qingyuan shook his head. "The cause and effect have been severed. Senior need not trouble yourself." "That is good." The old man placed various precious herbs into the icy tub, his murky eyes seeming to see through everything in the world. Chen Qingyuan looked at the herbs, astonished. A bit of red cloud, 8 pointed dark leaves, white moon vine. Just a casual glance revealed that these were extremely rare treasures. Hard to come by. There were also a few rare herbs that Chen Qingyuan could not name, but clearly held even greater value. "Young master, reshaping the foundation may be a bit painful," the old man kindly reminded. "Just proceed, senior. I can endure it," Chen Qingyuan replied firmly, ready for the process. Thus, a vast ocean of spiritual energy surged within the old man, and the floor of the secret chamber sparkled with light as an ancient formation appeared. Soon after, the old man struck the icy tub with his right palm while using his left palm to activate the grand formation. Buzz. Above the secret chamber, it seemed as if countless stars appeared, rippling across a vast starry sea. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan felt the world spinning, his body trapped and unable to move. As time passed, he felt as if his soul was leaving his body, being cut by countless small knives, excruciatingly painful, causing him to emit a muffled groan. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. The pain intensified, gradually making it difficult for him to maintain his resolve. The old man did not stop, coldly watching Chen Qingyuan as he suffered. An hour passed, and Chen Qingyuan's face twisted in agony, his skin splitting open, flesh and blood a gruesome sight. If one looked closely, they could see his internal organs through the cracked flesh, a shocking sight. A strand of golden light appeared at the position of Chen Qingyuan's chest, resembling a seed. "The time has come." The old man's expression changed as he quickly proceeded to the next step. Dense cold air enveloped Chen Qingyuan, and the blood mixed with the herbs, turning a thick crimson that was horrifying to behold. Now, the old man formed hand seals, and a black box appeared before him. Carefully opening the box, it revealed a segment of bone, about a foot long, resembling charcoal. Can he withstand it? The old man glanced at the unconscious Chen Qingyuan before slowly shifting his gaze to the black bone, murmuring to himself. According to the old man, this black bone was a Tao bone of an ancient being that had fallen in a world-shattering battle, leaving behind only this fragment. Not long ago, the old man had gone to the Tianyuan forbidden zone, following the instructions of the girl in red to bring the black bone back. Reshaping the foundation is not difficult. The challenge lies in integrating the black bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Can it really be done? Initially, the old man was somewhat troubled, unsure of how to proceed. Later, the girl in red transmitted a message, instructing the old man to simply operate the formation and, upon seeing the golden seed at Chen Qingyuan's chest, to extract the black bone, as everything would fall into place. After a moment, the black bone began to float. The layer of material on the black bone fell away, revealing a pure golden color, intricately engraved with many ancient laws, having been weathered by the passage of time. The old man's pupils contracted, his whole body tensed. As he watched the black bone fall onto Chen Qingyuan, slowly, the black bone directly merged into Chen Qingyuan's body, disappearing without a trace. No matter how the old man probed, he could not detect it. Truly a remarkable person. Initially, Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of repulsion towards the black bone. But this phenomenon quickly disappeared, and their compatibility became perfect, truly merging into one. A few days later, Chen Qingyuan awoke. The old man had been guarding him closely, afraid that something might go wrong. Seeing Chen Qingyuan awaken, the old man finally felt the heavy stone in his heart lift. Chen Qingyuan felt no pain in his body. He felt extremely light and had no scars. The next moment, he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His expression changing as he hurriedly checked the condition of his body. Golden Dao bone. Chen Qingyuan was quite astonished, both surprised and delighted. And he looked up to meet the old man's gaze. Chapter 5. Changgung Sword Immortal. Recultivating to the yellow spirit realm previously, Chen Qingyuan had a high talent, but he was merely a mortal body. According to ancient records, the golden Dao bone symbolizes a perfect foundation, without flaws, and offers unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. In the 5 regions of the world, the northern wasteland occupies an extremely vast territory, filled with billions of stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan could be considered a renowned talent in the northern wasteland, having seen quite a bit. Even so, he had never heard of anyone cultivating the rumored flawless golden bone. Chen Qingyuan was well aware of the priceless nature of this golden Dao bone. Senior, I feel unworthy to receive such a precious gift, Chen Qingyuan said, his expression gradually becoming complex as he stammered. According to the order of the respected one from the Forbidden Zone, the Dao bone is to be given to you. The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not his achievement, and explained the specific situation. The Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan thought of the girl in red, feeling a lingering fear, and inexplicably had a sense of longing. Young master, please rest well. I will take my leave for now. After saying this, the old man left the secret chamber. In the quiet secret chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep thought. After a long time, he sorted out his thoughts and became clear about his own condition, no longer overthinking. The Dao bone was flawless, and the foundation was perfect. In the future, as long as Chen Qingyuan's heart for the Dao was firm, his achievements would be absolutely limitless. Chen Qingyuan changed into a clean and tidy outfit and walked into the courtyard. In the corner of the courtyard, the old man sat on a wooden chair, his cane beside him, holding a broken sword to chop wood. Watching the old man chop wood, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Senior, why waste such a good sword? The sword is broken. What use is it, no matter how good? The old man said dismissively. My foundation is broken. Can't you repair it with your great powers? Chen Qingyuan truly did not want to see such a good sword used for chopping wood, feeling a pang of sympathy. I've tried many times, but all have failed. The old man's chopping motion paused slightly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan did not know how to respond and fell silent. What is the name of this sword? After a while, Chen Qingyuan asked. Giang. The old man pondered for a long time before revealing the name of the sword. Giang, it sounded familiar. Chen Qingyuan murmured it several times, feeling it was somewhat known to him, lowering his head in thought. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, a look of surprise crossing his eyes, which then turned to awe as he exclaimed, You are the Changgung Sword Immortal. Hearing this title, the old man's body trembled slightly, his expression complex, his voice hoarse. It has been many years since anyone has called me that. Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially, he had been unwilling to reveal who he was. However, after seeing Chen Qingyuan merge with the mysterious Dao bone, the old man changed his mind. It truly is you, it's hard to believe. Chen Qingyuan was left dumbfounded, his emotions fluctuating greatly, struggling to regain his composure. The Changgung Sword Immortal, whose real name was Li Muyang, was once a world-renowned powerhouse, a top swordsman from the northern wasteland. According to records, the last time the Changgung Sword Immortal appeared was 10,000 years ago. It was said that he went to the central continent, also known as the Imperial Continent. With a single sword strike, he cleaved the purple cloud mountain, which symbolized the will of heaven and earth, solely to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The sword struck the purple cloud mountain, angering the heavenly Dao, which brought down divine punishment. In that battle, the Changgung Sword Immortal was defeated, and the world believed he had perished, buried by the laws of the heavenly Dao. Since then, the life experiences of the Changgung Sword Immortal became a legendary story, regarded as an insurmountable monument by countless sword practitioners. All are just empty names, long gone with the clouds. Li Muyang had long since seen through these things. Why would a sword immortal of your caliber stay here? Chen Qingyuan had heard the stories of the Changgung Sword Immortal since he was young and held great respect. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Muyang wished, he could easily establish a top-tier power, sharpening the sword. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how downcast Li Muyang is, he is not a common practitioner. Although he had failed countless times, Li Muyang had never given up. Is this the way to sharpen the sword? Chen Qingyuan looked at the firewood scattered all over the ground, unable to understand for the moment. Young master, what do you think is the most important thing for a sword practitioner? Li Muyang set down the broken sword in his hand and looked at Chen Qingyuan. According to common sense, as a sword practitioner, having a sword that resonates with oneself is very important, as well as superior swordsmanship techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued, however, I believe that regardless of which path one takes, the most important thing is the heart for the Tao. One must cultivate the heart before cultivating the Tao. Hearing this answer, ripples appeared in Li Muyang's eyes, and he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply. If I had been as wise as you back then, I would not have met such an ending. The principle of cultivating the heart before the Tao is something I only truly understood in my old age. Li Muyang was not sharpening the sword, but his own heart for the Tao. In his youth, Li Muyang believed he was exceptionally gifted, sailing smoothly and suppressing his peers to the point where they dared not raise their heads. Later, at the height of his power, he even claimed to be the third in the world, making countless sword practitioners look up to him. Why the third in the world? Heaven and earth are 1 and 2. He called himself the third in the world because no one dared to claim the first or second positions, fearing to anger the way of heaven and earth. Later on, Li Muyang found it difficult to find a suitable sword practitioner opponent, believing his strength had reached an extremely high level, and went to the revered Purple Cloud Mountain, drawing his sword to confront heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Li Muyang was defeated and subsequently vanished from the world. May I ask, Senior, where's the other half of the sword? Chen Qingyuan had been watching this rusty broken sword. The sword rusted because its spiritual intelligence fell asleep, turning into a mundane weapon. One day, if Li Muyang can restore his heart for the sword will awaken and reveal its former sharpness. It remains at the Purple Cloud Mountain. Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The Purple Cloud Mountain in the central continent is a forbidden place. Chen Qingyuan looked in the direction Li Muyang was gazing, speechless. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan began to cultivate. On the first day of recultivation, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the post-heaven realm. The postnatal realm and the innate realm are the foundations of cultivation, each having 9 levels. In just 1 month, with his perfect Dao Bone talent and his own comprehension, Chen Qingyuan broke through the 9th level of the postnatal realm and ascended to the innate realm. After solidifying his foundation for several days, Chen Qingyuan continued to work hard to improve his cultivation. This lifestyle continued for half a year, and Chen Qingyuan reached the early stage of the Yellow Spirit realm. Establishing a foundation and reaching the Yellow Spirit realm in just half a year is incredible. If Li Muyang had not seen it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe. In his memory, no one could compare to Chen Qingyuan when relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, without the aid of elixirs or the teachings of powerful beings. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation is extremely solid, with no flaws to be found. Finally, he achieved the cultivation of the Yellow Spirit realm. Chen Qingyuan accomplished his first goal and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan stayed in his room and took out a dark bracelet from his belongings. When he was able to walk out of the abyssal area alive, it was due to an agreement with the girl in red. He had to help her complete 9 tasks, and only then would their karmic ties be resolved. Chen Qingyuan had no right to refuse such a request. Only by reaching the Yellow Spirit realm could he use the special secret technique taught by the girl in red to unlock the restrictions of the bracelet. What was the first task she wanted him to do? After a busy half-day, Chen Qingyuan lifted the restrictions and a wisp of consciousness entered the bracelet. Chapter 6: The First Agreement. Attending the marriage ceremony inside the bracelet was an independent space, filled with terrifying laws in the void. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness scanned the surroundings, his soul couldn't help but tremble. Buzz! A law surged, and a tightly closed white umbrella appeared before Chen Qingyuan. The appearance of the white umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bracelet, and a cold voice came through. Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved, and you must attend. Sending a white umbrella as a wedding gift? Isn't that cursing someone? Hearing this voice, could it be that she was jealous? Chen Qingyuan felt embarrassed. He had thought the first task of the agreement would be difficult, but it turned out to be this. Back when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss, the girl in red wanted to become his Dao partner and often teased him. In response, Chen Qingyuan stated that he already had a fiancée and directly rejected her. It wasn't that the girl in red was ugly, it was a matter of promise. If we were to discuss appearances, the girl in red was extremely beautiful, unlike any mortal, and words could hardly describe her. Bai Shixue from Dongyi Palace, while known for her beauty, could not compare to the girl in red. Just her aura alone set her apart. Why does it feel like she has a bit of a dark side? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. He had already let go of everything and thought it was all in the past. Who would have thought that the girl in red would pull such a stunt? Leaving Chen Qingyuan with no choice but to go? One should not think that leaving the abyssal area would grant them freedom. If Chen Qingyuan did not fulfill the agreement, the consequences would be severe. After resting for a few days, Chen Qingyuan planned to leave Mingyue City and return to Xianqing sect. Calculating the time, there were still 6 months until the wedding date between Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace. Senior, I must take my leave, Chen Qingyuan said, having packed his belongings. As he cupped his fists towards Li Muyang, who was sitting in the courtyard. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me, Li Muyang promised. All right, Chen Qingyuan said without any pleasantries. This was a life-saving token. After Chen Qingyuan left, Li Muyang looked into the distance, lost in thought. Xianqing sect, conference hall. Everyone was discussing normal matters within the sect and brought up the marriage between Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace, planning to send an elder to make an appearance. As the wedding day approached, many representatives from various forces had already set out, and Dongyi Palace was becoming increasingly lively. Little junior brother is back. As soon as Chen Qingyuan arrived at the gate of Xianqing sect, the guarding disciple reported this news. To avoid causing trouble, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level. As long as he carried the jade bracelet with him, it could trigger the restrictions within, masking the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The Sword Immortal had repeatedly instructed him not to reveal anything about the Dao Bone, or he would be entangled in terrifying karma that could harm those around him. Moreover, the Sword Immortal did not want his whereabouts exposed, and Chen Qingyuan could not explain that his spiritual root had been restored. He would wait for a suitable opportunity to tell his senior brothers later. Little junior brother, where have you been for the past 6 months? The protecting elder Dong Wenjun put down everything he was doing and hurried out to meet him. I went out to relax, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. The elders also came to the back courtyard to chat with Chen Qingyuan. Last time, Chen Qingyuan had just returned and soon went out to live, and the fellow disciples had not yet had a proper sit-down to drink tea together. When he returned then, it had caused quite a stir, and many sects wanted to meet Chen Qingyuan to gather information about the abyssal area. However, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become a waste and had faked his death to escape, coupled with the strong stance of Xianqing sect, each sect did not dare to press him further. Now, with the two sects' marriage approaching, the attention of the forces supporting the flowing star domain had shifted away from Xianqing sect. The northern wilderness region is home to countless star domains. There are more than several 100,000 sects just within the flowing star domain. Xianqing sect can be considered a first-rate force in this realm, with considerable prestige. Little junior brother, that woman from Dongyi Palace has called off the marriage. That's her loss, so don't take it too much to heart. We will definitely come up with a good plan to help you reshape your spiritual root, and then you will regain your former glory. An elder with a white beard thought that Chen Qingyuan was feeling down due to the marriage between the two sects and hurriedly comforted him. Thank you for your concern. Senior Su, Chen Qingyuan felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Today, it's rare for us to gather. Let's not talk about these bothersome matters and raise our cups to drink. The sect leader Lin Changsheng stood up in the middle and raised his cup. Cheers. Everyone got up and drank from their cups, whether it was wine or tea. The internal atmosphere of Xianqing sect was very united, unlike other forces that engaged in scheming and were profit-driven. Of course, there were still occasional minor frictions within the sect, but they were not major issues and were easy to handle. The unity of the sect's higher-ups was largely due to the efforts of the Grand Elder, who had put in considerable thought. The core elders sitting here today, enjoying tea and drinks, had all received favors from the Grand Elder. About 200 years ago, the Grand Elder brought back an infant still in swaddling clothes and took him as his closed-door disciple. Shortly after, the Grand Elder passed away. Since then, the elders have valued the male infant highly. On the surface, they accepted him as a little junior brother, but in reality, they treated him as their own, as close as blood relatives. If one were to count, the Grand Elder only took one disciple in his life, and that was Chen Qingyuan. The elders referred to Chen Qingyuan as little junior brother because they respectfully called the Grand Elder Uncle Master. Senior brother, I want to attend the marriage ceremony of the two sects. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Qingyuan, unsure of how to react. Why? Lin Changsheng asked. The others looked at Chen Qingyuan with puzzled and shocked expressions, staring intently. There's nothing to avoid, Chen Qingyuan stated frankly. The others contemplated and found it understandable. Are you really sure about this? Lin Changsheng's eyes were filled with concern. I am sure, Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly. You should go with Elder Yan. Lin Changsheng considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. The Xianqing sect sent Elder Yan Minghai to Tianyu sect to deliver a gift. Regardless of the awkward relationship between the two families, some formalities had to be observed. 2 months later, Yan Minghai and a dozen others set off. On a spirit ship, Yan Minghai wore a long gray robe, stood 7 feet tall, and had slightly graying hair. Junior brother, recently the sect master has been busy with your matters, seeking many famous doctors. However, once your condition is mentioned, no doctor is willing to take action, all believing there is no hope. Yan Minghai stood beside Chen Qingyuan, shielding him with a layer of mysterious light. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan was aware of these matters and kept them in mind. Alas, Yan Minghai sighed lightly, feeling emotional. Back then, you were unmatched, famous throughout the North Wilderness. Now you have ended up like this. If I had known, we should have bound you to prevent you from going to Tianyuan. Elder Yan need not worry. Perhaps this is my destiny. Chen Qingyuan could not tell anyone about his experiences in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone to avoid attracting disaster. Moreover, some things are best kept to oneself. Before long, the Xianqing sect's warship arrived at Tianyu sect's territory. Looking around, various spirit ships and treasures filled the void, displaying flags from different sects, quite a spectacle. Tianyu sect was located among misty mountains, with ancient trees rooted in the rocks, reaching into the clouds, blocking the sun. At the foot of the mountains stood fierce spirit beasts, along with deep green giant pythons swirling in the air, giant birds engulfed in flames, and winged white horses, among others. In just over 3 months, it would be the day of the marriage between the two sections. Representatives from various sects could now enter Tianyu sect or wait on their own warships. Junior brother, let's stay here for now. When the day comes, we'll just go through the motions. Yan Minghai planned to stay on the warship temporarily to care for Chen Qingyuan's feelings. Elder Yan, we have already entered Tianyu sect's territory. As the representative of Xianxing sect, it would be somewhat improper if you do not show yourself. You should greet the friends from various factions. I can manage on my own. Chen Qingyuan did not want to put Yan Minghai in a difficult position. That won't do. The Xianxing sect's warship is parked here. Everyone can see it. If you do not show up, it would seem like we are being aloof, which would affect our reputation. It's fine. I know what I'm doing, so don't worry. Chen Qingyuan gave Yan Minghai a reassuring look. After thinking for a while, Yan Minghai nodded in agreement. All right, during this time you stay in the cabin and don't go out. Okay. Chen Qingyuan watched as Yan Minghai left. Even though the Xianxing sect was not an ordinary sect, it needed to maintain good relationships with many top forces and avoid offending anyone. Therefore, although this was the wedding ceremony between Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace, it also allowed various sects to gather together, exchange ideas, and form good relationships. Not long after, someone approached the Xianxing sect's warship, accompanied by a voice. Chen Qingyuan, you actually came to attend the marriage of the two sections. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Hearing these words, laced with sarcasm, it was clear they had come to see Chen Qingyuan's embarrassment. Chapter 7. My stay or go is none of your business. Sitting in the cabin, Chen Qingyuan heard this and opened the door, seeing a young man in purple standing in the void. Xiao Xiaocheng, long time no see. Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly, dressed in a light-colored long robe, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an elegant demeanor. You, the young man in purple, named Xia Nanzhong, a member of the snake tribe, had once been defeated by Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan, you are still as unlikable as before. Having seen the Xianxing sect's warship, Xia Nanzhong came over to take a look and immediately spotted Chen Qingyuan. You are not even human, Chen Qingyuan retorted. Upon hearing this, Xia Nanzhong felt a bit angry. But then he realized he really wasn't human, so he held back the insult. However, Chen Qingyuan's words still had a hint of insult, making Xia Nanzhong snort in anger. Humph. More than 100 years ago, Xia Nanzhong and Chen Qingyuan had a dispute and fought fiercely. After that battle, Chen Qingyuan gave Xia Nanzhong a nickname, Little Bug, which caused many to laugh. Xia Nanzhong, having lost to Chen Qingyuan, could only accept it. Do you not know who the marriage partners of the two families are? Xia Nanzhong held back a trace of anger, not wanting to argue with Chen Qingyuan. I know. Chen Qingyuan replied calmly. Knowing you still came, your temperament is truly good. Xia Nanzhong gave Chen Qingyuan a thumbs up, 3 parts admiration, 7 parts mockery. You were once unmatched. The young master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong, must have suffered a lot because of you. Now that Qin Yutong is marrying by Shishua, aren't you just asking for humiliation? Xia Xiaocheng, are you concerned about me? Chen Qingyuan said with a half smile. Why would I care about you? Dream on. Xia Nanzhong disliked this nickname, but since it came from Chen Qingyuan, he didn't feel too angry. And they were both enemies and friends. Let me give you a piece of advice. You are now a waste. Staying in the Xianxing sect is the safest. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Qingyuan didn't take it to heart. I can only mock you a few times. Others may not be so forgiving. After saying this, Xia Nanzhong lost interest and turned to leave. After this meeting, Xia Nanzhong confirmed that Chen Qingyuan was indeed a waste, feeling somewhat happy, but also a bit emotional. After walking a distance, Xia Nanzhong looked back at Chen Qingyuan's direction and sighed. Such a talent. What a pity. In just a few days, news of Chen Qingyuan arriving at the Tianyu sect's territory reached many ears. Cultivators from various sects gazed at the Xianxing sect's warship, whispering among themselves. Chen Qingyuan, what did you find in the Tianyuan? Did you get anything from there? A young man questioned from a high position. None of your business. Chen Qingyuan glanced at the young man in black, answering coldly. He didn't know this person, but guessed he was probably a figure who had risen to fame in the past 100 years. How many powerful beings at the transformation stage and integration stage died in the Tianyuan forbidden zone? What right do you, a nascent soul cultivator, have to survive? The young man in black was relentless, not taking Chen Qingyuan seriously. If it were 100 years ago, I would have slapped you against the wall. Chen Qingyuan retorted loudly. Humph. Now you can only reminisce about your past glories. The young man in black had heard of Chen Qingyuan's achievements and knew he was inferior. However, times had changed. Chen Qingyuan had become a waste, so there was no need to be afraid. Chen Qingyuan smiled without speaking. Talking to such a fool was a pure waste of time. Thus, Chen Qingyuan sat at the bow of the ship, sipping fragrant tea and admiring the beautiful scenery around him, completely ignoring the incessant chatter of the young man in black. In fact, many people wanted to figure out how Chen Qingyuan had survived, or perhaps learn some secrets about the forbidden zone from him, which might be useful in the future. Because of the Xianxing sect, the various cultivators had not used excessive means against Chen Qingyuan. What puzzled everyone was that Chen Qingyuan claimed to have faked his death to escape, but how could he have lived in the forbidden zone for over 100 years? If they could obtain this method, they might attempt to enter the Tianyuan forbidden zone to seek opportunities. Time flowed through the fingers, and soon it was the day of the union of the two sections. Today, a group of elders and disciples from Dongyi Palace arrived here, preparing to enter. The bride, Bai Shishua, had not yet appeared and would only show herself on the official day of the union. The elder leading Dongyi Palace was none other than Bai Shishua's master, Yao Susu. Yao Susu wore a relatively simple light-colored linen robe, cinched at the waist with a snow-white silk sash. Her long hair was secured with a jade hairpin, and her hands gently rested on her abdomen, exuding a dignified and classical demeanor with an excellent temperament. Oh! Yao Susu heard some remarks from around and turned to look to the side, noticing Chen Qingyuan 100 meters away, and paused. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Susu decided to go over and take a look, followed by more than 100 people. How could Elder Chen be here, in front of all the prominent figures? Yao Susu was relatively polite to Chen Qingyuan and cupped her hands in greeting. Congratulations. Chen Qingyuan remained seated, looking up with a glance. The people from Dongyi Palace felt that Chen Qingyuan was very rude and wanted to reprimand him, but were stopped by Yao Susu. It's just a complicated set of formalities, no need to pay attention. What Yao Susu cared about was why Chen Qingyuan had come here. Did he want to disrupt the union between the two sects? She tentatively asked, is it just a simple congratulations? Of course, I have prepared a gift for this. Chen Qingyuan recalled the white umbrella inside the jade bracelet. Although it might harm others, it would not cause substantial damage to the two sections. Furthermore, this was not Chen Qingyuan's intention, but rather a last resort. Compared to Dongyi Palace's actions, Chen Qingyuan seemed like a living Buddha. In the past, Chen Qingyuan had given Dongyi Palace many treasures, and now that their engagement had been annulled, they had not returned anything. On that day, they even tried to use a medium-grade spiritual vein to sever everything, which was a blatant humiliation. At least in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, this was a form of humiliation. What gift? Yao Susu felt a heavy weight in her heart, inexplicably anxious. Since it's a gift, I certainly can't tell you. If this were in the past, Chen Qingyuan would have given Yao Susu some face, but now he no longer regarded her as significant. Chen Qingyuan, if you dare disrupt the union of the two families, don't blame Dongyi Palace for not remembering the past. Seeing Chen Qingyuan treat her with such disdain, Yao Susu stopped pretending and directly removed her mask, warning him with a cold gaze. Oh, Chen Qingyuan was unafraid, smiling lightly. Does the Xianying sect have old ties with Dongyi Palace? You are truly pitiful. Chen Qingyuan's words sounded to Yao Susu like mere bravado, an attempt to maintain a shred of pitiful dignity. She looked at him with disdain and slowly shook her head. You should be very clear about one thing. Practitioners have long lifespans, while mortals live only 100 years. Now you are a waste. Even if the Xianying sect extends your life, you won't live long. So what? Chen Qingyuan's face showed no emotional fluctuations, calm as water. You going back now would be beneficial for both you and the Xianying sect. For safety's sake, Yao Susu wanted to force Chen Qingyuan to retreat. As long as Chen Qingyuan left Tianyu sect, the union would definitely not encounter any issues. Chen Qingyuan staying here was like a ticking time bomb, and there was no telling what unfortunate remarks he might make, causing immeasurable repercussions. My comings and goings don't seem to be for you to decide. Chen Qingyuan laughed. This is a union between Dongyi Palace and Tianyu sect, so I naturally have some decision-making power. Seeing that Chen Qingyuan refused to leave, Yao Susu became increasingly uneasy and straightforwardly issued an order to dismiss him. The Xianying sect received an invitation from the Tianyu sect and traveled a long distance to celebrate. Are you serious about wanting to drive me away? Previously, Yao Susu had not realized how annoying this old witch was. I just want to ask Elder Chen to leave. I have no such intention towards the Xianying sect. As a core elder of Dongyi Palace, Yao Susu knew she couldn't speak recklessly and quickly explained. Thousands of people were watching this scene, and saying the wrong thing would have consequences. Impudent. Before Chen Qingyuan could speak, an angry voice suddenly came from the inner cabin of the warship. Chapter 8. The protective senior brother dressed in a gray robe, Dong Wenjun, pushed the door open. His expression gloomy. I have met Elder Dong. In an instant, the faces of Yao Susu and others changed, and they bowed deeply. Dong Wenjun was the protective elder of the Xianying sect, a top-tier expert at the tribulation crossing stage. The presence of such a figure frightened many, causing them to shiver in awe. The protective elder of the Xianying sect actually came. This was a well-known character. The union between the two sects shouldn't warrant the personal presence of a tribulation crossing expert. It seemed that he wasn't here for the union. Otherwise, he would have shown himself long ago. Why hide? The gathered cultivators were in an uproar, dumbfounded. Dong Wenjun hadn't left the Xianying sect for many years, and this time he sneaked out, worried that Chen Qingyuan would be bullied, hiding in the cabin all along. Senior brother, why did you come here? Chen Qingyuan was also very surprised, turning to look at Dong Wenjun, who had white hair and a regal demeanor. I came because I was afraid you'd be bullied. When Dong Wenjun looked at Chen Qingyuan, he immediately retracted his indifferent demeanor towards outsiders, revealing a kind smile and speaking gently. He had lost his little junior brother once and could not bear a second time. When Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp was extinguished back then, Dong Wenjun felt as if struck by lightning, his heart filled with sorrow. Later, he knelt before the grave of the Grand Elder. openly admitting that he hadn't taken good care of Chen Qingyuan, feeling deep remorse. Senior brother. Chen Qingyuan felt a slight sting in his nose and a tightness in his throat. The protective elder can only leave the sect in times of crisis or when there is an important matter. However, to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, Dong Wenjun violated the sect rules. When everyone heard Dong Wenjun's words, they were both surprised and envious. Having a tribulation-crossing senior brother to protect him was something countless people dared not even dream of. If this were in the past, it would have made sense, as Chen Qingyuan was exceptionally gifted in the hope of the new generation of the Xianying sect. Now, however, Chen Qingyuan had already become a waste, and the higher-ups of the Xianying sect wouldn't go so far. My little junior brother, no one can bully him. Dong Wenjun instructed Chen Qingyuan to stand aside, taking charge of the situation himself. Then, he stood above the 9 heavens, sweeping his gaze over the cultivators of various sects, finally landing on the people from Dongi Palace. If the union between the two sects does not welcome the Xianying sect, then the Xianying sect can leave now. Elder Dong calmed down. The younger generation had no such intention. Yao Susu bent her waist even lower, her back soaked with cold sweat. Just now, Yao Susu had dared to speak ill of Chen Qingyuan, thinking there were only a few inner disciples accompanying him on the warship, underestimating the situation. If she had known Dong Wenjun was hiding in the cabin, she wouldn't have dared to say those words, even if it cost her life. Offending Dong Wenjun's authority meant that the current leader of Dongi Palace would have to apologize in person. A tribulation-crossing expert is a top figure in the vast North Wilderness, and one cannot afford to offend them. What do you mean by that? Dong Wenjun questioned loudly. The younger generation. A terrifying pressure descended upon Yao Susu, weighing down on her like a massive mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. In the past, out of respect for the little junior brother, he had spoken with her a few more words and given her some face. If it truly came down to seniority and strength, she didn't even have the qualification to meet him. Today, daring to bully his little junior brother was truly overstepping her bounds. Dong Wenjun watched Chen Qingyuan grow up, pampering him since childhood, trying to satisfy his every desire for food and play. He wouldn't even scold Chen Qingyuan a few times himself, let alone allow others to bully him. If it weren't for the presence of a few old folks in Dongi Palace, Dong Wenjun would have directly slapped Yao Susu a few times. When the younger generation came to provoke, Dong Wenjun turned a blind eye and didn't want to intervene. However, when the older generation dared to rely on their age, Dong Wenjun couldn't hold back anymore. The younger generation realized their mistake. Yao Susu could hardly withstand the pressure of the tribulation period. It felt as if her bones had been crushed, and she gritted her teeth to apologize. Humph. Dong Wenjun snorted coldly and dissipated the pressure. If there's a next time, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of Dongi Palace. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. Although Yao Susu harbored countless grievances and dissatisfaction, she couldn't show it and still had to express her gratitude. Get lost. Dong Wenjun stood with his hands behind his back, not taking Yao Susu seriously at all. If he wanted to, he could suppress her with just a finger. Soon after, Yao Susu and the others hurriedly left, not daring to look back. This time, they had lost face significantly, and it would surely become a topic of gossip for countless people soon. No one expected that such a big shot from Xianying sect would show up, and the young man who had just insulted Chen Qingyuan was terrified of retaliation. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, a considerable commotion ensued, and when Yan Minghai learned that it was about Chen Qingyuan, he rushed over immediately. Brother Dong. After a brief inquiry, Yan Minghai quickly understood the situation. He returned to the battleship, first saluting Dong Wenjun, then looking at Chen Qingyuan with concern. Junior brother, are you alright? Suddenly, Dong Wenjun kicked Yan Minghai, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused in midair, adjusted his clothing, and swiftly returned to his original position. Xiaoqi, how could you be so thoughtless and leave junior brother alone on the ship? If I hadn't come along, who knows how junior brother would have been bullied? Dong Wenjun scolded Yan Minghai, pointing a finger at his nose. It's all my fault. I almost put junior brother in danger, Yan Minghai admitted with guilt. Brother Dong, I'm fine. Please don't blame senior brother Yan. Chen Qingyuan quickly stepped forward to mediate, pulling Dong Wenjun to sit on a chair and pouring him a cup of tea. Brother, have some tea to calm down. Dong Wenjun's kick was too swift for Chen Qingyuan to react in time, and he only realized it afterward. If junior brother isn't blaming you, then let's leave it at that. After drinking a cup of tea, Dong Wenjun's anger dissipated by more than half. Yan Minghai shot a grateful glance at Chen Qingyuan, relieved to avoid a beating. The cultivators from various sects watched this scene in disbelief. They couldn't understand why Chen Qingyuan, who had become useless, was still so pampered. Elder Dong came personally to Tianyu sect and was invited inside, just as everyone was still puzzled about why Chen Qingyuan received such favoritism. The Grand Elder of Tianyu sect stepped forward with a smile and bowed. I want to play chess with junior brother. I have no time. Dong Wenjun had no intention of giving Tianyu sect this face and directly refused. Upon hearing this response, the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect was stunned. Soon, the Grand Elder collected himself and smiled. Whenever Elder Dong is free, you are always welcome to come in. Tianyu sect will surely treat you well. Dong Wenjun disliked such formalities and was too lazy to respond. Due to Dong Wenjun's appearance, many old folks showed up to greet him. And all these trivial matters were handled by Yan Minghai, while Dong Wenjun sat in the cabin playing chess with Chen Qingyuan, drinking tea, and laughing. Soon, it was the day of the marriage alliance, and a layer of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Many sects arrived on time, grandly presenting their gifts. The welcoming team from Tianyu sect arrived punctually, impressive and capturing everyone's attention. 7 dragon-like creatures pulled a white jade war chariot filled with powerful cultivators, exuding an extraordinary aura. Behind the white jade war chariot followed a flower sedan. Although called a flower sedan, it looked more like a moving small palace. It was entirely inlaid with gold and jade, with many areas carved with images of dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by ethereal white mist. Inside the sedan sat Bai Shishua, wearing a pink long dress and a phoenix crown. The cultivators watched from a distance, captivated. Bai Shishua arrived, her expression cold, like a snow lotus atop an ice mountain, making her seem unattainable. Welcome. Several elders from Tianyu sect, along with 100 disciples, came out to greet her. Red flower petals floated down from the sky, eventually gathering to form a path leading straight to the gates of Tianyu sect, resembling a beautiful painting. Bai Shishua, dressed in a red dress, had her skirt trailing in the gentle breeze, looking enchanting. With her phoenix crown, her hands pressed together in front of her, her fair skin resembling carved jade, every movement exuded charm. The war chariot stopped, and the dragons roared, intimidating the surrounding spirit beasts, which bowed their heads in submission, not daring to challenge the dragon's might. Immediately after, Bai Shishua exited the flower sedan, followed by a group of beautiful female disciples. Additionally, a middle-aged woman stood beside Bai Shishua, dressed in plain light-colored clothing, yet appearing exceptionally dignified and noble. This woman was Du Ruoxing, the current holy master of Dongi Palace. Naturally, the sect master couldn't be absent for this marriage alliance. Holy Master Du, please come in. The sect master of Tianyu sect also appeared, named Qingyuan, dressed in splendid robes, exuding authority. The two sect masters looked in the same direction simultaneously, their gazes landing on the worship of Xianxing sect. They both knew that Dong Wenjun from Xianxing sect had arrived, but his attitude wasn't very friendly, so there was no need to seek trouble for themselves. Thus, Qingyuan, Du Ruoxing, and the others entered the main hall together, with the elders and disciples of both sects beaming with joy. After today, Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace would form an alliance, gaining more say and an unshakable position in this star domain. Inside the worship, Chen Qingyuan looked at the sea of people outside and muttered, "This is quite a grand occasion. Junior brother, stay safe." Dong Wenjun didn't understand why Chen Qingyuan insisted on attending the marriage celebration of the two sects. It was mostly not a good thing. "I won't do anything, brother. Don't worry." Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly. "No matter what happens, brother will protect you. Since I've come today, I will definitely bring you back home safely." Regardless of what Chen Qingyuan intended to do, Dong Wenjun was prepared for anything. To this end, Dong Wenjun even secretly brought the protective treasure of the sect, just in case. "Thank you, brother." Chen Qingyuan felt warm in his heart and turned towards the gates of Tianyu sect. Dong Wenjun, a big shot in the tribulation stage, needed to undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years at the latest, facing a total of 9 tribulations to step into the great, wandering freely between heaven and earth. In recent years, Dong Wenjun had increasingly struggled to suppress the fluctuations of laws within him. It was estimated that soon, he would have to face his next tribulation, a life or death challenge. "Brother is getting old. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this trial." Dong Wenjun watched Chen Qingyuan's departing figure, muttering to himself, "Back then, my master did me a favor. You are the only heir of my master. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." 100 years ago, the incident with the Tianyuan treasure resulted in the complete annihilation of Xianxing sect's people who entered it. When Dong Wenjun learned this news, he found it hard to accept, his heart aching. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned alive, Dong Wenjun could not let similar incidents happen again. The main hall of Tianyu sect was crowded. High-ranking members of various sects could enter the inner hall to enjoy better services, while ordinary disciples had to sit in the front hall and converse with peers of the same status. Chen Qingyuan, did he really dare to come in? It was said that he had a verbal engagement with Bai Shishua of Dongi Palace back in the day. Was he here to cause trouble today? Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace were not ordinary forces. If Chen Qingyuan dared to make a scene, he would not have a good outcome. It seemed there was going to be a good show. The crowd watched as Chen Qingyuan walked from afar, their interest piqued, eager to see the commotion. Representatives from various sects presented gifts, and the upper void of Tianyu sect was filled with colorful phenomena, a scene of auspiciousness. The Grand Elder was in charge of receiving the gifts, his face beaming with joy as he thanked the guests and recorded the items gifted by various forces. Chen Qingyuan walked alongside Yan Minghai until they reached the entrance of the main hall. "Friends from Xianxing sect, please come in." The elder of Tianyu sect took another look at Chen Qingyuan and greeted him politely. The elder welcoming guests had already received orders regarding Chen Qingyuan's matter. "Do not obstruct him. This is a small token from Xianxing sect." Yan Minghai, as the representative of Xianxing sect, took out a gift box and slowly opened it. A hint of blue light spilled from the box. It was a blue spirit pearl, neither outstanding nor shabby among the many gifts. "Thank you." The welcoming elder accepted the gift. Yin Minghai prepared to enter the hall when Chen Qingyuan stopped him. Senior brother Yin, wait a moment. What is it? Yin Minghai turned back. I prepared a gift separately. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan took out a low-grade spirit stone to disguise himself, and then retrieved a white umbrella from his Qingyuan bag. By using the spirit stone to activate the Qingyuan bag, he could hide his cultivation level. If news of Chen Qingyuan's reconstruction of his Dao root spread, it would surely cause a stir. Now that Chen Qingyuan's strength was still low, he needed to hide as much as possible, not even informing his fellow disciples. The welcoming elder and the group of disciples were taken aback, and then their faces showed a hint of displeasure. On the joyous day of the alliance between the two sects, Chen Qingyuan actually presented a white umbrella, clearly harboring ill intentions. White items are generally used for funerals. Upon careful consideration, the umbrella implied scattering. What does Elder Chen mean by this? The welcoming elder questioned with a darkened expression. It's a gift. If it weren't for fulfilling the agreement with Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan would definitely not have come to Tianyu sect. For him, since Bai Shishue chose another person, she was no longer a good match. Everything was in the past. If Bai Shishue truly had feelings for Chen Qingyuan, she would certainly withstand all pressures to accompany him upon his return. The reality was otherwise. When Bai Shishue confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple, her guilt washed away like a receding tide, and she felt no emotional fluctuation. Sending a white umbrella on the day of the alliance was indeed a way to cause trouble. How impressive Chen Qingyuan was back then. And now he had to maintain that so-called dignity in such a manner. It was truly pathetic. I thought there would be a great spectacle to watch. What a waste of my anticipation. The disciples from various sects who had been watching Chen Qingyuan shook their heads, their interest waning. They initially wanted to see Chen Qingyuan throw a tantrum and say some unpleasant words. The material of this umbrella was very simple, an ordinary item. The welcoming elder intended to reprimand him, but suddenly heard the grand elder's command, accept the item, and do not create unnecessary trouble. Receiving the order, the welcoming elder had no choice but to put away the white umbrella, placing it aside, and said to Chen Qingyuan with an unsightly expression, Elder Chen's gift has been accepted by Tianyu sect, please come in. It was just a white umbrella. Tianyu sect did not want to stir up too much trouble that would affect the overall situation. As long as Chen Qingyuan did not act excessively, Tianyu sect would not pay attention to him. After completing this matter, Chen Qingyuan and Yin Minghai walked side by side and took their seats in a certain position in the inner hall. The inner hall was furnished with over 1,000 tables and chairs, resplendent and magnificent, with a layer of faint white mist flowing across the ground. And the tables were filled with rare fruits and fine wines, the rich aroma wafting to every corner with the gentle breeze. Junior brother, you were too reckless. Yin Minghai said softly. I worried senior brother. Chen Qingyuan replied. I understand you are upset. Senior brother can understand. Yin Minghai glanced in the direction where the Dongyi Palace members were seated and said solemnly, Senior brother is not blaming you, but rather suggesting you discuss with me. If it really comes to blows, we need to be prepared in advance. Tianyu sect will not start a war over such matters. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. Better safe than sorry. Yin Minghai was cautious in his actions. All right, I understand. Chen Qingyuan appreciated Yin Minghai's concerns, humbly accepting his advice. The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the two newcomers. On the high platform of the inner hall, the grand elder of Tianyu sect spoke loudly to all the guests. From Dongyi Palace, Bai Shishue. From Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong. The two, dressed in red, appeared on the high platform of the inner hall, standing side by side. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Yutong and Bai Shishue were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It was said that young Master Qin was a young talent. Seeing him today, the reputation was not unfounded. The elders of various forces began to flatter them. Qin Yutong scanned the crowd and spotted Chen Qingyuan sitting in the corner, smirking with a provocative look in his eyes, clearly mocking him. Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Qin Yutong, showing no emotional fluctuation, as calm as the clouds. Having spent over 100 years in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan had undergone many trials and was not easily provoked. Thank you all for your support. The sect master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yang, stood in the center, smiling and cupping his fists in greeting. After a lengthy speech, Qin Yang stated that Tianyu sect would advance and retreat together with Dongyi Palace in the future. The holy master of Dongyi Palace, Du Ruoxing, also took the stage, saying some formal words. Once these tedious processes were over, the two newcomers prepared to perform the heaven worship ceremony. Once the ceremony was completed, the two would officially become Dao partners, sharing joys and sorrows together. A Dao incense about 10 meters tall was lit, and the smoke rose to the heavens. Conducting the heaven worship ceremony. As the ceremony was about to be completed, a hint of joy flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, seemingly accompanied by something intriguing. Logically speaking, with Tianyu sect's profound heritage, it could be considered top-notch in this star domain. As the sect master, Qin Yang shouldn't be so happy about the alliance with Dongyi Palace. If the two sects allied today, Dongyi Palace would surely regret it. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from afar, reaching everyone's ears. This sentence made the two newcomers, who were in the midst of the ceremony, stop. There's no need for sect master Du to worry. It must be some petty individuals causing trouble on purpose. I will send someone to deal with it right away. Qin Yang's expression changed instantly as he turned to Du Ruoxing with a slight smile, then transmitted a message to the elders within the sect: seal off all barriers and do not allow anyone to enter. Du Ruoxing frowned, feeling a sense of unease. However, she did not stop the alliance ceremony for the moment, but looked toward the direction from which the voice came, wanting to see what was happening. The barrier of Tianyu sect suddenly activated, drawing everyone's attention and causing confusion. Sect Master Qin, what does this mean? A certain cultivator questioned. To prevent certain troublemakers from causing chaos, the barrier will naturally open after the 2 marriages conclude, and all fellow Taoists need not worry. Qin Yang feigned calmness, indicating that the guests should understand a bit. Most people nodded in agreement after hearing this reason, while a few others looked puzzled and frowned in deep thought. Let's continue. Qin Yang quickly glanced at the Grand Elder, urging him to hurry and complete the marriage alliance ceremony. The Grand Elder understood and planned to have the 2 newcomers exchange tokens, draw blood for connection, and sign a soul contract, thus becoming Tao partners. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise erupted from the eastern barrier. The barrier was torn open, and a man in black, exerting all his strength, shouted, "The underground of Tianyu sect suppresses a demon lair. Once Dongyi Palace marries it, great disaster will surely follow." Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless eyes turned to Qin Yang, seemingly wanting an accurate answer. Wait a minute. The usually silent Du Ruoxing spoke up, halting the ceremony. Sect Master Qin, aren't you going to explain this matter? Nonsense. Qin Yang denied it vehemently. Is that so? Du Ruoxing's expression turned serious. If it's false, would Sect Master Qin dare to swear by his Tao heart? In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely quiet, with a pin drop audible. Many elders of Tianyu sect rushed to the eastern barrier, intending to kill the troublemaker disrupting the marriage. The man in black came here with no intention of leaving alive. My name is Wang Ping. 500 years ago, I was a core disciple of Tianyu sect. I accidentally trespassed into a forbidden area and discovered the demon lair, which made the higher-ups of the sect turn murderous. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape with my life. To open a gap in the barrier, I used all my life-saving powers just to ruin the reputation of Tianyu sect and take revenge. Tianyu sect tortured all my relatives to death to force me out. Showing their cruelty, I hid for 500 years and finally found an opportunity today to reveal everything. 1,000 years ago, Tianyu sect was merely a third-rate force in the flowing meteor domain, yet it rose to prominence in just a few hundred years, primarily due to the underground demon lair. Tianyu sect has been obtaining resources from the demon lair, allowing it to grow without exposing the matter. Now, the influence of the demon lair has become uncontrollable, and Tianyu sect wants to pull others down with them. While fighting against the elders of Tianyu sect, Wang Ping loudly recounted what he knew. The demon lair contains countless resources. Tianyu sect only retrieved a portion and became a top force in the flowing meteor domain. To conceal the demon lair and prevent the news from leaking, there are no more than 5 people in Tianyu sect who know about it. Now, the demon lair has grown huge, like an endless dark abyss. Only now did Tianyu sect want to suppress the demon lair, but they found it was too late. Thus, Tianyu sect went to great lengths to seek an alliance with Dongyi Palace. Once the 2 families are allied, Dongyi Palace will find it hard to remain uninvolved and must help Tianyu sect deal with the demon lair. No way. I seem to remember someone named Wang Ping from before, who later mysteriously disappeared. Speaking of which, Tianyu sect's rise is indeed somewhat strange. It became a behemoth in the flowing meteor domain in just a few hundred years, which is odd. If what this person says is true, and there is a demon lair under Tianyu sect, the consequences of an outbreak would be unimaginable. As the crowd listened to Wang Ping's assertions, they erupted in noise. Chen Qingyuan, sitting beside them, did not expect things to develop to this point. It was quite intriguing, and he was glad he came, not missing out. If that's the case, things could get troublesome. Yin Minghai frowned and muttered to himself. The atmosphere became tense. The expressions of the guests were grave, and the more they thought, the more alarmed they became. Qin Yang's expression turned extremely ugly. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched as he glared at the man in black on the eastern barrier, wishing he could slice him into 1,000 pieces. Seeing that Qin Yang remained silent, Du Ruoxing felt this matter was unlikely to be baseless. He quickly moved to Bai Shishue's side, forcibly severing the connection between Bai Shishue and Qin Yutong, and coldly said, "If your sect does not provide a reasonable explanation, the marriage between the 2 sects may be difficult to proceed. Tao Master Du, after the ceremony, I will slowly explain this matter to you." Qin Yang insisted, hoping to reach an alliance with Dongyi Palace, being able to sit in the position of a sect master. Du Ruoxing was not so easily deceived. He stated directly, "Whatever needs to be said can be said now. Why wait until later?" Bang! After a battle, Wang Ping was surrounded and killed by Tianyu sect's elders. His body exploded into a mist of blood. No one felt pity for Wang Ping's death, their expressions indifferent. The people from Dongyi Palace glanced at the direction where Wang Ping died, feeling grateful. If it weren't for Wang Ping's sacrifice, Dongyi Palace would have certainly boarded Tianyu sect's pirate ship by now. Sect Master Qin, aren't you going to explain this matter? The issue of the demon lair is serious. If there really is such a thing, and Tianyu sect keeps it hidden, they may become the enemy of all sects in the flowing meteor domain. We ask Sect Master Qin to be candid and not conceal the truth. Sect Master Qin. The representatives of various sects spoke one after another, putting immense pressure on Qingyuan. The many elders and disciples of Tianyu sect were in a state of confusion, not understanding why this marriage alliance ceremony had developed to this point. No wonder Tianyu sect was so eager to ally with Dongi Palace. They had ulterior motives. Based on Qin Yang's performance, no one believed the matter concerning the demon lair could be false. Dongi Palace almost fell for it. Many people broke into a cold sweat for Dongi Palace. If they truly formed an alliance, Dongi Palace would inevitably be entangled in the karma of the demon lair, and there would be no way to remain uninvolved. Dongi Palace could be considered a top force in the flowing meteor domain, able to effectively share the pressure from Tianyu sect. Originally, Dongi Palace thought that after allying with Tianyu sect, they would enhance their own foundation and gain more say in this star domain. They never expected that Tianyu sect was hiding such deep secrets. Given this, please, fellow Taoists, let us discuss this in detail. Now that things have come to this point, Qingyuan knew he could no longer keep it hidden, so he decided to be straightforward with everyone. Chapter 11. Everyone departed. Qingyuan led the way, and the high-level representatives of various sects followed. On one side, Qin Yutong's expression was extremely ugly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was completely unaware of the matter concerning the demon lair. Marrying Bai Shishue was his father Qin Yang's order. Moreover, since Bai Shishue was once Chen Qingyuan's confidant, Qin Yutong was very willing and went to great lengths to pursue Bai Shishue. Qin Yutong originally planned to have a good talk with Chen Qingyuan after the marriage ceremony concluded, and perhaps say a few harsh words, which would surely put him in a good mood. However, the sudden turn of events left Qin Yutong somewhat bewildered. Bai Shishue was also at a loss. Standing in the midst of Dongi Palace's people with a dazed expression, seemingly still trying to grasp the specific situation. Senior brother Yan, let us go take a look. Chen Qingyuan, dressed in a blue robe, did not want to miss the opportunity to watch the excitement, and pulled Yan Minghai to follow the crowd closely. You must not wander off. Stay close to your senior brother. Yan Minghai was very concerned about Chen Qingyuan's safety and initially thought of sending him to the worship. But he could not resist Chen Qingyuan's insistence and had to nod in agreement. Don't worry, I won't wander off. This isn't Xinshan sect, and I need to be cautious. Qingyuan unlocked a series of restrictions and led everyone to the forbidden area in the back mountain, where a dense forest thrived with life. At first, some core elders wanted to argue with Qingyuan, insisting that people from various sects should not be taken to the demon cave. However, after Qingyuan presented his reasoning, the knowledgeable elders lost their tempers and had no choice but to agree. If a solution to the demon cave was not found soon, once it erupted, the Tianyu sect would surely be in danger. At that time, not only would the Tianyu sect suffer, but the entire flowing star domain would also be implicated. After passing through a dense forest, over 1,000 people arrived at a desolate plain. Deep within the plain, there was an abyss with a diameter of about 10,000 meters. The entrance of the abyss shimmered with complex magical runes, and rich demonic energy flowed out from within. The demon cave was located at the bottom of the abyss, right at the core of the Tianyu sect's underground. Because the Tianyu sect had set up heavy barriers around the abyss, the demonic energy had not spread out. What a massive demon cave. Where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? If something goes wrong with the demon cave, the Tianyu sect will bring disaster to the entire flowing star domain. Damn it. Sect leader Qin, why didn't you inform us as soon as the demon cave appeared? Now that the situation has formed, if it erupts, the consequences will be endless. The elders of various sects began to hold Qingyuan accountable, their expressions dark. Listening to the accusations, Qingyuan did not get angry. His expression remained calm. He had long anticipated this day and was mentally prepared. Once the others had exhausted their complaints, Qingyuan finally spoke. Dear friends, this matter indeed lies with the Tianyu sect, and we are willing to accept punishment. However, I ask that you return and discuss with your sects how to address the issue of the demon cave together. You should all be very clear that if the demon cave erupts, it will affect every corner of the flowing star domain, and even other star domains. No one can remain uninvolved. Sect leader Qin, this disaster was caused by your Tianyu sect. Why should we be responsible for it? Someone shouted angrily. The Tianyu sect is willing to offer half of its treasure reserves to the various sections. Qingyuan soared into the air, standing high above as he spoke loudly to the crowd. Once this matter is resolved, the Tianyu sect is willing to bear the accountability of all the heroes of the world. Immediately after, Qingyuan looked towards the people of Dongi Palace. Sect leader Du, if Dongi Palace is willing to continue forming an alliance with my Tianyu sect, the other half of the reserves will be willingly offered. Although Qingyuan felt a pang of pain, he had to do this. If the demon cave erupted, the first to be destroyed would be the Tianyu sect. For the future of the Tianyu sect, Qingyuan could only set aside his pride and exhaust the sect's reserves to gain the assistance of various sections. Dongi Palace does not have the fortune to ally with the Tianyu sect. I think it's better to forget it. Du Ruoxing flatly refused, unwilling to gamble the future of Dongi Palace. Resolving the chaos of the demon cave would only yield a large amount of resources. If it could not be resolved, Dongi Palace would definitely be dragged down, never to rise again. Sect leader Du, won't you consider it? Qingyuan sought to negotiate. In response, Du Ruoxing merely cast a cold glance and did not reply. Seeing this, Qingyuan understood Du Ruoxing's determination and no longer insisted. Then, Qingyuan spoke some grandiose words, asking the guests to relay the message back to their respective sects and to quickly come up with a solution for the demon cave. What kind of situation is this? Making us clean up after the Tianyu sect, it's infuriating. This is a major issue. We need to hurry back and come up with a countermeasure. Let's go. After a while of noisy discussion, the crowd left angrily. Before leaving, the Tianyu sect returned all the gifts. Since there was no marriage alliance between the two sects, the banquet was no longer necessary. Dear friends, I apologize. Estimating that they did not want to offend the various sects and sought their assistance. The elders of the Tianyu sect each offered apologies, forming a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. On the way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered the people from Dongyi Palace at the entrance of the Tianyu sect. Sect leader Du Yan Minghai, of slightly lower status, cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Yan, Du Ruoxing nodded in return, her expression indifferent, hiding her true thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruoxing's gaze fell on Chen Qingyuan. After studying him closely, she found nothing unusual. She sighed inwardly at the fate of a once great talent reduced to a waste. Here, an elder returned the gift from the Xianxing sect, leaving in a dejected manner. Chen Qingyuan looked at the white umbrella in his hand with a somewhat strange expression, muttering to himself, although the gift has been returned, it's not my fault. The first agreement should count as fulfilled, right? The people from Dongyi Palace could not help but notice the striking white umbrella. Previously, the Tianyu sect had not wanted to make a big fuss, and many did not know about Chen Qingyuan giving the white umbrella. At this moment, many gazes converged on Chen Qingyuan, whispering among themselves. Chen Qingyuan, your gift was really well timed. Du Ruoxing said expressionlessly. Just a coincidence. Facing the leader of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan was relaxed and unrestrained. As far as I know, you are not such an undignified person. Du Ruoxing spoke softly, about 10 meters away from Chen Qingyuan. The elders standing behind had unpleasant expressions. This marriage alliance had turned into a joke, leaving them feeling embarrassed. In a red dress, Bai Shishue glanced at Chen Qingyuan from the corner of her eye, feeling a mix of shame, awkwardness, and helplessness. Whether the sect would form a marriage alliance was not within Bai Shishue's decision-making power. If possible, she would prefer to go through with the marriage alliance rather than be pointed at and lose face. Soon, Bai Shishue persuaded herself in her heart, slowly raising her head. Her gaze changing. She had chosen this path, and there was no turning back. From now on, she would still be a highly talented cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan would only have a lifespan of at most 100 years. The shred of guilt in her heart vanished in that moment. I mean no offense. Sect leader Du, please do not overthink it. Chen Qingyuan smiled lightly, slowly putting away the white umbrella. You were lucky to come out alive from the abyss. Can you tell us what happened inside? Du Ruoxing was still very interested in the abyss. As soon as this was said, many people heard it, stopping in their tracks, and their gazes toward Chen Qingyuan turned unfriendly. Chapter 12. Canceling the alliance. Shockwaves all around Yan Minghai felt many unfriendly pressures, clearly sensing a strong interest in the abyss, and quickly prepared for defense, moving a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan. If anyone dared to attack Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would protect him at the first moment. Sect leader Du is so curious. Why not go in and see for yourself? Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly, unperturbed by Du Ruoxing's imposing aura, responding casually. If there is a chance, I will definitely pay a visit. In front of everyone, Du Ruoxing could not threaten or entice Chen Qingyuan. The main reason was that not far away, the guardian elder of the Xianxing sect was on a warship, a powerful figure in the tribulation transcendent stage. Du Ruoxing did not want to offend him. There was no need for that. Senior Yan, let's go. Chen Qingyuan ignored the people from Dongyi Palace, not even glancing at Bai Shishue. Just as Chen Qingyuan said, he and Bai Shishue had severed their ties. Perhaps Bai Shishue had once cared about Chen Qingyuan. However, there was a premise. Chen Qingyuan had to be a renowned talent. Since Chen Qingyuan's return, everyone knew he had become a waste. And Bai Shishue had no emotional fluctuations towards him, at most feeling a bit of guilt. On the path of cultivation, how difficult it is to truly meet someone who treats you sincerely. Although Chen Qingyuan could understand Bai Shishue's actions, he would not forgive her. And from then on they would be like strangers, with nothing owed to each other. This kid definitely has secrets. Du Ruoxing watched Chen Qingyuan's departing figure and murmured to himself. If Chen Qingyuan had come out alive 100 years ago, the cultivators of the world would have had no interest. They would only have thought of Tianyuan as a terrifying place, unapproachable. However, Chen Qingyuan appeared after 100 years. How could this not arouse the curiosity of cultivators everywhere? Master, is there really no room for negotiation between Dongyi Palace and Tianyu sect? Yao Susu asked courageously. What? Elder Yao wants to be a mediator? Du Ruoxing glanced at Yao Susu, his tone indifferent. Absolutely not. Please don't be angry, sect leader. Yao Susu quickly bowed and admitted her mistake. Humph. Du Ruoxing snorted coldly and left with the people from Dongyi Palace. If the two sects formed a marriage alliance, Yao Susu, as Bai Shishue's master, would naturally rise in status. Therefore, at the request of a certain elder from Tianyu sect, Yao Susu wanted to try to negotiate. The issue of the demon cave was extremely serious, and Du Ruoxing would not foolishly take on this responsibility for Tianyu sect. Alliance? What a load of nonsense. Although many wanted to learn about Tianyuan from Chen Qingyuan, no force dared to exert pressure. Not far away, the gray-haired Dong Wenjun stood on the warship of Xianqing sect. Hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on Chen Qingyuan's direction. Anyone who dared to harm Chen Qingyuan had to consider whether they could defeat Dong Wenjun. Why would they protect a useless person? Many could not understand, feeling puzzled. In other sects, becoming useless meant death, with no one to care. The cultivators of the world would not understand how important Chen Qingyuan was in the eyes of the higher-ups of Xianqing sect. This was kinship, not a simple interest relationship. With Dong Wenjun's deterrence, Chen Qingyuan safely returned to the warship. The group left Tianyu sect in a grand manner, encountering no trouble along the way. Before long, the news of the cancellation of the marriage alliance spread across the land, including the issue of the demon cave. Damn it. All the benefits were taken by Tianyu sect. And now they create such a big mess and want us to take responsibility. What kind of bullshit is this? No wonder Tianyu sect wanted to quickly form a marriage alliance with Dongyi Palace. They wanted a cushion before they died. I said, how could Tianyu sect rise in just a few hundred years? It turns out they obtained great opportunities from the demon cave. Now that the demon cave has developed to an uncontrollable level, Tianyu sect wants us to bear the consequences. It's truly inhumane. The high-ranking officials of various sects learned of this and cursed loudly, wishing to level Tianyu sect to the ground. However, after years of development, Tianyu sect had many powerful members and was not easy to deal with. The cultivators of various sects could only secretly vent their anger. In the inner hall of Xianqing sect, a group of people was discussing the issue of the demon cave. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he could still offer opinions while sitting aside and drinking tea. After a long discussion, some in Xianqing sect advocated dealing with the demon cave alongside the strong from various sects and settling accounts with Tianyu sect afterward. Others believed that since this matter was initiated by Tianyu sect, it was best to ignore it for now. Junior brother, what do you think? Lin Changsheng raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, then turned to the leisurely Chen Qingyuan. This doesn't concern us. We don't need to argue. The one who should be anxious is Tianyu sect, not our Xianqing sect. Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts. Even if the demon cave really erupts, we can first destroy Tianyu sect, and then it will be time for us to join forces with fellow cultivators to deal with it. I agree with Junior brother's view. If we really have to act, we should wait until Tianyu sect is destroyed first. Many senior brothers and sisters expressed their agreement, extremely displeased with Tianyu sect's actions. If that's the case, we may miss the best opportunity to solve the demon cave problem. Once it exceeds control, who knows how many innocents will suffer? An elder furrowed his brow, deeply worried. In my opinion, let's watch the changes. Chen Qingyuan understood everyone's concerns, his expression becoming more serious as he pondered. Let's not discuss this for now. Lin Changsheng interrupted the discussion to prevent disputes. Let's first see what action Tianyu sect takes, and we can discuss it later. After the meeting concluded, Lin Changsheng asked Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan to stay while the others left. Junior brother Dong, do you realize your mistake in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Changsheng looked younger than Dong Wenjun, but in fact, he was much older and slightly stronger in strength. I realize my mistake. Dong Wenjun bowed his head and admitted. Without arguing, I know you're worried about Junior brother's safety, but as a guardian elder of the sect, your responsibilities are significant, and you cannot leave lightly. If I have to temporarily leave the sect for some reason and you're not around, the consequences of any intruders would be unimaginable. Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun were both disciples of the same lineage and referred to Chen Qingyuan's master as Shibua, having benefited from his grace. I am willing to accept punishment. Dong Wenjun had already thought of the consequences before leaving. I punish you to face the wall for 3 months and prohibit you from drinking alcohol for half a year, Lin Changsheng said sternly. Dong Wenjun was taken aback and, Senior brother, facing the wall is fine, but can you spare me from the drinking ban? Absolutely not, Lin Changsheng said sharply. Alright then. Dong Wenjun had never been interested in women, only in drinking. Not being allowed to drink for half a year was indeed very painful, but he had no choice but to accept the punishment. Junior brother, you haven't offered incense to Shibua since you returned. You should go today. After handling this matter, Lin Changsheng put away his stern demeanor, his expression softening a bit. Okay, Chen Qingyuan's master, in fact, he had never met, because after his master took Chen Qingyuan in, he soon passed away, dying without a trace. His master's passing always felt a bit suspicious. However, it was Lin Changsheng who personally buried his master, and many elders had witnessed it, so he could only accept this fact. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was still in swaddling clothes, completely unaware of the outside world. Due to the favors his master had once done, Chen Qingyuan benefited greatly. Over half of the high-ranking members of Xianqing sect had received blessings and opportunities from his master, especially Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun, who had been repeatedly pulled from the brink of death by their master. With this relationship, Chen Qingyuan had never been wronged and was well aware of many secrets of his senior brothers. The last time he checked to see if he had been possessed, he had to sacrifice his senior brothers to prove his innocence. It wasn't that he couldn't keep secrets. Chen Qingyuan and the others arrived at the graveyard on the back mountain, where the autumn wind howled, conveying a sense of desolation. Chapter 13, The Second Agreement. The trace of the ghost doctor in the southeast corner of the cemetery stood a monument. The monument was inscribed with grave of Shangguan Rong. He was a legendary figure of Xianqing sect and also Chen Qingyuan's master. Since Chen Qingyuan could remember, he had never seen Shangguan roam, only knowing that he was picked up by him. Master, your disciple has come to offer incense. Even though Chen Qingyuan had never met his master, he held great respect for him, bowing deeply and offering incense. Shirbua, Lin Chongsheng and Dong Wenjun also bowed, their eyes filled with respect. If it weren't for Shangguan Rong's guidance and grace, they wouldn't have become the leader of a sect and a guardian elder. They would have likely died in some corner long ago. The three cleaned the dust from the grave, performed some simple rituals, and then left the cemetery. Dong Wenjun was punished to face the wall in reflection, while Lin Chongsheng stayed with Chen Qingyuan in a tightly closed cultivation cave, discussing important matters. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about the news of reshaping the spiritual root during this time and have made some progress. Senior brother, you really don't need to worry so much. Everything has its cause and effect. Chen Qingyuan noticed that Lin Chongsheng looked a bit haggard, clearly worrying about his own matters. The cultivation world is exceptionally dangerous, and human hearts are the most complex. It's not that Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to reveal his own spiritual root reshaping situation, but he simply couldn't. Once the news leaked, not only would Chen Qingyuan face a lot of trouble, but it would also drag the entire Xianqing sect down with him. Having survived for 100 years in the Tianyuan, and having reshaped an impeccable Tao root, this news, if it reached the ears of certain powerful figures, would surely cause unimaginable turmoil. This is what a senior brother should do. Lin Chongsheng gently shook his head. I have found out the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, supposedly located somewhere in the Yuhai Star region. This person is the most famous physician in the northern wilderness, having cured many difficult and complicated diseases. And there are even rumors that he has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Chen Qingyuan had heard of the ghost doctor since he was very young. He was the most formidable physician in the northern wilderness, and it was said that even great ascension cultivators had to show him some respect and would not dare to be disrespectful. I heard that the ghost doctor has been spotted in the Yuhai Star region. I'll accompany you to try our luck. To obtain this news, Lin Chongsheng must have expended considerable energy and resources. However, everything was worth it to cure Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother, if I can't be cured, will you be very disappointed? Chen Qingyuan looked up and met Lin Chongsheng's gaze, his expression slightly serious. Nonsense, you are a lucky star. Good people have their own heavenly protection. It's impossible for you not to be cured. Lin Chongsheng quickly comforted him, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope. There are always exceptions. What if? Chen Qingyuan wanted to hear Lin Chongsheng's thoughts, serious about the matter. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's serious demeanor, Lin Chongsheng fell silent for a long time. After a while, he said with determination, if you really can't be cured, senior brother will ensure you live a carefree life for the rest of your days. Find a suitable marriage for you, and leave behind descendants. After you pass away, senior brother will bury you beside master uncle's grave and visit your grave regularly to tell you interesting stories from the sect. Regarding the worst outcome, Lin Chongsheng had actually thought about it many times in his mind. It was nothing more than witnessing Chen Qingyuan age and die as a mortal. No matter what, as long as Chen Qingyuan was still alive, Lin Chongsheng would not let him suffer. It wasn't just Lin Chongsheng who thought this way. The higher-ups of Xianqing sect felt the same. All right, I understand. Chen Qingyuan suddenly laughed, breaking the gloomy atmosphere in the room. I haven't reached the point of dying yet, so there's no need to be so serious. Wasn't it you who brought up this topic first? How come you're turning it back on me? Lin Chongsheng's eyes were sharp. My fault. Let us not talk about it. Hearing Lin Chongsheng's words, Chen Qingyuan felt warm inside. The Xianqing sect is not like other sects that prioritize profit. Their bonds are deep, which is why Chen Qingyuan relied on the Xianqing sect so much. The ghost doctor's whereabouts are very hard to find. We'll set off for the Yuhai Star region early tomorrow morning, Lin Chongsheng said. Are we in such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan asked in surprise. If we miss this opportunity, it may be hard to find the ghost doctor for another 100 years. The implication was that Chen Qingyuan only had this one chance to reshape his spiritual root. After all, living as a mortal in this world only allowed for 100 years of time. Senior brother, if you go with me, what about the sect? Chen Qingyuan was worried that the Xianqing sect would run into trouble and didn't want to implicate the sect because of himself. Junior brother Dong is in charge at home. There won't be any problems. Don't worry about these matters. Lin Chongsheng had arranged these things so that he could take time off from the Xianqing sect. For him, it was extremely important to repair Chen Qingyuan's spiritual root. He could not be careless. All right. Chen Qingyuan had no reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. Lin Chongsheng escorted Chen Qingyuan to the cultivation cave and turned to leave. In the quiet of the night, Chen Qingyuan sat by the bed, took out the jade bracelet, and examined it closely. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered it, he once again felt the terrifying laws wrapping around his soul, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him, causing his heart to sink slightly. The first agreement is barely completed. A cold voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. This jade bracelet contained a mysterious and unpredictable power, seemingly able to connect to the Tianyuan and communicate with that red-clothed girl. Now you need to do the second thing. The red-clothed girl said again. What is it? Chen Qingyuan asked. Go to the North Song Star region. There is a gift for you. The cold words echoed in every corner of the space within the jade bracelet. What gift? Chen Qingyuan was quite curious. You will know when you arrive. After this sentence, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was ejected from the jade bracelet. North Songstar region, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep thought, both anticipating and feeling a bit uneasy about the gift mentioned by the red-clothed girl. Every time he recalled his century-long life in the Tianyuan, he felt a shiver of fear. The next day, Lin Chongxing arrived early outside Chen Qingyuan's door, ready to take him to the Yuhai Star region. Just as the two were about to set off, an inner sect elder rushed over. Sect Master. This is the joint invitation from the 18 sects of the Fuliu Star region, requesting your presence to discuss matters regarding the Demon Cave. The Fuliu Star region has a total of 19 first-rate and top-tier forces, including the Xianxing sect. The joint invitation from the 18 sects carried significant weight. Seeing the Demon Cave expanding, all major holy places must come up with a solution. I have no time. Let the Grand Elder go. Lin Chongxing frowned. The first thought that popped into his mind was to refuse the invitation, not wanting to engage in verbal disputes with the leaders of other sections. Sect Master. This matter is extremely serious. If you don't go, it might not be appropriate. The elder said with a bitter smile. Why should I be the one to discuss the solution to the trouble caused by Tianyu sect? Lin Chongxing snorted coldly, thinking it was enough that he didn't kick them while they were down. If the Demon Cave situation escalates, our Xianxing sect will definitely suffer too. Sect Master. You must go and see. Perhaps you can negotiate for some resources from Tianyu sect. This elder was responsible for the sect's internal and external affairs and had some supervisory power over the sect master. Senior brother, you go ahead with your business. Chen Qingyuan understood the seriousness of the matter and could also comprehend Lin Chongxing's desire to accompany him to find the ghost doctor. However, in light of the sect's greater good, Lin Chongxing, as the sect master, could not be absent. Let someone else accompany me. Lin Chongxing turned to look at Chen Qingyuan, his face serious, and sighed, alas. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chongxing could only prioritize the overall situation and called for someone through sound transmission. Who is it? Chapter 14. The kind-hearted Lin Pingyan. Lin Chongxing really didn't want to deal with the trouble caused by Tianyu sect, but it was a significant matter. If he was absent, it might lead to unfavorable outcomes. Let Pingyan accompany you on this trip. After much thought, Lin Chongxing made a decision. Okay. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, feeling a bit relieved. Without Lin Chongxing accompanying him, Chen Qingyuan could find opportunities to act on his own without worrying about exposing his condition. Not long after, a young man in white appeared, named Lin Pingyan, the only son of Lin Chongxing. Lin Pingyan was an inner gate elder of the Xianxing sect. Having reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was several hundred years older than Chen Qingyuan, yet due to the hierarchy, he had to refer to Chen Qingyuan as Little Shirshu, Little Uncle. Father, Little Shirshu. Upon receiving a message, Lin Pingyan set aside all his affairs and hurried over, bowing deeply to the two. At first, Lin Pingyan found it difficult to call him Little Shirshu. Later, as Chen Qingyuan demonstrated astonishing talent, surpassing his peers in the flowing star domain and even gaining fame in many star regions of the northern wilderness, Lin Pingyan became convinced and no longer harbored any resentment. You will accompany Little Shirshu, and no matter what happens, you must ensure his safety, understand? Lin Chongxing gently pointed to Lin Pingyan's forehead, conveying the trajectory of the ghost doctor's movements, and said seriously, I understand, father. Lin Pingyan nodded solemnly, secretly vowing that as long as he didn't die, he would ensure nothing happened to Little Shirshu. Go. Lin Chongxing did not arrange for too many people to accompany them to avoid drawing attention. With Lin Pingyan protecting Chen Qingyuan, as long as they didn't encounter a powerful being who had cultivated for thousands of years, they could easily resolve most issues. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set off. Lin Chongxing discussed with some elders about matters concerning the Demon Cave. A stone carriage, about 100 meters long, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a special position, traveling 100,000 miles a day at great speed. Chen Qingyuan sat inside the stone carriage, feeling no discomfort, at ease. Little Shirshu, it will take about a month to reach the Yunhai star domain. Although Lin Pingyan's talent was not as great as that of the former Chen Qingyuan, it was still quite high, and the elders of the Xianxing sect had high hopes for him. If Chen Qingyuan had not appeared, Lin Pingyan would surely have become the young sect master. 100 years ago, the Xianxing sect had originally decided to let Chen Qingyuan take on the role of young sect master, who would then be able to support the sect and lead it to glory. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. After 100 years, the higher-ups of the Xianxing sect, after much deliberation, decided to choose an auspicious day for Lin Pingyan to officially become the young sect master. Who would have thought that Chen Qingyuan would emerge at this time, disrupting the Xianxing sect's original plans? Through the elders' expressions, they still hoped to cure Chen Qingyuan, allowing him to take over the sect leader position. It's okay, there's no rush. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan sat in the stone carriage, with some spirit fruits and fragrant tea placed on the table. Lin Chongxing's decision to have Lin Pingyan escort Chen Qingyuan was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but rather something he had considered thoroughly. Only by having the two of them together could they eliminate unnecessary troubles and even enhance their relationship as fellow disciples. Lin Pingyan was raised by Lin Chongxing himself, and Lin Chongxing believed in Lin Pingyan's character, knowing he would not do anything treacherous, at most just feeling a bit displeased. Pingyan, I heard that the higher-ups of the sect intend to make you the young sect master, but my appearance has affected this matter. Chen Qingyuan brought this up directly, not wanting to keep it bottled up inside. With the hierarchy in place, even though Chen Qingyuan was much younger than Lin Pingyan, he could still speak in a tone of an elder. It's fine. Lin Pingyan smiled slightly, appearing to have no change in emotion. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. I would have to beat up the person blocking my way or draw a circle to curse them. Chen Qingyuan said in a fierce tone, as if he were the one who had been wronged. Seeing Chen Qingyuan like this, Lin Pingyan's sadness and worries inexplicably diminished. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Little Shirshu, it's not that serious. It is, of course it is. Chen Qingyuan said with righteous indignation. You have worked hard for so many years for the position of young sect master, and lost an opportunity 100 years ago. Now that you have finally waited for a new chance, it has been ruined by me. To be honest, I feel it is unfair and am angry for you. Why don't you hit me to vent your anger? Little Shirshu, you are too theatrical. Lin Pingyan, dressed in white, was a gentleman, warm and refined. He was very meticulous and usually spoke little. Little Shirshu, I did indeed feel angry in secret, but that is just a normal psychological response. Once I let it go, it's fine. Moreover, if we can heal your body, your achievements will definitely not be lower than before. I am willing to assist you in becoming the sect master. Whether 100 years ago or now, only when with Chen Qingyuan did Lin Pingyan's elegance and temperament seem to be unable to withstand it. And he quickly let his guard down. What I can't stand the most is your reasoning. How can a cultivator be so reasonable? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You don't understand me, nor do you understand Big Senior Brother and the others. Little Shirshu, what do you mean? Lin Pingyan furrowed his brows lightly, looking puzzled. I never thought about becoming the young sect master, nor do I have the ability to bear the responsibilities of a sect. I can only do my best to protect it. I have said this before, although the sect is large, it is not my home. What I long for is a carefree life. With plenty of time ahead, Chen Qingyuan decided to have a good conversation with Lin Pingyan. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders want to force me into position? Chen Qingyuan asked. Little Shirshu has exceptional talent, suppressing your peers, and taking over the position of sect leader is well-deserved. Lin Pingyan held great respect for strong individuals, thus willingly referred to him as Little Shirshu. That is one reason, but not the fundamental factor. Chen Qingyuan shook his head gently. Is there another reason? Lin Pingyan asked in confusion. Is it because of the supreme ancestor? No. Chen Qingyuan shook his head again. Then what is it? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. From childhood to adulthood, whether outside or in the sect, I have never been at a disadvantage. Chen Qingyuan spoke slowly. You are different. Your nature is too soft, not ruthless enough. If you were to lead the sect, it would surely lead to the sect being constrained in all aspects, and the disciples within gradually losing their fighting spirit. This would be a fatal blow to a sect. Life is precious. I don't want to become a butcher. Lin Pingyan had lived for over 500 years, having killed no more than 10 people, all of whom were extremely wicked. He was too compassionate, unsuitable for being a ruler. This time, Big Senior Brother had you escort me. One reason is trust in you, and the other is to temper your nature. Walking with me, you might be influenced and correct these bad habits. In the cultivation world, the most taboo thing is mercy. Yet Lin Pingyan is precisely a scholar-like person. If he were not born in the Xianqing sect, where internal strife is rare, it would surely be much harder in other sections. Good people are bullied. This is true for mortals, and it is the same for cultivators. Forget it. Lin Pingyan did not want to be ruthless, but he simply could not do it. In his eyes, life was invaluable, and unless someone was destined to die, he could not bring himself to kill. It was precisely because of Lin Pingyan's indecisiveness and excessive compassion that the higher-ups of the sect did not dare to let him become the young sect master. As a sect leader, whose hands were not stained with blood, for the benefit of the sect, sometimes one must do things they know are wrong. Only in this way can the sect thrive, intimidate rivals, and protect disciples. You can slowly change. Chen Qingyuan lay back in the rocking chair, slightly closing his eyes. If you can change, the position of future sect master will surely belong to you. As your little Shirshu, I will definitely help you. Teaching someone to become better might be somewhat challenging for Chen Qingyuan, but there would be no pressure in making them worse. I do not covet power. I just don't want to disappoint my father. Lin Pingyan diligently practiced to become the next leader of the sect, and that was the only reason he gained Lin Chongqing's approval. According to the direction and speed of their journey, they should pass by the base sect tomorrow. So remember to stop for a while, Chen Qingyuan said softly while lying in bed. For what? Lin Pingyan asked. To collect debts, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smirk, revealing a wicked smile. Chapter 15, Collecting Debts, Firm Attitude. The next day, the war chariot stopped at the territory of the base sect. Pingyan, have the steward of the base sect come out, Chen Qingyuan said while enjoying tea. Okay. Although Lin Pingyan didn't know what debt Chen Qingyuan was collecting, he didn't ask further and quickly went to the entrance of the base sect. Lin Pingyan politely stated his identity and waited for the disciples to report. Seeing Lin Pingyan being so proper, Chen Qingyuan felt a bit helpless and shouted, You are an inner sect elder of the Xianqing sect. Why are you waiting at the door? The guarding disciples of the base sect don't understand the rules, just kick the door open. Chen Qingyuan stayed in the war chariot, and his words reached Lin Pingyan's ears. Little uncle, isn't this inappropriate? Kicking the door at the first disagreement does not align with Lin Pingyan's principles. Inappropriate, my foot. The Bei sect is merely a second-rate sect. As an elder of the Xianqing sect, if they don't invite you in directly, it's disrespectful to the Xianqing sect. If this gets out, our disciples will definitely be bullied whenever they go out. Everyone will want to step on us. Chen Qingyuan exaggerated the seriousness of the situation to increase pressure on Lin Pingyan. Is it really that serious? Lin Pingyan turned to glance at the war chariot not far away and sent a voice transmission. Pingyan, am I still your little uncle? Seeing Lin Pingyan hesitating, Chen Qingyuan decided to use his seniority to pressure him. Yes, Lin Pingyan quickly replied. Then listen to your little uncle and kick the door open, Chen Qingyuan said sternly. If you don't kick this door today, then I 1T go to the Yunhai star domain, and I 1T treat my illness either. Hearing this, Lin Pingyan became anxious. If Chen Qingyuan truly refused to heal his injuries, Lin Pingyan would live with guilt for the rest of his life. Bang! With no other choice, Lin Pingyan steeled his heart and kicked the door open. With a loud crash, the door of the Bei sect was kicked open. In an instant, many figures appeared in the sky above the Bei sect, eager to see who had the audacity to act so recklessly, and the atmosphere became tense. Senior Lin, what do you mean by this? An inner sect elder of the Bei sect appeared, having learned of Lin Pingyan's arrival, and hurried over, witnessing the door-kicking incident. His face turning pale. It's nothing much. Lin Pingyan felt a bit guilty, but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, just as both sides were at a stalemate. Chen Qingyuan in the war chariot spoke up. Chen Qingyuan took out a common item, a voice transmission tube. This item could amplify sound dozens or even hundreds of times, which was not very useful for cultivators. Standing at the front of the war chariot, he held the transmission tube to his mouth and shouted towards the Bei sect. Pingyan is an inner sect elder of the Xianqing sect and the direct son of the sect leader. He came to visit the Bei sect and was actually kept outside. Do you not regard my Xianqing sect? Regardless of right or wrong, he first placed a heavy accusation on the Bei sect. It's Chen Qingyuan. Many people from the Bei sect recognized him at once, whispering among themselves. The Bei sect has no such intention, a certain elder quickly said. According to the rules, the guarding disciples must report first before allowing visitors inside. Nonsense rules. Chen Qingyuan directly scolded. If the elders of the Tianyu sect came over, would the Bei sect not let them in? The Bei sect is clearly disrespecting the Xianqing sect, thinking we are weak and easy to bully. Senior Chen, please don't be angry. It is indeed the Bei sect that has lost its manners and neglected Elder Lin. The grand elder of the Bei sect stepped in, instructing others not to speak to avoid escalating the situation. It's good that you know you're wrong. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. Elders, please come in. Tea has been prepared in the hall. The grand elder cupped his hands in greeting. No need. Chen Qingyuan refused. I came here today to collect debts. Not to drink tea. Collect debts? What debts? The grand elder looked puzzled, unsure whether his expression was genuine or feigned. Ask your sect's 13th elder, Chen Qingyuan said, holding the transmission tube in his left hand and raising his voice. Immediately, the grand elder called for the 13th elder, a small middle-aged man. What is going on? The 13th elder recounted the past events clearly. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan invested in a business and opened a commercial association with the 13th elder of the Bei sect, sharing profits 50-50. However, after Chen Qingyuan's incident in Tianyuan, the 13th elder failed to fulfill his promise to distribute the association's profits. Chen Qingyuan had already investigated thoroughly, which is why he came to collect the debts. In nearly 100 years, the operation of the association has been somewhat unsuccessful, and not much spirit stones were earned, the 13th elder said, lowering his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. I don't care whether you made a lot or a little. Just compensate me with a medium-grade spirit vein, and we'll consider this matter settled. Chen Qingyuan was too lazy to calculate the association's profits. He had made up his mind before coming. A spirit vein? How is that possible? At this, the 13th elder suddenly raised his head, unable to accept it. For 100 years, you didn't inform both sects about this matter, clearly intending to monopolize the association's benefits. Unfortunately, you are too incompetent and ran it poorly. You can't blame anyone else. Asking you to compensate with one medium-grade spirit vein is already lenient. If this were 100 years ago, I would have personally ruined you. Even though Chen Qingyuan was not as formidable as before, he still maintained his authority and cursed loudly. Elder Chen, why don't we sit down and talk about this? The Grand Elder did not want to make the situation too big, fearing it would affect the sect's reputation. There is nothing to talk about. He is from your Bei sect, and the Bei sect must take responsibility for this. Chen Qingyuan showed no mercy to the Bei sect and continued. If he cannot provide it, then the Bei sect will pay the debt. Is Elder Chen really so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, feeling displeased. If I were unreasonable, I wouldn't be here to collect debts, but rather sending the seniors of the Xianqing sect to come and argue. Chen Qingyuan was not afraid of threats. Some sects only bully the weak and fear the strong, and this had to be dealt with in this manner. Hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. He had heard of how the Xianqing sect treated Chen Qingyuan, showering him with affection to the extreme. So how could he dare to speak harshly? Pingyan, I'll take a nap for half an hour. If the Bei sect doesn't agree to repay the debt, then let us have a proper spar with the elders of the same age. Don't hold back. After saying this, Chen Qingyuan returned to the war chariot, eating fruit and drinking tea, ignoring the people of the base sect. Lin Pingyan bowed respectfully towards the war chariot. Yes. Then, Lin Pingyan turned to face the people of the base sect, showing no signs of fear. No matter how the higher-ups of the base sect tried to speak nicely, Lin Pingyan only had one sentence: discuss everything with my little uncle. Half an hour later, the base sect reached a conclusion. Here, they really didn't want to give away a medium-grade spirit vein, but they couldn't afford not to. Chen Qingyuan's temperament was notorious in the fully used star domain for being ruthless and keeping his word. Take it. After today, this debt is settled. The Grand Elder, with a grim face, presented the spirit vein to Lin Pingyan. Looking at the entire mid-grade spiritual vein, Lin Pingyan felt a bit dazed. Not expecting base sect to really compromise. I have many affairs to attend to, so I want to keep Elder Lin inside for tea. The Grand Elder issued an eviction order and left without looking back. Back inside the war chariot, Lin Pingyan placed a spatial ring containing the spiritual vein on the table and stared intently at Chen Qingyuan. Uncle, sure, we've got the spiritual vein. Chen Qingyuan stretched lazily, seemingly already aware of this outcome, without showing any joy. After a while, he raised an eyebrow and asked, how does it feel to collect debts? What? Lin Pingyan was taken aback. How does it feel to collect debts? Is it satisfying? Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Lin Pingyan hesitated. Don't stutter, just be honest. Chen Qingyuan said. To be honest, it feels a bit strange, Lin Pingyan replied. At first, I felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking it was too rough. But once I actually got a spiritual vein, I was very happy, as if I had found something for free. What do you mean by found for free? This is an investment I made 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan said. He never engaged in losing transactions, sometimes cold as ice, sometimes a bit scheming. His personality was peculiar and hard to decipher. Uncle, sure, isn't this really collecting debts, not just robbing? Lin Pingyan still felt a little guilty. If it were robbing, do you think this problem could be solved so easily? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea. Base sect first disrespected you, and then deliberately concealed the matter of the merchant association, which was already a mistake. A mid-grade spiritual vein as compensation, though painful, is within base sect's capacity. Plus, with our Xianqing sect's reputation, they wouldn't dare refuse. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to ask for more, but he couldn't. If he asked for too much, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also turn base sect into a deadly enemy. The current situation was different. Although base sect was dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan's actions, on the surface, they still needed to thank him for not blaming them, and to maintain a good relationship with Xianqing sect. Asking for things was also a skill. Asking too much would offend people, while asking too little would leave oneself at a loss, so one must carefully calculate in their heart. Uncle, sure. This isn't a long-term solution, it's better to do less of this. Lin Pingyan felt that one shouldn't bully others, and said seriously. If everyone in Xianqing sect were like you, there wouldn't even be a drink of northwest wind. There are only so many spiritual minds in the fully used star domain. There's no fair way to handle it. It's all based on ability. Chen Qingyuan was truly speechless at Lin Pingyan's nature. How could someone so cultured and kind survive in the cultivation world? It's okay. I'll slowly teach you. I will eventually change Lin Pingyan's perspective. Soon after, Chen Qingyuan brought Lin Pingyan to collect a few more debts. An elder from Yuquan Mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spiritual stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after 100 years, plus interest, needed to return 5,000 spiritual stones. Do they dare not return? Chen Qingyuan directly had Lin Pingyan go and challenge them. If they were unwilling to spar, then he would spread the word and ruin their reputation. Using various methods, Chen Qingyuan retrieved his share of the spiritual stones and happily continued on his way. Similar incidents occurred more than a dozen times. Chen Qingyuan sat inside the war chariot while Lin Pingyan was in charge of the overall situation. After multiple debt collections, Lin Pingyan inexplicably developed a strange feeling. Looking at the table full of spiritual stones and treasures, enough to rival the entire wealth of a third-rate force. They were soon about to reach the Yunhai star domain. And Lin Pingyan no longer let the war chariot move on its own, instead standing at the front to control it. To avoid touching the fragmented laws between the star domains and causing unnecessary trouble. Uncle, sure, hold on tight. Lin Pingyan formed seals with both hands, crossing the star sea between the two realms. Terrifying domain laws pressed down towards the war chariot, and many times they almost broke through the protective barrier of the chariot. But Lin Pingyan suppressed them. Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely inside the chariot, showing no discomfort, pondering how to act next. Several hours later, the war chariot left the chaotic star domain storm and stopped in a corner of the Yunhai star domain. Have we arrived? Sensing the chariot had stopped, Chen Qingyuan turned to look outside. We're here. Lin Pingyan surveyed the surroundings, searching for the direction where the ghost doctor might be located based on the information received. The ghost doctor may be in the eastern part of the Yunhai star domain, in a place called Qiqing Star. Then let us go take a chance. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to disappoint the people from Xianqing sect, so he had to make this trip. When the time was right, he would find an excuse to let Lin Pingyan return, and he could act alone. The two continued on their way and encountered some thieves who specialized in robbing travelers. They were dissuaded by Lin Pingyan, who lightly punished them without taking their lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly emphasized that Lin Pingyan should be ruthless and not show mercy. However, Lin Pingyan always felt that life was precious and gave the thieves a chance. Chen Qingyuan was exasperated, teasing, always talking about benevolence and morality. You're quite suitable to become a monk. I bet the monks in the Buddhist sect aren't as magnanimous and merciful as you. You could easily become an abbot. Uncle sure, don't joke. Lin Pingyan was kind, not foolish, and could tell that this was a jab at himself. After living for so many years, don't you understand one principle? Chen Qingyuan taught, the cultivation world is filled with schemes and vendettas. Either you're bullied and don't fight back, or once you do fight back, you shouldn't show any mercy and must put your enemies to death. Lin Pingyan understood this principle, but saying it was easy, doing it was hard. Lin Pingyan lowered his head in training, letting out a sigh. Clearly, Lin Pingyan was much older than Chen Qingyuan. Yet it was Chen Qingyuan who conveyed this principle. If you're too merciful, the ones who suffer may be those around you. Remember, don't regret for a lifetime because of a moment of kindness. Lin Pingyan took this to heart. He had his own way of handling things. And completely changing this wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required gradual guidance. Enough talk. Call me when we get to the place. Chen Qingyuan said. How did our Xinqing sect raise a little white rabbit? And this little white rabbit's biological father is the most cunning fox. It's truly absurd. Isn't Lin Pingyan the biological son of the eldest senior brother? With nothing to do, Chen Qingyuan began to think wildly. As this thought popped up, Chen Qingyuan smiled. Absolutely impossible. With Lin Chongqing's abilities, he could see his own bloodline at a glance. So this situation wouldn't occur. If it really were a bloodline issue, then it would have to be the eldest sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan remembered something. It seemed he had never seen eldest senior brother Lin Chongqing's wife. Nor had he ever heard any information about the eldest sister-in-law's identity. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. Chen Qingyuan closed his eyes to conserve energy. More than 10 days later, the war chariot landed on the surface of Qiqing Star. Uncle sure, we've arrived at our destination. Lin Pingyan transmitted his voice into the cabin. Got it. After hearing this, Chen Qingyuan tidied up his attire and stepped out slowly. Not far ahead was a huge city, with 3 dark golden characters Pushu City faintly flashing in the void. According to the intelligence gathered by Xinqing sect, the ghost doctor was likely within Pushu City. It was rumored that the ghost doctor had saved someone 2 years ago, with all clues pointing to this city. Many powerful figures from various forces had secretly come to Pushu City, hoping to encounter the ghost doctor and seek an opportunity for him to act. However, over the past 2 years, no one had discovered the ghost doctor's whereabouts. When the ghost doctor acts, it all depends on fate. He doesn't care for fame or power, only the word fate. Fate has arrived. Even a beggar can save, without taking a penny. If there is no fate, even the holy master of a top power's invitation, with various promises, will not move my heart, and I will turn and leave. This peculiar character of the ghost doctor has made his name resound, becoming a legendary figure. On the 7 Dust Star, I seem to have an acquaintance here who might be able to help. Chen Qingyuan suddenly remembered something, raising his eyebrows slightly, with a smile that was not quite a smile. Acquaintance? A hint of doubt appeared on Lin Pingyan's face. Chapter 17, Friends of Life and Death. Searching for the ghost doctor on the 7 Dust Star, in the city of Pushu. Chen Qingyuan had some impression of this place and recalled a friend. Pingyan, you should go to the nearby Qianlong sacred land and deliver this letter to someone named Han Shan. The letter contained some content, which Chen Qingyuan handed to Lin Pingyan. Little uncle, what about you? Lin Pingyan's face showed some worry. I can't rest easy leaving you here alone. I'll stay here, not going anywhere. If you're worried, then set up a few restrictions, Chen Qingyuan said. Is this letter very important? Lin Pingyan asked. As long as I find that acquaintance, it will be much easier to do things here, and the chance of finding the ghost doctor will be greater. Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly. All right, I'll go and come back quickly. When he was about to leave, Lin Pingyan indeed sealed Chen Qingyuan inside the stone cart and activated a special protection mechanism. After Lin Pingyan left, a serious expression appeared on Chen Qingyuan's face as he murmured to himself, I need to think of a way to trick Xianzi back, so I can get down to business. So far, Chen Qingyuan had not told anyone about the remolding of his spiritual root. Only when he became stronger would he not be coveted by others, nor would he provoke unrest. Let that kid Han Shan set up a scheme. He can definitely fool Xianzi, Chen Qingyuan planned in his heart, lying in the cart with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for time to pass. A few days later, Lin Pingyan, dressed in white, returned with a young man in black. This young man in black was Han Shan, and upon seeing the letter, he immediately recognized it as written by Chen Qingyuan, detailing events they had experienced together, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, Han Shan set aside all his affairs and hurried over. Brother Chen, it really is you. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan for the first time, Han Shan was both surprised and delighted. The Tianyuan incident 100 years ago had caused quite a stir, and even Han Shan, far away in the Yunhai Star domain, had heard the news. When he learned that Chen Qingyuan had died in the Tianyuan, Han Shan lamented for a long time. Seeing the letter just now had left him stunned. After Lin Pingyan explained, Han Shan realized that Chen Qingyuan had faked his death to escape, and was indeed fortunate to be alive. Old Han, I saved your life back then. It's time for you to repay that favor. Chen Qingyuan got straight to the point, not wanting to reminisce with Han Shan. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan had arrived in a certain area of the Yunhai Star Domain and unexpectedly met Han Shan, entering a secret realm to investigate. The secret realm was extremely dangerous, and Han Shan nearly lost his life. It was Chen Qingyuan who saved him. Of course, I will repay it. Han Shan nodded earnestly. Let us talk inside. Chen Qingyuan pointed to the stone cart. The scene shifted, and the three of them sat inside the stone cart, discussing over tea. To ensure that this conversation would not be leaked, Lin Pingyan added several restrictions. Half an hour later, Han Shan roughly understood the situation. During the conversation, Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan with meaningful eyes, speaking earnestly. Old Han, you are the local snake of the 7 Dust Star. You should be able to find the ghost doctor, right? I'll do my best. Han Shan met Chen Qingyuan's gaze, his expression serious. By Chen Qingyuan's silent signal, Han Shan seemed to understand something, sharing a tacit understanding. I have heard some rumors about the ghost doctor. It is said that he is hiding in Pushu City, and many powerful figures have come to seek him, but unfortunately found nothing. Han Shan slowly explained. You stay in the city for now. Give me some time to inquire about the news. Once I have any leads, I will inform you. All right, Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Pingyan stood up and clasped his fists. Thank you, fellow Taoist. No need to be polite. Before leaving, Han Shan took another look at Chen Qingyuan. Once Han Shan had walked for a while, a trace of worry appeared on Lin Pingyan's face as he quietly asked, Little uncle, can we trust this person? Don't worry. Chen Qingyuan replied. Old Han and I are life and death friends. There won't be any problems. That's good. Lin Pingyan's concern was quite normal. When venturing outside, one should not easily trust others, as it can lead to trouble. Lin Pingyan stored the war chariot in his Qingyuan bag and accompanied Chen Qingyuan into Pushu City. This city was vast, accommodating millions of beings, and was quite prosperous. Searching for the ghost doctor in the city was like finding a needle in a haystack. The two found a safe inn for cultivators to stay, and to take care of and protect Chen Qingyuan, they opened a larger cave dwelling, surrounded by restrictions, preventing outsiders from entering. After resting for a night, Chen Qingyuan decided to stroll around the city. Since we are here, we should have some fun. Little uncle, let us be cautious and not wander around. Lin Pingyan said. The distance from here to the Xianqing sect was quite far. If they encountered any trouble, it could put Chen Qingyuan in danger. For safety's sake, they should stay in the cave dwelling and not go anywhere. Why are you so cautious? Chen Qingyuan laughed and scolded. There are guards in the city. Under normal circumstances, nothing will happen. It's very safe. Better safe than sorry. Being cautious is never a mistake. Lin Pingyan was adamant about not letting Chen Qingyuan go out, directly sealing all exits. Zhao Yanzi, you are going too far. Chen Qingyuan originally wanted to go out and use special means to send a message to Han Shan, telling him exactly how to proceed. However, Lin Pingyan had blocked the door, cutting off that thought. For the sake of little uncle's safety, Pingyan has to offend, Lin Pingyan said with a righteous demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to give up, lying on a soft bed to rest. Forget it, I won't go out. A month of monotonous life passed, and Han Shan finally arrived. Han Shan exchanged messages with Lin Pingyan using a communication jade talisman, making it simple to find each other's locations. Little uncle, there's news. Lin Pingyan was quite happy. Really? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, revealing a strange expression, showing little joy. Han brother is currently on East Street. Let us go find him. Saying this, Lin Pingyan lifted the restrictions, using a gentle force to pull Chen Qingyuan, quickly reaching East Street. East Street. At the entrance of a small alley, Han Shan was standing there, quietly waiting. Han brother. Lin Pingyan appeared, clasping his fists in greeting. Lin brother. Han Shan returned the gesture, glancing into the alley and lowering his voice. After extensive inquiries, I have ruled out most of the locals and filtered out suspicious individuals who have come to Pushu City in the past decade. Get to the point, Chen Qingyuan said. I currently have more than 10 candidates, all of whom could be the ghost doctor. We can only try them one by one, Han Shan said seriously. To be honest, Han Shan had indeed worked hard to investigate the ghost doctor's whereabouts, without any deceit. However, all this was to dispel Lin Pingyan's concerns and prevent him from becoming suspicious. From Chen Qingyuan's previous eye signals, Han Shan roughly understood his deeper meaning, to create a fake ghost doctor and fool Lin Pingyan. Although Han Shan didn't understand the meaning of this, he could only comply. Brothers who share life and death bonds will not let their feelings fade, even after a century. Chen Qingyuan actually had multiple plans. As long as he had the ghost doctor's treatment as a cover, he could publicly claim to be cured without anyone questioning it, allowing him to reveal his cultivation openly. Besides this, once Chen Qingyuan sent Lin Pingyan away, he could handle his own important matters and also seize the time to cultivate. To make everything reasonable, there must be a premise. Lin Pingyan had to believe that they had truly found the ghost doctor and that he was willing to treat his injuries. Let us go? Let us take a look inside. Han Shan led the way, and Chen Qingyuan and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 18. The mysterious person in the bamboo house in the alley. There lived a mysterious old man, said to have arrived in Pushu City 5 years ago. He rarely went out, and few had seen his true appearance. Han Shan shared the general information, which was all true. Lin Pingyan could easily investigate its authenticity. At the end of the alley, there was a thatched cottage. The door was tightly closed, and the yard was filled with firewood, looking just like a common person's dwelling, without any aura of spiritual energy. Could the legendary ghost doctor really live in such a place? Everyone wondered. As they reached the door, Han Shan first bowed and asked, "Is anyone inside?" Upon hearing someone approach, some chaotic noises emerged from within. An old man pushed the door open, revealing a look of fear on his face. Then, noticing that Han Shan and the others were dressed well, he immediately knelt and said, "My lords, I'm just an ordinary commoner and cannot afford spirit stones. Please don't drive me out of the city." The old man assumed Han Shan and the others were from the guard, trembling all over. Clearly, he was just an ordinary old man, without any trace of spiritual energy. Seeing the old man kneel, Chen Qingyuan and the others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, looking at Han Shan with strange eyes. This was simply too unreliable. "We're sorry to disturb you," Han Shan said, his expression slightly changing as he turned to leave. No matter how low-key the ghost doctor was, it was impossible for him to kneel to anyone. Clearly, Han Shan's first target could be crossed off the list. Exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan teased, "Old Han, your information-gathering skills are pretty good. Stop being sarcastic. There are more to come," Han Shan replied with a grim expression. Next, Chen Qingyuan and the others encountered all sorts of people. There were burly blacksmiths asking if they needed weapons, reeking of sweat, an ugly old woman selling spiritual herbs, toothless, with shriveled and dark skin, and homeless drifters wandering the streets, among others. In short, Chen Qingyuan encountered various odd characters, half of whom were undocumented immigrants who entered through improper means, making them seem mysterious, while the other half were relatively unfamiliar newcomers who had just arrived in the city a few years ago. Although many of these people had cultivation, the strongest among them was only at the Golden Core stage, which had nothing to do with the ghost doctor. "Brother Han, can this really work?" Lin Pingyan, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with skepticism. "We have to screen them one by one. Don't rush. There are still a few more," Han Shan said awkwardly. After 5 days of searching, they had eliminated 16 candidates. Today, Han Shan led them to a relatively secluded end of South Street, where few people frequented, but the scenery was beautiful, with clear autumn waters and willows swaying in the breeze. There was a house that seemed like an ordinary person's home, made of green bamboo, with many fruits and vegetables growing in the yard, resembling a paradise. On the left side of the bamboo door hung a wooden sign that read, "Due to prior arrangements, wait until the roof beams rot." Chen Qingyuan pondered over this phrase and concluded that it simply meant fate. Seeing this, he felt that Han Shan was finally somewhat reliable, and they must be getting to the main event. In Chen Qingyuan's view, this place was Han Shan's real setup. Everything done before was a prelude to make Lin Pingyan understand that finding the ghost doctor was not an easy task. Whether they could deceive Lin Pingyan's eyes depended on how clever Han Shan's setup was, at the very least. They needed to find a powerful person whose cultivation was far above Lin Pingyan's. Han Shan stepped forward and knocked on the door, raising his voice slightly. "Is anyone inside? We mean no harm." After a long time, there was no response. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Han Shan called again. The world remained silent, and Han Shan had no choice but to use his divine sense to probe. Probing with divine sense could easily offend people, so Han Shan had called out multiple times. And seeing no one respond, he felt it was safe to proceed. Boom. Just as a wisp of Han Shan's divine sense was about to probe into the yard, it was interrupted by a terrifying rule, causing him to stagger back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he coughed softly. Cough. With his divine sense severed, Han Shan suffered backlash and was injured. "Old Han, are you alright?" Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan hurried over to support him, their faces showing concern. Taking advantage of Lin Pingyan looking away, Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Han Shan, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Going all out for the act, willing to hurt yourself to deceive little Yen. Old Han, you're impressive." Han Shan was unaware of Chen Qingyuan's thoughts. He was currently in a daze and had not noticed the rule barrier surrounding the yard. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to probe with his divine sense. The feeling of injury was not pleasant. "I'm fine." Han Shan adjusted his breathing, stabilizing the turbulent energy and blood within him. Once he recovered, Han Shan stared intently at the bamboo house, his expression tense as he whispered, "There may be a powerful being living here. Be careful not to offend." Could it really be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan said excitedly, glancing at Chen Qingyuan. As long as they found the ghost doctor, there was hope for his master's injuries to heal. Chen Qingyuan muttered to himself, realizing he had underestimated Han Shan's abilities. He would definitely treat Han Shan to a drink later. Within a month, he had set up such a mysterious barrier, which was quite impressive. With Chen Qingyuan's keen eye, he couldn't detect any flaws in the bamboo house. "I am Han Shan, a core disciple of the Qianlan sacred land. I unintentionally offended you earlier. I hope the senior will forgive me." Han Shan bowed towards the bamboo house, revealing his background to make the other party temper their temperament and not offend him. "What brings you here?" A voice processed through some strange technique came from within the house, indistinguishable in gender. "A friend is seriously injured, and I wish to seek a renowned doctor for treatment. I dare to ask if you are the ghost doctor?" As the voice emerged, Han Shan distinctly felt a terrifying pressure, rendering his body almost immobile, as if countless giant mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, he replied. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan slightly bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. After a long time, there was still no response from inside the house. The group could only wait in ignorance. After a full hour, Han Shan grew impatient, turning to Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan, whispering, I suspect this person might be a recluse and not the ghost doctor. Should we leave first? There are still a few suspicious candidates. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan, thinking to himself, retreating to advance, pretending to be mysterious. This move is not bad. It is well known that the ghost doctor has a very eccentric temperament. And with such a mysterious barrier set up here, they cannot leave without confirming his identity. Lin Pingyan didn't want to miss any possibility and wanted to wait a little longer. Are you really not leaving? When he said this, Han Shan was always looking at Chen Qingyuan. We can't give up easily. Let's wait a bit. Chen Qingyuan said seriously. All right. Han Shan could only grit his teeth and hold on. After waiting for another 2 hours, night fell, and the full moon had already revealed its outline. At this moment, a voice without joy or sorrow fell into everyone's ears, and a mysterious light landed on Chen Qingyuan. This person stays, the others leave. In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were pushed away by a relatively gentle force, unable to approach the bamboo house. Chapter 19, The Woman in the Black Skirt. The legendary ghost doctor. The door of the bamboo house slowly opened, and Chen Qingyuan was pulled inside by a force. Little Master Uncle, Lin Pingyan shouted anxiously. Because the barrier of the bamboo house was activated, Lin Pingyan could not get close even with all his strength. Do not make noise here. If you dare to do so again, do not blame me for being heartless. A reprimanding voice came. Suddenly, a cold wind rushed towards Lin Pingyan, pushing him back 100 meters. Lin Pingyan quickly shut his mouth, not daring to speak again. Is this really the ghost doctor? With such terrifying rules and pressure, Lin Pingyan had no doubts. On one side, Han Shan stood dumbfounded, never expecting to truly find such a powerful figure. While looking dazed on the surface, his heart was shouting, Brother Chen, the trap I set is not here. The next stop is. One reason was to buy time, and the other was to fail a few more times so it wouldn't seem fake. Han Shan had his master pretend to be the ghost doctor in a corner of the west side of the city. Han Shan had put in a lot of effort to have his master come out to impersonate. However, before his master could appear, he unexpectedly encountered such a terrifying existence. According to Han Shan's speculation, the person inside the bamboo house was most likely the elusive ghost doctor that various forces had been desperately searching for. In recent years, the number of people entering the city had been overwhelming. The dozen or so people Han Shan had previously found were randomly selected, including this visit to the bamboo house. He never expected to accidentally stumble upon it. It was truly absurd. Do not let this news spread outside. Do you understand? Another transmission came. The junior understands. Lin Pingyan confirmed that the person inside the bamboo house was indeed the ghost doctor, performing a grand bow. Please, senior, save my little master uncle. If anything is needed, just command. Get out. The person inside the bamboo house issued a dismissal order. Thus, Lin Pingyan and Han Shan left with complicated feelings. Han Shan still couldn't believe that the place he randomly picked actually led to the ghost doctor. Brother Han, you must have put in a lot of thought this time and helped greatly. If you ever need help from the Xinqing sect in the future, just speak up. In Lin Pingyan's eyes, Han Shan must have used a lot of resources, and he was very grateful, remembering this favor. It's nothing, no need to be so polite. Han Shan said in a daze. I will inform the elders of the sect about this matter, so I won't say more. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely drink and chat with Brother Han. After saying this, Lin Pingyan rode the wind away, not daring to waste time. Staying here was useless. It was better to hurry back and report, letting the elders come over to wait, to prevent any accidents. Since this matter involved the ghost doctor. With Lin Pingyan's status and strength, he couldn't even talk to them. After Lin Pingyan left, Han Shan looked in the direction of the bamboo house, his expression complicated, muttering, Brother Chen, you better not say anything to offend anyone, just hope for the best. It is said that the ghost doctor has a very unusual personality, indifferent to joy or anger, and is hard to get along with. Han Shan didn't know what Chen Qingyuan would face, so he could only silently pray, hoping to see Chen Qingyuan again. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was brought to the depths of the courtyard by a gentle force, where there was a clear and transparent pond, as well as a large bamboo forest covered in grass. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps came from deep within the bamboo forest, and Chen Qingyuan looked over. What is this old Han up to? Chen Qingyuan thought it was a trap set by Han Shan, feeling fearless as he found a stool to sit down. Not long after, a woman about 6 feet tall appeared. She wore a light gray long dress, a dark veil, and her hair was as black as ink, tied together with black strips of cloth. She walked over slowly, her hands resting on her abdomen, dignified and noble. Because she wore a veil, it added a touch of mystery. What is the relationship between this girl and Han Shan? This was the first time Chen Qingyuan saw the woman in the black skirt, and thought she was someone Han Shan had brought, so he asked, Han Shan, I don't know him. The woman in the black skirt did not use any mystical techniques to conceal her voice, which was clear like the song of a yellow oriole, and like the sound of flowing water. Miss, there is no one else here, so we don't need to hide. Please find a chance to let me out. I would appreciate it. Chen Qingyuan stood up and clasped his fists. You came to find me, and now you want to leave? What is the reasoning behind this? The woman in the black skirt slightly squinted her eyes, as if trying to see through Chen Qingyuan. Because Chen Qingyuan was concealed by the jade bracelet's rules, the woman in the black skirt could not discern his cultivation and Dao bone, thinking he was a waste. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, noticing that the woman's tone was very serious, not teasing. Could I have made a mistake? That shouldn't be the case. Chen Qingyuan began to ponder, frowning deeply. At this moment, a strand of mysterious laws emanated from the woman in the black skirt. Wow! In an instant, the bamboo forest and grassland transformed. An ordinary blade of grass turned into a 9-leaf spirit flower. The bamboo forest evolved into purple Dao bamboo with flowing laws, each bamboo leaf containing extremely high spiritual essence. Rare and hard to come by. The ground was filled with spiritual herbs and Dao treasures, causing Chen Qingyuan's expression to change, his eyes wide in astonishment. This was no ordinary grassland, but a breathtaking medicinal garden. Just casually taking out a herb could drive countless cultivators mad, willing to fight for it at the cost of their lives. Chen Qingyuan's mind was momentarily blank as he slowly turned to look at the woman in the black skirt, standing not far away, his gaze changing, now infused with surprise and respect. Seeing this situation, Chen Qingyuan could no longer guess the identity of the woman in the black skirt. The ghost doctor. What on earth is old Han? Wasn't it said to just fool around a bit? How did he find the real one? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan really wanted to communicate face-to-face with Han Shan. Encountering the ghost doctor was troublesome, far beyond Chen Qingyuan's expectations. Originally, he planned to fool Lin Pingyan away and publicly declare that he had been cured, and then go to the place mentioned by the Tianyuan existence to fulfill the second agreement. I am Chen Qingyuan, a disciple of the Xianqing sect, and I have met the ghost doctor senior. After a moment of daze, Chen Qingyuan regained his calm and bowed deeply to the woman in the black skirt. He had originally thought the legendary ghost doctor would be an old man, but he did not expect it to be such a young woman. Although the woman in the black skirt wore a veil, her figure was graceful, her eyes like stars, and her appearance was surely not lacking. From the look of you, it seems you are not here to seek me. Through Chen Qingyuan's performance, the ghost doctor could roughly discern some things, her voice cold. This junior is seriously injured, and the elders of the sect have gone to great lengths to find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor senior, wanting to let this junior come to try his luck. I didn't expect to truly encounter the senior, so I am a bit at a loss. Of course, Chen Qingyuan could not tell the truth. Oh, is that really the case? The ghost doctor's eyes continued to watch Chen Qingyuan, sensing a special aura from him. Of course, I wouldn't dare to deceive you, senior. Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. Let me examine your body carefully to see if I can treat you. The peculiar scent prompted the ghost doctor to take action and investigate. Chapter 20. Thick-skinned with the ghost doctor's abilities, combined with certain past experiences, he could detect the traces of the Forbidden Zone lingering on Chen Qingyuan. The rules of the Forbidden Zone are quite unique, distinctly different from the traces of the Heavenly Way. The younger generation knows that his body is already ruined and does not want to waste the senior's efforts. Moreover, he has nothing of value and fears he cannot afford the treatment, so let's forget it. Hearing that the ghost doctor wanted to treat him, Chen Qingyuan quickly spoke up. Chen Qingyuan had too many hidden secrets and did not want to expose them. I treat illnesses based on fate. Since I have chosen you, I will not charge you a single penny. The more Chen Qingyuan insisted, the more curious the ghost doctor became, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Sit down. The ghost doctor raised his left hand and gently waved it in front of him. Whoosh. A stone table and 2 stone stools appeared in front of them. With no choice, Chen Qingyuan had to take a seat, pondering how to proceed. If the ghost doctor had ulterior motives, Chen Qingyuan would have to use his trump card for survival. When he left Tianyuan, the girl in red gave him a life-saving talisman. If he encountered a life-threatening crisis, taking out the talisman would surely turn danger into safety. Of course, Chen Qingyuan had never tried it and did not know how effective the talisman truly was. Furthermore, he was puzzled as to why the girl in red treated him so well. Every time he thought about this, he would indulge in a bit of narcissism, wondering if his handsome looks had made her fall in love with him. Extend your hand. The ghost doctor gestured. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it on the table. The ghost doctor's fingers rested on Chen Qingyuan's wrist as he began to take his pulse. After more than 10 breaths, the ghost doctor's brow furrowed slightly, thinking to himself, the pulse is steady, not resembling an injured body. However, if he is not injured, how could his body be devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, just like an ordinary person? It was truly strange. While checking the pulse, the ghost doctor also secretly probed Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, but found nothing. The more normal it appeared, the more bizarre it seemed. Are you hiding something? The ghost doctor withdrew his hand and stared deeply at Chen Qingyuan, as if he wanted to dissect him for thorough study. No. Chen Qingyuan felt secretly pleased in his heart, seeing that the ghost doctor had not discovered that his body had already recovered. He maintained a calm expression and shook his head. You will stay here for the time being, allowing me to treat you slowly. The ghost doctor was very interested in difficult and complicated illnesses. That's not appropriate. Chen Qingyuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Perhaps this is my fate. I shouldn't trouble the senior. It's better to let me leave. You want to leave? I won't let you. The ghost doctor had a strange temperament and did not want to chat casually with Chen Qingyuan. He pointed to an empty room on the left side of the bamboo house. You can stay over there. After saying this, the ghost doctor turned and left, leaving Chen Qingyuan sitting awkwardly alone. What kind of situation is this? Chen Qingyuan had not intended to find the ghost doctor. His body had already recovered, so he had no need for treatment. However, he could not reveal this to the ghost doctor, or he would surely be dissected for research, especially regarding the intact Dao bone within him. Old Han, when I find an opportunity in the future, I will make you pay for this. We are brothers. I once saved your life, and yet you have treated me this way. Chen Qingyuan felt furious, placing all the blame for this incident on Han Shan. Unbeknownst to him, Han Shan was also bewildered. Who would have thought that he would find the ghost doctor so easily in the vast sea of people? If he had known this, he would have sold the ghost doctor's information for sure, which would have earned him a fortune. The ghost doctor temporarily held no malice towards Chen Qingyuan. He simply wanted to clarify the special traces on him. Thus, the ghost doctor sealed Chen Qingyuan in the bamboo house and began using various methods to investigate all information about him. Living in the bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was quite leisurely. What a pity, none of these are mine. Looking at the spiritual herbs and precious medicines all over the ground, Chen Qingyuan could only look but not take, feeling itchy in his heart and sighing. Do you want them? After staying here for 5 days, the ghost doctor finally made an appearance. I do. Chen Qingyuan bowed to the ghost doctor, not hiding his desire, and nodded in acknowledgement. You're quite honest. Through these days of investigation, the ghost doctor knew a lot of information about Chen Qingyuan. Given that the younger generation is so honest, why not gift him a few spiritual herbs? Climbing up the pole, Chen Qingyuan was thick-skinned. The ghost doctor gave Chen Qingyuan a look. Are you dreaming? Yes. I want to dream too. Most of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden are top grade, and even turning over the entire Xianqing sect's treasury would not yield them. Not expecting Chen Qingyuan to respond this way, the ghost doctor was slightly taken aback and quickly changed the subject. First, answer me a few questions. If you are honest, I may give you a few spiritual herbs. What does the senior want to know? Chen Qingyuan felt troubled. 100 years ago, you went to Tianyuan. What did you experience? The ghost doctor, incredibly curious about the forbidden zone, asked straightforwardly. There are many terrifying rules inside. That time, the major sacred places of the Fuliu, Star Domain, sent strong warriors inside, most of whom died under the Tianyuan rules, leaving no bones behind. I narrowly escaped the calamity, lost my cultivation, and became an ordinary person. Chen Qingyuan's words were half true and half false. It was unclear whether Chen Qingyuan was acting well enough or if the protection of the jade bracelet prevented the ghost doctor from discerning the truth of his words, leading him to question. If you were lucky, why did it take you 100 years to come out of Tianyuan? There are too many rules in Tianyuan. I accidentally triggered a mechanism and was sealed for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan's eyes did not blink as he seriously said. Once the seal was lifted, my cultivation was completely wasted, and I only then realized that the outside world had passed over 100 years. Little fellow, if you dare to deceive me, you must think carefully about the consequences. The ghost doctor pretended to be fierce, his gaze flickering with a bloody light. I wouldn't dare, Chen Qingyuan said. Then you went to Mingyue City again. What was the purpose? The ghost doctor continued to question. I went out to relax, Chen Qingyuan replied. Mingyue City is extremely far from Xianqing sect. Are you serious about going there to relax? The ghost doctor held a suspicious attitude towards this answer. Since the senior has investigated me, you should know that not long ago, Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace decided to form a marriage alliance. My beloved once left me, and I was feeling down, so I traveled to relax and unknowingly ended up so far away. Chen Qingyuan had never thought that this matter could serve as an excuse. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Hearing this, the ghost doctor actually found it very reasonable and could not pick out any flaws. After a long while, the ghost doctor pondered. From my intuition, you don't have a single word of truth in your mouth. Even though Chen Qingyuan's words sounded reasonable, they could not convince the ghost doctor to believe them wholeheartedly. Senior, everything I say is true. You must believe me. Chen Qingyuan solemnly declared that every word he spoke was without a hint of falsehood. Chapter 21. The sword immortal arrives after saying so much. I sent it just to obtain a few spiritual herbs. The ghost doctor saw through Chen Qingyuan's little thoughts and snorted coldly. Senior bestows, I wouldn't dare refuse. Chen Qingyuan chuckled and said, if my senior promised something before, it would be disrespectful not to accept it. You really have thick skin. After so many years and dealing with countless cunning people, the ghost doctor felt that very few could compare to Chen Qingyuan. The main thing was that Chen Qingyuan's approach was moderate, making it hard for people to dislike him. Not bad. Chen Qingyuan's eyes glanced toward the nearby medicinal garden. His intentions were quite clear. Take it. Out of face. The ghost doctor didn't want to give it, but had to. So, the ghost doctor casually picked 3 spirit herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's arms. Thank you, senior. Chen Qingyuan treasured them and quickly placed the herbs into a regular Qianquan bag. Using this simple Qianquan bag doesn't require the activation of spiritual energy. Little slippery one. The ghost doctor snorted lightly and turned to leave. Over the next 10 days, the ghost doctor conducted several tests on Chen Qingyuan but found no abnormalities in his body. Logically, since Chen Qingyuan had been seriously injured, there should be some scars left. Strangely, it seemed as if Chen Qingyuan was born immortal, with no signs of any damaged Dao body. Based on the ghost doctor's experience, there were only two possible reasons for this situation. One was that the existence that had disabled Chen Qingyuan was extremely terrifying, directly erasing all traces. The other was that Chen Qingyuan had used some secret method or treasure to hide the true condition of his body, regardless of which possibility it was. It made the ghost doctor feel serious and that it couldn't be handled carelessly. I can't just use soul-probing methods. The ghost doctor dismissed this thought, thinking it was inappropriate. She was merely curious about Chen Qingyuan and didn't want to make him a mortal enemy. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's mysteriousness made the ghost doctor more cautious, so she didn't resort to underhanded methods. Senior, since you can't find out about my physical condition, why not let me go? Chen Qingyuan made this request again. No. The ghost doctor refused without hesitation. At this moment, a figure descended outside the bamboo house's barrier, transmitting a voice. Nana, let him go. Hearing this, the ghost doctor's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with excitement. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan also showed a strange expression because the voice was too familiar. The ghost doctor hurriedly opened the barrier and welcomed the newcomer in. An old man in plain clothes entered, leaning on a cane, walking with a limp. Sword Immortal Senior. Seeing the old man for the first time, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed and stepped forward to bow. The newcomer was indeed the Changgung Sword Immortal, Li Muyang. What brings you here? The ghost doctor showed great respect to Li Muyang, as he was her savior. Thousands of years ago, when the ghost doctor's life was hanging by a thread, it was Li Muyang who saved her, thus forming a bond. For him, Li Muyang looked at Chen Qingyuan and stated his intention directly. Him? The ghost doctor turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, her face filled with confusion and surprise. What's wrong with him? He is a young friend of mine. For my sake, don't make things difficult for him. Let him go. Li Muyang had been paying attention to Chen Qingyuan's movements, secretly protecting him. When he saw that Chen Qingyuan was in trouble, Li Muyang had to step in to resolve it, and also to see the ghost doctor whom he hadn't met in many years. He is actually your friend? The ghost doctor found it hard to believe. Rest assured, I haven't done anything to him. Senior Sword Immortal, you know each other? Chen Qingyuan quickly walked over, surprised. We do. Li Muyang smiled warmly and amiably. Her name is Gongsun Nan. I wish I had known earlier. I've been on edge these days. Chen Qingyuan felt relieved, letting out a long sigh. Kid, I didn't bully you, did I? Don't make that miserable face. Gongsun Nan, the ghost doctor, glared at him. If she had known about the connection between Chen Qingyuan and Li Muyang, her attitude would definitely have been different. For now, Chen Qingyuan had no problems. But if Senior Sword Immortal hadn't arrived, what would have happened next was uncertain. Anyway, with Li Muyang here, Chen Qingyuan felt no fear of Gongsun Nan and pretended to be aggrieved. You Gongsun Nan are really good at pretending. You were quite respectful to me before, and now you're turning your back. That was forced compliance, no choice. The ghost doctor replied, no matter how strong she was. She could not compare to the Changgung Sword Immortal who once stood at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, Chen Qingyuan spoke boldly, unafraid of offending Gongsun Nan. All right, no more bickering. Li Muyang interrupted their quarrel. Young man, if you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Moreover, I will have Nana vouch for you, saying that your injuries have been healed, so you need not worry about exposing your cultivation. However, regarding that matter, be sure not to tell anyone, and do not reveal it in front of others, as it could lead to great disaster. I understand. Thank you, Senior Sword Immortal. Chen Qingyuan cupped his fists in gratitude. Although Li Muyang was being considerate due to the red-clad girl from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan remembered this favor and would definitely repay it if given the chance in the future. The matter Li Muyang spoke of was the mysterious Dao bone. Watching from the side, Gongsun Nan's eyes flashed with undisguised astonishment, her heart shaken. The Sword Immortal calls him young master? I've never seen such respect for a young person before. What on earth is Chen Qingyuan? Senior Sword Immortal, Senior Ghost Doctor, I take my leave. Chen Qingyuan didn't plan to linger here for long and decided it was best to leave first. After bowing, he was no longer obstructed by the barrier and disappeared into the horizon. After Chen Qingyuan left, Gongsun Nan retracted her gaze, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lila, why do you treat this kid? Karma. Li Muyang's answer seemed particularly mysterious. From what you just said, is this kid's body all right? Gongsun Nan asked again. I have reshaped his Dao body. He is already fine. Li Muyang said. I see. Gongsun Nan suddenly realized. I was wondering why this kid's body seemed perfectly normal. It turns out Lila intervened. Gongsun Nan believed that Li Muyang had hidden Chen Qingyuan's physical condition, which was why she couldn't see through it herself. To this, Li Muyang didn't explain further and just smiled silently. I know you've been seeking a way to restore your appearance, but unfortunately, you haven't made any progress in thousands of years. Li Muyang said solemnly. If you haven't given up, you might try to interact more with young Master Chen. Perhaps you can find an opportunity. The reason Gongsun Nan always wore a veil was due to an incident that happened a long time ago that ruined her appearance. Is there still a chance? Gongsun Nan gently touched her face, gazing in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left, murmuring to herself. He's gone. Li Muyang didn't intend to stay for long and turned to leave. Lila, take care. Gongsun Nan bowed. Chen Qingyuan, How can you make Li La hold you in such high regard? What exactly is your ability? From this day on, Gong Sun Nin developed a strong interest in Chen Qingyuan and would definitely see him again in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the territory of the Qianlan sacred land, planning to have a good catch-up with Han Shan. Chapter 22, Introducing a Partner. In a certain city of the Qianlan sacred land, Chen Qingyuan used a sound transmission to contact Han Shan. Han Shan, who was carelessly eating and drinking, suddenly trembled upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's voice, and many thoughts instantly popped into his mind. Since Chen Qingyuan could use the sound transmission technique, it proved that his foundation had been repaired. Not long after, Han Shan hurriedly ran in front of Chen Qingyuan, examining him closely with an incredulous expression. Brother Chen, your body is really well again. With the ghost doctor as a cover, Chen Qingyuan didn't have to worry about being targeted and could claim that his cultivation had recovered. Therefore, he used the jade bracelet's rules to hide his Dao bone, only displaying an ordinary spiritual root in the initial stage of the yellow spirit realm. The basic cultivation realms are divided into the acquired realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Xian spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. Above that are the golden core realm, Yuan Ing realm, transformation god realm, combined body realm, tribulation crossing realm, and great ascension realm. With Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation, he was like an ant in the cultivation world, easily squashed. Why is your cultivation so weak? After glancing a few times, Han Shan's eyes showed both surprise and concern. Alas, this is fate. Being able to retain this little bit of cultivation is already a stroke of luck. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly, feigning sadness. In fact, his original cultivation had long been abolished, and he was only starting to practice again. According to the red-clad girl within Tianyuan, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively good, it was not truly perfect. Thus, the red-clad girl gradually erased all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation without harming the essence of his body, which was quite difficult to accomplish. Why did the red-clad girl care so much about Chen Qingyuan? Even Chen Qingyuan himself didn't know, and he estimated it would take time to understand. What a pity, Han Shan sighed. But being able to repair your spiritual root is also quite good. The ghost doctor is indeed extraordinary, truly a legendary figure. This is all thanks to you, old Han. When this matter was mentioned, Chen Qingyuan felt a bit angry, his gaze sharp. If it weren't for the appearance of the sword immortal of Chang'an, the ghost doctor would have surely studied Chen Qingyuan slowly and wouldn't have let him leave easily. Cough. Han Shan sensed the resentment in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, cleared his throat, and tried to cover up the embarrassment. Brother Chen, you can't blame me for this. Who knew that the person I randomly found would turn out to be the ghost doctor? Han Shan continued. If I had known earlier, I might as well have sold the news of the ghost doctor. I would definitely have made a fortune. Besides, if it weren't for my accidental encounter with the ghost doctor, your body probably wouldn't have recovered. In the end, you can't blame me. You should thank me. You brat still dares to take credit. You're really shameless, Chen Qingyuan said coldly. Don't say that. If you want to talk about being shameless, I learned it from you. Back in the day, I was such a righteous and kind child, but ever since I met you, alas, it's hard to describe. The more he spoke, the sadder Han Shan became, letting out a long sigh. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan didn't care how strong Han Shan was now. He was still the same as before, directly kicking him and laughingly scolding. Old Han, you haven't suffered following me, have you? That is true, but it's easy to get looked down upon. Over the years, my reputation in the Holy Land hasn't been very good. People say I'm shameless, and many junior sisters avoid me. Han Shan's family background was quite rich, likely surpassing many inner elders of the Holy Land. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be treated like you. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan, feeling a sense of superiority. I believe that. You say you've been abolished, yet the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect still protect you so much. Even Lin Pingyan, the son of the sect master, respects you greatly. It's truly strange. Han Shan was very curious. Brother Chen, do you still have some tricks you haven't taught me? This is something you can't learn, Chen Qingyuan said. You say that. Han Shan wanted to enjoy the treatment similar to Chen Qingyuan's, thinking that later in the Qianlan Holy Land, he could walk around with confidence. Now you owe me a favor. Don't be so stingy. This is my innate charm, understand? Chen Qingyuan's lips curled up slightly as he said shamelessly. Han Shan was immediately speechless and rolled his eyes. Then, the two found a quiet place by the water and sat down to enjoy tea. The brothers chatted for a while before turning to serious matters. Han Shan's expression became a bit more serious. Brother Chen, should I notify the friends of the Xianqing sect to bring you back? Not for now. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. I have my own plans. What plans? Han Shan asked in confusion. You don't need to worry about that. Chen Qingyuan feigned mystery. I can ignore it, but with your current cultivation, if you encounter bad people, the consequences would be unimaginable. If such a thing really happens, the Xianqing sect will definitely hold me accountable. Han Shan shook his head vigorously, not wanting Chen Qingyuan to act alone. It was too dangerous. Have you seen me suffer once in all these years you've known me? Seeing the worry in Han Shan's brow, Chen Qingyuan's heart warmed. This friend was worth having. Having experienced life and death and conflicts of interest, Chen Qingyuan trusted Han Shan greatly. That is true. Han Shan thought carefully and realized that he really hadn't seen it. Don't look at my mere yellow spirit realm. I have plenty of means to protect myself. Chen Qingyuan needed to convince Han Shan because he still needed him to provide cover later. Calculating the time. The Xianqing sect must have already sent experts to pick him up. Once the Xianqing sect arrived, they would definitely take Chen Qingyuan away and not allow him to encounter any danger. Although everyone in the Xianqing sect cared about Chen Qingyuan, it had also become a shackle for him, making it hard for him to act. That won't do. Han Shan deliberated for a while, but still couldn't let Chen Qingyuan leave. No, why are you so dense? Chen Qingyuan really wanted to give Han Shan a beating, but thought better of it. In the past, he could bully Han Shan a bit. Now it wouldn't work. And he might end up being taught a lesson by Han Shan instead. No matter how much you sweet-talk me, I won't let you leave. Once the friends of the Xianqing sect arrive, no matter what happens to you afterward, I won't be responsible. Han Shan truly cared for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan came to find Han Shan, first to reminisce and have a good chat about the past, second, to let Han Shan deal with the Xianqing sect's people, preventing the elders from worrying. If Chen Qingyuan slipped away without a word, he would definitely be scolded by a group of senior brothers and sisters when he returned. Old Han, let's discuss this. Chen Qingyuan stood up and poured a cup of tea for Han Shan, smiling gently. You came to find me. So there can't be any trouble here. There's no discussion. Han Shan still shook his head, indicating he wouldn't drink this cup of tea. Old Han, I'll introduce you to a partner. At this point, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to use his trump card. Hearing this, Han Shan's eyes unconsciously glanced at Chen Qingyuan, and his brows furrowed a few times, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Chapter 23. Easy to handle for special reasons. Please don't rub salt in the wound. Chen Qingyuan's face darkened as he began to boast. Back in the day when I roamed the north and south, how many sanuses fell head over heels for me at first sight? Didn't you see it when you were by my side? Han Shan found it hard to refute this, as it was all true. Chen Qingyuan was quite the figure back then, and a few sanuses even tried to drug him. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan was quick on his feet, and thus he managed to avoid falling into the trap of a certain saintess. With Chen Qingyuan's talent back then, becoming his partner would surely bring nothing but benefits. The 7 fairies of the Flowing Flower Palace, each one beautiful as a flower. Have you seen them? Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and, with his right hand, began to sketch the general appearance of the 7 fairies in the air. How about the little princess of the Nanhai Dragon Clan? Does that stir your heart? The princess of the northern borders, the saintess of the eastern Jade Sacred Land, said to be exceptionally beautiful, captivating countless young talents. As he spoke, he sketched the figures of many beauties from various sacred lands, so vividly that they seemed close at hand. Han Shan was mesmerized and instinctively reached out to touch them. But just as Han Shan's fingers made contact, the image in the air blurred and was blown away by a gentle breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's introduction, Han Shan's little heart couldn't take it anymore. He lost his initial reserve and indifference, forcing out an awkward smile. Brother, do you know all these saintesses and princesses? Of course. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Can you talk to them? Han Shan's heart trembled, and the joy on his face intensified as he asked again. I can. It doesn't matter whether I can or not. Anyway, the mouth is on Chen Qingyuan's face. He. Upon hearing this answer, Han Shan moved his chair a bit closer to Chen Qingyuan, starting to serve him tea. Brother Chen, my request is not much. As long as I can become a partner with one of those beauties, that would be the greatest blessing. Too hot. Chen Qingyuan took the tea, set the cup down, and acted aloof. I'll pour you another cup. Han Shan hurriedly used his magical powers to keep the tea in the pot at a suitable temperature, refilling the cup and presenting it to Chen Qingyuan with both hands. The tea leaves are a bit lacking. After taking a sip, Chen Qingyuan began to pick at it again. Han Shan didn't feel uncomfortable at all and quickly switched to a better grade of tea to brew again. Chen Qingyuan knew Han Shan's temperament. If he didn't act aloof, Han Shan would definitely start to suspect him. Therefore, the more he made things difficult, the more comfortable Han Shan felt, as the matter of finding a partner seemed to have a solution. As long as the partner issue is settled, I can handle anything. Han Shan's reputation in the sacred land wasn't great. Ordinary women didn't catch his eye, and capable and good-looking women looked down on him, making it hard to find a suitable partner. Brother Chen, for the sake of our brotherhood, you must fulfill your promise to me. Han Shan flattered him. That's easy to say. Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded, then changed the subject. However, I have some matters to handle alone. If the people from the Xianqing sect come, you need to handle it and let them know I'm safe. As for how to do it, that's your problem. Sure. After thinking for a moment, Han Shan gritted his teeth and agreed. The premise is that you really don't get into any trouble, or else my sin would be great. If you're worried, give me a few treasures for self-defense. Chen Qingyuan took advantage of the situation. That's too ungrateful. Do you want to take advantage of your brother too? Han Shan's expression changed, feeling defensive. If you don't give it, you don't have to. I don't care. Chen Qingyuan scoffed. After observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan again, Han Shan painfully took out a jade talisman and placed it on the table. This is a protective jade talisman. I worked very hard to get it, and it can withstand a full attack from an ordinary transformation realm cultivator. Oh, it can block attacks from the transformation realm. That is indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly accepted it, fearing Han Shan might change his mind. Old Han, you've been living quite well these years. Just average. Han Shan's heart was bleeding. The loss was too great. However, if this opportunity could lead to a suitable partner, all the sacrifices would be worth it. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm leaving now. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to stay here too long, fearing he might run into the elders of the Xianqing sect and be forcibly taken back, which would be too troublesome. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan activated the flying treasure he carried with him, blending into the clouds. Brother Chen, don't forget the promise you made to me. Don't keep me waiting too long. Han Shan shouted loudly in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left. After Chen Qingyuan departed for a long time, Han Shan felt inexplicably tricked. However, even though he knew he had been tricked, he couldn't muster any anger. Could it really be personal charm? Han Shan pondered, even taking out a mirror, lost in self-admiration. That guy Chen Qingyuan isn't much more handsome than me. Why is that? The North Song Star domain is Chen Qingyuan's destination. According to the hint in the jade bracelet, the girl in red left a gift for Chen Qingyuan, asking him to come in person. Chen Qingyuan headed towards the North Song Star domain, not in a hurry, stopping to rest for a while in the prosperous cities along the way. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had collected a lot of spiritual stones, part of which he gave to Lin Pingyan, while keeping the rest for himself. With so many spiritual stones, Chen Qingyuan could indulge for a long time. Passing through a certain area, Chen Qingyuan found a blessed land, paid a large sum of spiritual stones, and entered for seclusion. The cave was equipped with an extraordinary gathering formation, making the spiritual energy more than 10 times denser than outside. In just a month, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had significantly improved. Reaching the peak of the yellow spirit realm, he temporarily halted his progress, not pushing for further breakthroughs. If he were to start over, he must lay a solid foundation and not rush for success. Meanwhile, the Xianqing sect sent 5 elders, including Lin Pingyan, to investigate. They found that there was no trace of Chen Qingyuan on the 7 Dust Star and were quite anxious. Han Shan had to harden his resolve to contact the people from the Xianqing sect, negotiating for a long time before he managed to send them away. In short, Chen Qingyuan was currently very safe, with important matters to handle, so the Xianqing sect shouldn't worry. For Chen Qingyuan's sake, Han Shan had racked his brains, which was no easy task. In the future, if an opportunity arose, Chen Qingyuan would definitely help Han Shan find a match. It all depended on whether Han Shan could wait. Finally arrived. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally reached the North Song Star domain. Chapter 24, North Song Star domain. The Dead Zone. According to the hint from the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan appeared in the west extreme city of the North Song Star domain. The girl in red said she left a gift here for Chen Qingyuan to collect in person, which was the second appointment. There is no specific location. Chen Qingyuan found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The girl in red didn't specify where the gift was placed, only saying it was in West Extreme City. The area of West Extreme City is vast, making it hard for Chen Qingyuan to find it. After much thought, Chen Qingyuan decided to temporarily stay in West Extreme City and figure it out later. Perhaps after some time, new clues would appear in the jade bracelet. Upon entering the city, he found a good inn to stay at. Late at night, a strand of Chen Qingyuan's divine sense entered the jade bracelet. Still the same as before. Let's take it easy. Chen Qingyuan retracted his divine sense and began to meditate and cultivate. Now that he has a complete Dao bone, Chen Qingyuan must seize the time to cultivate and cannot be lax. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived in the Western Extreme City for 2 months. During this time, Chen Qingyuan remained in seclusion, solidifying his foundation. Inside the closed cultivation cave, various strange colorful stones grew in the corners, and a layer of faint white mist covered the ground, swirling counterclockwise around Chen Qingyuan's position. Chen Qingyuan took out over 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of him, slowly refining them. A faint white light emerged on the surface of his body, and the golden Dao bone within him trembled slightly, the blurry Dao patterns on the bones becoming clearer. After a moment, Chen Qingyuan broke through the bottleneck in his cultivation and reached the early stage of the Xianling realm. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, which seemed like an abyss, hollow and profound, with a hint of a desolate flavor. In that instant, it felt as if he had experienced endless years and seen through everything in the world. This feeling lasted only a moment, and Chen Qingyuan quickly returned to normal, exhaling a breath of turbid air. What exactly is the origin of this Dao bone? As Chen Qingyuan integrated with the golden Dao bone, he increasingly felt its extraordinary nature. After pondering for a long time, Chen Qingyuan couldn't figure it out. So he simply buried the matter in his heart and decided to investigate it when he had the opportunity in the future. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan noticed that the jade bracelet he carried was trembling and immediately took it out. He then sent a strand of divine thought into it. To the north of the Western Extreme City, the Dead Zone, a line of text appeared before Chen Qingyuan's eyes. Soon, his consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The Dead Zone? Chen Qingyuan murmured a few words. After staying in the Western Extreme City for 2 months and grasping some basic information, he knew that this place was very strange. It was said that the Dead Zone was a ruin left behind from a battlefield, existing for at least 1,000,000 years, though the actual age could not be traced. The Dead Zone in the Northern Song Star domain, like the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone in the Phelium Star domain, is a forbidden area where entering means a slim chance of survival. The Tianyuan Forbidden Zone is slightly more famous, with more people paying attention to it. Just stepped out of the wolf's den, and now heading into the tiger's lair? To be honest, Chen Qingyuan really did not want to go to the dead zone. But since there was a prior agreement, if Chen Qingyuan did not fulfill his promise, who knows what troublesome things might happen. Sigh. Too difficult. With a sigh, he could only resign himself to fate. For countless years, many strong practitioners have entered the dead zone, but unfortunately, few have come out alive. Chen Qingyuan knew that with his current cultivation level, entering the dead zone meant he could hardly expect to come out alive. If she wanted to kill me, it wouldn't be this troublesome. Looking down at the jade bracelet in his palm, Chen Qingyuan inexplicably felt a sense of security. Since the girl in red had already pointed out the location, he had to go. 2 days later, Chen Qingyuan prepared to leave the western extreme city and head north. The dead zone occupied 1/3 of the northern Songstar domain and was vast. Due to the special laws of the dead zone, it could nurture many spiritual treasures and Tao medicines. Therefore, many cultivators, knowing the danger of the dead zone, still dared to enter it. Many people were active in the outer regions of the dead zone, seeking opportunities. There are indeed quite a few people in the world who are not afraid of death. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the territory of the dead zone and saw many figures, clustered together. Fellow Taoist, which sect are you from? Along the way, more than 10 sword-flying Taoists stopped, looking at Chen Qingyuan on the flying boat, clasping their fists and asking. Scattered cultivator. Chen Qingyuan did not want to deal with strangers. Upon hearing this answer, the group of sword-flying Taoists stopped being polite and turned to leave. Every year, many scattered cultivators come to the dead zone, hoping to strike it rich and fly high after obtaining fortune. Such things happen frequently, encouraging countless cultivators. Although people come to the dead zone every year, why are there so many this time? Before heading to the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan had done his homework and was secretly puzzled. It doesn't make sense. To clarify the situation, Chen Qingyuan directly threw out hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones and asked a cultivator for information. Fellow Taoist. Why are so many people coming to the dead zone recently? It is rumored that the Taoist Grandmaster has calculated that there are changes in the heavenly mechanism. With the source coming from the dead zone, various forces have moved. Believing that something astonishing may be born within the dead zone, the gray-clad cultivator said honestly. Because of an uncertain rumor, various cultivators were willing to take risks, which was too reckless. Chen Qingyuan complained, mainly because the arrival of various forces would disrupt his plans, making it difficult to act. The Taoist Grandmaster is a prominent figure of our time, and his calculations have never been wrong. If one can obtain fortune from within the dead zone, no matter how dangerous, it must be fought for. The gray-clad cultivator looked at Chen Qingyuan sitting in the flying boat, and doubted the Taoist Grandmaster's calculations, certainly not a local, and asked, Fellow Taoist, you are not from the northern Songstar domain, are you? Due to the concealment of the flying boat's barrier laws, ordinary cultivators could not see through Chen Qingyuan's strength. Yes, Chen Qingyuan nodded. No wonder you would say such a thing. The Taoist Grandmaster is highly skilled and cannot possibly be wrong, the gray-clad cultivator said, clasping his fists in goodwill before leaving. Ahead, the fiery red sky and earth space marked the boundaries of the dead zone, where many people were already using Tao techniques. Trying to seek traces of fortune. Isn't this pushing me into a fire pit? Chen Qingyuan complained. But his body obediently controlled the flying boat and slowly approached the dead zone. To avoid being oppressed by others, Chen Qingyuan let the jade bracelet conceal his cultivation aura. This way, various strong practitioners could not see through Chen Qingyuan's depth and naturally would not dare to provoke him. Many people in the Phelium Star domain knew Chen Qingyuan, but not many here. After all, 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was just a Yuanying realm cultivator and had not yet reached the level of being known throughout the world. To run into her here, it seemed she truly was a genius of the northern Songstar domain. However, among the younger generation of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan knew many, and indeed saw familiar faces in the crowd. Chapter 25. Murong Wensi. The blood-red land stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. This is the edge of the dead zone, and a casual glance from Chen Qingyuan could see thousands of people from various forces in the northern Songstar domain. Not far away stood a woman in a light-colored long dress, with a ribbon around her waist and a jade pendant hanging from it. Her hair was light yellow, her eyes like sapphires, sparkling and exquisite. Her name was Murong Wensi, who had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan 100 years ago. To be precise, she had been tricked by Chen Qingyuan. Once, while exploring a secret realm, Murong Wensi was deceived by Chen Qingyuan, and all her resources were taken away by him. Afterwards, although Murong Wensi was angry, she did not take revenge on Chen Qingyuan and even felt a kind of admiration. The Murong family respected strong individuals, and Murong Wensi, influenced since childhood, naturally inherited the family's will. Since Chen Qingyuan could trick her out of all her resources, that was also his skill. She could only blame herself for being careless. How did he end up here? The edge of the dead zone was very open, and Murong Wensi casually glanced around and soon spotted Chen Qingyuan not far away, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. The elders of the Murong family followed her gaze, and, not recognizing Chen Qingyuan, asked, Girl, who is this person? From the Phelium Star domain. A disciple of the Xianqing Dao sect, Murong Wensi replied slowly, her complexion like white jade, her red lips alluring. 100 years ago, I went to a secret realm in the Phelium Star domain, and it was this person who made me return empty-handed. It turns out to be this person. a once-renowned genius known across various realms. It is said that he entered the forbidden area of Tianyuan 100 years ago and recently managed to escape alive. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and recalled the events of the secret realm from a century ago, during which Wensi had been quite upset for a long time. Chen Qingyuan did not hide his whereabouts and intentionally exposed himself to the crowd, since he needed to delve into the dead domain. Chen Qingyuan wanted to stick with acquaintances to avoid a lot of trouble. However, he was unsure whether his acquaintances would be willing to help. Miss Morong. It's been a while. Chen Qingyuan controlled the flying boat to land on the ground, stood up, and cupped his fists in greeting to Wensi, being polite and smiling. Wensi took a few steps toward Chen Qingyuan, her gaze slightly complex as she looked him over. I didn't expect to meet young Master Chen here. What a coincidence. That means we are fated, Chen Qingyuan said with a grin. Even if it's fate, it's a twisted fate. Wensi retorted sarcastically. Miss Morong, your words are a bit sharp. Chen Qingyuan was not angry and maintained a radiant smile. Humph. Wensi could never forget how she had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan back in the day. Holding a grudge, I heard you survived by accident and have become a cripple. Why don't you stay well in the Xinjiang sect and come here instead? I found the ghost doctor a few days ago and accidentally healed my injuries, disappointing you. Miss, Chen Qingyuan replied. Ghost doctor? Upon hearing this, Wensi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you know where the ghost doctor is? And he even healed your injuries? Of course. Chen Qingyuan nodded. I am so likable that even the eccentric ghost doctor couldn't bear to see me become a cripple. To be honest, Wensi really wanted to beat Chen Qingyuan up, but with other thoughts in her mind. She could only go along with Chen Qingyuan's words and flatter him. Young Master Chen is exceptionally handsome. No one would dislike you. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's face froze. Something's off. This woman suddenly says I'm handsome. She must have a scheme. Although it is widely known that he is indeed handsome, hearing it from Wensi's lips is certainly not simple. Miss Morong, do you need something from me? Chen Qingyuan asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Yes. Since the topic was out in the open, Wensi did not hide it either. Taking a deep breath, she nodded seriously. Let us make a deal. You tell me the exact location of the ghost doctor, and the Morong family will owe you a favor or give you a generous gift. In recent days, the Morong family had been sending elders to probe the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, but unfortunately, they gained nothing. It was rumored that the ghost doctor was likely located on Kitchen Star in the Yunhai Star domain, yet the results were still the same. They couldn't find any trace. The Morong family, having paid a great price, along with various forces, had been searching for the ghost doctor without success. In contrast, Han Shan, who randomly drew lots, actually hit the jackpot, found the ghost doctor, and sent Chen Qingyuan in. If it weren't for the appearance of the sword immortal Chonggong, Chen Qingyuan might still be locked up by the ghost doctor, or even subjected to dissection for research. Why does the Morong family want to find the ghost doctor? Chen Qingyuan became interested and inquired. No comment. Matters concerning family secrets. Wensi could not disclose. Even without Wensi explicitly stating it, by observing the expressions of the strong members of the Morong family nearby, Chen Qingyuan could guess a thing or two. It was likely that the life of a certain ancestor of the Morong family was threatened, and they wanted to see if they could enlist the ghost doctor's help. Losing an ancestor from the family would be a huge loss. How about this? I am quite interested in the dead domain. The Morong family could take care of me a bit. Once I come out of the dead domain, I will definitely inform you of the ghost doctor's exact whereabouts, with a protector being delivered to his doorstep. It would be a shame for Chen Qingyuan not to take advantage of it. What are you doing in the dead domain? Is it related to the Taoist ancestor's remarks? Wensi asked curiously. Chen Qingyuan chuckled, then became serious. No comment. That damn man. Wensi was so angry her teeth itched. But she couldn't judge Chen Qingyuan, her tightly clenched fists turning slightly purple. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan lightly coughed. If you dare deceive me this time, don't expect to leave the North Song Star domain alive, Wensi threatened, fearing she would be played by Chen Qingyuan again. Why would I deceive you? If it weren't for the ghost doctor's intervention, I would still be an ordinary person. Do you think an ordinary person could come here? Chen Qingyuan lied with a straight face. Immediately afterward, Wensi turned to her clansmen and communicated via sound transmission to discuss. Moments later, the Morong family agreed to this request. All right, as long as there is one person left in the Morong family, I will ensure nothing happens to you in the dead domain, Wensi promised. Very good. Chen Qingyuan appreciated Wensi's straightforwardness. She was efficient and trustworthy. I will also keep my word and will not disappoint you. The barrier of the dead domain is about to loosen. Get ready to go in. Everyone stood at the edge of the dead domain waiting, as a thick red mist swirled ahead, which was very dangerous. Every few months, the red mist would dissipate for a few hours, making it the best time to enter the dead domain. Chapter 26, Entering the Dead Domain. Storm approaches. The Morong family had a total of 15 members, including Wensi. Their journey was also prompted by the Taoist ancestors' remarks. Hoping to try their luck in the dead domain and see if they could obtain miraculous fortune, Chen Qingyuan reached an agreement with the Morong family and stepped down from the flying boat. With the concealment of the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation level was not revealed. No matter how the Morong family's cultivators probed, They could not see through Chen Qingyuan's true depth. Through this, they became even more convinced of the ghost doctor's abilities, as he could even heal someone whose spiritual roots had been destroyed like Chen Qingyuan, showcasing his extraordinary and mysterious skills. The red mist has dispersed, let us go. Wensi was one of the strongest geniuses of the Murong family, now at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, crushing his peers and making quite a name for himself in the vast northern wilderness. However, now, the former losers had already surpassed Chen Qingyuan. Nonetheless, with Chen Qingyuan's roots, it wouldn't be long before he would reclaim the peak among the younger generation. Kid, stay close to us. An elder turned back to glance at Chen Qingyuan, giving a reminder. Then, everyone quickly stepped into the dead domain, not daring to waste time. Based on the experiences of previous cultivators who entered the dead domain, the 3 hours after the red mist dissipated were the safest. If they did not come out within that time, they would likely remain in the dead domain forever. Miss Murong, why don't you lead me? It would be bad if I got lost. Given Chen Qingyuan's cultivation level at the Xianling realm, he could not keep up with the Murong family's members on foot. In this journey, the weakest member of the Murong family was at the Golden Core realm, and the leader was a highly respected elder with cultivation at the transformation of spirit realm. Grab on. Considering that Chen Qingyuan knew the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, Wensi had no choice but to agree and threw out a light-colored cloth strip. As the cloth strip floated over, a faint fragrance wafted towards them. Chen Qingyuan held the light-colored cloth strip tightly, while the other end was gripped by Wensi. Whoosh! Various forces set out one after another, entering a land of red soil that resembled blood, with no end in sight ahead. As they delved deeper, the land ahead became darker red, and an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. Mountains and giant stones, fields and seas, all are stained with blood. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan and others saw many chilling white bones, likely those of people who had entered the death domain before. The Long Sky Mirror. The leader of the Murong family is an old man named Murong Ping. He noticed a shattered mirror stuck in the cracks of the stone and recognized its origin. The Long Sky Venerable has been missing for over 1,000 years, and it turns out he has been sleeping in the death domain. What a pity, Murong Ping sighed. The others felt a slight tremor in their hearts upon hearing this. Those who can be called venerables are at least powerful figures in the tribulation crossing stage. The 9 stages of tribulation crossing require facing life and death at every level. The Long Sky Venerable surely could not make it to the end and came to the death domain to take a gamble. Unfortunately, he lost. The winner is king. The loser is a bandit. This has been the case since ancient times. Anyone who can reach the Great Ascension stage has gone through countless near-death experiences. Although the treasure mirror is shattered, it still holds significant commemorative value. Let us keep it. Murong Ping tucked the broken Long Sky mirror into his bosom and slightly bowed towards the void to show respect to the Long Sky Venerable. Then, the group continued on their way. According to the words of the Taoist ancestors, it is likely that a world-shocking treasure has emerged within the death domain, but the specific location is unknown and can only be encountered by chance. According to the thoughts of ordinary people, the deeper one goes into the death domain, the greater the chance of finding a treasure. Ahead, it seems that people from the Wangwa sect and Yuqing Holy Land are fighting. After a stick of incense, the group discovered 2 factions engaged in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding land to collapse for thousands of miles, with a chilling murderous aura that seemed to solidify. The temperature dropping sharply and frost forming on the ground. It appeared to be over a Dao treasure. From a distance, in the central position of the 2 forces, there was a Dao treasure still radiating Dao rhythms of considerable value. Let us take a detour and not get involved. Murong Ping did not want to complicate matters. Chen Qingyuan remained silent, closely following the Murong family. With the protection of the Murong family, Chen Qingyuan encountered no trouble along the way. Not long ago, many forces saw the Murong family acquire the Long Sky Mirror and did not dare to approach to snatch it, being extremely apprehensive. An hour had passed, yet the group still found no clues about the treasure. If we can't find anything, we might have to leave temporarily and wait until the next time the red mist dissipates to search again, someone suggested. Let us look a little longer. Murong Ping scanned the surroundings, the sky and earth shrouded in dark red, making it hard to discern anything. Behind the crowd, Chen Qingyuan noticed the jade bracelet on his wrist vibrating slightly and discreetly used a strand of divine sense to investigate. The jade bracelet was vibrating towards the right front direction, as if guiding Chen Qingyuan forward. However, Chen Qingyuan could not openly speak of going in the direction indicated by the bracelet, or it would surely raise the suspicions of the others. They were already near the edge of the death domain, making it difficult to see the traces of other forces. He needed to think of a way to part ways with the Murong family, or it would be difficult to act later. The previous stretch of the journey had indeed relied heavily on the Murong family. Otherwise, Chen Qingyuan would have encountered a lot of trouble. Some forces came to the death domain seeking opportunities, while others were specifically engaged in murder and robbery. After all, once someone was killed and their body discarded in the death domain, there would be no trace left, and they need not worry about retaliation. What is that? Just as Chen Qingyuan was pondering how to part ways with the Murong family, Wensi noticed some wind and sand appearing ahead. The crowd immediately looked over and saw the wind and sand growing increasingly fierce. It could be the rumored death domain storm. Hurry up! Murong Ping's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the group rushed outward frantically, moving at great speed. The initial storm was small, but it quickly escalated into a massive whirlwind, spreading across many regions of the death domain. In just half an hour, a mass of red mist mixed with a chaotic storm rushed towards Chen Qingyuan and the others. According to usual patterns, the red mist would dissipate in about 5 hours. However, this time, just over an hour had passed, and the red mist descended, bringing a terrifying storm. Death domain storms erupt only once every few hundred years, unexpectedly. They encountered it, truly unfortunate. It's over. Chen Qingyuan turned back to glance at the approaching red mist storm, his eyes widening, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Rumbling. The storm swept to the edge, and countless people were swallowed by the red mist, crushed by the laws of the death domain. Those with good luck escaped a calamity, stumbling away in a disheveled state. As the storm descended, the cultivators of the Murong family were too preoccupied to care about Chen Qingyuan. The red mist enveloped everything, and Chen Qingyuan found it strange that he was not affected by the laws of the death domain. Then, he turned to see Murong Wensi, who had already fainted. Because there was a light-colored cloth strip between them, they were buried in the same place. Is she dead? Chen Qingyuan walked towards Murong Wensi, 100 meters away, as the wind and sand battered against him, and the red mist moved with the wind. Chapter 27. It might be my good looks. Upon closer inspection, Murong Wensi's heart was still beating, her breath slightly chaotic. She must have been injured by the red mist storm. The reason Chen Qingyuan was fine was definitely due to the protective jade bracelet. If I had known this thing could withstand the laws of the death domain, I wouldn't have had to make a deal with the Murong family. Chen Qingyuan looked at the unconscious Murong Wensi. Her light-colored dress was somewhat wrinkled, and her light yellow hair covered half of her face, with some red earth on her body, giving her a disheveled beauty. I can't just leave her here. If I abandon Murong Wensi, she will undoubtedly die. But if I stay with her, it will definitely greatly affect my actions later. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat troubled. How should he choose? Sigh. What a hassle. He glanced down at the light-colored cloth strip on the ground, which Murong Wensi had used to pull him earlier. Although they were in a transactional relationship, Chen Qingyuan could not just watch Murong Wensi die. Thus, he took out a jade bottle containing precious spirit liquid. Where did this come from? Of course, it was from the ghost doctor. Chen Qingyuan had a thick skin. Not only had he taken some spirit herbs from the ghost doctor, but he also had healing spirit medicine. Consider it a bargain for you. Chen Qingyuan poured the spirit liquid into Murong Wensi's mouth, feeling a pang of regret. It was truly a blood loss. The spirit liquid entered her body, and Murong Wensi quickly reacted, trembling slightly, producing a crackling sound of static electricity. Moments later, Murong Wensi opened her eyes, her vision somewhat blurred. Slowly, she saw Chen Qingyuan standing not far away and then looked around, not finding any of her clan members. Suddenly, seeing her disheveled clothing, she hurriedly tugged at it a few times to cover her fair shoulders and looked at Chen Qingyuan with a wary expression. Do you think I would take advantage of you? Chen Qingyuan instantly understood the meaning in Murong Wensi's eyes and replied irritably, besides, in your current state, I wouldn't even look at you. You. Murong Wensi pointed at Chen Qingyuan, wanting to curse him out, but she coughed due to not catching her breath. Her complexion pale. Cough, cough, cough. Let us think about how to leave this cursed place. Chen Qingyuan quickly thought of a plan to discuss leaving the death domain with Murong Wensi on the surface, while secretly looking for an opportunity to hide, and then head alone in the direction indicated by the jade bracelet. In this way, one can get rid of Murong Wensi, and the things they did won't be exposed. Didn't you see the others from the Murong family? Murong Wensi was meditating to recover some strength, no longer bickering with Chen Qingyuan, her expression serious. During her meditation, she noticed a few strands of pure spiritual energy within her, likely due to Chen Qingyuan's assistance. And she couldn't help but glance at him a few times. No, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared in Murong Wensi's eyes, clearly concerned for the safety of her kin. Why weren't you affected by the laws of the dead zone? At this point, Murong Wensi scrutinized Chen Qingyuan closely and noticed something amiss, asking with, maybe it's because I'm quite handsome. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, unabashed. Murong Wensi rolled her eyes at him, finding him too annoying. Everyone has their secrets. Murong Wensi didn't press further, but her gaze toward Chen Qingyuan grew complex. The place they had retreated to was now covered by a large amount of red mist, making it impossible to escape. If we can hold out here for a few months until the red mist disperses, there might be a glimmer of hope, Murong Wensi said, staring at the direction they came from, filled with despair. You stay here, Chen Qingyuan said. I'll see if there are any other exits. Wait. Murong Wensi gritted her teeth against the intense pain in her body, slowly getting up to stop Chen Qingyuan from leaving. What's wrong? Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly. I'll go with you. Instinct told Murong Wensi that only by following Chen Qingyuan would she have a chance to survive. I disagree. Chen Qingyuan did not want to carry a burden. We agreed to enter the dead zone together. Are you going to abandon me now? Seeing Chen Qingyuan shake his head in refusal, Murong Wensi gritted her teeth and put on a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking sympathy. Hey, It's not like we have anything between us. Don't make it sound like I've abandoned you. Chen Qingyuan couldn't stand Wenxi's expression. She was clearly a fierce tigress, yet now she seemed so docile, giving him goosebumps. 100 years ago, you deceived me. Not only taking all my opportunities, but also putting me in danger. Are you going to do the same thing now? Wenxi had spent time with Chen Qingyuan and knew that he was soft-hearted, so she pretended to be pitiful. To stabilize the injuries in your body. I've already lost a lot of blood. Now you want me to carry you too? That's too unfair, Chen Qingyuan said awkwardly. You should know my character. I never make a losing deal. As long as I can survive, the Morong family is willing to offer a great gift, Wenxi said seriously. Empty words. No substantial benefits, Chen Qingyuan said dismissively. If it were someone else, a favor from the Morong family would be a great fortune. Unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan doesn't care for illusory promises. Only real benefits matter. Furthermore, while the Morong family wasn't weak, they were just average. If it were a promise from a sword immortal, that would be true fortune. What do you want? Helplessly, Wenxi had to lower her stance to survive. Chen Qingyuan looked Wenxi up and down, scrutinizing her. Being looked at like this made Wenxi uncomfortable, and she gritted her teeth, saying, If you can truly protect me, we can try to get along. We might even become partners. She thought Chen Qingyuan had ulterior motives, not knowing he had no such thoughts, and quickly said, Stop. I told you before, I have no interest in you. Don't flatter yourself. Upon hearing this, Wenxi's cheeks flushed red, feeling a mix of shame and anger, with a dash of dissatisfaction. After all, she was a princess of the Morong family. With looks and figure, was she not worthy of you, Chen Qingyuan? Then why are you looking at me? Wenxi's tone carried a hint of questioning and anger. Your jade pendant looks nice. Chen Qingyuan gave her a look. Take it. Wenxi understood Chen Qingyuan's meaning and took off the white jade from her waist, throwing it to him. Chen Qingyuan quickly caught it, inspected it, and smiled with satisfaction. Top-grade white spirit jade, a rare item. And the jade bracelet on your hand. Chen Qingyuan said again after putting away the white jade. It contains my personal items. It's inconvenient. The jade bracelet was Wenxi's spatial treasure, holding many resources and personal items. Chapter 28. Do people like you have friends? Who wants your personal items? Take everything out. The rest belongs to me. Chen Qingyuan said bluntly. For some reason, Wenxi felt a great humiliation regarding her appearance, her eyes nearly blazing with anger. If it weren't for the need to survive, she would have drawn her sword and beaten Chen Qingyuan to vent her frustration. After hesitating for a moment, Wenxi used a regular Qingyuan bag to store her personal items, then handed the jade bracelet and all the resources inside to Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was very satisfied. Like a shrewd merchant. This should be enough, right? Wenxi bit her lip, angrily saying. During this time, I'll try to protect you. You owe me a favor. The things you should take cannot be less, and naturally, the favor cannot be lacking. You took all my belongings and still want me to remember your favor. What is the logic in that? Wenxi questioned loudly. It can't be said like that. Let me explain, Chen Qingyuan said seriously. If I hadn't saved you just now, you'd probably be dead by now, and those resources would certainly belong to me. But I'm kind-hearted and used extremely precious spiritual medicine on you, which those resources combined don't even match. For the time to come, you still need to follow me, which has a significant impact on my safety. Shouldn't you owe me a favor? The spiritual medicine was indeed precious, but Chen Qingyuan had shamelessly obtained it without paying any price. For some reason, hearing Chen Qingyuan's twisted reasoning, Wenxi actually felt it had some merit. Taking a deep breath, Wenxi compromised again. Fine. Consider it that I owe you a big favor, which I will repay in the future. You really understand. Chen Qingyuan grinned and couldn't help but praise. It's rare to see a wise and beautiful woman like Miss Morong. Humph. Wenxi snorted coldly, giving Chen Qingyuan an eye roll, mocking. I rarely see someone as greedy as you. What can I do? I grew up poor. How can I compare to Miss Morong? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You're poor? What kind of pampering has the Xianqing sect given you, that you dare to complain about being poor? This made Wenxi very displeased, questioning. You don't understand. Although the sect treats me well, resources are limited. They only give me a little each month, which isn't enough to develop myself. I can only expand my business outside. Up to now, Chen Qingyuan had only been at a loss once, and that was with Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was moved by Bai Shishue's persistence, fell in love, and was willing to become partners with her, giving her many resources he had obtained. Unfortunately, things change. There are very few people as shameless as you in the world, Wenxi scolded. Thank you for the compliment. However, Chen Qingyuan always played by his own rules. Not only was he not angry, but he also felt quite relaxed. At this point, Wenxi had completely admitted defeat and said nothing. The two walked side by side to a nearby mountain range and found a safe cave. Staying here allowed them to avoid the cold winds of the dead zone and provided a bit of peace. Along the way, they saw many corpses, all of which had just recently died, probably erased by the red mist storm. Looking at these bodies, Wenxi's worries deepened. She didn't know how her clan was doing or if they were still alive. Hiding in the cave, they lit a fire to dispel the darkness. Morong Wensi reflected on everything that had just happened. Several strands of red mist had drifted in with the cold wind, but had strangely avoided Chen Qingyuan's position, heading in other directions. If they had been contaminated by the red mist, the outcome would have definitely been tragic. It was indeed strange. Morong Wensi muttered to herself, feeling extremely curious, but not asking any questions. Let's stay here for a few months until the red mist dissipates, and then we can leave. After thinking it over, Chen Qingyuan planned to safely escort Morong Wensi out before sneaking back into the dead zone himself. Since he wouldn't be affected by the laws of the dead zone, he had no worries. He could disguise himself and no one would recognize him. Thank you. Staying near Chen Qingyuan, Morong Wensi felt no pressure from the laws of the dead zone and was quite relaxed. If you really want to thank me, save some good things for me next time we meet. Chen Qingyuan didn't need verbal thanks. It had no real significance. Indeed, one couldn't be polite with this guy. He was too good at taking advantage of others. Morong Wensi wanted to meditate and heal, but discovered she had no spirit stones left, making her feel uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, she looked at Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, and softly called out, "Hey, what?" Chen Qingyuan didn't open his eyes, looking lazy. "I've given you all the spirit stones on me. Can you lend me some? If possible." Morong Wensi really didn't want to ask this. Borrowing spirit stones could be negotiated. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Oh, business has come. This was why Chen Qingyuan could collect so many debts. He wasn't a shady merchant, but he earned a little while helping others. "How much do you want to borrow?" Chen Qingyuan asked. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Morong Wensi calculated the time. She might have to stay for a while longer, so she asked for a bit more. "All right." Chen Qingyuan nodded, "But let's agree first. If you borrow 1,000, you have to pay back 3,000 later. You shady merchant." Morong Wensi was displeased. "So, are you borrowing or not?" Chen Qingyuan had her at a disadvantage, putting on a pose as if he didn't care whether she borrowed or not. "Fine." Taking a deep breath, Morong Wensi suppressed her inner turmoil and nodded through gritted teeth. "No evidence. Let's make a written agreement." Saying this, Chen Qingyuan took out paper, pens, and red clay for handprints. Watching Chen Qingyuan skillfully go through this process, Morong Wensi was stunned. "Do you have any friends doing this?" "I do." Chen Qingyuan suddenly thought of a few troublesome friends and smiled. "Want me to introduce you?" "Forget it, no need." Morong Wensi reluctantly signed her name and pressed her handprint. She didn't want to meet more people like Chen Qingyuan. "From now on, I'll be your creditor. Miss Morong, you better live well and remember to pay me back when you have money." Chen Qingyuan kept the agreement safe. It was a proof, and he wasn't afraid of anyone denying it. Looking at the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones in front of her, Morong Wensi felt like crying, her feelings extremely complicated. Because these spirit stones still bore the seal of the Morong family, they were originally hers. Using her own spirit stones required a promissory note, and the interest had tripled. "Chen Qingyuan, I've really hit the jackpot being acquainted with you." Filled with anger, Morong Wensi began to refine the spirit stones, working hard to heal her injuries. "If there's nothing to do, let's eat something." Chen Qingyuan knew how to enjoy life. He set up an iron rack over the fire and started grilling some meat from spirit beasts. Chapter 29. Dogman Chen Qingyuan enjoyed the delicious food as if he were on vacation in the dead zone. On the side, Morong Wensi was meditating to heal her wounds, absorbing the spirit stones in front of her, which dimmed and turned into ordinary stones. A month later, Morong Wensi's injuries had significantly improved, and she paused her healing, opening her eyes to see Chen Qingyuan lazily leaning against a rock with his eyes closed. Seeing Chen Qingyuan so relaxed made Morong Wensi inexplicably angry. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at him. Thud! The stone hit Chen Qingyuan's calf. He lazily glanced at Morong Wensi and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Morong Wensi snorted, "Just finding you unpleasant." "There are many people who find me unpleasant. You don't rank high on that list." Chen Qingyuan was unfazed. If he had reacted emotionally to everyone's words, he would have probably been dead long ago. "I definitely don't rank high. You're such an annoying person. You must have offended many." Morong Wensi said. "Yeah, too bad those people can't kill me. They can only watch me get anxious." Chen Qingyuan added, "I'm curious, have you ever suffered any losses growing up?" Morong Wensi asked. "Unless you count special circumstances, I haven't." In an instant, Chen Qingyuan recalled the many resources he had given to Bai Shishua back then, which had indeed been a huge loss. Besides that incident, he had never made a losing trade. "What special circumstances? Tell me about it." Morong Wensi became a bit curious. "Why should I tell you?" "TCH. Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes, suddenly changing his tone to tease. "If you're willing to pay a fee to listen to the story, I can reluctantly chat with you." "Why do you act like a rogue? How did the Xianqing sect raise you?" With no way to leave for a while, Morong Wensi felt a bit bored and wanted to learn about Chen Qingyuan's past. After all, he was a well-known figure in the northern wilderness. "Free range." Chen Qingyuan answered honestly. "You think it's like raising cattle, huh?" Hearing this, Morong Wensi couldn't help but laugh. The two sat about 10 meters apart, diagonally facing each other. The fire in the cave had long gone out, and a dim white spirit pearl floated in midair, illuminating every corner of the cave. "If you have nothing to do, just close your eyes and meditate. Don't disturb my sleep." The spirit pearl was naturally Chen Qingyuan's possession. He had forgotten where he got this little item from and was too lazy to recall. "I'm not going to listen to you. What can you do about it? Morong Wensi pouted playfully. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and slowly walked towards Morong Wensi. Seeing him approach, she instinctively leaned back and prepared to defend herself. Her gaze sharp and her expression serious. What do you want? Unexpectedly, Chen Qingyuan bypassed Morong Wensi and bent down to grab a long, flat stone behind her. Then, he returned to his original position, resting his head against the stone, looking very comfortable. After lying down, Chen Qingyuan didn't forget to mock. Why such a big reaction? Morong Wensi was once again played by Chen Qingyuan, truly thinking that Chen Qingyuan would do something to her, her cheeks flushed with anger. It was just a stone. Couldn't she just take it from a distance? Why did it have to make such a big fuss? It must have been intentional. Once again, she declared, I'm not interested in you. Let me remind you, although I am handsome and charming, don't fall for me, or you'll definitely regret it. When she said this, Chen Qingyuan turned to look at Morong Wensi, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Morong Wensi angrily said, how can you be so narcissistic? That's a fact. You can't change it. Chen Qingyuan's ears seemed to filter automatically, turning any sarcastic remarks into compliments. Don't worry, even if I liked a pig, I wouldn't have the slightest thought about you. The implication in Morong Wensi's words was that Chen Qingyuan was not even as good as a pig. That's good. Chen Qingyuan was unbothered by the ridicule, his lips always curled in a faint smile. By the way, you say you're charming. Why did Bai Shishua leave you? Suddenly, Morong Wensi thought of this matter, which was the best way to rebut Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips slowly faded, and his expression became somewhat complex. After a long pause, he said, it's probably fate. If she really loved you, even if you encountered an accident in Tianyuan, she shouldn't have found someone new in just 100 years. Perhaps, from the beginning, she didn't have much admiration for you, and it was more about mutual interests. Morong Wensi had finally found a topic to deal with Chen Qingyuan, so she couldn't stop and pressed on. I know. Chen Qingyuan slowly sat up, turned to meet Morong Wensi's gaze, his eyes deep as if they came from the end of the river of time, carrying a sense of hardship that was hard to decipher. In that moment of eye contact with Chen Qingyuan, Morong Wensi felt as if her consciousness was taken to a flowing river of yellow sand, somewhat blurred, and her mood inexplicably heavy. The sarcastic expression on Morong Wensi's face seemed to have disappeared without a trace, replaced by a serious, curious, and puzzled look. This was the first time she saw another side of Chen Qingyuan, his eyes filled with stories, seasoned by time. The previous Chen Qingyuan had been shameless, extremely narcissistic, and a bit scheming. Do you know why you decided to become a Dao partner with her back then? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan seemed to have transformed into another person, making Morong Wensi feel a bit unfamiliar. She looks a lot like a deceased friend of mine. Chen Qingyuan turned to look at the dark and oppressive sky outside the cave. Deceased friend? Morong Wensi's eyes lit up with curiosity. She is the beauty in my dreams. Very real, yet very illusory. Sometimes I find myself wondering whether the experiences in my dreams ever really existed, Chen Qingyuan murmured. What are you talking about? Morong Wensi was confused. Do you believe in past lives? Chen Qingyuan suddenly asked seriously. I believe. Morong Wensi nodded and said, powerful beings can live a second life and be reborn to cultivate again. Although this is rare, it is recorded in ancient texts. But looking at you, you don't seem like a powerful being reborn. Don't think you can fool me. That trick doesn't work anymore. If I were a powerful being reborn, would I end up in this situation? Chen Qingyuan self-deprecatingly said. That's true. Morong Wensi said, from what you're saying, Bai Shishua resembles your past life's confidant. So you treat her so well? That's about the gist of it. Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. It's just a pity that they are not the same person. It's merely a resemblance. My karmic bond with Bai Shishua has ended. The memories of my dreams are like bubbles, easily shattered when touched. Chen Qingyuan didn't dwell on it too much. When he first learned of Bai Shishua's marriage to someone else, he didn't feel much anger or sadness. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Initially, he should not have agreed to Bai Shishua. However, since he made a promise, he had to see it through, which was why he dared to offend the girl in red from the Tianyuan forbidden zone. However, it was not Chen Qingyuan who failed to hold on until the end, but Bai Shishua. I'm sorry. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's sad expression, Morong Wensi felt apologetic. Her apology lacked sincerity. If she truly felt bad, she should show it in some way. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, a half-smile on his face. Morong Wensi's earlier sympathy vanished without a trace, and she secretly cursed, damn man. Chapter 30. Delving into the dead zone. Walking alone just a moment ago, Chen Qingyuan had appeared sorrowful and melancholic, but without any warning, he returned to his original self, constantly asking for benefits, leaving people speechless. At that moment, Morong Wensi actually felt a slight sympathy for Chen Qingyuan, secretly cursing herself for almost being deceived by Chen Qingyuan's facade. In the following months, Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi rarely chatted, each meditating. Time passed quickly, and it was finally time for the red mist to dissipate. Looking at the red mist moving deeper into the dead zone, Morong Wensi's face showed joy. Finally, the moment has come. Let's go? After a moment, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the red mist had cleared and the barrier had loosened, turning to Morong Wensi to say. The two set off, preparing to leave. After about 2 hours, Chen Qingyuan and Wensi reached the boundary of the dead zone. The moment they stepped out of the dead zone, Wensi felt her body lighten significantly. That inexplicable pressure suddenly disappeared. Immediately, she hurried to contact her clansmen. Chen Qingyuan stood silently nearby, noticing a hint of sorrow on Wensi's face. After finishing her conversation with the clan elder, Wensi glanced towards the direction of the dead zone. During the last dead zone storm, over half of the companions died. Bad luck, what a pity, what a shame, Chen Qingyuan said with regret. Perhaps there really are treasures in the dead zone, but my family is out of luck and can only give up. This time they encountered the dead zone storm. Several elders of the family died, although it was not a catastrophic loss. It still affected morale and could only be abandoned. You've been injured. It's best to hurry back and not be schemed against by treacherous people. After all, the cultivation world is quite chaotic. Not everyone is as kind as I am. The first half of Chen Qingyuan's words was quite polite, but the latter half made Wensi feel both amused and helpless. If you say Chen Qingyuan is kind, he indeed has not taken advantage of Wensi and is willing to help. However, the word kind doesn't quite fit him. Greedy and narcissistic would be more appropriate. If Wensi were to evaluate Chen Qingyuan, she would say he is a narcissistic schemer with a bottom line, hiding a curious past. Hey, although my family didn't protect you, instead you came to protect me. I really want to know the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Name your price. Wensi did not forget the main business and said seriously, for the sake of our acquaintance, I'll tell you for free. Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment and decided not to charge Wensi this time. Yuhai Star Domain, Kitchen Star. Then, Chen Qingyuan drew the specific location where the ghost doctor had been in midair. Thank you. Wensi quickly noted it down, expressing her gratitude. Whether you can invite the ghost doctor is up to your family. Moreover, I can't guarantee whether the ghost doctor is still there. It's all about fate. Chen Qingyuan said. Getting such detailed information is already quite good. This time, the family entered the death domain, hoping to gain certain opportunities to heal an elder of their clan. Since the path through the death domain was fraught with difficulties, they could only seek the ghost doctor. With that, Chen Qingyuan left a parting remark, turned, and walked away without looking back. Watching Chen Qingyuan leave, Wensi lingered, her gaze fixed in the direction he had gone, murmuring to herself, Chen Qingyuan, will you be able to stand once more at the center of the grand stage of the world, showcasing your past brilliance? 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was so powerful that Wensi felt ashamed in his presence, single-handedly suppressing the young prodigies from more than 10 surrounding star regions. At that time, some well-meaning individuals compiled a list of the strongest young prodigies in the North Wilderness, called the 10 Talents of the North Wilderness, and Chen Qingyuan's name was prominently included. The title of the 10 Talents of the North Wilderness was not to be taken lightly. Each prodigy on that list was more terrifying than the last. Unfortunately, shortly after Chen Qingyuan was selected as one of the 10 Talents, he encountered the heavenly abyss tribulation. It was rumored that many prodigies sought to challenge Chen Qingyuan to elevate their status. 100 years later, how many of the younger generation still remembered Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Wensi, Chen Qingyuan pretended to head to another location, but in reality, he took a detour back to the death domain. This time, Chen Qingyuan disguised himself and used the power of the jade bracelet to conceal his whereabouts. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he plunged into the death domain. At this moment, the red mist had once again spread to the borders. However, Chen Qingyuan did not intend to wait for the mist to dissipate before entering. With the jade bracelet protecting him, entering now would allow him to avoid encounters with others, saving him a lot of trouble. If he had known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the death domain, he wouldn't have had to deal with the family at all. Upon re-entering the death domain, Chen Qingyuan felt the guidance of the jade bracelet and moved deeper into the territory. Along the way, he came across numerous corpses and some relics with lingering spiritual energy, as well as items like Qingyuan bags. What a fortune! Chen Qingyuan collected all of these items. His smile radiant, unable to close his mouth. In such a dangerous place as the death domain, where countless powerful beings trembled in fear, Chen Qingyuan felt as if he had returned home, moving freely without any pressure. After leisurely walking for several months, not only did Chen Qingyuan collect many treasures, but he also advanced his cultivation to the peak of the profound spirit realm. With perfect innate talent, his cultivation speed was rapid, and his foundation was solid. Most importantly, Chen Qingyuan originally possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, so he faced no obstacles. Although the girl in red had once crippled Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, she had not harmed his body. Now, recultivating was extremely easy for him. He must have left the edge of the death domain by now. Looking at the dark red land, Chen Qingyuan glanced back, talking to himself. At this point, it was becoming increasingly difficult to see corpses and relics, as no one could venture this far, even those seeking death with all their heart. The area was unusually silent, desolate, and devoid of any signs of life. Chen Qingyuan felt as if he could hear his own heartbeat and the pulse of every part of his body. As he delved deeper, the pressure on his heart surged, and he proceeded cautiously. Is anyone still inside? Taking out the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan looked at the direction it pointed, raising his head to observe the distance. his brows furrowed. Having come this far, it was unreasonable for Chen Qingyuan to return empty-handed. Moreover, this was his second agreement with the girl in red. He had to see it through. Since she had asked him to come, she surely wouldn't harm him. If she truly wanted to kill him, a mere breath would suffice. There was no need for such trouble. Chen Qingyuan believed that the girl in red would not set a trap. She had no need to do so. After advancing for another 2 months, Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up as he finally made a new discovery. Chapter 31. The Cemetery. Silver Spear. What was the discovery? The land not far ahead was no longer dark red, but pitch black. Chen Qingyuan moved forward slowly. Noticing that the sky was draped in a layer of dark veil, an invisible pressure weighing down on him. A tombstone? After walking a distance, Chen Qingyuan found himself in a cemetery, dumbfounded. As he looked around, he saw countless tombstones of varying sizes, some tall, some short. The tombstones were all deep black, faintly exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and an indescribable sense of sorrow that time could hardly bury. Some tombstones stood upright, while others leaned at angles, and some had already fallen, buried under dark soil and yellow sand. For some reason, when Chen Qingyuan saw these tombstones, he felt not just shock, but also a deeper sadness. Yes, it was sadness. Why did he feel so uncomfortable? Chen Qingyuan clutched his chest, his brows slightly furrowing, uncertain of the reason. Drip. Unexpectedly, a tear slipped from Chen Qingyuan's eye. Feeling the tear trace down his cheek, his vision blurred, and in this cemetery, he saw many figures and an incredibly tragic battlefield. With a blink, the blurry scene suddenly vanished. Buzz. The jade bracelet quivered gently, pulling Chen Qingyuan out of his complex thoughts. Following the jade bracelet's guidance, he walked deeper into the cemetery. After a long time, the tombstones became fewer and fewer. At the end of the cemetery, within a radius of 10,000 meters, there were no ordinary tombstones. At its end lay a dark red coffin, every part bearing the marks of time, as if it had endured an unimaginable battle. Beside the dark red coffin stood a stone pillar about 3 meters tall. A coffin? A pillar? Chen Qingyuan stood to the side, his body seemingly petrified, eyes wide open in astonishment. Perhaps due to the endless passage of time, or perhaps because of Chen Qingyuan's arrival, the stone pillar began to crack, with fissures spreading across every part of it. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan took a few steps back. His whole body tensed, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Bang! The stone pillar shattered into countless tiny fragments, revealing what lay inside it before Chen Qingyuan's eyes. This made Chen Qingyuan's mouth drop open slightly, wanting to speak, but hesitating, utterly shocked. A silver-long spear, about 9 feet long, with a sharp dragon-shaped tip and a smooth, flawless shaft. The spear's tail resembled a round ball, like a snow lotus bud about to bloom. The moment Chen Qingyuan saw this silver spear, he was stunned. In his memory, no weapon or treasure could compare to the silver spear. The invisible aura it emanated stirred up gusts of wind, making the originally silent and eerie cemetery come alive, the wind howling like a battlefield's roar. The jade bracelet in Chen Qingyuan's hand suddenly floated up, drifting beside the silver spear. The meaning of the jade bracelet was clear. The gift the girl in red spoke of was indeed this silver spear. Is this really a gift for me? Chen Qingyuan, who was always greedy for wealth, hesitated at this moment, unable to move forward. Buzz. The jade bracelet emitted a gentle wave of Tao patterns, as if answering Chen Qingyuan's question. Steadying his mind, Chen Qingyuan slowly approached, coming within half a meter of the silver spear. After a long internal struggle, Chen Qingyuan nervously extended his right hand and grasped the silver spear. Boom. The moment Chen Qingyuan held the silver spear, a terrifying force erupted from the spear, surging outward in all directions. The terrifying pressure has exceeded what Chen Qingyuan knows. Even powerful beings in the tribulation transcendence period would likely kneel under just a fraction of this pressure. Strangely, the pressure emanating from the silver spear did not harm Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. After several breaths, the cemetery became unusually quiet. Chen Qingyuan slowly exerted force and discovered he could actually lift the silver spear with relative ease. This left him puzzled and quite excited. Logically, such a divine weapon should have developed spiritual intelligence, making it unfit for ordinary cultivators to wield. However, not only did Chen Qingyuan grasp the silver spear effortlessly, but he could also wield it without any difficulty. He kept staring at the silver spear in his hand, and after a moment, he uttered 2 words. Since the silver spear did not reject him, Chen Qingyuan relaxed his guard a bit and decided to communicate with the spear's spiritual intelligence. Thus, a strand of his spiritual intelligence penetrated into the silver spear. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan realized that the spear's spiritual intelligence was shattered, broken into dozens of fragments, making communication impossible. Remarkably, despite the destruction of its intelligence, the spear's body remained intact. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in awe. Then, he lamented, what a pity. The shattering of the spiritual intelligence meant that the spear could exert less than 1% of its original power. Even so, this was enough to shock Chen Qingyuan greatly. I lack the ability to restore you. Whether I have the chance in the future depends on fate. After studying the silver spear for a long time, Chen Qingyuan attempted to activate the restrictions of the jade bracelet, storing the silver spear within it. Acquiring this silver spear marked the completion of his second agreement with the girl in red. Chen Qingyuan wanted to quickly resolve his ties with her. So he contacted her through the jade bracelet. What is the third agreement? Getting rid of the girl in red was Chen Qingyuan's greatest wish. Let us discuss it once you recover your golden core stage. The mysterious space within the jade bracelet pieced together a response. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of the agreement. Forget it, let us go home first. It had been a while since he left the Xinjiang sect, and Chen Qingyuan planned to return for a visit. After all, the matter of the demon lair in the flowing star domain had not been resolved, and the experts from various sects must be extremely busy now. Chen Qingyuan turned to leave along his original route, glancing back at the desolate cemetery with a heavy heart before bowing in respect. Then, he set off on his journey home. After half a year of travel, Chen Qingyuan finally exited the dead zone. On the way back, he took a slight detour and discovered several treasures, which made him very happy. Finding hidden treasures was a great fortune in life. When exiting the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan still disguised himself, not revealing his true appearance. Once he reached a safe place, he removed his disguise, revealing his true self, and took out the spiritual treasure flying boat, heading toward the flowing star domain. What was going on in the cemetery deep within the dead zone? And that coffin? Whose weapon was the silver spear? Sitting in the flying boat, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but ponder these questions, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Days later, Chen Qingyuan found a person blocking his path ahead in the flying boat. Chapter 32, The 10 Prodigies of the North Wilderness, Wu Zhenyan. Chen Qingyuan walked to the front of the flying boat and recognized the person. His expression slightly changing. It's you. The newcomer wore a purple brocade robe, standing 8 feet tall, with long hair tied up, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. I heard you're still alive, so I came to see. His name was Wu Zhenyan, the #1 prodigy of the North Song Star Domain. Wu Zhenyan also held another identity as one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness. Now that we've seen each other, can you move aside? Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Zhenyan to clear the way. In the surrounding dozen or so star domains, only Chen Qingyuan dared to speak to Wu Zhenyan like this. Otherwise, any other peer would have been suppressed without hesitation. Back then, we agreed to a duel, but you broke your word. As fellow members of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, Wu Zhenyan wanted to compete with Chen Qingyuan. 100 years ago, they had met, shared a few drinks, and talked. Upon parting, Wu Zhenyan proposed a duel. To brush Wu Zhenyan off, Chen Qingyuan casually mentioned a time. Big brother, I nearly lost my life back then. How could I fulfill the duel agreement with you? Little did he know that shortly after, Chen Qingyuan encountered trouble in Tianyuan, rendering their agreement void. A promise is a promise. As long as you're alive, you must keep it no matter what happens. You weren't there back then, that is your problem. Wu Zhenyan valued commitments highly, even more than his own life. Why are you being unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan complained. I can understand you. But you must fulfill the duel from back then. You can't keep me waiting for so many years. Wu Zhenyan's expression was cold, as if someone owed him money. I just found a ghost doctor to heal my spiritual root, and now you're here to bully me? Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. How about I just concede? No way. Wu Zhenyan shook his head. I won't bully you. I insist on having a fair duel. There is no such thing as fairness in this world, Chen Qingyuan replied. Choose another time. I'll suppress my realm to duel with you. The duel from 100 years ago lingered in Wu Zhenyan's mind. If he didn't settle the score with Chen Qingyuan, it would surely evolve into a heart demon over time. Is that necessary? Chen Qingyuan couldn't understand Wu Zhenyan's mindset. What was the point? There is, Wu Zhenyan nodded slowly. A battle at the same realm. If you win, fine. But if you lose, how embarrassing. Listen to me. The duel from back then has long passed. Let us not dwell on it, okay? Chen Qingyuan advised. A promise cannot be taken lightly. Wu Zhenyan snorted, his gaze fierce. Those who break promises deserve death. Saying this, a strand of Wu Zhenyan's aura locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Qingyuan dared not refuse, quickly saying, fine, I'll go along with you. Good. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenyan nodded in satisfaction. What is the time for the next duel? 10 years later. How does that sound? Chen Qingyuan replied. Originally, he intended to say 100 years, but upon second thought, he realized it would likely make Wu Zhenyan overthink. 10 years would allow for a little delay. Okay. After some consideration, Wu Zhenyan nodded in agreement. When the time comes, I will come looking for you. You're really stubborn, Chen Qingyuan said helplessly. It's just a duel. Why make it so serious? You wouldn't understand. Wu Zhenyan stands by his word. Ordinary people wouldn't comprehend. Indeed. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly, taking out 2 pots of good wine, indicating, want to come in for a drink? Sure. Wu Zhenyan was unceremonious and directly walked into the flying boat. The two sat facing each other, drinking and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Wu Zhenyan brought up Chen Qingyuan's situation bluntly. I heard you got dumped. Recently. Chen Qingyuan had been annoyed by people mentioning this matter, which felt like adding fuel to the fire. What is it to you? Just asking. Wu Zhenyan's cold demeanor suggested he had never formed close relationships with others. Firstly, his personality made it hard for people to get along with him. Secondly, as one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, ordinary talents had no right to stand on equal footing with him, let alone be friends. She will regret it. The she Wu Zhenyan referred to was, of course, by Shishue, who had abandoned Chen Qingyuan. I have lost the charm of my youth. So what is there for her to regret? Chen Qingyuan chuckled at himself. No. Although Wu Junyan couldn't see the Dao bone within Chen Qingyuan, he could confidently say, based on his innate perception, that in my eyes, you have merely taken a trip down the mountain and will soon return to the peak, overlooking the vast mountains and rivers. Why do you have so much confidence in me? Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. If you didn't have this ability, you wouldn't be worthy of being my opponent, Wu Junyan replied, taking a sip of his drink and pondering. Are you praising me or yourself? Chen Qingyuan maneuvered the flying boat forward, the rich aroma of alcohol spreading to every corner of the boat. Both. Wu Junyan answered honestly. Speaking of our duel, have you encountered any of the other 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness in recent years? Chen Qingyuan was quite interested in this matter. Yes. Wu Junyan nodded. Have you fought them? Chen Qingyuan stared intently at Wu Junyan and asked. I didn't have that opportunity. Wu Junyan felt a bit regretful about this. With so many prodigies in the world, why do you keep bothering me? Chen Qingyuan's eyes were somewhat resentful. If I were to fight them, there would be a clear winner and loser, and life or death would be at stake. With you, it doesn't have to be like that. In Wu Junyan's heart, although Chen Qingyuan loved wealth and had many tricks, he was a principled person worthy of dealing with. Most importantly, being with Chen Qingyuan allowed Wu Junyan to take off his mask and feel very relaxed. This feeling was something Wu Junyan had never experienced before. Are you afraid of death? Chen Qingyuan was surprised. Impossible. Death is nothing to fear. It's just that now is not the time to fight to the death. Wu Junyan said in a deep voice. That's true. The future holds infinite possibilities when the time for a life and death battle comes. We must go to the stage of the great world. We cannot stop our progress here. The northern wilderness is vast, but it is not the end. It is said that in the extremely distant imperial state lies the center of the world, where countless strong people and prodigies gather. Only by reaching the imperial state can one see the colors of the world stage, making this life worthwhile. Chen Qingyuan, I heard you came out of the abyss alive. Won't you meet with old acquaintances? Just as Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan were discussing the future, an unkind voice came from afar. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had appeared in the death domain, dealing with the Morong family. His arrival in the northern Song Star domain had reached the ears of many acquaintances, and those people naturally wanted to come and take a look. The people coming this time are probably not as easy to talk to as Wu Junyan and are mostly here to add insult to injury. Chapter 33. Get lost, which bastard is blocking the way? Chen Qingyuan cursed inwardly and looked outside. At a glance, Chen Qingyuan's expression slightly changed. He remained seated and shouted. I thought who it was. Turns out to be the candidate saint of the Lianyo sacred land. When he said this, Chen Qingyuan deliberately emphasized the word candidate. There are 4 candidate saints in the Lianyo sacred land, one of whom is named Li Jinqing. 100 years ago, Li Jinqing had a conflict with Chen Qingyuan and fought. As for the result, naturally, Chen Qingyuan won. Because of this battle, Li Jinqing's official appointment as a saint was indefinitely delayed. After all, the Lianyo sacred land did not want a loser to lead the younger generation, as it would damage their reputation. 100 years have passed, and Li Jinqing's strength has greatly improved, making him somewhat stronger than the other 3 candidate saints. According to many people's speculation, Li Jinqing might soon be able to shed the title of candidate. Chen Qingyuan, are you too cowardly to come out and see me? Looking at the closed barrier of the flying boat, Li Jinqing in a dark brocade robe sneered. I am indeed a coward. I never take dangerous actions. Today, did you come here to take advantage of my weakness and get back at me for the past? Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Your courage is still small. Li Jinqing snorted lightly. How many people did you offend back then? I didn't see you being timid. Moreover, you dared to step into the abyss, which is not something an ordinary person would do. Stop rambling. Just say why you're blocking my way. Chen Qingyuan and Li Jinqing were not friends, so he had no time to waste on him. I want to invite you to the Lianyo sacred land for a visit. You will be well treated. Perhaps to regain the face lost 100 years ago, or perhaps out of curiosity about the situation inside the abyss, Li Jinqing sealed off the surrounding void, preventing the flying boat from breaking through. I won't go. Chen Qingyuan straightforwardly refused. Whether I go or not is not up to you. Since Li Jinqing is here, he certainly won't give up easily. Are you serious about making a move against me? Chen Qingyuan put down his wine glass, and his voice rang out. You have lost the charm of your youth. Don't act tough in front of me. Chen Qingyuan, the Lianyo sacred land won't take your life. We really just want to invite you over for a cup of tea, so come out. If it were before, Li Jinqing wouldn't dare to be enemies with Chen Qingyuan, avoiding him at all costs. Now that Chen Qingyuan has fallen from grace, it seems anyone can come over and step on him a few times. You are so arrogant. Have you asked my friends? Chen Qingyuan was unafraid and shouted. Friends? Li Jinqing laughed. Does someone like you have friends in the northern Songstar domain? Even if you do, I don't care at all. After over 100 years of effort, Li Jinqing's say in the Lianyo sacred land has increased significantly, and he believes he is quite a prominent figure in the northern Songstar domain. Inside the flying boat, Chen Qingyuan deliberately lowered his voice. Old Wu, it's your turn to take action. Wu Junyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, saying nothing. Don't look at me like that. It's quite scary. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the fine wine on the table and said seriously, this wine was brewed with countless efforts. Since you drank my wine, shouldn't you help me out? 5-spice mixed brew, many taverns sell it. Wu Junyan replied indifferently. Although Wu Junyan exposed the origin of the wine, Chen Qingyuan did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he firmly stated, wine is easy to obtain, but true friendship is hard to find. Old Wu, if it weren't for drinking with you and wasting some time, I would have left the northern Songstar domain by now and wouldn't have run into this guy Li Jinqing. Now that I have trouble, shouldn't you step up? This has nothing to do with me. Wu Junyan was too lazy to get involved. Forget it, Sai. Chen Qingyuan sighed, feigning a look of sorrow. If I had known you were so heartless, why would I have shared drinks with you? If I die today, our duel will be void. I have just one request. If I die, don't dig up my grave and complain that I didn't keep my promise. With the conversation reaching this point, Wu Junyan could no longer tolerate it. So, Wu Junyan put down his wine glass and slowly stood up. Old Wu, I knew you were a helpful young man. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of joy and praised him. It's hard to describe my experience with you. Wu Junyan turned to look at Chen Qingyuan, his expression complex and cold. No matter what Wu Junyan said, Chen Qingyuan maintained a smile. In any case, as long as Wu Junyan was willing to take action, everything he said was right. Hey, why is there no response? Outside, Li Jinqing had not heard Chen Qingyuan's voice for a while and was becoming somewhat impatient. Shouting, Chen Qingyuan, have you made up your mind? If you don't come out soon, don't blame me for being rude. Was at this moment, the barrier of the flying boat loosened. Li Jinqing's face revealed a hint of smugness, as if he could already see Chen Qingyuan's defeated expression, making him feel quite pleased. However, the situation did not develop as Li Jinqing had imagined. The person who stepped out of the flying boat was not Chen Qingyuan, but Wu Junyan. Upon seeing Wu Junyan for the first time, Li Jinqing's smile froze, his pupils gradually dilating, and he was left dumbfounded. Young Master Wu, how could you be here? Li Jinqing was extremely surprised and had not expected to see Wu Junyan here at all. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Wu Junyan said coldly. No need. Even after being retorted by Wu Junyan, Li Jinqing, despite feeling humiliated, did not dare to show his anger. Get lost. In the nearby star region, the only peer that Wu Junyan valued was Chen Qingyuan. For others, Wu Junyan was extremely aloof and did not take them seriously at all. Li came here to invite Chen Qingyuan to visit the Lotus mysterious Holy Land. Feeling very reluctant to leave in such a dejected manner, Li Jinqing directly invoked the name of the Holy Land. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Not to mention you. Even the Lord of the Lotus mysterious Holy Land wouldn't dare to threaten me. The Lotus mysterious Holy Land is a very powerful force in the North Songstar region. But Wu Junyan was completely unafraid and dared to say such words with full confidence. Hearing this, Li Jinqing deeply stared at the flying boat, gritting his teeth and clasping his fists. Farewell. Li Jinqing did not have the courage to confront Wu Junyan and turned to leave, no matter how hard he thought. He never expected Wu Junyan would stay by Chen Qingyuan's side and even be willing to stand up for him. In the perception of countless people in the North Songstar region, Wu Junyan preferred to act alone and did not care about anyone, having never made any friends. Leaders from various holy lands had warned their disciples that if they encountered Wu Junyan outside, they should not oppose him, or it would bring trouble to their sections. Wu Junyan's background was extremely mysterious, and very few people knew about it. As for this matter, Chen Qingyuan was also not very clear. Old Wu, you are quite something. Just a word from you scared this kid away, Chen Qingyuan praised. Chapter 34, Returning to Xianqing Sect, Dao Yi Academy. Wu Junyan did not respond, his attitude indifferent. Are you coming in to sit for a while? Chen Qingyuan stepped outside. Forget it. Wu Junyan did not want to be manipulated by Chen Qingyuan and refused without hesitation. You are too cunning. Spending too much time with you makes it easy to fall for tricks. That's not true. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Qingyuan pretended to be angry. Wu Junyan was not meeting Chen Qingyuan for the first time and was already familiar with his temperament, not to be deceived by his surface. I'm leaving. Leaving behind a sentence, Wu Junyan rode the wind away. So stylish. It's enviable, Chen Qingyuan muttered quietly while watching the direction Wu Junyan left. Afterwards, Chen Qingyuan set off on the journey back to the flowing meteor star region, quickening his pace. This time, Chen Qingyuan used a jade bracelet to conceal his aura to prevent being stopped on the road. As long as he wasn't particularly unlucky, he shouldn't run into trouble. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally stood on the land of the flowing meteor star region, feeling relaxed. I should go home first. Before long, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Xianqing sect. Upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's return, the elders all appeared, filled with joy. Qingyuan, where have you been running off to without a word? Hey, your body has a spiritual energy fluctuation. Did you really restore your spiritual root? You little brat. You still know to come back. If it weren't for the late master uncle, I would definitely give you a good beating today. It's so dangerous outside. Why were you running around without telling us? Dozens of people spoke to Chen Qingyuan, their words full of concern. Once the senior brothers and sisters calmed down, Chen Qingyuan finally revealed the pre-prepared lie. A ghost doctor helped me recover, and I needed to assist the ghost doctor with something, which I cannot tell anyone. Chen Qingyuan pushed the blame onto the ghost doctor, as it couldn't be verified face-to-face. Was the task the ghost doctor gave you difficult? A senior sister became worried, stepping forward to check if Chen Qingyuan was injured. It's fine, not difficult, and it's already taken care of. Chen Qingyuan now resembled a well-behaved child. smiling brightly and looking very reassuring. As long as you're back safely. The others stopped scolding Chen Qingyuan, as this was not his fault, but rather the price of having the ghost doctor treat him. Junior brother, how much of your cultivation has recovered now? Everyone respected Chen Qingyuan and did not use spells to check. The previous cultivation cannot be reclaimed. I can only start from scratch. Chen Qingyuan displayed his Earth Spirit Realm cultivation. As long as the spiritual root is restored, the former glory can be regained soon, so there is no need to rush. Although it was somewhat regrettable, everyone was not too sad and instead felt very happy. With Chen Qingyuan's abilities, even starting over, he could reach a high position again. After chatting for a long time, the elders gradually left. Through the conversation, Chen Qingyuan roughly understood the situation regarding the demon cave. The Tianyu sect was willing to expend all its resources and invite various sects to jointly suppress the demon cave. Originally, the Xianqing sect did not want to help, but since many sects had already agreed, it made it impossible for the Xianqing sect to remain aloof. After much deliberation, the Xianqing sect agreed to assist. Since all sects benefited, they would of course help diligently, and grievances against the Tianyu sect were significantly reduced. Just the Xianqing sect alone received a top-quality spiritual vein, over 10 middle-quality spiritual veins, as well as numerous spiritual herbs and Dao treasures. There were a total of 19 first-rate forces in the flowing meteor star region, and the things received by other sects would certainly not be less than those of the Xianqing sect. One can imagine how much wealth the Tianyu sect had gained over the years by relying on the demon cave. When will the demon cave be resolved? In a misty courtyard, Chen Qingyuan sat across from his senior brother Lin Chongxing, sipping tea. It is said that the Tianyu sect has invited a master of formations. And once the formation is set up, we will act together to fill the demon cave. According to the timeline given by the Tianyu sect, it should not exceed 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years is really not long, just a snap of the fingers. Some powerful beings need hundreds or thousands of years to close their doors. Are you confident in resolving it? Chen Qingyuan had read ancient texts and understood the horror of the demon cave. The demon cave beneath the Tianyu sect had reached an uncontrollable level after years of nurturing. It's hard to say. Lin Chongxing's expression was grave, and he slowly shook his head. Once the demon cave erupts, it will surely bring disaster to every part of the flowing meteor star region, with endless repercussions. Brother, there's no need to worry too much, since we've come. We should be at peace. In Chen Qingyuan's view, the one who should really worry was the Tianyu sect. If there was a problem with the demon cave, the Tianyu sect would be the first to suffer, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Let's not talk about these troubling matters. Lin Chongxing temporarily refrained from thinking about these issues and shifted the topic back to Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Chen Qingyuan noticed that Lin Chongxing seemed serious, and an inexplicable tightness gripped his heart. Now that you have restored your spiritual root, I can't keep you locked in the Xianqing sect forever. The path ahead still needs to be walked by you yourself. However, I made a decision without consulting you, and I hope you won't be angry. Lin Chongxing looked intently into Chen Qingyuan's eyes and pondered. Decision? Chen Qingyuan's expression was puzzled. To participate in the Dao Academy's assessment, Lin Chongxing said. Dao Academy, what kind of place is this? After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan raised a question. In his mind, there were no fragments of memory about Dao Academy. It was a very mysterious place, one that he had only heard of before but had never visited. There was little record about Dao Academy in ancient texts, leading to the speculation that its lineage was quite old. Lin Chongxing had previously gone out to experience the world and had heard of Dao Academy's reputation, which was enigmatic and elusive. Senior brother, why didn't you tell me before? Chen Qingyuan forced a smile. To be honest, I didn't even know where Dao Academy was. How could I tell you? Lin Chongxing replied helplessly. Then what is going on today? Chen Qingyuan was astonished. A few days ago, there was an unusual fluctuation of laws in the cave where my master practiced. I went to take a look and found a box inside, which contained a letter and a seemingly ordinary wooden token. Lin Chongxing's thoughts drifted back to the past as he slowly recounted. The box was left by my master before he passed away. The content of the letter was simple, hoping that you could take the wooden token to Dao Academy. If you could secure a position within the academy, it would greatly benefit both you and the Xianqing sect. The box had my master's seal of law on it, so it was placed in a corner and went unnoticed. It was only recently that the laws weakened, allowing me to discover these things. The wooden token is the token of Dao Academy. Only with this can you find the location of the academy. As for where the Supreme Ancestor obtained the wooden token, that remains unknown. Speaking of this matter, Lin Chongxing also found it strange. After his master passed away, he had clearly cleaned the master's cultivation cave and did not find this box. How did it suddenly appear? Although it was puzzling, Lin Chongxing was certain that the handwriting on the envelope was from his master, and it still bore traces of the unique techniques of the Xianqing sect, which could not be faked. So, where's the wooden token now? Chen Qingyuan understood. I crushed it. Lin Chongxing answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's astonished expression froze. Chapter 35, 5 Years in a Glance. Cultivation reached the celestial spirit realm. Lin Chongxing hurriedly said, according to the letter left by my master, as long as you crush the wooden token, you can inscribe your name and send a message to Dao Academy. Senior brother, at least you could have asked me. This matter came quite suddenly. leaving Chen Qingyuan at a loss. I originally planned to wait for you to come back and then tell you, but when I took out the wooden token, I accidentally crushed it. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit strange. It was estimated that my master had set up a restriction long ago. Once the box was opened, it would activate the restriction and shatter the wooden token. In this way, even if Chen Qingyuan did not want to go to Daoyi Academy, he would have no choice but to comply. Lin Chongqing explained the situation to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own helplessness. The shattered wooden token means you have already become a candidate for Daoyi Academy. When the designated time arrives, people from Daoyi Academy will come to find you for the assessment. Junior brother, do you have any questions? Lin Chongqing asked. At this point, what can I say? Chen Qingyuan forced a smile. This is my master's last wish. I hope you won't let him down. No one knows the exact origins of Daoyi Academy. Lin Chongqing believed that his master would not harm Chen Qingyuan and had no major worries. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded lightly, his expression complex. His somewhat opportunistic master could indeed stir up trouble. He had no idea when the so-called Daoyi Academy would come. Your body has just recovered, so rest well. Lin Chongqing advised. The meteorite domain has become increasingly unstable. Don't go out in the coming days. Just stay at home. Okay. Chen Qingyuan returned to his own cave, contemplating the recent events, as if an invisible hand was pushing all of this, leading him onto a new path. Whether it was the graveyard and silver spear of the death domain or the recently learned Daoyi Academy, they all indicated that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be smooth sailing, and he might face many troubles. The carefree days at the Xianqing sect would probably not last much longer. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived a quiet life for 5 years. Over the 5 years, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Having reached the peak of the celestial spirit realm, he was just one step away from entering the golden core realm. Once he reached that stage, it would not be so easy for Chen Qingyuan to improve his cultivation. The further one went, the more difficult it became. Countless cultivators in the world spent hundreds of years to reach the golden core realm, while Chen Qingyuan had only taken less than 10 years since he reshaped his Daobon. This last step, Chen Qingyuan likely would not need too long to achieve. During this period, aside from cultivating, Chen Qingyuan enjoyed drinking and chatting with his senior brothers, living a comfortable life. No matter where he went, the disciples in the sect showed him great respect, addressing him as Little Master Uncle. Little Master Uncle, this is the account I just collected. Take a look. Lin Pingyan pushed the door open and placed a high-quality Qingyuan bag on the table. To correct Lin Pingyan's indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan had brought out many old accounts and asked Lin Pingyan to go out and collect debts. At first, Lin Pingyan was very reluctant, believing he would definitely mess it up. However, under Chen Qingyuan's pressure as Little Master Uncle, Lin Pingyan had no choice but to comply. Sometimes when Lin Pingyan couldn't collect certain debts, he would come back and report to Chen Qingyuan. Then, Chen Qingyuan would guide Lin Pingyan on what to do, such as challenging them, hiring people to shout insults, blocking their doors, and so on. Over time, Lin Pingyan gradually became familiar with this operational process. After a few years, he could easily handle these matters without Chen Qingyuan's intervention. Xiao Yanzi, it's all yours. Take it. To help Lin Pingyan deeply recognize his past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan gave all the resources he had obtained to Lin Pingyan. At first, Lin Pingyan was hesitant and outright refused. But under Chen Qingyuan's insistence, he forcibly stuffed the resources into Lin Pingyan's hands. Thank you, Little Master Uncle. Looking at so many resources, Lin Pingyan suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. You're welcome. We're family. Chen Qingyuan patted Lin Pingyan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. I have high hopes for you. The future is promising. Through Lin Pingyan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan knew that his years of nurturing had not been in vain. The gentle and refined Lin Pingyan of the past was long gone, and his demeanor had changed considerably. The once good youth Han Shan had also become greedy and stingy after meeting Chen Qingyuan. Today's Lin Pingyan was no different. However, Chen Qingyuan always had a bottom line in his dealings. Being greedy was one thing, but being a good person was another, and they could not be mixed up. Moreover, the resources Chen Qingyuan obtained were all from debts that were lent out years ago. He was just charging a slightly higher interest rate, and he had made it clear to the borrowers when lending it out. One was willing to lend, and the other was willing to borrow. Little Master Uncle, I'll take my leave now. Lin Pingyan left joyfully, laden with rewards. Through the spread of news in recent days, many people had learned about Chen Qingyuan's root restoration, which was hard to believe. How could a person contaminated by the laws of the Forbidden Zone suddenly be able to cultivate? Although the ghost doctor's medical skills were superb, it made no sense that they could resolve the residual laws of the Forbidden Zone on Chen Qingyuan. Many powerful figures found this matter suspicious and repeatedly lurked around the Xianqing sect, wanting to uncover the truth. They believe this is a deliberate act staged by the Xianqing sect to cover up what Chen Qingyuan obtained from the Tianyuan. As long as Chen Qingyuan does not leave his residence, even if the powerful from all sides have their suspicions, they would not dare to act openly. On this day, the strong from various sects in the fully used star domain gathered to discuss matters concerning Chen Qingyuan and made a decision to go to the Xianqing sect and confront them directly. The bizarre phenomenon of the Guangxi in the Tianyuan prohibition zone 100 years ago must have been a treasure of heaven and earth. Since Chen Qingyuan was able to stay in the Tianyuan for 100 years, he must know many secrets. On this day, 10 top-tier sects sent their strong to gather, totaling over 100 core elders at the God transformation stage. Sect Master, something big has happened. An elder who had been investigating the news reported immediately upon learning of the situation. Hearing this, Lin Chongqing's expression became grave. As he tightly gripped the armrest of his chair and pondered, summon all the elders to the council hall and recall all the disciples who are out. After giving this order, Lin Chongqing turned to an elder beside him. Prepare tea to welcome our guests. Yes, everyone in the Xianqing sect was on high alert, ready to face any possible situation. Chen Qingyuan, who remained indoors, naturally knew this and murmured to himself, when I first returned. The various sects already had the thought of pressing me for answers. Previously, my spiritual root was severed, and with the protection of the sect, the various forces did not dare to take excessive actions. Now that I can cultivate again, those people all believe that the great opportunity of the Tianyuan has fallen into my hands, or that I am someone in the know. The visitors do not come with good intentions. Chen Qingyuan stepped out of his cave dwelling, stood at the top of a mountain, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. 2 hours later, the strong from various sects appeared. Chapter 36. All heroes arrived to press for information on the Tianyuan. The weakest among the attendees were all great cultivators at the God transformation stage, with several ancient beings at the tribulation transcendence stage among them. Tianyu sect, Dongyi Palace, Nanming Great Enlightenment Temple, Qinling sect, and the Beihai Jialong clan, among others. More than half of the top forces in the Fuliu star domain had come, and they had secretly reached an agreement to jointly pressure the Xianqing sect to make Chen Qingyuan reveal everything about the Tianyuan. Dear friends, please come in. The protective elder Dong Wenjun personally came out to greet them, dressed in a black brocade robe, still extraordinary despite his old age. To protect Chen Qingyuan, Lin Chongqing sent Lin Pingyan to keep watch, ensuring that Chen Qingyuan would not leave the cave dwelling. Over 100 great cultivators slowly walked into the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect, seeing disciples on both sides holding sharp blades with stern expressions. These disciples understood that the attendees were all important figures they rarely encountered, yet they showed no signs of fear, their eyes bright, and their bodies as steady as mountains. Not trembling at all. If the sect were in trouble, all disciples would be willing to fight to the death, with no regrets. Seeing the spirit of the Xianqing sect disciples, the hearts of the powerful were filled with admiration, even a hint of envy. In the great hall, the powerful seated themselves on the right side, while the elders of the Xianqing sect sat on the left. Outside the hall, over 10,000 disciples dressed in white stood at attention, with no one whispering, an extraordinary silence reigning. What brings you all here today? Lin Chongqing sat high above, looking down at the powerful from various sects with an expressionless face. Sect Master Lin is a wise man. He should know our intentions, said the elder leading the group. Named Shun Shiji, the supreme ancestor of the Tianyu sect, a genuine tribulation transcendence powerhouse. I do not know. Please speak frankly. Lin Chongqing pretended to be confused, wanting to maintain control of the situation and not be led by the noses of the sect cultivators. In that case, I shall speak. If I offend, please forgive me. Shun Shiji stroked his white beard. I have heard that your sect's elder Chen Qingyuan has restored his spiritual root. We come to offer our congratulations. Besides that, we also wish to hear information about the Tianyuan from Elder Chen. So what is this matter? I remember that the Xianqing sect already provided an answer back then. The younger junior brother was sealed in a barrier and barely escaped after 100 years, Lin Chongqing stated. Sect Master Lin, do you think we will believe such words? Shin Shiji smiled. Believe it or not is up to you. In any case, I have said all I can. Lin Chongqing's expression remained indifferent, and his tone was flat. The elders sitting on the left had sharp gazes, staring intently at the powerful from the opposite sects, their expressions serious. Why not invite Elder Chen out? Once we clarify everything, we can leave, to avoid damaging the friendship between our sections. Shin Shiji suggested. Elder Shun, I advise you to take care of your own affairs first, and not let the demon cave erupt. Otherwise, the Tianyu sect may find it hard to survive in this world. If it weren't for Lin Chongqing representing the face of the Xianqing sect, he would have directly cursed. The demon cave matter will naturally be resolved. No need for Sect Master Lin to worry. Shin Shiji said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Today, we only discuss Elder Chen and the Tianyuan. The rest can be talked about later. Yes, let us have Elder Chen come out to meet us, said a speaker sitting beside Shin Shiji, the protective elder of Dongyi Palace, named Lu Ruoyi, a middle-aged woman dressed in light-colored cloth, still graceful. Back then, our sect suffered heavy losses in the Tianyuan. Now we wish to know about the situation within the Tianyuan, which is reasonable. Another voice chimed in. The three tribulation transcendence powerhouses all turned their attention to Lin Chongqing, increasing his pressure exponentially. If it were an ordinary sect leader, they would have likely panicked and agreed to avoid offending these powerful figures. But Lin Chongqing was no ordinary person. He stood up directly, his gaze sharp as knives, and said in a deep voice, "My junior brother survived against all odds. And only after being treated by the ghost doctor was he able to resume his path of cultivation. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the fact is as such." With a whoosh, Dong Wenjun and the others stood up, their aura imposing. As long as Lin Chongqing gave the order, they would dare to expel the guests. As for the consequences, they wouldn't care at all. since others had come to bully them in their own home. If they continued to hesitate, it would be better to dig a pit and bury themselves to avoid suffering this humiliation. Sect Master Lin, please do not be agitated. We have no intention of being disrespectful to the Xianqing sect. As long as Elder Chen Qingyuan allows us to search his soul, we won't harm his root. Once this matter is settled, we will leave immediately. The soul-searching technique can reveal a person's life experiences, which would have a significant impact on the one being subjected to it. Of course, if a powerful cultivator handles it, and the one being searched does not resist, their body would not suffer major harm. Who among cultivators does not have secrets? Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly allow others to search their soul. Impertinent. Dong Wenjun could no longer hold back. A powerful aura erupted, directly overturning the table in front of the powerful, shattering the teacups on it. Seeing Dong Wenjun react so strongly, everyone was slightly startled but quickly returned to calm, hearing the proposal to search souls. It was normal for the usually hot-tempered Dong Wenjun to act this way. Dao friend Dong, if Chen Qingyuan is truly as stated, sealed in a barrier for 100 years, it proves that the Xianqing sect has not lied, and we will certainly apologize. If Chen Qingyuan has hidden anything, many from our sect have died in the Tianyuan, and we also have the right to know. Shen Shiji, whose cultivation was not weaker than Dong Wenjun's, resolved Dong Wenjun's pressure with ease. The Xianqing sect has given you face, hasn't it? Dong Wenjun pointed his finger at the crowd and scolded angrily. Lin Chongxing glanced at Dong Wenjun, which made him swallow back the coarse words he was about to say. Immediately, Lin Chongxing stood at a high place, hands behind his back, looking outside the hall, his voice like a bell. Disciples of the Xianqing sect, listen. If anyone wants to bully my junior uncle, do you agree or not? Not agree. Over 10,000 disciples replied in unison, their voices echoing across the seas, shaking the heavens. In the past, Chen Qingyuan had made a fortune and provided many benefits to the disciples in the sect, building good relationships. He also constructed useful facilities for the sect, such as improving the living conditions in the servant quarters, increasing the spirit stones required for the inner disciples' cultivation each month, and giving gifts to outstanding disciples every year. Therefore, the disciples of the Xianqing sect held Chen Qingyuan in high regard, and their shouts of junior uncle came from the heart. Earning money is not easy. It is all for the family. Chen Qingyuan rarely had too many resources. Everything he had was of use. Han Shan from the Yunhai Star region only learned of Chen Qingyuan's greed, but did not see his contributions, which led to his own reputation being ruined in the sect. In contrast, even though the disciples of the Xianqing sect knew Chen Qingyuan was greedy, no one would speak ill of him behind his back. You do not agree? Very well. Lin Chongxing shifted his gaze to the powerful figures from various sects, paused his tone, and shouted, because I do not agree either. As the words fell, Lin Chongxing's anger surged, emanating a terrifying pressure of a tribulation stage expert, which directly shattered the floor of the hall, causing the wind and clouds to change, and forming a huge vortex in the sky. Chapter 37. Chen Qingyuan appears. Tension rises. Lin Chongxing suddenly went on the offensive, catching everyone off guard. Their hearts tightened, and their expressions changed dramatically. Lin Sect Master, what do you want to do? Shen Shiji from the Tianyu sect questioned hoarsely. It's not about what I want to do, but what you all want to do, Lin Chongxing replied solemnly. Do not think that because you have gathered here, you can instill fear in the hearts of the Xianqing sect members. If you do not know when to retreat, then let us battle. We simply want to seek the truth. If Chen Qingyuan cooperates, soul-searching will not harm his foundation. Why escalate things to such a rigid point? Shen Shiji and the others frowned, truly not expecting the Xianqing sect members to be so tough, making it difficult to back down. If my master and uncle were still alive, if you dared to be so rampant in the Xianqing sect, you would have been suppressed long ago. Lin Chongxing reminisced about the past when the Xianqing sect was incredibly powerful, regarded as the strongest force in the Liuxing Star region. The Xianqing sect did not like to fight for power or fame, never cared for false reputations, nor infringed on the resources and territories of others. Moreover, the Xianqing sect raised its disciples to be united and helpful, and not let personal interests harm the camaraderie among sect members. This is the principle of the Xianqing sect, which no one may violate. If it were in the past, the big shots of the Xianqing sect would have kicked Shen Shiji and the others away one by one, not allowing them to be arrogant and overbearing. Is there no room for negotiation? Shen Shiji, as the representative, asked with a serious expression. If Elder Shun is willing to let me search your soul, we can consider it. Lin Chongxing sneered. With the conversation reaching this point, Shen Shiji understood Lin Chongxing's meaning, his face darkening as the spiritual energy within him began to flow rapidly. How could Shen Shiji agree? He had too many secrets. Not just the demon cave beneath the Tianyu sect, but also many past deeds. He was unwilling to have his soul searched. Yet he was determined to investigate Chen Qingyuan's soul memories. It was truly laughable. Suddenly, everyone stood up, both sides in a standoff, ready for battle at any moment. Once the fight began, the Xianqing sect would face a catastrophic disaster. However, the Xianqing sect was unafraid, with all disciples already forming a killing formation, prepared for battle. The powerful figures from various sects could not understand how they could go this far for a Chen Qingyuan. If this were any other sect, they would have certainly handed over their disciples for the greater good. In fact, Even if it were any disciple from the sect who had faced trouble instead of Chen Qingyuan, the Xianqing sect would still not compromise. People may die, but dignity cannot be trampled upon. The predecessors of the Xianqing sect conveyed their will through their actions, doing everything possible to make the sect a safe haven for all disciples, a place of belonging. Without faith, when the sect faces difficulties, it will collapse in an instant. Activate the protective formation, Lin Chongqing commanded. Elder Dong Wenjun raised his hand, activating the great formation of the Xianqing sect. The rules of the formation locked onto Shun Shiji and the others, and a great battle was imminent. Although the overall strength of the powerful figures from various sects was higher than that of the Xianqing sect, this was the Xianqing sect's home ground. If a catastrophic battle were to erupt, the final outcome would surely be mutual destruction, with countless casualties. Even tribulation stage experts could hardly guarantee their safety. The situation became somewhat stalemated. No one dared to take the first move, fearing it would lead to disaster. What to do? We originally thought that as long as we pressured the Xianqing sect, they would definitely compromise. But how did things develop to this point? The Xianqing sect is truly tough to crack. To be honest, being a disciple of the Xianqing sect is indeed a very happy thing. One does not have to worry about being bullied outside. The powerful figures of various sects communicated in whispers, their eyes fixed on the members of the Xianqing sect, their bodies tense. At this moment, many felt a twinge of envy, recalling the power struggles within their own sects during their youth. Lin Chongqing slowly walked down from the high place, continuously gazing at Shin Shiji, standing with his hands behind his back, directly calling his name. Shin Shiji, you were suppressed by my master and uncle your entire youth. Now I want to give it a try too. What use is it for your master to be strong if he still dies before me? Shin Shiji was already quite old and likely had not many years left. Therefore, he hoped to gain an opportunity from Chen Qingyuan to improve his cultivation and extend his lifespan. At least I have lived a splendid life. Worth 100 times more than yours, Lin Chongqing said. I want to see if your fists are as hard as your mouth. As he spoke, Shin Shiji took a step forward, preparing to have a good match with Lin Chongqing. At this moment, as the leading figure, Shin Shiji certainly could not back down. Otherwise, the powerful figures from various sects would surely lose their morale and easily fall to the Xianqing sect. Oh, it's quite lively. Just as both sides were about to engage in battle, Chen Qingyuan leisurely walked in from the main door. Following closely by his side was Lin Pingyan, who lowered his head to look at the floor, fearing to make eye contact with the elders. In order to let Lin Pingyan release him, Chen Qingyuan had gone through great efforts. After some entanglement, he finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chen Qingyuan, junior uncle. The over 10,000 disciples outside bowed in greeting, dressed in white, uniform, and orderly. Hello everyone. Chen Qingyuan turned to glance at the disciples, smiling and nodding. Then, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the great hall. Junior brother, why are you here? The faces of Lin Chongqing and the others showed concern. If a battle broke out at this moment, they might not be able to protect Chen Qingyuan. Come to see sister. An elderly female elder with a wrinkled face looked at Chen Qingyuan and communicated through her mind. Chen Qingyuan did not go over, but reassured Lin Chongqing and others. There is no need to be so nervous. Let me handle this matter. Lin Chongqing furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Lin Pingyan, questioning. Lin Pingyan, I told you to guard your junior uncle. Why did you disobey? Dad, I'm sorry. Lin Pingyan first apologized, preparing to explain. Without waiting for Lin Pingyan to explain, Lin Chongqing cursed loudly. What good is an apology? In such close proximity, if the strong ones from various sects were determined to take action against Chen Qingyuan, even with the protective formation of the sect, Lin Chongqing found it hard to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen, feeling anxious inside. Senior brother, don't blame Zhao Yanzi. This is my issue. Today, Chen Qingyuan was wearing a light-colored long robe, his ink-black hair tied up with a wooden hairpin, looking elegant and scholarly. Trust me. Lin Chongqing and Chen Qingyuan exchanged a deep glance, unable to refuse, and slowly nodded. Then, Chen Qingyuan turned to face the strong ones from various sects, his face showing not the slightest hint of fear, calm and composed. Chapter 38. It's not this outrageous to rob money. As soon as Chen Qingyuan walked in, Shin Shiji and others were sizing him up, and they indeed noticed the spiritual energy flowing within him, indicating that Chen Qingyuan could begin cultivating again. Shin Shiji was overjoyed, believing that Chen Qingyuan had likely gained some astonishing fortune in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. If he could claim this fortune for himself, there would surely be limitless possibilities in the future. You all came from afar to my Xianshan sect to learn about my experiences in the Tianyuan, right? Chen Qingyuan moved a stool and sat in the center of the hall, facing the strong ones while turning his back to his senior brothers and sisters. Yes, an elder from a certain sect admitted. I said it before, but you didn't believe me. What should we do about that? Chen Qingyuan sighed somewhat irritatedly. If Elder Chen is willing to open his consciousness, let this old man search his soul. All problems will be easily resolved. Shin Shiji put forth this request. Hearing such words again, the elders were filled with anger, wishing they could directly fight, believing that anyone afraid of death was not a member of Xianshan sect. However, since Chen Qingyuan had already stepped forward, the elders were willing to trust him and remain silent. Searching the soul, that's fine. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand. indicating that it was not a big problem. Junior Marshall brother Dong Wenjun couldn't help but call out, signaling Chen Qingyuan not to do anything foolish. The matter of soul-searching could be serious or trivial. If Chen Qingyuan truly had any secrets, it would be inappropriate to expose them in front of everyone. To take a step back, even if Chen Qingyuan had no secrets, he should not allow anyone to search his soul. Not only would it damage the sect's reputation, but the process of soul-searching could also plant poison or harm his origin, which would not be beneficial for Chen Qingyuan's future development. Elder Chen is righteous. I admire you. Shun Shiji smiled and pretended to be respectful, cupping his fists. You all didn't come to Xinshan sect as guests, but to pressure us with your might. Since that's the case, let's settle the score. Chen Qingyuan said. Settle the score? What do you mean? The people from various sects looked at each other, confused. Look at the spilled tea on the ground. That's all high-quality tea from Xinshan sect. You all are not here as guests, but have ulterior motives. So this tea is not free. After all, no one would invite unfriendly guests to drink tea, right? Chen Qingyuan pointed at the spilled tea, showing a pained expression. This old man should understand now. Xinshan sect wants to collect tea money, Shen Shiji said. This old man is truly clever. Chen Qingyuan actually recognized Shen Shiji, but did not address him with respect. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's praise, Shen Shiji felt uncomfortable all over, as if an ant had bitten him. However, in order to obtain useful information from the Tianyuan in a peaceful manner, Shen Shiji could only endure. Xinshan sect is a big family. Do you really lack this little tea money? Yes, we definitely lack it. Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Xinshan sect is not as wealthy as Tianyu sect. We can only maintain our living by being thrifty. Just this cup of tea costs 100 upper-grade spirit stones. It's quite precious. You little brat. A cup of tea costs 100 upper-grade spirit stones? Are you talking nonsense? A great cultivator from a certain sect frowned and mocked. The ratio between the qualities of spirit stones is 1 to 100, with 1 upper-grade spirit stone equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones. In other words, a cup of tea requires 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to the annual income of many third-rate forces. With over 100 great cultivators present, if each spilled over 100 cups of tea, that would be over 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This is simply robbery. The actual price of the tea is probably less than 1 upper-grade spirit stone. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, Lin Changsheng and others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. In this situation, their junior Marshall brother was still thinking of fooling people and doing business. It was truly hard to change his nature. I'm not talking nonsense. It's true, Chen Qingyuan said, pulling a lie without blushing or feeling guilty. Speaking with conviction, the tea forest behind Xinshan sect is carefully tended by dedicated personnel every day, fertilized and watered, nourished with spiritual water every month. And occasionally high-grade spiritual herbs are ground into powder and applied to each leaf bud. It takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to continue his nonsense, Shen Shiji could not take it anymore and directly called for a stop. Enough. I haven't finished yet. Chen Qingyuan was just getting into the groove, and I haven't even counted the broken tables, chairs, and benches, as well as the cracked floorboards. You brat, these things were not caused by us. They were broken by your sect's protective elders. Someone angrily retorted. That may be true, but if you all hadn't come, would such a thing have happened? Chen Qingyuan pushed all the blame onto the cultivators from various sections. 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones is too outrageous. This old man cannot agree. Everyone understood in their hearts that Chen Qingyuan was trying to leverage the situation to gain benefits for himself. Then forget it. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. Alas, you all have no sincerity at all. You are not guests, and after drinking tea, you refuse to pay. Forget it, then let's fight. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan stood up and kindly warned. After today, Xinshan sect will likely become a ruin, and very few of you present will survive. You all are prominent figures in the Flowing Star region, yet you won't even pay for tea. How can you make me believe that you won't do anything during the soul search? After considering it, Shen Shiji gritted his teeth and agreed. Elder Chen, it's just tea money. I'll give it to you. Actually, it wasn't about the tea money, but knowing this was Chen Qingyuan's trick, they had no choice but to comply. It felt like Chen Qingyuan had stuck out a foot, and a group of people was desperately trying to stick to his foot, allowing him to humiliate their intelligence, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Thus, at Shen Shiji's signal, everyone took out over 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Receiving the spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan immediately changed his expression, beaming with a smile. You seniors are truly polite. Thank you. Then, Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Pingyan, who was standing outside the door. Zhao Yanzi, what are you dazed about? Didn't you see the tea is all spilled on the ground? Hurry up and get some new tea for the seniors. No. The tea from your sect is a rare treasure. We can't afford to drink it. The crowd quickly waved their hands to refuse, their words filled with sarcasm. Although Chen Qingyuan sensed the sarcastic tone, he pretended to be confused. Although the tea is precious, considering the generosity of the seniors, I can give you a 50% discount. No way. The crowd was so angry their faces turned red. This kid was either truly foolish or deliberately trying to annoy them. Then forget it. Chen Qingyuan originally wanted to continue exploiting this group of local tycoons, but it seemed he wouldn't have that chance. Seeing Chen Qingyuan make a large sum of money, Admiration filled Lin Pingyan's eyes. Feeling that his understanding of making money was still too shallow, far from reaching even 1% of his junior uncle's level. You have to study and study hard. Lin Pingyan has lived a restrained life since birth, until recently when he understood, under Chen Qingyuan's guidance, how comfortable it is to be wealthy. It's time to talk about serious matters, Shen Shiji said with a serious expression. If Chen Qingyuan dares to pull any tricks, Shen Shiji can't hold back anymore. Indeed. Chen Qingyuan put away the smile at the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, now we need to discuss compensation for mental distress. What? Shen Shiji and the others were filled with confusion, almost driven to anger. If it weren't for the intimidation from Lin Chongsheng and others, the powerful figures from various sects would have already taken action. Chapter 39. A sympathetic gaze compensation for mental distress. What is that? Not only were Shen Shiji and the others baffled, but even the members of the Xianqing sect were dumbfounded. Countless eyes were fixed on Chen Qingyuan, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward and silent. After a long time, an elder from a certain sect broke the deadlock and asked, Chen Qingyuan, are you saying that we still need to pay you? Yes, that's what I mean. After all, you all wanted to search my soul, which affected my personal safety. If I can't be compensated for my mental distress, that wouldn't be fair. Chen Qingyuan gave the elder a reassuring look and said with a grin, wasn't that what I just gave you? At this moment, Shen Shiji was not very angry, still trying to process the situation. The old senior is getting forgetful. Chen Qingyuan quickly explained, what I just gave you was for tea. Everyone was thrown into disarray. You brat are too greedy. Chen Qingyuan, don't go too far with your actions. Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace said angrily, old lady, a whole bunch of you came to the Xianqing sect to bully us. Who is really going too far here? Chen Qingyuan's smile faded, turning cold as ice. He was not polite with the people from Dongyi Palace. Back in the day, for by Shishue's sake, he had been very considerate towards Dongyi Palace, providing resources that were countless. However, how did Dongyi Palace treat Chen Qingyuan? The last time he returned, they sent Yao Susu with a medium-grade spirit vein to appease him, which was disgusting. If it weren't for Chen Qingyuan's good upbringing, he would have cursed them right then. As for the so-called compensation for mental distress, I absolutely refuse to agree. Hearing the term old lady, Lu Ruoyi's anger intensified. Although she was indeed very old, she was well-maintained, looking middle-aged and charming. Refuse? Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Chongsheng, very serious. Senior brother, if a fight really breaks out, can we hold our ground? If the Xianqing sect is destroyed today, not many people present will be able to leave alive. I assure you, no one from Dongyi Palace will survive. Lin Chongsheng immediately understood Chen Qingyuan's meaning and said loudly, that's good. When the fight breaks out, don't worry about my life or death. If the sect is destroyed, there's no point in me being alive. Senior brothers and sisters, first kill the old hag from Dongyi Palace, and don't hold back. Even if she's a powerful figure in the tribulation stage, we can drown her with our spit. Chen Qingyuan turned to Dong Wenjun and the others. Good. I've long been unhappy with Dongyi Palace. A hot-tempered senior sister stepped forward, glaring. If they want to gnaw on a piece of the Xianqing sect, we must make most of the forces in the Fuliu star domain regret it. Dong Wenjun, as a protective elder of the sect, whose strength is only second to sect master Lin Chongsheng, absolutely has the right to say this. If our masters and uncles hadn't all passed away, even if all the forces in the Fuliu star domain gathered, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Xianqing sect. Listening to the elders of the Xianqing sect, each one more impulsive than the last, one elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him, exuding a fierce aura. The powerful figures from various sects watching this scene felt a bit intimidated. They originally thought this would be an easy task, surely able to make the Xianqing sect bow down. But little did they know that each member of the Xianqing sect was tougher than the last. The disciples of the Xianqing sect outside had already set up a killing formation. Looking at this momentum, they seemed to have the courage to fight against old guys who had practiced for thousands of years, completely unafraid of death. The elders from various sects came here merely to gather information about Tianyuan and had no intention of truly fighting. If a fight broke out and they lost their lives over a disagreement, wouldn't that be a blood loss? Damn, Brother Wu, we haven't even started fighting yet. And you've already destroyed a spirit pillar. What a waste. Seeing one senior brother's overwhelming power shatter a white jade spirit pillar, Chen Qingyuan felt like his heart was bleeding and scolded. Sorry, I got a bit too excited just now. The senior brother Wu, scolded by his junior. Didn't he feel embarrassed at all? Instead, he shyly scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. If we survive this fight, you'll have to use your private money to fix the pillar. Since childhood, Chen Qingyuan had started many businesses, earning a considerable fortune for the Xianqing sect. I'm afraid your private money won't be enough to repair it. Can you owe me a little? The imposing aura of Brother Wu instantly dissipated, and he began to whisper, completely ignoring Shen Shiji and the others. I remember your private money wasn't much, right? Chen Qingyuan asked in surprise. Don't mention it. It was all taken away by your sister-in-law 2 years ago. Speaking of this, the burly Brother Wu felt aggrieved. Hearing this, the male elders of the Xianqing sect looked at Brother Wu with sympathetic eyes. Having hidden private money for over 1,000 years, it was all looted in one go. Truly tragic. The senior sisters snorted softly, thinking it served him right. They had already formed a Dao couple and still dared to hide private money. and it had been hidden for over 1,000 years. Chen Qingyuan didn't feel like getting angry anymore, and instead said sympathetically, "Brother Wu, you can follow Xiao Yanzi to make money in the future. This kid is barely considered a disciple now. He will definitely help you make a fortune. Really, thank you. Junior brother." Brother Wu's eyes lit up, as if he saw a lot of spirit stones rushing towards him, just as the camaraderie between the brothers began to rise. The powerful figures from various sects, with stern faces, could no longer hold back. "Hey, we are still here. Do you really not take us seriously? We're about to fight. Who cares about you?" Chen Qingyuan turned back to look at Chen Shiji and the others, rolled his eyes, and said impatiently, "Can't I chat with my senior brother for a few words before I die?" To be honest, many of the powerful figures felt anxious. They really didn't want to risk their lives. The Xianqing sect members were too fierce, and none of them were afraid of death. They would definitely be extremely ferocious in a fight, something that couldn't be stopped. "Young friend, please don't be impulsive. We didn't say we wouldn't pay for the mental distress." Chen Shiji suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Didn't that old hag say she wouldn't pay?" Chen Qingyuan glanced at Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace, with a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. Lu Ruoyi was gripping the armrest of her chair, leaving deep imprints. She was the protective elder of Dongyi Palace, holding a noble position, respected by all, but unexpectedly, she had been humiliated by Chen Qingyuan multiple times in front of the elders of various sections. Originally, Lu Ruoyi wanted to explode in anger, but was advised by others through voice transmission to hold back. For the sake of the greater good, Lu Ruoyi had no choice but to suppress her anger, trying to prevent the situation from escalating. "Kid, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to die." Lu Ruoyi held a grudge against Chen Qingyuan, wishing she could tear him apart. Chapter 40, Toying with a Group of Big Shots. Tension's rising elder Lu only said it out of anger. It was not the result of our discussion. Chen Shiji thought to himself that once he got the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, it would not be too late to turn against them. For now, the best choice was to avoid conflict. After all, no matter how many resources one had, if life was lost, everything would be meaningless. The main concern was that if a murderous intent arose, Chen Shiji had no absolute confidence in being able to leave the Xianqing sect alive. "So, it seems that the esteemed seniors are actually willing to pay my mental distress compensation?" Chen Qingyuan's expression changed instantly from indifference to enthusiasm, smiling as he spoke. "Yes." Chen Shiji tightly pressed his cracked lips together and nodded, asking, "How much do you want?" "That depends on the sincerity of the esteemed seniors." Chen Qingyuan had to keep the initiative in his hands and not reveal his bottom line. A moment later, the powerful figures of various sects communicated through sound transmission and gathered a total of 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Is this it?" Chen Qingyuan looked at the large pile of spirit stones floating in front of him, his smile fading. "You are all big shots from the flowing meteor domain. How can you be so stingy?" "What do you mean?" Chen Shiji endured and asked in a low voice. "At the very least, you should add 10 times more, otherwise, it's pointless." Chen Qingyuan pretended to think seriously and said, "Since so much money has already been given, adding a little more wouldn't hurt." Thus, everyone contributed a bit more, totaling 220,000 high-grade spirit stones, all placed in front of Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan took out a large Qingyuan bag, which could only hold 1/10 of the total. "Senior sister, may I borrow your Qingyuan bag?" Chen Qingyuan turned to look at an older senior sister. "Take it all." The senior sister readily threw out all of her Qingyuan bags. "Junior brother, use mine." "Mine too." "Junior brother, borrowing my Qingyuan bag comes with interest. You can't default later." Seeing such a large amount of spirit stones, Brother Wu and the others were dumbfounded, scrambling to take out their own space artifacts, even starting to do business. As the sect master, Lin Chongxing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, unable to bear this group of little brats. Each one so out of line. What kind of scene is this? How can they be so greedy? They all look like they've never seen the world. However, on the other hand, Lin Chongxing was also slightly tempted. Such a large amount of spirit stones was enough to buy several second-rate forces. Mining a single spirit vein would yield at most 100,000. This was equivalent to the total output of 2 high-grade spirit veins, an astonishing amount. After Chen Qingyuan finished packing the spirit stones, he tucked them into his clothes, which bulged up. "Now, can I proceed to search your soul?" Chen Shiji's expression grew serious, and his patience had reached its limit. The main event was here. It had finally come to this point. The people of the Xianqing sect immediately became alert and prepared for a bloody battle. Lin Chongxing smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if Chen Qingyuan had tricked them into giving so many resources, it ultimately couldn't change the final outcome. No matter how many resources there were, if one lost their life, it would all be in vain. At the beginning, Chen Qingyuan had intentionally thrown out a smokescreen, making the powerful figures of various sects think that they could achieve their goals without fighting. Then, Chen Qingyuan began to slowly fish for spirit stones, drawing them out of their pockets. It was a willing exchange. After all, the overall strength of the Xianqing sect was here, and their attitude was firm. So no one wanted to risk their lives. At this point, what should Chen Qingyuan do? It seemed that Chen Qingyuan had already prepared a response. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "I did say that the matter of searching your soul could be discussed, that there was room for negotiation. As long as little friend Chen keeps his promise, it will be fine. Otherwise, the consequences will be very severe. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiji and the others thought Chen Qingyuan had agreed and were quite satisfied. On the other hand, Lin Changsheng and the others felt anxious. Could it really be that they were going to let the junior brother be subjected to a soul search? We had promised the master to take good care of the junior brother. How could we push him into the fire pit? Although the soul-searching technique wouldn't harm another's life, there was no guarantee that someone with ulterior motives wouldn't secretly use means against him. Moreover, this not only concerned Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also the dignity of the Xianqing sect. If this matter were to proceed, Lin Changsheng felt he wouldn't even be able to face his elders after death, unworthy of being buried in the sect's cemetery. Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun exchanged glances, deciding to act, determined to protect Chen Qingyuan at all costs. After careful consideration, I have decided to refuse the soul search. The tension between both sides was palpable as Chen Qingyuan spoke earnestly. Boom. A terrifying power erupted from Shen Shiji and the others, growling. Chen Qingyuan, are you toying with us? At the same time, Dong Wenjun appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan, blocking this terrifying pressure. Not at all. Chen Qingyuan was unaffected. From beginning to end, I never promised to let you search my soul. I only said there was room for negotiation. After considering the mental distress compensation you provided, I feel it is still too little, so I have decided to refuse your rude request. No one has ever dared to toy with me. Chen Qingyuan, do you really think we wouldn't dare to act here? Shen Shiji stepped forward. The pressure of the tribulation stage sweeping through every corner of the Xianqing sect, the sound deafening, like thunder shaking the world. Kid, I won't let you die. I will make you wish you were dead, regretting it too late. Lu Roi stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Shiji, their patience already at its limit. Their expressions slightly grim, their eyes fixed on Chen Qingyuan. The others were all activating their techniques, swords drawn and tensions high. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan received a sound transmission, letting out a long breath, finally having bought time until this moment. Then, Chen Qingyuan turned to look outside the hall and shouted loudly, Old Han, over here. Not long ago, upon learning that various sects had dispatched powerful figures to come, the Xianqing sect immediately closed off Chen Qingyuan to protect him. Chen Qingyuan quickly used the extremely precious Two Realms sound transmission stone to summon his good brother Han Shan, who was far away in the Yunhai star domain, to seek out the ghost doctor. To make Han Shan more eager, Chen Qingyuan explained the importance of the situation and promised that he had already found a match for him. Thus, Han Shan expended tremendous effort, using several large teleportation talismans, all to hurry to the location of the ghost doctor, using up many other treasures as well. Many great cultivators likely didn't have as much wealth as Han Shan. This kid was an invisible tycoon. After more than a dozen breaths, the ghost doctor, dressed in a black long skirt and wearing a dark veil, appeared, with only her eyes and forehead visible, appearing very mysterious. Han Shan was panting heavily as he followed the ghost doctor, exhausted like a dog, which greatly highlighted the ghost doctor's noble temperament. Sister Ghost Doctor, you finally came. Chen Qingyuan quickly walked towards the ghost doctor standing at the entrance of the hall. Starting to complain, I've told these people many times that my injuries were treated by Sister Ghost Doctor, but they don't believe me. They even want to search my soul. It's really too much. The ghost doctor exchanged a glance with Chen Qingyuan, and hearing him call her sister repeatedly, she was slightly taken aback. Her mind filled with question marks. Chen Qingyuan, are we that familiar? The ghost doctor recalled how Chen Qingyuan's attitude was not like this when the sword immortal Chang'Geng was around. Now, Chen Qingyuan was calling her sister, afraid that no one would know how close they were, clearly using her to intimidate others. This kid is really shameless. The ghost doctor felt that her temperament had improved quite a bit, but she still found it easy to lose her composure in front of Chen Qingyuan. She is the ghost doctor? The ghost doctor is a woman? Everyone kept sizing up the ghost doctor, puzzled and showing signs of shock. The ghost doctor in the rumors shouldn't be an old, grumpy man? No one had ever seen the ghost doctor's true appearance. It was said that she never revealed her true form while treating people, using mysterious techniques to obscure her shape and appearance, making her very mysterious. It was possible that this kid Chen Qingyuan had found a fake, and they must not be fooled. Deep down, people believed that the ghost doctor was a moody, ugly old man. After all, the reputation of the ghost doctor was not very good in the outside world. Chen Qingyuan had many tricks up his sleeve and liked to fool people, so everyone would not easily believe that the person in front of them was the ghost doctor. Not only were Shen Shiji and others suspicious, but even a group from the Xianqing sect expressed disbelief, thinking this was a fake created by the junior brother to intimidate various sections. Elder Dong Wenjun of the sect thought to himself, the junior brother is too careless. Even if he wants to intimidate all the holy places, he shouldn't let a frail woman play the ghost doctor. At the very least, it should be an old man on the verge of death, looking very old, so that people would feel apprehensive. A woman, especially one with such a good figure, is hard to convince. Chen Qingyuan, are we that familiar? The ghost doctor, named Gongsun Nan, directly ignored everyone present, her eyes fixed on Chen Qingyuan as she said coldly, we're very familiar. Chen Qingyuan shamelessly smiled, not caring about his image. Humph. Gongsun Nan snorted coldly, really unable to withstand Chen Qingyuan's shameless demeanor. If you want me to testify for you, then shut your mouth. Your voice is annoying. If it weren't for the face of the sword immortal Chang'an and what the sword immortal said back then, Gongsun Nan would never have come all the way here. Who is Gongsun Nan? She is quite famous across various star domains in the northern wilderness, and it is rumored that even the elusive great cultivators have to give her some face. It is unbelievable that Gongsun Nan has to come here personally to provide false testimony for Chen Qingyuan's trivial matters. Because of the ghost doctor's high status, everyone simply would not believe that Chen Qingyuan could invite the ghost doctor here. Chen Qingyuan hid behind Gongsun Nan, afraid that some blind fools would suddenly attack and hurt him. With Gongsun Nan present, the stone in Chen Qingyuan's heart slowly eased, and he confidently said to the strong ones from various sects, "Seniors, I put a lot of effort into inviting Sister Ghost Doctor to testify. It feels a bit awkward to accept your mental damage fees, so let's clarify everything at once. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. However, I may not necessarily answer." Everyone's faces turned red as they couldn't stand Chen Qingyuan's sly and smug expression, wanting to slap him. A little girl who hasn't even matured. I don't believe she is the ghost doctor. An old man sneered, directly voicing his inner thoughts. How dare you impersonate the ghost doctor to fool us? You're really bold. Everyone did not believe it, and their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at Chen Qingyuan. Not long ago, everyone had their intelligence severely rubbed by Chen Qingyuan, and now he wanted to deceive them again, which was intolerable. Although I can't see your cultivation depth, you must have used some secret method or treasure. How much benefit did Chen Qingyuan give you to dare to deceive us? Don't you think about the consequences? Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace slammed the armrest of her chair, standing up with a bone-chilling coldness radiating from her eyes, her expression icy. Chen Qingyuan showed a teasing expression. This time he really didn't fool them. He truly invited the ghost doctor's true self. If you don't want to believe it, then whatever friction and disputes arise later have nothing to do with me. I have already made it very clear. Consequences? Gongsun Nan took a few steps towards Lu Ruoyi, her hands gently placed in front of her. An invisible force breaking Lu Ruoyi's pressure. I would like to hear. Strange. Lu Ruoyi found her pressure inexplicably dissipated, her heart tightened, and her gaze sharpened. If you now admit to colluding with Chen Qingyuan, we might forgive your ignorance. But if you remain stubborn, it will be hard for you to survive until tomorrow. However, Lu Ruoyi still would not believe that Gongsun Nan was the ghost doctor. She just thought it was all a trick by Chen Qingyuan. The powerful figures from various sects were watching closely. They did not want to be played with time and again by Chen Qingyuan. This farce was about to come to an end. They were just very wary of going to war with the Xinqing sect, but that didn't mean they lacked the courage. Earlier, everyone thought they could resolve the issue with spirit stones, so they endured and allowed Chen Qingyuan to make a scene. Who knew Chen Qingyuan was so shameless that he ignited everyone's anger? No one has dared to threaten me for many years. Gongsun Nan smiled, perhaps feeling that these people were quite ignorant, or perhaps feeling a hint of anger. Sister Ghost Doctor, they are really stupid, they don't believe anything. Chen Qingyuan stood diagonally behind Gongsun Nan, whispering, teach them a lesson, let them understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people. You little brat want to use me as a gun? Gongsun Nan glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, her eyes cold. How dare I? Chen Qingyuan quickly shook his head and loudly denied it. If it weren't for that person's face, I would have dealt with you too. Gongsun Nan quietly warned. Chapter 42. Terrifying Strength. Everyone trembles. If Sister Ghost Doctor wants to teach me a lesson, I definitely won't resist, just let it be. Chen Qingyuan acted like a rogue. Gongsun Nan silently recited the calming mantra several times to prevent herself from being influenced by Chen Qingyuan. This kid's thick skin has surpassed everything in the world. No divine weapon can break it. If you think this is a threat, then let it be a threat. Just as Gongsun Nan was feeling quite angry, Lu Ruoyi jumped out. Then you can try. Gongsun Nan would not let go of a punching bag delivered to her door. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Until now, Lu Ruoyi still believed that all of this was Chen Qingyuan's scheme to scare the powerful figures present. Her face had been trampled on by Chen Qingyuan several times, and she was determined to expose Chen Qingyuan's tricks and torment him severely. Saying this, Lu Ruoyi struck at Gongsun Nan with a palm, the coldness piercing, directly freezing the surrounding void. The moment Lu Ruoyi made her move, the joy on Chen Qingyuan's face was hard to conceal. He thought to himself, this old witch has finally fallen for it, seeking her own suffering. Her misfortune has nothing to do with me. In the next moment, the ice palm was already in front of Gongsun Nan, with a cold wind sweeping through, overturning many tables, chairs, and pillars in the hall. The members of the Xinqing sect were preparing for battle, summoning their respective Dao soldiers. Just as Lin Chongxing and the others were about to take action, Gongsun Nan waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruoyi's ice palm intent, and like a ghost, appeared in front of Lu Ruoyi, grabbing her by the neck with a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. With a slight force from his right hand, Lu Ruoyi was lifted into the air. 16 silver needles appeared on Lu Ruoyi's body, sealing all her meridians, rendering her unable to move or mobilize the spiritual energy within her. In other words, at this moment, even an ordinary person with a knife could kill Lu Ruoyi. Gongsun Nan's speed was so fast that no one present could clearly see what happened. When Lu Ruoyi was lifted by the neck, everyone panicked, as if struck by thunder, their hearts stopping. All present were horrified, their bodies stiffening, unable to believe what they were witnessing. As a powerful being in the tribulation stage, Lu Ruoyi was instantly suppressed. Her life and death at the whim of another, which was hard for anyone to accept. However, this was indeed an undeniable fact. The 16 silver soul needles. The ultimate skill of the ghost doctor. Shen Shiji, well informed, recognized the silver needles just by looking at them and exclaimed, "The ghost doctor's silver soul needles can save lives or take them. She really is the legendary ghost doctor." Everyone suddenly realized, dumbfounded. At this moment, no one dared to show disrespect to Gongsun Nan. They were filled with awe and fear, trembling all over. Lin Changsheng, the leader of the Xianqing sect, had met the ghost doctor before. He was the first to regain composure, stepping down from the high platform, and bowed to Gongsun Nan. "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." Dong Wenjun and the others were momentarily stunned, suppressing their inner shock and hurriedly paying their respects. No one knew the exact level of the ghost doctor's cultivation, but there was a rumor that even some great masters had to give the ghost doctor some face, not wanting to offend her. Moreover, the fact that the ghost doctor subdued Lu Ruoyi with such thunderous force was enough to prove her terror. "Esteemed one, please forgive our blindness for not welcoming you in time." Shen Shiji lost his earlier bravado and bowed his head. The powerful figures of various sects quickly followed suit, not daring to harbor any doubts. The turn of events was too sudden. No one had expected Chen Qingyuan could truly summon the ghost doctor, and their relationship seemed extremely close. Otherwise, would anyone dare to call the ghost doctor sister and not get killed? The elusive ghost doctor really knew Chen Qingyuan. How did this brat have such ability? Everyone was dumbfounded, occasionally glancing at Chen Qingyuan, unable to comprehend. No need for excessive courtesy. Gongsun Nan's tone was cold. The crowd stood up, carefully watching Gongsun Nan, no longer daring to scrutinize her as they had at first. Why could this dog thief, Chen Qingyuan, summon the ghost doctor? Does he have such great influence? Today's events are likely to cause big trouble. The powerful figures of various sects silently cursed, wishing they could chop Chen Qingyuan into pieces to feed the dogs. Since you like to deceive, then go all the way. Why suddenly take it seriously and actually bring the real ghost doctor here? What should we do now? Everyone was trembling, at a loss. Shen Shiji wanted to speak up for Lu Ruoyi, but he didn't want to provoke the ghost doctor and could only remain silent, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Moreover, if the ghost doctor took offense, his own situation would be troublesome, let alone caring for others. Lu Ruoyi was being choked, unable to use her Dao techniques, and could not say a word. Her face turned red, blood blocked, her expression slightly twisted, her eyes filled with fear. If she had known that the person before her was not an impersonator, she wouldn't have dared to speak such disrespectful words even if it cost her life. Lu Ruoyi felt like crying inside. She had been horribly tricked by Chen Qingyuan this time. "Who gave you the courage to threaten me?" Gongsun Nan stared into Lu Ruoyi's eyes, intensifying the fear deep within her. Lu Ruoyi opened her mouth wide, wanting to speak, but no sound came out. With a thud, Gongsun Nan threw Lu Ruoyi to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ruoyi started to cough, covering her neck with her hands, trying to clear the blocked meridians. Soon, Lu Ruoyi put aside her dignity and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "I did not know it was Senior Ghost Doctor. Please forgive my rudeness." Since the silver soul needles were still embedded in her body, Lu Ruoyi did not dare to make any large movements, fearing the needles would pierce in deeper, potentially endangering her life. Lu Ruoyi's life and death were in Gongsun Nan's hands. As long as she wished, she could take Lu Ruoyi's life in an instant. Shen Shiji and the others did not want to help, but they were powerless to do so. The ghost doctor's strength surpassed everyone else's, even if they all attacked. It would surely change nothing and might worsen the situation irreparably. The only way forward was to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Gongsun Nan glanced at Lu Ruoyi but ignored her. Then, Gongsun Nan turned to Chen Qingyuan beside her and said coldly, "Kid, how do you think we should deal with her?" "I don't know. It's up to Sister Ghost Doctor to decide." Chen Qingyuan did not want to take the blame. Although he wanted to kill Lu Ruoyi, he could not say it in front of so many people, as it could easily lead to resentment against him. "Oh, is that so?" Gongsun Nan slightly squinted her eyes. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qingyuan's little thoughts and did not wish to be used as a pawn, then let her off for her rudeness. That wouldn't be good," Chen Qingyuan encouraged. "She was so disrespectful to you just now. If you forgive her like this, it would be so embarrassing if it got out." Lu Ruoyi stared at Chen Qingyuan, wanting to swallow him whole. This kid's heart is too dark, trying to use a knife to kill someone. Everyone thought. Chapter 43. Digging a pit for Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qingyuan's intentions, but chose not to expose them. Although Chen Qingyuan's words carried some personal grudges, they were not without reason. If she easily let Lu Ruoyi off, where would Gongsun Nan's face go in the future? After thinking it over, Gongsun Nan decided to punish her a bit, snapping her fingers. "I won't kill you, but you will have to suffer some hardship." A strand of mysterious light emerged from Gongsun Nan's fingertip, landing on one of the silver soul needles, causing the needle to tremble slightly. Lu Ruoyi let out a heart-wrenching scream, the pain piercing her soul, making it unbearable and spilling out. Listening to her screams, everyone felt their scalps tingle. and goosebumps covered their bodies. They did not want to experience the ghost doctor's torturous methods. After a full quarter of an hour, Gongsun Nan extended her left hand. Palm open. Whoosh. All the needles embedded in Lu Ruoyi's body detached and flew back into Gongsun Nan's hand, disappearing from sight. Lu Ruoyi's body was still trembling slightly, unable to extricate herself from the pain she had just experienced. However, after a moment of adjustment, Lu Ruoyi soon regained her senses. Even after enduring such torment and humiliation, Lu Ruoyi did not show any anger or hatred. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan and weakly said, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your mercy." Gongsun Nan slightly squinted his eyes, secretly thinking that Lu Ruoyi was indeed not an ordinary woman for being able to remain calm. This kid has a connection with me, and I have put a lot of effort into reshaping his Dao body for him. If you all waste him, wouldn't he that be slapping my face? Glancing at the strong figures from various sects, Gongsun Nan slowly said, "We absolutely have no such intention," replied Shin Shiji and the others, bowing. "You old fellows are already half in the coffin. Don't bully the young ones. Save some face for yourselves. Of course, if this kid is trampled by his peers, then he deserves it. I want to intervene." Gongsun Nan warned everyone, then proceeded to roast Chen Qingyuan on the fire. The older generation cannot touch you, Chen Qingyuan, but the younger generation can. Today, the elders of various sects lost quite a bit of face. They dare not pin this blame on Gongsun Nan and can only settle the score with Chen Qingyuan. "Esteemed one, is that true?" An elder from a certain sect dared to ask. "It is true," Gongsun Nan nodded. "If Chen Qingyuan falls to his peers, whether he lives or dies, you won't intervene?" The elder pressed on. "Competing among peers, if one's skills are inferior and he dies, then he deserves it. I have no intention of seeking justice for a waste." When Gongsun Nan said this, he turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan standing beside him, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. It was evident that Gongsun Nan was retaliating against Chen Qingyuan, making his future days less comfortable. Listening to this conversation, Chen Qingyuan's face turned ugly. "The esteemed one understands the greater good. We are far inferior," Shin Shiji flattered. "Let's go." Subsequently, the strong figures from various sects left the Xianying sect in a dejected manner. Before leaving, Lu Ruoyi shot a fierce glare at Chen Qingyuan, placing all the shame of today on him alone. Chen Qingyuan actually felt quite wronged. It wasn't him who took action, so what did it have to do with him? He merely pushed the situation along a bit. Besides, Chen Qingyuan clearly stated the truth. The visitor was the ghost doctor, yet none of this group believed him. Now that they lost face, it's my fault? After the strong figures from various sects left, Lin Changsheng approached Gongsun Nan and cupped his hands, inviting, "Esteemed one, since you have traveled a long way, why not sit down and rest for a while? I have already prepared fragrant tea and rare fruits." "No need." Gongsun Nan coldly refused. After speaking, Gongsun Nan took a step and walked towards the door. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan quickly followed, turning back to glance at Lin Changsheng and the others, giving a reassuring look. "Sister Ghost Doctor, can we discuss something?" Chen Qingyuan said with a flattering face. "Speak." Gongsun Nan said tersely, clearly not wanting to engage in too much conversation with Chen Qingyuan to avoid affecting his state of mind. "Why don't you be a venerable elder in my Xianying sect?" Chen Qingyuan stated his thoughts directly. "Venerable?" Gongsun Nan stopped his steps, looked at Chen Qingyuan, and sneered. "Although Xianying sect has some reputation in the flowing star domain, it cannot attract me. If you can provide me with a top-grade spiritual vein every year, I might consider it." The two hadn't even left the main hall when Lin Changsheng and others could hear their conversation. Initially, when they heard the word venerable, everyone's heart trembled with excitement and anticipation. If they could really invite the ghost doctor to serve as a venerable elder, it would greatly benefit Xianying sect. However, Gongsun Nan's reply made everyone's hearts drop, and they inwardly sighed. A top-grade spiritual vein each year? Who can afford that? A top-grade spiritual vein is something that can be encountered but not sought after. The entire Xianying sect only has one top-grade spiritual vein, and it is the foundation of the sect, which can only be mined every few years without damaging the source of the vein. One top-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 upper-grade spiritual stones, 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, and 1 million lower-grade spiritual stones. Its preciousness goes without saying. Meeting is fate. Let us not talk about those vulgar matters, Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. "Then why are you being so vulgar?" Hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, it was evident he wanted Gongsun Nan to be a venerable elder without wanting to pay a hefty price. A typical case of trying to get something for nothing. "I am a worldly person, so I cannot avoid being vulgar. But Sister Ghost Doctor is different. You are a celestial being who has descended to earth, untainted by the mud, and not demonic despite being washed in clear water. If we discuss spiritual stone resources, it would be a desecration of Sister Ghost Doctor." Chen Qingyuan flattered, looking serious. "Humph." Gongsun Nan felt pleased internally but couldn't he show it. He coldly snorted, "Flowery words are meaningless. Sister Ghost Doctor, please consider it carefully." Chen Qingyuan persistently followed Gongsun Nan, until Gongsun Nan quickened his pace and disappeared into the horizon. Chen Qingyuan finally stopped and sighed lightly. "You came all this way and didn't he leave me any precious medicine? How stingy." Chen Qingyuan muttered softly. "For such a trivial matter. Gongsun Man traveled to the Two Realms star domain without asking for any labor fees. It was already good enough, yet he had to invest a lot. If she heard this, she would surely be unable to contain her inner anger and would slap him. Back at Xinying sect, Chen Qingyuan found Han Shan still waiting in place, looking at him with eager anticipation. Old Han, is there nothing going on at home? Why haven't you left? Chapter 44. We are brothers. We want to deceive you. Han Shan's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening. You bastard, I ran around to save you. And now that the matter is over, not only do you not say a word of thanks, but you also look at me with disdain. Han Shan took a deep breath to suppress the urge to beat up Chen Qingyuan and forced a smile, saying, Brother Chen, want you invite me for a cup of tea? Oh, of course, I will. Chen Qingyuan called out to Lin Pingyan beside him, Xiaoyan. Hurry and serve old Han some tea. The discussion hall was quite chaotic at the moment, so the few of them sat in the side hall. Before long, Lin Pingyan came over with a cup of tea. Brother Han, please. Thank you, Han Shan said politely and took a sip of the tea. After Han Shan finished the cup, Chen Qingyuan asked, Is it good? It's okay, Han Shan replied subconsciously. Of course. This cup of tea is worth 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's instinctive reaction was to gag and hurriedly spit out the tea from his stomach. 100 upper-grade spiritual stones? Why don't you go rob someone? What are you doing? Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan, who was forcibly dry-heaving, with disdain. This tea is too expensive. I can't afford it. So I'm spitting it out to give back to you. Han Shan came from a wealthy family, but was exceptionally stingy. I didn't say you had to pay. Hurry up and stop. Don't gross me out, Chen Qingyuan said, fearing Han Shan would actually vomit. You should have said so earlier. Han Shan stopped and turned to Lin Pingyan, saying, Brother Lin, please bring me 10 cups of this tea. Lin Pingyan was taken aback, but nodded. Okay. Wait. Is it free? Han Shan stopped Lin Pingyan, who was about to leave, and inquired. It's free. Look at how stingy you are. Chen Qingyuan almost had the word stingy etched on his face. If you can save, then save, but this tea is way too expensive. After receiving a response that didn't cost him anything, Han Shan gestured for Lin Pingyan to prepare the tea and leaned back in his chair. Chen Qingyuan then recounted everything that had happened to Han Shan in detail. Upon hearing this, Han Shan was astonished and full of admiration, as expected of you. You can still pull off a trick at a time like this. What do you mean by pulling a trick? This is the tea fee. Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Han Shan. All right, whatever you say. Han Shan was very clear about his own standing and knew he couldn't compete with Chen Qingyuan. So he didn't dwell on it. After you finish your tea, if you have nothing else to do, feel free to leave. I have a lot on my plate and no time to entertain you. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Han Shan quickly stopped Chen Qingyuan, squinting his eyes. Brother Chen, did you forget something? What is it? Chen Qingyuan feigned confusion. Aren't you supposed to introduce me to a Dao partner? Han Shan directly pointed it out, seeing Chen Qingyuan playing dumb. Oh, that matter. Chen Qingyuan slapped his forehead, pretending to suddenly realize. I was scared by those old guys earlier and almost forgot. It's not too late to remember now. If it weren't for finding a suitable Dao partner, Han Shan wouldn't be so diligent. He had used quite a few of the major teleportation talismans that others considered life-saving to hurry along. As long as he could find a wife, he could bear these costs. Han Shan didn't want to grow old alone. That would be too painful. Brother Han, please enjoy. At that moment, Lin Pingyan came over with 10 cups of tea and placed them on the table. Han Shan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan and questioned, Chen Qingyuan, are you pulling my leg again? No. Chen Qingyuan quickly denied it. If he kept deceiving Han Shan, it would be harder to ask for his help in the future. We are brothers through thick and thin. How could I trick you? Then where is the Dao partner you promised to introduce me to? After finishing all 10 cups of tea, Han Shan burped, stood up, and pointed at Chen Qingyuan and asked. Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment, then directly swatted Han Shan's finger away, looking serious. I'll have her come to meet you shortly. I won't let you down. However, you need to take care of your appearance. If you mess it up, it's your problem. Really? Han Shan was taken aback, as he had not expected much hope at all. Of course, do you think I'm lying to you? Chen Qingyuan snorted coldly. That's not the case. Han Shan continued to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan, noticing his serious expression, which did not seem fake. He smiled flatteringly. Brother Chen is so good to me. If I have any doubts, am I still human? Just wait. Chen Qingyuan said. How long do I have to wait? Han Shan was a bit impatient. Which family's fairy is it? You're so chatty. Just wait as I told you. Chen Qingyuan turned and left. This time, Han Shan did not stop him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This guy Chen is so assertive, it must be true. Han Shan thought to himself as he took out a mirror to start fixing his appearance, looking quite ostentatious. After leaving the side hall, Chen Qingyuan headed straight for the West Mountain of Xinqing sect. The female disciples lived on Yuzhu Peak of the West Mountain. In a moment of urgency, Chen Qingyuan thought of someone. The eldest senior sister of the younger generation at Yuzhu Peak was known as one of the 3 beauties of the flowing star domain. She had both beauty and talent. I've seen the junior uncle. More than 10 female disciples dressed in white skirts stood at the foot of Yuzhu Peak, bowing respectfully to the appearing Chen Qingyuan. No need for formalities. Chen Qingyuan put on the demeanor of an elder and nodded. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Ran. Take me to see her. Yes. A female disciple accepted the order and led the way. After passing through dense foliage and crossing a jade bridge over a clear lake, they arrived at the peak of Yuzhu, where a palace made of jade stood, shrouded in mist, seeming both real and illusory, containing mysteries and radiating brilliance. The eldest senior sister of Yuzhu Peak was named Lu Lingran. She had already known about Chen Qingyuan's arrival and was waiting at the door of the Jade Palace. Lu Lingran was wearing a light white long dress, with a ribbon tied tightly around her waist, flowing down her side and dancing with the wind. She was 1.7 meters tall, with her long hair tied up, delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Every move she made could captivate hearts and turn the world upside down. "Why has the junior uncle come to Yuzhu Peak?" Lu Lingran inquired with a bow. "I have something to discuss with you." Chen Qingyuan replied, hands behind his back. "Please come in." Lu Lingran gestured to the open door of the Jade Palace. The two sat inside the Jade Palace, and Lu Lingran personally poured tea for Chen Qingyuan. Her eyes fixed on him. Chen Qingyuan signaled for all the female disciples around to leave. This matter was not suitable for others to hear. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran remained in the hall. "If the junior uncle has something to say, please speak directly." Lu Lingran was puzzled, not knowing Chen Qingyuan's intentions for this visit. Chen Qingyuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Xiaoran, is the junior uncle good to you?" "It's all right." Lu Lingran had received guidance from Chen Qingyuan when she first entered the sect, and the rewards for completing tasks were also issued by Chen Qingyuan. Many people in the sect benefited from it. "The uncle is in trouble now. Can you help me?" Chen Qingyuan said softly. "What kind of help?" Lu Lingran's intuition told her that this request might not be simple, and her brows furrowed. "Help me send someone off on a blind date to get to know him." Chen Qingyuan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingran's expression changed immediately. "Junior uncle, a blind date seems a bit inappropriate." As she said this, Lu Lingran's gaze sharpened, and her tone was unfriendly. "Don't worry, it's just to fool around. It won't damage your reputation at all. Besides, Xiaoran, you are so beautiful, gentle, considerate, and understanding. That bastard shouldn't get any benefit." Chen Qingyuan knew this matter was somewhat inappropriate. But in order not to harm their brotherly bond and not to become a treacherous person, he had to resort to this underhanded tactic. "If it's a blind date with the junior uncle, I might consider it. But with others, it's not suitable." Lu Lingran said with a half-smile, her words ambiguous. Don't tease me, just help me out. I beg you." Chen Qingyuan lowered his pride and pleaded softly. "Junior uncle, do you think Xiaoran is beautiful?" Seeing Chen Qingyuan so anxious, Lu Lingran's anger dissipated considerably. "Of course, she is beautiful. No one in the world can compare to you." Chen Qingyuan silently prayed in his heart, hoping this insincere compliment wouldn't bring him misfortune. Although Lu Lingran was indeed stunning, she still fell short of being the most beautiful in the world, at least in Chen Qingyuan's memory. There were still a few people who were stronger than Lu Lingran in various aspects. "Then why do you want Xiaoran to go on a blind date with someone else?" Lu Lingran pressed. "It's just acting. There's no need to take it seriously." Chen Qingyuan emphasized. "Even if it's acting, it shouldn't be like this. I've heard that men have a strong possessiveness, even if it's not their own. They shouldn't let others take advantage. If you really think Xiaoran is beautiful, it wouldn't be possible to do such a thing. Unless..." At this point, Lu Lingran intentionally paused, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes teasing. "Unless the junior uncle has changed greatly and is no longer a normal man. What are you trying to say?" Chen Qingyuan felt increasingly perplexed. "Little master uncle, is it because of Bai Shishue that you've changed and lost interest in women?" Lu Lingran deliberately feigned a look of surprise. "No wonder you've been so close to senior brother Lin Pingyan lately. You two wouldn't be involved, would you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's face changed instantly, and he shouted angrily, "You little girl, stop talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up. You can't beat me now. So you might as well give up that thought." Lu Lingran was fearless, her red lips smiling like a blooming flower. Chen Qingyuan was left speechless. It turns out, one should discipline children early, otherwise, they grow up quickly, and it becomes difficult to handle them. After drinking a cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan calmed down and decided to spend generously. Originally, he planned to have Lu Lingran make a guest appearance for free and earn some pocket money for himself, but Lu Lingran wouldn't fall for it. In that case, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to explain honestly, "Xiaoran, I promise this won't harm your reputation. And you can also make a lot of money." "Oh, tell me more." It seemed everything was under Lu Lingran's control, and there were no surprises. From her understanding of her little master uncle, he was never one to suffer losses and would definitely find a way to profit. "When you meet Han Shan, he should give you a meeting gift, right? I've worked so hard to find him a suitable match. I deserve some compensation." Chen Qingyuan stated directly. "A meeting gift? I'm not a greedy person," Lu Lingran replied dismissively. "This kid is like a local tycoon. If I encourage him a little, the meeting gift will definitely be generous." Chen Qingyuan had long set his eyes on Han Shan's wealth and felt he must exploit it to help the poor. "I can consider it. But I want half of your earnings," Lu Lingran demanded boldly. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan became unhappy and brought up past grievances, lamenting, "Xiaoran, you've changed. Back when you just joined, little master uncle awarded you the Yuzhu Peak token, guided your cultivation path, informed you about the various rules of the Xianqing sect, and even gifted you some resources for your cultivation. Little master uncle, stop pretending, Lu Lingran quickly interrupted. She was truly impressed by her little master uncle. She was just teasing him, and was it really that serious? I won't be greedy for the compensation. Is that all right? It's a deal. Chen Qingyuan's expression changed instantly. Becoming serious. You must be a dog, changing your face so quickly. Lu Lingran was speechless. Xiaoran, I'm looking out for you. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. Chen Qingyuan put on a caring demeanor and said earnestly, our Xianqing sect has a vast family business, with talented female disciples everywhere. For example, there are Sun Lan from Bixiao Peak and Gu Yuxiao from Luing Peak. Although they can't compare to your beauty or your understanding, gentleness, and charm, they are enough to make that kid Hanshan fall in love. I'm doing this for you, to help you earn some cultivation resources. Xiaoran, you should thank me. You know? The more Chen Qingyuan spoke, the more excited he became, as if he were genuinely trying to help. On the surface, his words were meant to reassure Lu Lingran that she shouldn't feel wronged, and that there were many candidates for matchmaking, but in reality, he was praising her. Lu Lingran couldn't help but laugh. All right, thank you, little master uncle, for taking such good care of me. As long as you know. Chen Qingyuan exhausted all the compliments he could think of to praise women, and fortunately, he touched Lu Lingran's heart, and she agreed to perform. The only downside was that Lu Lingran was not doing it for free. What a pity. Little master uncle, isn't Hanshan your brother? Why are you treating him like this? Lu Lingran couldn't understand. Brothers shouldn't treat each other this way. This kid is a local tycoon, and we are poor. So we must find ways to make money for a living. Chen Qingyuan was unsure how wealthy Hanshan truly was. Only knowing that he was rich enough to throw money at his family's old man to get his master to cooperate in a play as a ghost doctor, fooling others. However, no one expected that the random person they found would actually turn out to be a ghost doctor. He knocked out the master with money and made him act despite losing face. Just from this, it was evident that Hanshan was incredibly wealthy. He was like a walking vault. Little master uncle, didn't you just fool the elders of various sects and make a fortune? Isn't all this spirit stone enough for you? Lu Lingran asked. Who would complain about having too many spirit stones? Besides, the money I earn isn't just for me. It's all for the sect. Chen Qingyuan said with righteous indignation. Lu Lingran actually believed this because many of the buildings and rules within the Xianqing sect were established by Chen Qingyuan, benefiting all disciples. With resource distribution being relatively fair. Surface brothers, Lu Lingran scoffed. Nonsense, Han and I are life and death brothers. Chen Qingyuan glared at Lu Lingran. This matter not only allows you and me to earn some spirit stones, but it also lets Brother Han experience the feeling of matchmaking. He's happy about it. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Lu Lingran looked at Chen Qingyuan with a strange expression. If she believed his words, she'd be a fool. Get ready. You'll be performing soon. Chen Qingyuan prepared to leave to discuss the compensation matter with Hanshan. Chapter 46. Hanshan's mysterious background. The true local tycoon, little master uncle. You're so bad. Just thinking about how Hanshan was being fooled made Lu Lingran unable to help but smile. I'm a righteous person. Don't make wild evaluations. Chen Qingyuan puffed out his chest and strode toward the guest reception hall. Having promised Chen Qingyuan to handle this matter well, Lu Lingran certainly couldn't be negligent and had to think clearly about what to say and prepare herself mentally. In the Xianqing sect's guest hall, as time passed, Hanshan was quite excited and couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth. Hanshan looked up and saw Chen Qingyuan arriving on clouds and mist, joyfully exclaiming, Brother Chen. After securing Lu Lingran's participation, Chen Qingyuan walked over with confidence, exuding an impressive aura. Brother Chen, when will the ferry arrive? Hanshan flattered with a smile. Just wait. Chen Qingyuan entered the guest hall and sat down in a nearby chair. Hanshan hurriedly followed and sat beside him. You have to tell me who it is, or I won't feel at ease. Have you heard of the 3 fairies from the flowing meteor domain? Chen Qingyuan didn't reveal directly, but guided slowly. I've heard a bit. It said that the 3 fairies from the flowing meteor domain are all heavenly beauties. Hanshan could certainly join in the conversation about beautiful women. The one I'm introducing to you is the Xianqing sect's fairy Lingran, a saintess in the hearts of countless young heroes, unattainable. Chen Qingyuan praised vigorously. Hanshan was so excited he could hardly speak, taking a long time to calm down before directly grabbing Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I misjudged you. It turns out you really went all out for me and didn't just find someone randomly to fool me. Let go. Chen Qingyuan shook off Hanshan's hand, his disgust evident on his face. We're like brothers with different parents. I could never fool you. That makes sense, Hanshan nodded seriously. Even though I'm introducing you to Fairy Lingran, whether it leads to anything depends on your own abilities. For the first meeting, don't be too stingy. Prepare a decent meeting gift. Chen Qingyuan began to encourage him. Yes, the meeting gift must be generous. First impressions are very important, Hanshan fully agreed. And one more thing. Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat and gestured with his eyes. I've been running around for you, and it's worn me out. Hanshan instantly understood and generously took out a Qianquan bag, handing it to Chen Qingyuan. Brother Chen, take it. Since the hard work fee was presented right in front of him, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to decline. He quickly grabbed the Qianquan bag while politely saying, I feel embarrassed. Just a token is enough. Don't give too much. Then, Chen Qingyuan opened the Qianquan bag, and a strand of divine thought probed inside. He was startled. A middle-grade spiritual vein. If fully mined, It was estimated to yield about 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, if mined slowly. As long as the source of the spiritual vein was not harmed, it could continuously produce over time. What a big deal. When the Dongi Palace sent Chen Qingyuan away back then, it was just a single middle-grade spiritual vein. Compared to Han Shan, the Dongi Palace, as a first-rate force, seemed too petty. Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up, gazing at Han Shan with a shocked and astonished expression. Old Han, when did you become so wealthy? Although we are greedy for money, a gentleman loves wealth obtained through proper means. We shouldn't do anything shady. Where are you thinking? This is all my own money. The source is very clean, at least 100 times cleaner than yours. Han Shan snorted lightly. What have you been doing while I was trapped in Tianyuan for over 100 years? To be honest, if it were something legitimate, Chen Qingyuan would have liked to get involved. After all, making money alongside a brother isn't awkward. It was a bit complicated. Han Shan recalled and sighed. Just say it. Chen Qingyuan urged impatiently. To keep it short, Han Shan had no intention of hiding, while turning his back to Chen Qingyuan to prepare a meeting gift. He slowly explained, I was picked up and raised by my master since I was young. 100 years ago, I suddenly encountered a group of mysterious people who said I was the young master of a certain force, having accidentally fallen here. I thought they looked too ugly. At least not 1/10,000th as handsome as me. So I was sure they had ulterior motives and didn't go back with them. Then, they said the family could understand and gave me several properties to manage well as a kind of assessment. Han Shan continued, if I failed the assessment, I would have to go back to accept their teachings and inherit part of the family business. Anyway, they said a lot, and I didn't really pay attention. Later, those people introduced me to the heads of the properties, and since it was a freebie that came to my door, I didn't refuse. Chen Qingyuan listened to this and felt a bit confused. If you fail in business, you have to go home and inherit the family business? What the hell is this? Is this guy trying to fool me with some of my own tricks? With a hint of suspicion, Chen Qingyuan kept sizing up Han Shan. But then he thought, if it weren't as Han Shan said, how could he be so wealthy? However, what Han Shan said was also too outrageous. It was hard to believe. Old Han, what kind of properties are they? Chen Qingyuan asked quietly. According to their rules, I can't disclose it. Otherwise, it would be judged as a failure, and I would be forcibly taken somewhere. At that time, I was too busy looking at the accounts and the treasures everywhere, so I didn't hear clearly. It was about like that. Han Shan replied. You suddenly became quite annoying. Chen Qingyuan's appetite was whetted, but he couldn't get an answer, making him feel quite uncomfortable. You can't win against me now. If you start a fight, I'll turn around and beat you up. Han Shan turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, displaying a teasing smile. If I end up with Fairy Lingran, I'll give you a big red envelope. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Shan. Han Shan lightly patted his clothes, unfazed. An hour later, dusk fell. Lu Lingran walked over from Yuzhu Peak, dressed in a snow-colored long dress. The hem about 3 meters long, dancing gracefully. She wore a plain veil, and her long hair was tied behind her, with strands cascading down to her waist along her white dress. Seeing Lu Lingran approaching like a blooming lotus, Han Shan's eyes nearly popped out, each step landing in his heart. Truly deserving of being one of the 3 fairies of the flowing star domain, her reputation was well earned. What are you staring at? Hurry up and show your respect. By the time Lu Lingran reached the door of the side hall, Han Shan was still dazed, and Chen Qingyuan, standing nearby, hurriedly said. Han Shan came to his senses, suppressing his inner excitement, and politely clasped his hands, smiling. Hello, Fairy Lingran. I'm Han Shan. Brother Chen must have mentioned me. Taoist Han, greetings. Lu Lingran bowed in respect. This is my token of appreciation, please accept it. Han Shan took out an exquisite Qingyuan bag, his heart racing. Thank you. Lu Lingran was not polite and directly accepted it. Let us go inside and talk. Han Shan pointed to the hall and gestured for her to enter. All right. Lu Lingran walked in and winked at Chen Qingyuan inside the room. Brother, it's not that I'm trying to trick you. I really have no choice. Chen Qingyuan casually found an excuse and slipped away. In the side hall, only Lu Lingran and Han Shan were left chatting. Junior brother, stop right there. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to return, many senior brothers, having finished cleaning the main hall, appeared. Chapter 47. Looking down on your nouveau riche face blocked by his senior brothers, Chen Qingyuan was awkwardly caught in place. Senior brothers, is there something you need? You made a fortune. Don't you think about sharing some with your brothers? The senior brothers, having straightforward personalities, directly stated their intentions. Oh, so that's it. Easy to say. Chen Qingyuan feigned a look of sudden realization. We all borrowed your Qingyuan bag and are here to collect interest. Junior brother. It's not that we're stingy. It's just that we really don't have money. The seniors present were all several thousand years old, lacking possessions and looking shorter than others when going out. If they weren't really tight on resources, they wouldn't lower their faces to ask Chen Qingyuan for spirit stones. Glancing at the arriving seniors, most of whom had families, it wasn't easy to save up some private money. One senior brother, whose dark robe actually had a patch, made Chen Qingyuan's heart tremble slightly when he saw it, thinking, at least I'm an inner sect elder of the Xianqing sect. A powerful being in the transformation realm. How can it be this shabby? The Xianqing sect does not encroach on the resources of other sects, nor do they engage in shady or forceful activities. Therefore, despite the high cultivation levels of these senior brothers, they actually have very little wealth. The secret realms of the flowing star domain have been largely mined, and new secret realms are rarely heard of, leading the senior brothers to live quite frugally. Fortunately, the sisters-in-law manage the financial power, seemingly having anticipated this day long ago, providing the senior brothers with enough resources for cultivation periodically. As for spirit stones for drinking and playing, that would absolutely not be given. They have to find their own ways. Take it. Chen Qingyuan had just made a profit from Han Shan, feeling wealthy and generous, sharing with all present senior brothers. One senior brother looked at the 800 middle-grade spirit stones in his hand, and then at the grandiose Chen Qingyuan, saying the most cowardly words with the fiercest expression. Junior brother, 8th senior brother really can't stand your nouveau riche face. If you have the ability, throw more spirit stones at me. Everyone shot a glance at the 8th senior brother, cursing him for being shameless. I'm not bragging. If you go back 1,000 years, with your amount of spirit stones, I wouldn't even look at them, even if they fell on the ground. I wouldn't bother picking them up, too tiring. The resources consumed in recent years have been quite a lot, and with no place to earn money. The monthly salary is just this little, it's really hard. Actually, our Xianqing sect is not poor, our treasury is filled with good things. However, in order to maintain the spiritual formations across various locations and be prepared for emergencies, we can only live a bit more frugally. Junior brother, why don't I act as your protector for a while, and you can give me a little allowance each month? The senior brothers were chatting, each expressing their grievances about the hardships of recent years. In truth, as highly skilled cultivators, if they wanted to earn spirit stones, there are plenty of ways to do so. It's just that they don't want to leave the Xianqing sect and are unwilling to become offerings for certain merchant associations, relying solely on their monthly salaries to make a living, which is why they seem so destitute. To sum it up in one word, lazy. Unless absolutely necessary. They would never go out to make money. That's enough. It should keep you entertained for a while. Chen Qingyuan wasn't worried about his senior brother's cultivation resources. The sisters-in-law were well aware. When they received spirit stones, they would just buy fine wine or visit lively places. So stingy. After benefiting from Chen Qingyuan, everyone left reluctantly with a complaint. Chen Qingyuan was not surprised and chuckled, shaking his head. Then, he distributed some spirit stones to his senior sister, kept a portion for himself, and put the rest into the mission hall to increase the rewards for sect disciples after completing their tasks. The missions in the hall were quite normal. For example, if there were robbers killing and plundering in a certain area, their cultivation levels would be marked, and capable disciples could take on the tasks. This not only enhanced the reputation of the Xianqing sect, but also allowed the disciples within the sect to gain practical experience while earning extra cultivation resources, triple benefits. This mission hall was established by Chen Qingyuan, greatly improving the overall level of the disciples in the sect. In addition, Chen Qingyuan had created many things to gradually enhance the sense of belonging among the disciples. An hour later, Han Shan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How did it go? Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Han Shan, asking with a smile. Sigh. It was somewhat inappropriate. Han Shan sighed lightly. What's wrong? Chen Qingyuan asked curiously. Fairy Lingran is excellent in many ways, but there's one little regret. Han Shan sighed again. I want to find a partner who likes jasmine. But Fairy Lingran doesn't like jasmine. She prefers roses. And then? Chen Qingyuan asked. Then I left, ending this fateful yet unfulfilled relationship. Han Shan felt it was a pity but had no regrets at all. You really are something. Chen Qingyuan gave a thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. A life partner should accompany you for a lifetime. You can't be careless. If the two have incompatible interests, their future life will definitely not be happy. At first, Lu Lingran didn't know how to express her rejection, but unexpectedly, Han Shan spoke first, candidly stating that they were not suitable, apologized, and left, leaving Lu Lingran sitting in the room in a daze. Han Shan had high standards for a partner. Not only should they possess talent and beauty, but they should also share similar interests. Old Han, I hope you can find a suitable partner in your heart. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan's shoulder, truly impressed. Fate is something that cannot be forced. It should follow its natural course. In fact, Han Shan thought that Lu Lingran was great in many aspects, but he couldn't develop that feeling of being smitten at first sight. At most, it was just admiration for a beautiful woman. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan said. I just came to say hello. I need to head back. After saying this, Han Shan waved his hand and walked away. Take care. I won't see you off. Watching Han Shan leave, Chen Qingyuan felt a bit guilty. After all, he had tricked his own brother a bit. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan's mood improved significantly. Occasionally tricking a brother isn't a big deal. Han Shan had also tricked Chen Qingyuan before. They were even when it came to dangerous matters. Both sides understood boundaries and wouldn't joke around. Meanwhile, as the strong from various sects returned to their respective powers, the news of the ghost doctor visiting the Xianqing sect spread to every corner of the Felixing domain, causing quite a stir. The rumored ghost doctor turned out to be a woman. It was said that the ghost doctor had a strange temperament. Why would she pay special attention to Chen Qingyuan and personally come to support him? It was rumored that Chen Qingyuan referred to the ghost doctor as sister, which he had received her tacit approval. To intimidate the powerful, the ghost doctor suppressed the protecting elder of the Dongyi Palace with a flip of her hand, forcing her to kneel and beg for mercy, narrowly saving her life. This time, the various sects pressured the Xinqing sect, but failed to extract any useful information regarding the Tianyuan, and they lost face. Everyone was discussing this incident, creating quite a buzz. The fact that Chen Qingyuan could cultivate was suddenly revealed, causing many cultivators to tremble in their hearts. Bai Shixue of the Dongi Palace, dressed in a plain long dress, gazed into the distance in a daze. Chapter 48. Bai Shixue stepped into Yanshue City, feeling confused. Upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan was once again on the path of cultivation, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Since the Dongi Palace and the Tianyu sect cancelled their engagement back then, Bai Shixue's situation had become quite awkward, often hearing rumors that made her feel uncomfortable. Even so, Bai Shixue still did not regret the decision she made at that time, because she believed that even without the appearance of Qin Yutong from the Tianyu sect, it would have been difficult for her and Chen Qingyuan to have a good outcome. Although Bai Shixue was not the top genius of her generation, she still had a bright future ahead. As for Chen Qingyuan, who had become a waste, he had a lifespan of only 100 years, and his fate was already sealed. Having come to this realization, Bai Shixue was unwilling to reminisce about the past with Chen Qingyuan, sticking to her choice. Her heart as hard as iron, with no regrets whatsoever. However, at this moment, Bai Shixue's heart stirred with different emotions, her eyes sparkling with complex light as she gazed into the distance. She maintained silence, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, revealing her inner turmoil. She bit her red lips, even breaking the skin without releasing her teeth. After an unknown amount of time, she finally withdrew her gaze, her expression becoming more determined as she murmured to herself. Even if he can step back onto the path of cultivation, he will never reach the heights he once did. The peers who were once beneath him have long surpassed him. Bai Shixue still refused to back down, not believing she had made a mistake. I will reach a higher position, watching you climb step by step. Even without your help, I can carve out my own territory and see the more beautiful scenery of the world. Bai Shixue certainly could not deny her own choice. Doing so would undoubtedly affect her Dao heart and cause her soul to become chaotic. No matter what, she could not admit to this mistake. She would walk her chosen path to the end. She understood Chen Qingyuan's temperament very well. Their karmic ties had been severed, and they could never return to the past. Since it was impossible to go back, the only way forward was to make herself even more outstanding, so she would not feel regret and fall into despair. Girl, you must have heard about the recent events in the Xinqing sect. At this moment, Yao Susu arrived riding the wind, landing beside Bai Shixue. Master, Bai Shixue saluted and said, I have already learned of it. Chen Qingyuan has teamed up with the ghost doctor, and his spiritual roots have been restored. His fortune is indeed extraordinary. If you still have feelings for him, you can try to reconnect with him. Yao Susu said softly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shixue did not hesitate at all and firmly refused. Please do not say any more, master. I have no connection with Chen Qingyuan anymore. All right. Seeing Bai Shixue's resolute demeanor, Yao Susu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Shixue to react so strongly. Master, I want to enter Yanshue City. Immediately, Bai Shixue made a decision. Are you crazy? Yao Susu frowned, surprised. I'm not crazy, I just want to try, Bai Shixue replied. She wanted to become stronger, and this was the only path. Yanshuiqing, a secret realm in Dongi Palace, was fraught with dangers and traps. Since the establishment of Dongi Palace, the founding ancestor had set a rule. Only those who passed the test of Yanshuiqing could become the holy son or holy daughter of Dongi Palace. Calculating the time, it had been over 3,000 years since Dongi Palace had appointed a holy son or holy daughter. Many core disciples' corpses were piled up in Yanshuiqing, and very few had managed to walk out alive. It's not that I underestimate you, but Yanshuiqing is exceptionally dangerous. It's not a good place. Yao Susu advised. My mind is made up. Please report to the sect for me, Bai Shixue said firmly. Rather than endure the whispers of others, she'd rather gamble her life once. Either she would overcome the difficulties and emerge from Yanshuiqing, adorned with glory and ascend to the position of holy daughter, or she would die within Yanshuiqing, which would be better than suffering the torment deep within her heart. Bai Shixue had finally stabilized her resolve and did not let herself feel regret. However, she feared that if too much time passed, she would not be able to endure it and would ultimately lose her mind, becoming a laughingstock to others. All right. Looking into Bai Shixue's eyes, Yao Susu seemed to understand why Bai Shixue felt this way and no longer tried to dissuade her, nodding heavily. Days later, under the watchful eyes of the upper echelons, Bai Shixue stepped into the secret realm of Yanshuiqing. One misstep leads to a series of mistakes. The holy master of Dongi Palace, Du Ruoxing, had emerged from Yanshuiqing years ago, advancing rapidly and achieving her current status. Given her understanding of the dangers of Yanshuiqing, she believed Bai Shixue's chances of survival were extremely slim. No one expected that Chen Qingyuan could return to the path of cultivation. Not only that, but he also gained the favor of the ghost doctor, who was willing to protect him. An inner sect elder sighed, feeling a sense of regret. Without my command, no one is allowed to deal with the Xinqing sect and Chen Qingyuan. Those who disobey will face sect punishment. Du Ruoxing sensed a hint of unease, fearing that the elder Lu Ruoi, who protected the sect, might seek revenge on Chen Qingyuan after being humiliated, thus dragging Dongi Palace into trouble. Yes, everyone accepted the order, not daring to go against the holy master's will. In a certain area of the Fulyu star domain, after leaving the Xianqing sect, the ghost doctor did not immediately return to the Yunhai star domain, but instead headed to a more remote city. The Changgung, sword immortal, resided there, and the ghost doctor came to pay a visit. The last time they met, the Changgung sword immortal had mentioned his residence, allowing the ghost doctor to seek him out if needed. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood outside the door, feeling slightly excited, and gently knocked. Come in. The Changgung sword immortal recognized the visitor was the ghost doctor, and a thought descended, slowly opening the door. Stepping into the courtyard, the ghost doctor saw the plain-dressed Changgung sword immortal wielding a rusty, broken sword, chopping dried wood. Senior. The ghost doctor saluted. Is there something you need? The Changgung sword immortal did not look up, continuing with his task. I helped Chen Qingyuan solve a problem, and since I'm in the Fulyu star domain, I wanted to pay my respects to you. Senior, the ghost doctor explained. Has young Master Chen encountered any troubles? The Changgung sword immortal continued working, having locked himself away in his house and not deliberately inquiring about the outside world. Unless Chen Qingyuan faced life-threatening danger, the Changgung sword immortal wouldn't sense it. It's like this. Next, the ghost doctor briefly explained the general situation and mentioned Chen Qingyuan's invitation for him to become a serving elder. You refused? From the tone of the ghost doctor regarding the invitation, the Changgung sword immortal inferred this. Yes, the ghost doctor nodded. Foolish. The Changgung sword immortal put down his work, slowly raised his head, and exchanged glances with the ghost doctor, sighing softly. Chapter 49. The Ancient History of the Xianqing Sect, huh? The ghost doctor was stunned, quite puzzled. Becoming a serving elder of the Xianqing Sect is a thankless task. What's wrong with refusing? Moreover, I'm used to being solitary and dislike being restrained. If young Master Chen invited me to be a serving elder, I would certainly agree. The Changgung sword immortal stated directly after pondering for a long time. What? Hearing this, the ghost doctor trembled slightly, dumbfounded. Senior sword immortal, are you joking with me? Do you think I would joke about such a matter? The Changgung sword immortal retorted. But you were once a revered figure who suppressed countless strong individuals in the Emperor region, the third best swordsman in the world. Someone like you, even if your strength has diminished over the years, is not someone the Xianqing sect could afford to support. The Changgung sword immortal was nominally the third best, but in reality, he was the strongest swordsman of that era, unmatched by anyone. He called himself the third best because the heavens had only one and two. That year, the Changgung sword immortal sought to step forward and become the true number one in the world, challenging the way of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he failed, resulting in damage to his foundation and breaking his sword. Since then, the world believed the Changgung sword immortal had died, leaving behind a legendary tale. Even after tens of thousands of years, no sword cultivator dared to claim the title of third best, let alone first or second. All of this stemmed from the immense influence left by the Changgung sword immortal. Child, you don't understand. The Changgung sword immortal looked up at the sky, his voice hoarse. You haven't reached that level. If I told you, it would only harm you. Senior, The ghost doctor's mind was now very confused, stumbling over words and unsure what to say. For both you and me, becoming a serving elder of the Xianqing sect is definitely a fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, you have pushed away the fortune that was within your grasp. Now that I have made this clear, if young Master Chen does not invite you again, you must not bring it up yourself. Otherwise, a fortuitous opportunity might turn into a calamity. The Changgung sword immortal warned seriously. If this is a fortuitous opportunity, why can't I take the initiative? The ghost doctor momentarily pondered why it would be an opportunity, but couldn't comprehend how it could turn into a calamity. As for matters of cause and effect, following the flow is safe, while going against it is dangerous. I have already pointed out this opportunity. You cannot mention it yourself, or you will attract an enormous cause and effect that you cannot bear. The Changgung sword immortal advised with a serious expression. What if young Master Chen invites me again? Even the Changgung sword immortal referred to Chen Qingyuan as young master, so the ghost doctor naturally had to ask. Then you may agree, and there will be no danger. The Changgung sword immortal nodded. Is there any difference? The matters of cause and effect were elusive and intangible, and the ghost doctor's abilities could not yet grasp them. There is a significant difference. The Changgung sword immortal explained. If young Master Chen invites you, it is a good cause and effect. If you pursue the opportunity too obviously, you may encounter many troubles in the future. I don't quite understand. The ghost doctor felt like a child being trained, standing there at a loss. It's all right. You will understand in the future. The Changgung sword immortal smiled slightly. Isn't the Xianqing sect just a force in the Fulyu star domain? How could it involve such great cause and effect? The ghost doctor expressed deep confusion about this. Silly girl, the greatest cause and effect is not the Xianqing sect, but Chen Qingyuan. However, the Changgung sword immortal did not reveal this. Let the ghost doctor misunderstand if she must. The Qingyuan sect is indeed not as simple as it appears on the surface. Do you know Qingyuan Taoist? Chen sword immortal changed the subject. Of course, I know him. He was a powerful figure who made a name for himself in the Empire province 1,000 years ago, forcing many ancient holy places to apologize. The ghost doctor had been to the Empire province and heard about this matter. Do you know the origin of Qingyuan Taoist? Chen sword immortal continued to guide the conversation. I don't know. The ghost doctor shook his head. Please speak plainly. Chen Qingyuan Taoist was the previous holy master of the Su Qingyuan sect. Chen sword immortal said slowly. What? Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor was directly stunned, his mind blank. After a long pause, the ghost doctor asked in shock, how is this possible? If the Su Qingyuan sect has such a background, why would they remain in the fully star domain? This matter is quite lengthy. I only learned about it by coincidence and have deep admiration for the Su Qingyuan sect. The previous holy master of the Su Qingyuan sect was named Chen, and his most trusted disciple was Chen. Long ago, Chen suddenly left, and shortly after, news spread that he had passed away. The Su Qingyuan sect was left leaderless, and the people were anxious. Soon after, the old generation of the Su Qingyuan sect was left with only Chen, who stabilized the situation, elevated Chen to the holy master's throne, and instructed the disciples to be harmonious and supportive, not to let interests blind their eyes. He was also the chief master of Chen Qingyuan. However, shortly after Chen took Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, it was rumored that he encountered a mishap in his cultivation and fell. From then on, all the powerful figures of the old generation passed away, and the burden of the Su Qingyuan sect fell onto the shoulders of Chen and others. As far as I know, the previous holy master of the Su Qingyuan sect was called Chen, and he has no connection to the famous Chen Qingyuan Taoist. The ghost doctor inquired about Chen Qingyuan's background and learned a bit about the history of the Su Qingyuan sect. Chen Qingyuan Taoist is merely a pseudonym, unwilling to reveal his true identity to avoid dragging the sect's descendants into endless causality. Chen sword immortal intended to enlighten the ghost doctor and elaborated. The Su Qingyuan sect has a long history, with its ancestral land located in the Empire Province, and has profound foundations. Once, the ancestors of the Su Qingyuan sect discovered a demonic abyss and, in collaboration with the various forces of the Empire Province, decided to suppress it. However, in a corner of the Empire Province, there exists a demonic abyss whose horror far exceeds human imagination. About 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Su Qingyuan sect and hundreds of powerful figures took action and finally sealed the demonic abyss. Due to the ancestor bearing the greatest karma, he perished a few years after this event. Before passing away, the ancestor left a testament stating that the issue of the demonic abyss had not been truly resolved, and the seal must be deepened every 10,000 years. Naturally, the major forces of the Empire Province agreed at first, as the eruption of the demonic abyss would affect everyone's safety. However, as time passed, aside from the Su Qingyuan sect, the other forces gradually stopped paying attention. The powerful figures of those forces were unwilling to risk their lives for this task. They had worked hard for a lifetime to reach the peak of the great world, and had not yet enjoyed themselves before being forced to the demonic abyss, which they could not accept. Although the top figures of the Su Qingyuan sect were angry, they were helpless, since the other sects did not want to take risks. The Su Qingyuan sect would go on its own. The testament left by the ancestor would be fulfilled by future generations. Gradually, the leaders of the Su Qingyuan sect all went to the demonic abyss, with very few returning alive, greatly diminishing the sect's strength. 100,000 years ago, a holy master of the Su Qingyuan sect made the decision to leave the Empire Province and find a suitable place to settle again. If possible, the Su Qingyuan sect would certainly not wish to leave the spirit-rich Empire Province. Could the Su Qingyuan sect ever return to the Empire Province? The holy master sighed to the sky, filled with reluctance and regret, and headed to the northern wasteland. Under such circumstances, this was the only way to leave a trace of bloodline for the sect. Chapter 50. I want to strangle you once. The Su Qingyuan sect possessed many resources, but after losing their top combat power, countless forces in the Empire Province pounced on the Su Qingyuan sect like tigers and wolves. If the Su Qingyuan sect did not leave, they might not even be able to maintain their foundation. 1,000 years ago, Chen Qingyuan Taoist broke through to the great ascension realm, inheriting the will of his ancestors, and his strength soared rapidly in a short time. At the same time, he also learned about the history of the Su Qingyuan sect. Upon entering the Empire Province, Chen Qingyuan Taoist began to provoke various forces, suppressing many well-known powerful figures. The various forces perhaps felt guilty, perhaps did not want to clash head-on with the mad Chen Qingyuan Taoist, or perhaps wanted to utilize him to continue guarding the demonic abyss, thus refraining from engaging in large-scale conflict. Having vented his anger, Chen Qingyuan Taoist did not forget the ancestors' instructions and headed toward the demonic abyss. Since then, Chen Qingyuan Taoist has never appeared again. The Su Qingyuan sect has such a significant background. The ghost doctor did not doubt the history told by Chen sword immortal, as the sword immortal had no reason to deceive her. The current Su Qingyuan sect is no longer what it once was. Chen sword immortal sighed. I once brewed tea and discussed the world with Chen Qingyuan Taoist, and we talked about this matter. Chen Qingyuan Taoist did not establish a successor before disappearing. He did so intentionally, not wanting the future generations to bear this responsibility. According to the ancestral teachings of the Su Qingyuan sect, The matter of the demonic abyss must not be spread and can only be conveyed to the next holy master through special means. Chen Qingyuan Taoist had his own motives. He did not want the already declining Chen Qingyuan sect to lose this trace of bloodline and wished to stop all causality here. Therefore, when he left, he did not pass on the memories to Chen. Do the forces of the Empire Province really not care? Through the recounting of Ng's sword immortal, the ghost doctor developed a deep admiration for the ancestors of the Chen Qingyuan sect and felt it was unworthy for Chen Qingyuan. If you were asked to go to your death, would you go? Ng's sword immortal asked in return. The ghost doctor fell silent, unable to give a definite answer. Human hearts are unpredictable. Few can maintain their true selves. Asking himself, Ng's sword immortal believed he was inferior to the ancestors of the Chen Qingyuan sect. Are those people of the Chen Qingyuan sect still alive? The ghost doctor asked softly. I don't know. Ng's sword immortal gently shook his head. I have not been to the demonic abyss, and I am unclear about the specific circumstances. Guarding the demonic abyss for over 300,000 years is indeed admirable. Once a powerful force in the Empire Province, the Chen Qingyuan sect can now only be considered a first-rate sect in a star domain of the northern wasteland, which is quite lamentable. This merit, the heavens must see it. Ng's sword immortal gazed at the boundless sky, secretly thinking. After this conversation with the sword immortal, the ghost doctor no longer underestimated the Chen Qingyuan sect. She thought the sword immortal was being polite to Chen Qingyuan out of respect for the ancestors of the Chen Qingyuan sect. But that was not the case. The various forces in the Fully star domain had already issued notices that peers could find trouble with Chen Qingyuan to regain their lost face. Chen Qingyuan would not leave the Chen Qingyuan sect for the time being, not giving those people a chance to bully him. Inside the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan was pondering one thing. What exactly is the Dao Academy, and when will they come looking for me? According to Chen, the Dao Academy is an extremely mysterious force in the northern wasteland, with an ancient heritage and unfathomable depth. How did my chief master get involved with the Dao Academy? It's truly strange. Chen Qingyuan could not figure out this question. If the Dao Academy really had a significant background, then with the capabilities of the Chen Qingyuan sect, they should not be qualified to enroll. This matter was naturally orchestrated by Sh. who had dealings with the Dao Academy and secured an opportunity for Chen Qingyuan to enroll. As long as Chen Qingyuan has established his foothold in the Dao Academy, even if the historical heritage of the Xianqing sect is exposed, he need not fear harm from those top forces in the imperial capital. Moreover, Shangguan Rong and the previous Holy Master Feng Changxian discussed this matter and decided that the responsibility of the Xianqing sect should be resolved in their generation and not allowed to continue spreading. If the Dao Academy is willing to take action, it should be able to sever the relationship between the Xianqing sect and the Demon Abyss to ensure the continuation of the sect's bloodline. The letter left by his master clearly stated that after shattering the wooden tablet, people from the Dao Academy would descend upon the Xianqing sect in about 10 years. Now that 5 years have passed, it seems he needs to be mentally prepared. Chen Qingyuan couldn't make sense of those issues, so he decided not to think about them anymore and instead tried to break through to the Golden Core realm. One day, while Chen Qingyuan was meditating, he suddenly sensed a slight movement in the room and immediately opened his eyes, startled. He saw the ghost Dr. Gongsun Nen pouring tea for him, bringing the tea to the red lips beneath her veil. After taking a sip, Gongsun Nen smiled slightly at Chen Qingyuan. Ghost doctor sister, what brings you here? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed. I came to see you, Gongsun Nan replied, her veil making her appear mysterious. How did you get in? Faced with Gongsun Nan's visit, Chen Qingyuan felt more surprise and caution than joy. This old witch shouldn't be looking for trouble with me, right? He thought to himself. Do you think the protective formation of the Xianqing sect can stop me? Gongsun Nen laughed. That's true, Chen Qingyuan realized immediately, tentatively asking, Ghost doctor sister, did you come to see me for something? I'm a person of integrity, kind-hearted, and hate evil like poison. I don't think I've offended you in any way. You informed the Murong family in the North Song Star domain about my whereabouts, didn't you? Gongsun Nen revealed. I didn't disclose anything about your movements, Chen Qingyuan insisted vehemently. Out of respect for you, I helped the Murong family a little. Initially, Gongsun Nan was reluctant to assist when approached by the Murong family. However, after hearing Chen Qingyuan's name from them, she decided to help after some consideration. Later, Gongsun Nan learned that one of the Murong family's ancestors was in a dire situation due to a cultivation error. Thanks to Gongsun Nan's rescue, that ancestor regained his life and stabilized his injuries. The Murong family was very grateful to Gongsun Nan and sent her many gifts, which she did not refuse, as she had expended considerable effort to save the person. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Qingyuan was very curious about the Murong family's situation but couldn't ask directly and had to play dumb. Don't you want to thank me? Gongsun Nan narrowed her eyes. Ghost doctor sister, I'm broke, I truly have no money. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan immediately panicked. I don't need spirit stones, Gongsun Nan shot him a disdainful glance. Don't think about me, I'm quite self-disciplined. If you don't want spirit stones, then what do you want? I want to strangle you. Now you invite me to be a senior elder, and I would definitely agree. Why didn't you invite me? However, Gongsun Nan couldn't make this matter explicit, otherwise it wouldn't be a blessing. Get lost. Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. Sister, this is my residence. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to leave? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. So your meaning is for me to leave? Gongsun Nan shot him a fierce look from her seat. I dare not. I'll leave right away. Chen Qingyuan feared being persecuted by Gongsun Nan and quickly ran out the door. Chapter 51. A person without shame is invincible. Gongsun Nan's visit put a lot of pressure on Chen Qingyuan. After wandering around the sect for several hours, he returned to his room, murmuring, "It's been so long. She should have left by now." To his surprise, Gongsun Nan was still sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze. Flowers and tea. Sister, you haven't left yet? Chen Qingyuan's body trembled. I have matters to attend to recently, and I need to visit Senior Li occasionally. So I'll be staying in the Fulyu Star Domain for a while. Gongsun Nan found an excuse. The Senior Li she mentioned was the Changgung Sword Immortal, whose real name was Li Muyang. Oh, I see. Chen Qingyuan understood, nodding slightly. Ghost Doctor Sister. You want to take the Xianqing sect as a place to settle down, right? My personality is strange. I don't like dealing with strangers. Since we are acquainted, it is more suitable for me to stay here for the time being. Gongsun Nan said with a cold demeanor and plain tone, but inwardly, she felt a slight joy. You little brat, I hope my meaning is clear. When will you take the opportunity to invite me to be a senior elder? Gongsun Nan's eyes, gazing at Chen Qingyuan, were filled with expectation. As long as Chen Qingyuan invited her this time, Gongsun Nan would definitely agree without hesitation. That day, the Changgung Sword Immortal had mentioned that if Chen Qingyuan took the initiative to invite her, he would gladly become a senior elder of the Xianqing sect, forming this good karma. If Chen Qingyuan knew this, he would definitely go all out to invite the Changgung Sword Immortal, making a big fuss about it. However, matters of karma and good fortune cannot be forced, otherwise it would backfire. Everything in the world revolves around fate and cannot be coerced. This is easy to handle. Chen Qingyuan mistakenly thought Gongsun Nan wanted to stay at the Xianqing sect and didn't consider other aspects, smilingly saying, Sister, I can arrange a quiet place for you to stay. How about that? Sure. Gongsun Nan was quite satisfied, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. However, Chen Qingyuan's next words directly broke Gongsun Nan's defenses, and she couldn't help but slap him. Considering our connection, I will charge you a service fee of 100 medium-grade spirit stones per day. This price is already very cheap. Of course, if Ghost Doctor Sister doesn't have spirit stones, medicinal herbs will also be accepted. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had his eyes on the medicinal herbs in Gongsun Nan's hands. The smile beneath Gongsun Nan's veil froze, her delicate hand tightening slightly as she glared at him. What did you say? You want me to pay? Cough. After being glared at by Gongsun Nan, Chen Qingyuan stepped back 2 steps in fright, preparing to escape at any moment. Sister, I'm financially embarrassed. You definitely don't want others to know your whereabouts and don't want to be disturbed. Although there are many empty halls in the Xianqing sect, you need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to stay. This time, you were surrounded by many forces in the Fulyu Star Domain. Wasn't it me who came to your rescue? Gongsun Nan snorted coldly. Thank you, sister, for your help. If I get rich in the future, I will definitely repay you well, Chen Qingyuan said solemnly, cupping his fists. By the time you get rich, the flowers will have withered, Gongsun Nan said impatiently. Arrange a suitable place for me to stay, but I won't pay you. Don't even think about it. All right, Chen Qingyuan said helplessly. He would have to cover this rent himself. If the Xianqing sect knew that Gongsun Nan was borrowing a place to stay, they would definitely not charge a single coin and would treat her well. The key was that Chen Qingyuan couldn't figure out Gongsun Nan's intentions and certainly couldn't expose her whereabouts, so he could only handle it discreetly. Therefore, the spirit stones he had to pay must be paid. Look at you being so stingy. Do you really have to pay? Isn't there any other way? Gongsun Nan guided tentatively. Sister, you sneaked here, so you definitely don't want others to find out. I want to arrange a very good place for you to stay, but I can't use your name, so I can only pay for it myself. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, alas. If only my sister could become a venerable elder of the Xianqing sect, everything would be easy. As long as the requirements aren't too excessive, the Xianqing sect will do its utmost to satisfy my sister. Unfortunately, the Xianqing sect is too small to accommodate you. Forget it. Let's not talk about being a venerable elder. It would be bad if I upset you. After that, Chen Qingyuan cupped his hands in salute to Gongsun Nan, said a few words, and left. Sister, I'll go arrange a place for you. When Gongsun Nan heard about the venerable elder, her eyes lit up, and her mouth opened, just waiting for Chen Qingyuan to extend an invitation. However, this kid didn't follow the usual script, leaving Gongsun Nan feeling flustered. She glanced at the direction Chen Qingyuan had left, crushed a teacup on the table in anger, and muttered, Chen Qingyuan, you're really asking for a beating. Little did Chen Qingyuan know about Gongsun Nan's little calculations. He truly believed her excuse, and thought she just wanted a place to stay to visit the Sword Immortal. Last time when Chen Qingyuan shamelessly invited her, Gongsun Nan mentioned needing a top-grade spiritual vein every year, which she might consider. The Xianqing sect was so poor that it couldn't afford to support such a big Buddha as Gongsun Nan. To avoid humiliation, Chen Qingyuan certainly wouldn't invite her again and again, so as not to make her feel disgusted. Chen Qingyuan's efficiency was quick. In just an hour, he arranged for Gongsun Nan to secretly move to a quiet training palace, surrounded by barriers to avoid disturbances. Moreover, he provided her with many rare fruits and fragrant tea. Sister, you can stay here for now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to stay with Gongsun Nan. The pressure was too great. Don't you have anything to say to me? Gongsun Nan, dressed in a black dress, slightly squinted her eyes, implying something. After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan didn't feel anything was amiss and shook his head, saying, nothing to talk about. Fine. Gongsun Nan felt exhausted. If she had known the Xianqing sect had such a big background, she would have definitely agreed that day to become a venerable elder. Unfortunately, the opportunity was missed, and she didn't know how long she would have to wait. Gongsun Nan decided to stay long-term at the Xianqing sect, believing she would surely wait for another opportunity. Then I'm leaving. Before Chen Qingyuan left, he said, Sister, if you think my efficiency is good, you can reward me a little. Those without shame are invincible. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. Get lost. All right. Chen Qingyuan didn't feel embarrassed and turned to run. Just as he reached the door, Gongsun Nan casually threw a jade box at him. This can help you establish a better foundation, beneficial for your cultivation. Take it and hurry up and leave. Thank you. Sister Ghost Doctor, you're truly beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. Chen Qingyuan said happily, pocketing the jade box and leaving after giving a compliment. Chapter 52. Don't look for me to fight if you have no money. Dealing with this kid is really a headache. Gongsun Nan covered her forehead, her expression helpless. Not long after, Gongsun Nan suddenly let out a light laugh, her gaze softening a bit. Over the years, she had been reclusive, with no emotional fluctuations. Since meeting Chen Qingyuan, she seemed to have rediscovered the rhythm of life, experiencing joy and sorrow, her emotions becoming complex. Back in her cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan carefully opened the jade box, which contained a white whiskered jade spiritual root, the root of a top-grade medicinal herb, containing the essence of the entire treasure plant. I've struck it rich. Chen Qingyuan was delighted. A complete top-grade jade spiritual root. This isn't even in the Xianqing sect's treasury. Why was she so generous? After the initial happiness, Chen Qingyuan became a bit wary and thought, could there be some ulterior motive? Saying this, Chen Qingyuan took out a jade bracelet and used its special laws to examine the jade spiritual root. After careful inspection, he found that the jade root hadn't been tampered with. Everything was normal. How strange. Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brows. Could it be because of the sword immortal? Or is it because I'm too handsome, making the ghost doctor have some improper thoughts? Why use have? The girl in red from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone proposed becoming Dao companions as soon as she saw Chen Qingyuan, leaving him feeling uneasy even now. Forget it. One shouldn't miss out on a good deal. Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about these issues, feeling a bit of a headache. If he were to refine the jade spiritual root, he could definitely break into the golden core realm and stand on the stage of the great world again. However, Chen Qingyuan didn't plan to do that for now. He intended to stabilize his cultivation level for a while, solidifying his foundation as the most important thing. There was no rush to break through to the golden core realm. He could wait a few more years. After putting away the jade spiritual root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Little Master Uncle, there are many people looking for you outside. You should come out and take a look. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside the cave. Can't you be quiet? Chen Qingyuan felt irritated and very frustrated. Stepping outside, he saw an inner sect disciple and asked, what's going on? There are over 100 people outside the mountain gate shouting. All of them are the top talents from various holy lands. Wanting to compete with Little Master Uncle, the inner sect disciple reported truthfully. Who are they? Chen Qingyuan continued to inquire. The young master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong, the monk pushing from Nanming Great Enlightenment Temple, and from Three Saints Mount. This disciple named over a dozen names. They were merely former defeated opponents. Back then, when Chen Qingyuan suppressed the Flowing Star domain, he made these contemporaries too afraid to lift their heads. Now they dared to come to challenge him. The situation is quite complicated. We can't just drive them away directly. So we can only let Little Master Uncle handle it. The elders of the Xianqing sect had tried to drive these people away, but unfortunately, it was fruitless. They couldn't bully the weak, or else the Xianqing sect would surely be laughed at. Moreover, it had already been made very clear when all sects visited that if contemporaries challenged Chen Qingyuan, the older generation wouldn't stop them. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Fine. Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. On the cliff of a certain peak, a group of white-haired elder brothers stood, looking toward the mountain gate. Can little junior brother solve this trouble? Although little junior brother is recultivating, don't underestimate him. If he can't even suppress former defeated opponents, he wouldn't be called Chen Qingyuan. Little junior brother has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He definitely won't suffer. Let's enjoy the show. The elders watched with great interest, not at all worried that something would go wrong. At the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect, over 100 young people dressed in luxurious clothes floated in the air, continuously cursing, trying to force Chen Qingyuan to show up, to regain the lost face of their elders. Moreover, the grievances from when they were suppressed by Chen Qingyuan back then still lingered in their hearts. Now that they had such a good opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it pass. Chen Qingyuan, are you going to be a turtle for the rest of your life? In my opinion, you should come out. Bow to us, and apologize. We might leave then. Back in the day, you were full of vigor, but now you shrink back in the sect. Afraid to show your face. Don't you even have the courage to face us? The crowd mocked and laughed loudly. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the mountain gate, looking up at the familiar faces and feeling quite bored. Whether in the past or now, he had never regarded these people as rivals. They were merely stepping stones on his path of cultivation. To put it bluntly, even if you could cultivate again, you would no longer be worthy of the title of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Qin Yutong, dressed in a dark brocade robe, had almost become a partner with Bai Shishua back in the day. He had little affection for Bai Shishua. One reason was to form an alliance with Dongyi Palace, and the other was to annoy Chen Qingyuan. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan swept through his peers in the Fulliu Star domain, including Qin Yutong. However, Qin Yutong was not one to admit defeat and repeatedly challenged Chen Qingyuan, only to be defeated each time. Over time, not only did Qin Yutong fail to improve himself, but he also bore a grudge against Chen Qingyuan. Aren't you tired of cursing for so many days? Chen Qingyuan remained calm and was not affected by the words of others. You finally showed up. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan, everyone's expression tightened, and the atmosphere instantly became serious. How could cursing tire me? It's a delightful thing, Qin Yutong sneered. You traveled all the way to the Xianqing sect to trouble me. You must have some issues in your head. Chen Qingyuan moved a stool to sit down, looking up at Qin Yutong and the others in the void, and said loudly, We came here to challenge the former 10 heroes of Beiwang. Do you dare to accept? Back then, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was well known and envied. Since his death, only 9 heroes were recognized in Beiwang. When Qin Yutong mentioned the 10 heroes of Beiwang, it was filled with sarcasm, not admiration. Why should I accept the challenge? Chen Qingyuan retorted. Peer-to-peer sparring, debating the Tao. Qin Yutong said. And then? Chen Qingyuan took out a cup of tea from his Qingyuan bag and took a sip. Do you dare or not? Qin Yutong questioned loudly. You must have a problem with your brain. In front of many people, Chen Qingyuan pointed at Qin Yutong and scolded. Is this your first day meeting me? Don't you know my rules? If you want to challenge me, you can't come empty-handed. You must put something at stake. Obsessed with money. You will eventually be affected by this matter. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's scolding, Qin Yutong's face turned pale, cursing. That is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Qingyuan shot back. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. A bunch of poor people. What are you betting? A young man, unable to tolerate Chen Qingyuan's attitude, wanted to step forward and fight him. At least 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a base. No upper limit. A hint of mockery flashed in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The fish had taken the bait, and he could make a big profit again. There are indeed many fools in the Fulliu Star domain. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. So many spirit stones are no small amount. Sure enough, they are all poor. If you have no money, don't come to fight me. Seeing the difficult expressions of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan intentionally mocked them, using provocation tactics. Chapter 53 Preparing for a battle with Qin Yutong. Faced with Chen Qingyuan's ridicule, Qin Yutong and the others turned pale with anger. This was the territory of the Xianqing sect, and no one dared to act directly. After some discussion, they made a decision. No one wanted to bear the burden of a large betting cost alone, so everyone contributed a portion, gathering 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Who will fight? Over 100 people looked at each other, only able to select one person to compete against Chen Qingyuan, seizing the opportunity to teach him a good lesson. I'll go. Qin Yutong volunteered. He had been harboring resentment against Chen Qingyuan for a long time. We will not doubt the strength of young Master Qin. But this guy Chen Qingyuan is not simple. We must not be careless. Someone glanced at Chen Qingyuan, feeling a hint of unease. Chen Qingyuan was so confident. He might have some hidden cards. Moreover, as the crowd assessed Chen Qingyuan, they could not discern his specific cultivation level, which made them wary. With the protection of the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see through. I understand everyone's concerns. This time I will definitely suppress Chen Qingyuan. As the young master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong's talent goes without saying. 100 years ago, he encountered the extremely perverse Chen Qingyuan and was suppressed everywhere, making it difficult to display the demeanor of a true genius. In fact, Qin Yutong had already reached the Golden Core stage 100 years ago and was currently at the peak of the Golden Core stage. The reason he had not yet crossed into the nascent soul stage was not due to a lack of resources or talent, but because his inner demons had not been resolved. Only by defeating Chen Qingyuan could Qin Yutong clear his mind and step into the nascent soul stage. Today is a rare opportunity, and Qin Yutong must seize it. Since that's the case, then I'll leave this battle to young Master Qin. After thinking it over, everyone agreed. Among this group, Qin Yutong's strength could be considered top tier, and it was believed that he would not lose to Chen Qingyuan, who had just recultivated his body. No matter how monstrous Chen Qingyuan was, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in just a few years. Qin Yutong threw a Qingyuan bag filled with over 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze sharp as a knife. Take it. Chen Qingyuan also took out an equal amount of spirit stones, placing the 2 Qingyuan bags aside. Whoever wins can take them. Now do you dare to fight? Qin Yutong was indifferent to the spirit stones. The only thing on his mind was to use all his strength to defeat Chen Qingyuan and humiliate him. Let me ask first, is this battle an unrestricted fight to the death, or a fair battle at the same cultivation level? Chen Qingyuan could sense the hostility in Qin Yutong's eyes. The cultivation world is extremely cruel. There is no such thing as fairness. In other words, unrestricted killing. If you die, you deserve it. Qin Yutong would rather lose face than fight Chen Qingyuan on equal terms. That would be too risky. He could easily crush his opponent with his cultivation advantage, so why bother to suppress his cultivation? If it were a friendly spar between friends, it could be understood. However, Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan were enemies. Suppressing his cultivation would be a foolish act. I understand what you mean. For this, Chen Qingyuan did not show much emotional change, always wearing a smile that was intriguing. No matter which method Qin Yutong chose, it would not affect Chen Qingyuan. If it were a battle at the same cultivation level, it could be said that Qin Yutong had no chance of winning. Precisely for this reason, Qin Yutong did not make that foolish choice. However, did Qin Yutong really think he could defeat Chen Qingyuan just because of his cultivation advantage? Chen Qingyuan dared to accept the challenge today, certainly because he had confidence and would not rashly agree. If you dare not, beg for mercy. And perhaps I will agree to let you and your fellow Taoists leave the Xianqing sect. Qin Yutong sneered. Everyone fixed their eyes on Chen Qingyuan, their faces full of the joy of assured victory, as if they could already see Chen Qingyuan's defeat. Qin Yutong, back then you were defeated by me multiple times. Yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Chen Qingyuan chuckled and shook his head, sighing, alas. You came to my door for me to slap your face. You can't blame me. Everyone, please step back. Qin Yutong turned to the young people from various sects, and a treasured sword appeared in his hand. As the great battle was imminent, everyone immediately retreated, standing in the void and watching intently. Chen Qingyuan slowly walked out, dressed in a green long robe. His long black hair tied with a thick rope, and his slender fingers lightly tapped the void beside him. Buzz. The void twisted slightly, resembling rippling water, extending all the way to Qin Yutong's front. Every time Chen Qingyuan took a step forward, the aura around him would change, and his cultivation gradually became apparent. From the postnatal realm, to the innate realm, to the yellow spirit realm, until he reached the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, his cultivation aura no longer fluctuated. The crowd was shocked as they truly felt the fluctuation of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation. Calculating the time, it had only been 5 or 6 years since the senior ghost doctor healed Chen Qingyuan's injuries. So how had he already cultivated back to the heavenly spirit realm? Not only were the disciples from various sects astonished, but even the members of the Xianqing sect were taken aback, their expressions changing dramatically. When did the junior martial brother reach this level in his cultivation? Does anyone know? Inside a palace of the Xianqing sect, Lin Chongsheng looked at a group of elders, hoping someone could provide an answer. I don't know. The elders all shook their heads. 5 years ago, when Chen Qingyuan returned, he displayed a cultivation level of the earth spirit realm. Later, Chen Qingyuan continued to use special means to conceal his growth rate, preventing others from noticing. In just 5 years, Chen Qingyuan jumped from the earth spirit realm to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, which truly shocked the sect leader Lin Chongsheng and the others. The speed of the junior martial brothers' cultivation is even faster than before, truly terrifying. The elders secretly marveled. At the mountain gate, after the initial surprise, the disciples from various sects came up with a reasonable explanation. Chen Qingyuan's talent was extraordinary, having already built a foundation. So it was not difficult to recover to this level in a short time. Qin Yutong had a stern expression as he looked down from a high position at Chen Qingyuan, who was slowly approaching, as if everything was under his control. Qin Yutong was a peak golden core realm cultivator. No matter how exceptional Chen Qingyuan's methods were, he could not escape from his grasp. The humiliation of the past must be washed away today. After staring at Chen Qingyuan for a moment, Qin Yutong thought to himself, gripping the treasured sword in his hand. The sword's momentum stirring up a gust of wind as it flew toward Chen Qingyuan. The sword's might was overwhelming, coming at him fiercely. Chen Qingyuan did not dodge or retreat, continuing to move forward. Scatter! Chen Qingyuan waved his sleeve, directly dispersing Qin Yutong's powerful sword intent. Upon seeing this, many people's expressions changed dramatically, unable to believe it. While no one had thought that Chen Qingyuan would be suppressed by a sword intent, how could he so easily disperse the pressure of a peak golden core cultivator when he was merely a heavenly spirit realm cultivator? Chapter 54. Astonishing strength. Chen Qingyuan casually dispersed the sword's might, leaving many in shock and disbelief. Originally, many thought Chen Qingyuan would struggle a bit, but he made it look so effortless. Qin Yutong's gaze tightened slightly, no longer underestimating Chen Qingyuan, and prepared to strike with full force, leaving no opportunity. You think this kind of pressure can harm me? Ridiculous. Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but recall his 100 years of life in the abyss, which truly felt like a year stretched into eternity. The girl in red often threw Chen Qingyuan into the terrifying secret realm devoid of light, tempering his will and helping him overcome fear. Or she would make him endure an unknown terrifying pressure with his mortal body, training his capacity to withstand it. In short, although Chen Qingyuan emerged from the abyss in a state considered a waste, the gains he received were beyond words. Though tricky, it was not enough to give me a headache. Ever since Chen Qingyuan fused with that golden Dao bone, he had never truly fought. This time he intended to battle Qin Yutong, not only to intimidate various small factions, but also to test his true combat strength. Back when Chen Qingyuan obtained a silver spear in the death realm of the North Song Star domain, he had been studying it for days without any clue. The only thing he could be sure of was that the silver spear was a supreme Dao treasure, and unless absolutely necessary, it should not be revealed easily to avoid attracting others' greed. In the battle with Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan did not plan to use all his trump cards. Just to show a little, everyone was watching the excitement. Whoever could lend a weapon would be appreciated. Chen Qingyuan turned to look at his fellow disciples near the mountain gate and said loudly, "Junior uncle, this is my sword. You can use it. This is the Xianbing blade, a spiritual treasure I obtained in a secret realm. Use mine." A number of core disciples and inner disciples tossed their weapons into the air, eager to offer them. The battle between Junior Uncle and the young master of Tianyu sect attracted the attention of everyone in Xinqing sect. Except for those elders and disciples who had to be on duty, everyone else was watching secretly, filled with excitement. Junior Uncle and Qin Yutong could be considered rivals in love. This battle today would surely draw a lot of attention. Our Junior Uncle, aside from being a bit greedy and having a sharp tongue, is practically perfect. Bai Shixue from Dongyi Palace was practically blind for looking down on Junior Uncle. If Junior Uncle wins this time, he will surely hold his head high and make Dongyi Palace regret it. When it was said that the Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace were to be married, Junior Uncle gifted a white umbrella. Do you think Junior Uncle still likes Bai Shixue? Impossible. Junior Uncle is not a sycophant. He wouldn't waste himself over a heartless woman. No matter where it is, there are always people who love to gossip. The disciples of Xinqing sect had previously only discussed this in private, but now it was brought to light. Even some elders joined in, starting to discuss the gossip. Looking at the thousands of spiritual treasures and weapons in the air, Chen Qingyuan glanced around and picked out a jade sword, about 3 feet long, crystal clear, like a perfect piece of art. "It's my sword. Yay." A certain intersect female disciple was overjoyed. "Junior Uncle, beat Qin Yutong up, don't hold back." The crowd shouted loudly. "Yes, Junior Uncle, let the world know your might." Not to mention, Chen Qingyuan's reputation in Xinqing sect was quite significant. Everyone was eager to see him display his skills. The disciples of Xinqing sect looked excited, but there was some worry in their hearts. No matter how monstrous Chen Qingyuan was, he was still just a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. Could he really defeat the peak golden core Qin Yutong? Chen Qingyuan held the jade sword, confronting Qin Yutong. "Let's change locations. Don't disrupt the mountain gate of Xinqing sect." After a moment of stalemate, Chen Qingyuan spoke these words and turned to rush to a nearby open space. Qin Yutong immediately chased after him, afraid that Chen Qingyuan would slip away. Everyone turned their eyes to them. Some used techniques to observe, while others took out spiritual mirrors to project the scene of the battlefield. "Chen Qingyuan, you are dead." Suddenly, Qin Yutong let out a cold laugh. Noisy. Chen Qingyuan did not indulge Qin Yutong, directly slashing with his sword. Whoosh. A beam of sword light shot out from the jade sword, landing at the spot where Qin Yutong stood. Qin Yutong raised his sword to block, remaining unscathed. "You are fighting me with someone else's sword. You can't unleash its full power, seeking your own death. Weapons have spirits." And since Chen Qingyuan had no soul contract with this jade sword, it was equivalent to wielding a relatively sharp mundane weapon, lacking lethality. Chen Qingyuan smiled without speaking, intentionally doing so to make Qin Yutong feel true despair, ensuring he would regret being his enemy for life. Clang! Qin Yutong's sword shot forth like a dragon, and in front of him, the void appeared with a long sword mark, the clouds rolling and spreading for miles. Chen Qingyuan used the simplest method to block Qin Yutong's powerful strike, sustaining no damage at all. How could this be? Seeing Chen Qingyuan standing there with his sword, Qin Yutong was taken aback. He had used all his spiritual energy for that previous strike, believing that even many of the talented individuals at the same realm would struggle to withstand it. Too weak. Chen Qingyuan sneered. Could it be that his cultivation is not just at the heavenly spirit realm? Qin Yutong couldn't help but speculate. However, when Chen Qingyuan made his move, he emanated a genuine aura of the heavenly spirit realm. It shouldn't be fake. I didn't understand her meaning before, but now I might have some insight. In a daze, Chen Qingyuan recalled the words of the girl in red, shattering the foundation and dispersing the cultivation. All of it was for Chen Qingyuan's sake. To establish a perfect foundation anew, a towering building rises from the ground. If one wishes to reach a higher position in the future, the foundation must be solid, with no flaws whatsoever. It must be an illusion. Qin Yutong steadied his heart and attacked again. Boom. The battle intensified, with Qin Yutong on the offense and Chen Qingyuan on the defense. No matter how fierce Qin Yutong's attacks were, Chen Qingyuan managed to handle them with ease. After half an hour, Qin Yutong had used most of his trump cards, but still couldn't suppress Chen Qingyuan, feeling somewhat flustered. Throughout it all, Chen Qingyuan maintained a calm demeanor. "You are forcing my hand." Qin Yutong initially only wanted to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, but now he changed his mind, pouring all his strength into the fight without holding back. Buzz! A sound of Tao resonated through the heavens. Golden light radiated from Qin Yutong, and a golden Dan shadow hovered above his head, dazzlingly bright. Chapter 55, Chen Qingyuan gets serious, the battle escalates. The Golden Dan phenomenon, like a blazing sun, had a diameter of about 10 miles, with golden patterns flowing and shining brilliantly. Qin Yutong no longer held back, revealing his Golden Dan form, making it clear to everyone what his true strength was. Most importantly, if the Golden Dan phenomenon were damaged, it would harm Qin Yutong's foundation. At this moment, Qin Yutong's only thought was to kill Chen Qingyuan, willingly accepting the risk of damaging his foundation. Qin Shaozong was truly going to fight him to the death. The outstanding individuals from various sects immediately understood, their hearts tightening. The flawless Golden Dan represents a superior foundation. Qin Shaozong's strength is indeed terrifying. I am far inferior. A young man felt ashamed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Qingyuan was ultimately just a practitioner at the heavenly spirit realm and could not withstand Qin Shaozong's upcoming attack. Postnatally, innately, yellow spirit, mysterious spirit, earth spirit, heavenly spirit. These are the 6 realms of the physical body, establishing the foundation. The future realms of Golden Dan and Primordial Infant, etc., are the paths to the heavens, capable of changing fate and possessing unfathomable power. Entering the Golden Dan grants a lifespan of 1,000 years. Entering the Primordial Infant can extend life to 10,000 years. If one can cultivate to the great completion realm, with many precious medicines and resources, one might live for 30,000 years. Do you want my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the murderous intent in Qin Yutong's eyes, hard to conceal. Inside the Xinqing sect, a group of elders looked grave, not wanting the situation to spiral out of control. Sectmaster, let me stop this battle. A female elder looked at Lin Chongsheng, hoping Chen Qingyuan would not face any mishap. Qin Yutong was determined to kill the junior brother, and with his current cultivation, it would be hard to resist. The elders voiced their concerns, anxious. Lin Chongsheng had been observing Chen Qingyuan's expressions, pondering for a long time. The junior brother is no ordinary person. Let him handle it himself. If he cannot solve this minor trouble, how can he reach greater heights in the future? In truth, Lin Chongsheng was also very worried but did not show it. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with matters related to the Dao Yi Academy. If Chen Qingyuan could not withstand the pressure from Qin Yutong now, it would only be more difficult when he went to the Dao Yi Academy later. It wasn't that Lin Chongsheng was heartless. He could only trust Chen Qingyuan. Besides that, Lin Chongsheng had another suspicion that the envoy from the Dao Yi Academy might have already arrived in the territory of the Xinqing sect, secretly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. If Chen Qingyuan's performance were too poor, it might affect his chances of becoming a student at the Dao Yi Academy. With Lin Chongsheng's words, even though the elders wanted to stop the battle, they could not take action. In a graceful hall, Gongsun Nen used secret methods to project the battlefield scene in front of him. How would you handle a battle that spans a realm? Gongsun Nen was very interested in Chen Qingyuan's talent and strength, keeping a close watch. On the battlefield, Qin Yutong struck again. The edge of his sword shone like a thunderbolt, slicing through the heavens, aimed at Chen Qingyuan's heavenly spirit cover. The might of the Golden Dan phenomenon continuously surged, distorting the void around Chen Qingyuan, creating a stifling atmosphere. Facing Qin Yutong's attack, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the jade sword and lightly swung it. Clang! The sword light flickered, its residual power radiating in all directions. I originally wanted to play with you, but unfortunately, you went too far. Chen Qingyuan's expression turned exceptionally serious. A rare sight. All along, Chen Qingyuan had given off an impression of being cunning and carefree, like a young scion unfamiliar with the world. But now that he was serious, he was ruthless and showed no mercy. Qin Yutong clearly intended to take Chen Qingyuan's life, with killing intent palpable. In response, Chen Qingyuan would no longer toy with Qin Yutong. He would make him understand what true despair and difference meant. The sword is not meant to be used like this. Chen Qingyuan murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan shifted from defense to offense, stepping towards Qin Yutong, the sword's might flooding the space like a tide. After years of living in a forbidden zone, the girl in red had forced Chen Qingyuan to read countless ancient texts and secret methods, ensuring he had knowledge of various weapons, even reaching a level of proficiency. If Chen Qingyuan had not fulfilled the girl in red's requirements, he would have been thrown to the bottom of a bottomless abyss, shrouded in endless darkness and solitude, forced to reflect and contemplate. Or he could have had his meridians severed by the girl in red and reconnected, enduring inhuman suffering. It was precisely because Chen Qingyuan had suffered for many years that when the girl in red spoke of becoming Dao partners, he was terrified. A century of torment was long enough. The thought of becoming Dao partners was frightening. Thus, at the girl in red's benevolent request, Chen Qingyuan had to fulfill 9 promises to resolve their karmic ties. Mastering the sword with the heart is the way to the superior path. Although Chen Qingyuan could not communicate with the jade sword in his hand, he could sense the Dao patterns and trajectories of the sword, expanding them and unleashing a special sword technique. Whoosh! At that moment, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Qin Yutong, only 1,000 meters apart. Chen Qingyuan thrust his sword, without any flashy techniques or overwhelming might. A simple move, as if a mortal were swinging a sword. Qin Yutong had fought Chen Qingyuan many times and knew well that he was not as simple as he appeared, so he did not dare to be careless. Switching from attack to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan had thrust his sword into Qin Yutong's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutong had prepared his defense in advance and managed to block the strike with his sword. At the moment the two swords touched, Qin Yutong realized how correct his decision had been. Boom. What seemed like a simple attack was, in fact, the essence of swordsmanship. Only when it touched a physical object would it unleash its true brilliance. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's hand erupted with a terrifying sword might. Like a giant mountain exploding, overturning the void, and sending Qin Yutong flying back dozens of miles. The little junior brother's swordsmanship had unexpectedly reached the state of returning to simplicity. In my impression, the little junior brother was not a sword cultivator. Don't look at me, I don't know either. The elders were all baffled, unsure of the current situation. Generally, only sword cultivators who had practiced for thousands of years and possessed extraordinary talent could reach such a realm. However, Chen Qingyuan had previously been a practitioner proficient in magical arts, with little knowledge of swordsmanship. Could it be? Everyone suddenly thought of the Tianyuan forbidden zone. Exchanging glances, wanting to speak, but stopping short. Don't say what shouldn't be said, just watch carefully, Lin Chongsheng warned. The crowd understood the importance of this matter, and their expressions turned serious. If the outside world learned that Chen Qingyuan had previously been ignorant of swordsmanship, it would certainly spark numerous speculations and lead to a lot of trouble. Chapter 56, Standing Tall, overlooking peers when the little junior brother was young. He had practiced swordsmanship with me for several months. The little junior brother was a prodigy. Today's achievement truly did not disappoint me. An elder who had been a sword cultivator for many years began to fabricate nonsense, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. The elders nodded knowingly. In the outside world, the talented disciples of various sects watched as Chen Qingyuan seriously swung out a sword, their faces changing dramatically in fear. Chen Qingyuan was actually a top-tier sword cultivator. Why had no one ever heard of it before? Everyone was surprised, realizing this for the first time. These skills were naturally forced upon Chen Qingyuan. Back then, he was on the verge of breaking down. Why? The girl in red had him learn an overwhelming amount of things, so much that he couldn't articulate it all. Then one day, the girl in red suddenly acted, slowly stripping away Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, leaving him feeling hopeless. I don't believe it. Qin Yutong had already wagered his foundation and still couldn't crush Chen Qingyuan. His emotions fluctuating greatly as he whispered a roar. Ignorant. Chen Qingyuan, expressionless, directly released the jade sword in his hand, allowing it to move freely, exuding a chilling sword might. Both sides fought again, neither backing down. A golden Dan phenomenon, like a blazing sun, flickered, gradually increasing Qin Yutong's power while also making Chen Qingyuan feel a considerable pressure, as if his soul were suffocating. Go. Chen Qingyuan, not wanting to waste time, controlled the jade sword to stab at Qin Yutong. Ding dong dong. Qin Yutong was temporarily held back by the jade sword, unable to approach Chen Qingyuan. His golden Dan might had little effect on Chen Qingyuan, as if it didn't exist at all. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan was constantly mobilizing the hidden power of the golden Dao bone within him, thus bridging the gap in their realms. The golden Dao bone had extremely complex ancient patterns, a large portion of which was obscured by a layer of white mist. With only a few strands of patterns flickering with golden light, nourishing Chen Qingyuan's body and making the spiritual energy within him exceptionally pure, significantly enhancing his strength. If it were his previous body, it would have been impossible. Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, marveling at the benefits of having his foundation reshaped. Though once a prodigy, the gap between him and the top talents of the various realms was not too great. It was difficult to fight across a major realm. The golden Dan phenomenon could shatter at a snap of the fingers. Chen Qingyuan used his mind to control the sword, putting Qin Yutong in a defensive state for a short time. Then, Chen Qingyuan circulated the spiritual energy within him, silently reciting incantations, gathering power at the tip of his right index finger. Bang! Moments later, Qin Yutong knocked the jade sword away, noticing a thick vortex of spiritual energy forming beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet, feeling uneasy. Qin Yutong hurriedly rushed towards Chen Qingyuan, not wanting any accidents to occur. As Qin Yutong charged forward, a terrifying aura enveloped the space around Chen Qingyuan, and the ground below cracked like a spider web, stretching for hundreds of miles, transforming into ruins. Without his sword, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Many were focused on this battle, believing that after Chen Qingyuan lost his treasured sword, he would definitely be unable to confront Qin Yutong head-on. Just as Qin Yutong was about to reach Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up at the golden Dan blazing sun hanging in the nine heavens. Whoosh! Chen Qingyuan flicked his finger, a white light flashed, falling onto the golden Dan blazing sun at an untraceable speed. With you think you can harm my foundation? Don't dream. Qin Yutong, not feeling anything unusual for the moment, laughed loudly in mockery. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, particularly piercing. Qin Yutong did not stop, thrusting his sword towards the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Clang! At the critical moment, Chen Qingyuan tilted his body, dodging the sword while extending his right hand, pinching the oncoming sword with his index and middle fingers. Just as Qin Yutong was about to use another sword move to take advantage and chop off Chen Qingyuan's right hand, an unexpected change occurred. The scene of the golden Dan blazing sun hanging high in the sky actually developed a crack. Chen Yutong's body suddenly felt heavy, and when he looked back, his face changed dramatically, staring in disbelief. No, this is impossible. Just now, Chen Qingyuan's finger had clearly been blocked by the barrier of the golden Dan phenomenon. How could it harm the phenomenon? Chen Yutong could not accept this. As he saw the crack grow longer and more cracks spreading out, covering many areas of the golden Dan phenomenon, Chen Yutong clearly sensed something was wrong with his body and began to panic. Ding! Chen Qingyuan pinched the sword, applied a little force, causing the sword to emit a trembling sound. Chen Yutong immediately released his sword, fearing the residual force would harm him. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan's left hand slapped towards Chen Yutong. Without hesitation, Chen Yutong also threw a punch. At first, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. But as the cracks in the golden Dan phenomenon increased, it directly affected Chen Yutong's foundation, causing him to spit blood, his breath in disarray. And he flew backwards thousands of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, a deep pit appeared, and Chen Yutong lay in the pit. Several wounds appearing on his body, bleeding uncontrollably. The golden Dan phenomenon in the void began to shake and gradually became blurred. In just a few breaths, the phenomenon disappeared. Chen Yutong's foundation was damaged, and his complexion turned pale. Above, Chen Qingyuan threw the sword he had seized onto the ground, embedding it beside Chen Yutong. He looked down from above, overlooking Chen Yutong, his expression cold, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Chen Yutong had been defeated. He lost to Chen Qingyuan, who only had the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm, and the golden Dan had developed cracks, damaging his foundation. The crowd witnessed this scene, stunned into silence. Young Master Chen actually lost. The talented disciples from various sects couldn't believe it. Their expressions varied. How could this happen? Many couldn't accept it. Looking up at Chen Qingyuan, standing high in the clouds, feeling his figure was particularly dazzling, hard to look at directly. It's impossible to lose, impossible. Chen Yutong had lost all faith this time, repeatedly muttering this phrase, unable to bear it in his heart. In the past, Chen Yutong lost to Chen Qingyuan, which created a psychological barrier for him. This time, losing to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, turned that barrier into a heart demon. If Chen Yutong does not eliminate this heart demon in the future, he will never be able to take a step forward, and his cultivation will stagnate. The serious little junior brother looks really handsome. The elders of the Xianqing sect were also shocked. They had never expected that this battle would end in such a way. They thought that even if Chen Qingyuan used his strongest trump card, he would at most tie with Chen Yutong. But who would have thought that Chen Qingyuan dominated the entire battle, far exceeding the limits of his cultivation realm? Do you want to try again? Chen Qingyuan shifted his gaze to the talented disciples of various sects, and wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to meet his eyes. The people from various sects lowered their heads, shocked by Chen Qingyuan's aura, and said nothing. Chapter 57. Unmatched Elegance. Shocking the world, the strength displayed by Chen Qingyuan amazed everyone. Even with all his might, Chen Yutong could not defeat Chen Qingyuan, and others naturally could not dare to fight him. In the deep pit below, Chen Yutong stared blankly, his golden core shattered, giving rise to a heart demon. Today's battle completely shattered his pride and made him deeply feel the taste of despair. Chen Qingyuan, what a ruthless method. At this moment, an elder appeared. He was the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan sect. The Grand Elder had been hiding in the back to watch the battle, thinking that Chen Yutong could definitely defeat Chen Qingyuan with his full power. However, the direction of the situation was completely opposite, leaving the Grand Elder in shock for a long time. Chen Qingyuan pointed and shattered Chen Yutong's golden core foundation. The speed of his attack was too fast for anyone to stop. What? Chen Qingyuan looked fearlessly at the Grand Elder and said coldly, "Is it only allowed for your Tianyuan sect to kill, while others cannot resist? This is the territory of the Xianqing sect." The Grand Elder did not dare to speak harshly, gave Chen Qingyuan a deep look, and took the already dazed Chen Yutong away from there. "Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to invite you for tea?" Chen Qingyuan glanced at the talented disciples from various sects and said coldly, "The tea of the Xianqing sect is not cheap. Can you afford it?" Chen Qingyuan's words not only disgusted the hundreds of talented disciples with ill intentions, but also once again trampled the faces of the strong from various sections. "Let's go." The faces of the crowd turned pale, and they turned to leave, no longer daring to be as arrogant as before. After the crowd left, Chen Qingyuan immediately collected the 2 Qianquan bags placed near the mountain gate, and his cold and indifferent expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a satisfied smile. Then, Chen Qingyuan picked up the jade sword that had fallen on the battlefield and returned it to its original owner, giving a few spirit stones as well. "Thank you. Little uncle, you were so cool just now." Receiving the jade sword, the female disciple looked at Chen Qingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Speaking the truth, Chen Qingyuan felt pleased and gave her some more spirit stones. "This is a reward for you. Little uncle, I want some too." Some very beautiful female disciples ran over, smiling and extending their hands. What? What sound? I can't hear it." Chen Qingyuan quickly pretended to be deaf and looked up at the sky. To enter the peak of the golden core realm with the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm, Little uncle is truly a freak. The disciples of the Xianqing sect sighed. They're all for Chen Qingyuan deepening. Little uncle. Many people called out to Chen Qingyuan, chattering excitedly. Chen Qingyuan could not stand such a scene and found an excuse to slip away. The main reason was that he was afraid that the spirit stones he had just earned would be taken away by a group of girls. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, so it was better to leave first. No wonder he is the only direct disciple accepted by the ancestor before his death. His talent is so high that we are not even comparable combined. An intersect elder sighed. As long as we can protect the little junior brother to grow up, the future Xianqing sect will surely be famous and prosperous. The elders began to fantasize about the future, eagerly anticipating it. This kid has many secrets. Lin Chongqing thought to himself. Whether it was the sword intent displayed by Chen Qingyuan or the finger technique that destroyed Qin Yutang's foundation. These were means that had never been shown before. According to Lin Chongqing's speculation, these abilities should be related to the Tianyuan forbidden zone. However, to protect Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Chongqing and others fabricated many lies to deceive the world. A certain elder from the Sword Pavilion intentionally or unintentionally boasted about his disciples, saying that Chen Qingyuan practiced swordsmanship with him for several months as a child, with extraordinary talent in the sword path, which was astonishing. As he spoke, the elder from the Sword Pavilion began to believe it himself and took pride in it. To cover up Chen Qingyuan's mastery of so many techniques, the first thing to do was to deceive their own people. Therefore, many disciples within the Xianqing sect were indoctrinated with the idea that Chen Qingyuan had been practicing hard since childhood, using him as a target to strive for. In reality, Chen Qingyuan hardly practiced when he was young. He often pulled the beard of the sect elder Dong Wenjun or stole spirit fruits from the medicine garden senior sister, or made slingshots to hit the windows of his senior brother's homes. In short, Chen Qingyuan had nothing to do with diligent study and hard practice. Since Chen Qingyuan was the only direct descendant left by the supreme ancestor and was also adorable in appearance, his senior brothers and sisters doted on him and rarely hit him, at most just scolding him. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been severely punished and could not have been so mischievous. In the fully U-star domain, various sections, Chen Qingyuan is so terrifying and unbelievable. Even if the ghost doctor healed him, it is said he would have to cultivate anew, but it has only been a few years. How could he exert such terrifying strength and directly cripple the young master of the Tianyu sect? Back then, Chen Qingyuan was regarded as one of the 10 talents of the northern wilds. His reputation was well-deserved. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The northern wilds have countless star domains, and there are as many talented prodigies as there are cows. Back then, Chen Qingyuan ranked among the 10 talents, which is not something ordinary people can compare to. This battle had a tremendous impact, stirring up a storm and leading countless people to discuss it. Originally overlooked by the world, Chen Qingyuan once again took the stage, subtly showing signs of recovering his former glory. Looking across the fully U-star domain, among his peers, there are probably not many who can fight Chen Qingyuan. What a freakish guy. Cultivators who had once competed with Chen Qingyuan heard about this battle, first stunned for a long time, then managed to squeeze out a sentence, looking up to the sky with a long sigh. Even though Qin Yutang was crippled, the Tianyu sect did not send anyone to the Xianqing sect to cause trouble. First, in peer rivalries, defeat is defeat. There is no reason to seek trouble. Second, the issue of the demon cave has yet to be resolved, and the Tianyu sect does not dare to provoke the Xianqing sect. To solve the underground demon cave problem, the Tianyu sect not only invited a very famous formation master, but also sought help from other star domains, exhausting their resources. Although their foundation has been consumed, if the Tianyu sect can survive this crisis, there are many ways to obtain resources, relying on the resources within the demon cave. The overall strength of the Tianyu sect has rapidly increased. As long as people are still alive, there is hope. Sigh. Many people in the Dongi Palace, upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, fell silent for a long time, turning into a long sigh. Fortunately, Shishua has already entered the secret realm. Otherwise, upon hearing this, her Dao heart might falter, and the consequences would be dire. Yao Susu is by Shishua's master and also took the initiative to arrange a marriage between the Tianyu sect and the Dongi Palace. However, due to the matter of the demon cave, the marriage alliance failed. Bai Shishua entered Yensno City, and there has been no news since. If she can return alive from the secret realm of Yensno City, she will become the saintess of the Dongi Palace, able to accept the inheritance and elevate her status dramatically. In fact, Chen Qingyuan has never hated Bai Shishua at that time. Everyone believed that Chen Qingyuan had died in Tianyuan, and he couldn't let Bai Shishua live her life in solitude. One could only say that they were fated but not meant to be, and that their love was not deep enough. After severing the karmic ties with Bai Shishua, Chen Qingyuan felt much lighter, having one less concern. However, he still wore a frown and was quite troubled. There was the matter of the Daoi Academy and the challenge from Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 talents of the Northern Wasteland, is the #1 prodigy of the Northern Song Star Domain. The last time Chen Qingyuan met Wu Junyan, they agreed to a competition in 10 years at the same level to determine a winner. Alas, why fight for no reason? I am a person who loves peace. Chen Qingyuan sat in the room, letting out a series of light sighs. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the cave. Chapter 58. the Morong family comes to thank. New list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 talents. Chen Qingyuan used his divine sense to check and found that it was an inner door disciple on duty who transmitted a message. What is it? Little Master Uncle, someone from the Morong family of the Northern Songstar domain has come to express their gratitude to you, reported the inner door disciple. Oh, I see. Chen Qingyuan muttered to himself. The Morong family traveled billions of miles to get here. It shouldn't just be a verbal thank you. In the guest hall, Lin Chongqing personally entertained the distinguished guests from the Morong family with a table full of fine wine and delicacies. The Morong family has considerable influence in the Northern Songstar domain, so Lin Chongqing could not afford to be negligent. Thank you for the hospitality of the Xinqing sect. This time, the Morong family sent a very powerful clan elder and more than 10 core members, including Morong Wensi. It is my duty, Lin Chongqing said politely, with a smile. Before long, Chen Qingyuan strolled in leisurely. This must be Elder Chen Qingyuan. The clan elder of the Morong family immediately stood up, lowered his stance, and cupped his hands in greeting. I, on behalf of the Morong family, thank Elder Chen for his assistance. If it weren't for Elder Chen, the ghost doctor would never have helped. In that case, the Morong family would have faced significant troubles. One of the ancestors of the Morong family had gone mad from his cultivation and could lose his life at any moment. Looking around the various star domains, only the legendary ghost doctor had the ability to save him. To treat the injuries of the ancestor, the Morong family sent many people to seek help, and one team went to the death domain, where they encountered Chen Qingyuan. That trip to the death domain cost the Morong family more than half of their members, resulting in heavy losses. As for Morong Wensi, if it weren't for Chen Qingyuan's protection, she would certainly have met a tragic end. You're welcome, Chen Qingyuan replied politely. To express their gratitude, the Morong family prepared a small gift and asked Elder Chen not to refuse it. Saying this, the clan elder took out a spatial ring and handed it to Chen Qingyuan from afar. Although Chen Qingyuan didn't know what treasures were inside the ring, the Morong family was a first-rate clan and surely wouldn't be stingy. Chen Qingyuan accepted the ring without hesitation, putting it in his pocket. And his smile became very bright as he hurriedly thanked them. The Morong family is truly too kind. Since this is a token of appreciation from the Morong family, I will shamelessly accept it. You kid. Lin Chongqing, who had been watching the scene, secretly covered his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Elder Chen is indeed generous, truly a young talent. The clan elder sincerely praised, finding everything about Chen Qingyuan admirable. Ha! The group from the Morong family burst into laughter, raising their glasses to Chen Qingyuan to show their gratitude. They gave Chen Qingyuan plenty of face, making him feel somewhat at a loss, and he hurriedly returned the gesture. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan sat under a tree in a side hall to cool off. Hey, you didn't say a word to me just now. Isn't that a bit excessive? Suddenly, a resentful voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Chen Qingyuan turned his head to see that it was Morong Wensi. Today, Morong Wensi was wearing a light blue long dress that trailed on the ground, showcasing her beautiful figure like a gown of the azure starry sky. Her light yellow hair was tied with a light red ribbon, her nose was high and delicate, and her features were 3-dimensional, resembling a fairy that had fallen into the mortal realm. I have nothing to talk to you about, Chen Qingyuan said, pouting, not worried about offending her. Stinky man, move over a bit. Morong Wensi lightly kicked Chen Qingyuan's back and huffed. Why? Chen Qingyuan turned to ask. I think your current position is quite nice. Suitable for enjoying the scenery, Morong Wensi provided a reason. Isn't it all the same? Chen Qingyuan replied casually. Are you moving or not? Seeing that Chen Qingyuan did not move, Morong Wensi's tone turned cold. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Chen Qingyuan honestly shifted his buttocks, moving a meter to the side. Thus, Morong Wensi sat in the position Chen Qingyuan had originally occupied and could still feel a trace of residual warmth. Her cheeks turned slightly red, but she discreetly covered it up. The two fell silent for a while, and then Morong Wensi, with a feigned indifferent expression, said, I heard that you, with your Tianling realm cultivation, injured a peak golden core realm opponent. Is that true? False, Chen Qingyuan answered without hesitation. Dogman, can't you hold a conversation? Morong Wensi took a deep breath to keep herself calm, not wanting to get angry. I inquired about it, and it's not false. If you know it's not false, why do you ask? Are you sick? Chen Qingyuan glanced at Morong Wensi, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. Chen Qingyuan, do you believe I will poke you to death? Upon hearing this, Morong Wensi lost her composure and directly picked up a branch from the ground to threaten him. Let's talk nicely. Don't get angry, Chen Qingyuan said awkwardly, chuckling. Humph. Morong Wensi snorted lightly, not knowing what was wrong with herself for wanting to come and chat with Chen Qingyuan, truly asking for trouble. If you dare to make fun of me again, don't blame me for being rude. Sigh. It's so hard for me. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Miss Morong, don't you have anything else to say? After a long silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the quiet and asked softly. I do, Morong Wensi replied coldly, but I don't want to talk about it now. Don't. Chen Qingyuan sat close to Morong Wensi under the tree. Occasionally a breeze would blow, bringing a hint of fragrance to his nose, intoxicating him. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have spoken like that. Is that okay? Seeing you admit your mistake, I will tell you. Morong Wensi needed a way to step down. After all, She was a girl and felt shy, unlike Chen Qingyuan, who had no shame. I'm all ears, Chen Qingyuan said. 100 years ago, you were named one of the 10 talents of the Northern Wasteland. Although news later spread that you died in Tianyuan, your title as one of the 10 talents was not revoked, but it has become nominal. Recently, there have been rumors of a new list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 talents, and several former talents have been removed and replaced with new candidates. When talking about this, Morong Wenxi's expression became serious, seeming to carry some worry. What does this have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan gently frowned. Of course it matters, and it's quite significant. Morong Wenxi turned to Chen Qingyuan and said thoughtfully, your name is prominently listed. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. At first, I didn't believe it either, but after multiple verifications, you are indeed on the list of the new Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. Morong Wenxi was also puzzled. Chen Qingyuan had clearly been crippled, and even if he counted his strength after recovery, he shouldn't be able to stand on the title of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. However, such an absurd thing happened. Which bastard compiled this list? Isn't this going to get me killed? Chen Qingyuan cursed loudly. Chapter 59. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. I advise you to be cautious with your words. The list of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes has existed since ancient times, and the forces behind it are incredibly powerful. To this day, no one knows who issued the list of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. The force is extremely mysterious. What terrifies people is that every era has similar lists, all from the same force, which has a deep-rooted and ancient legacy. I'm having a hard time. Chen Qingyuan just wanted to live a peaceful life for a few years. Why was it so difficult? I've heard that many people want to come to the Falling Star domain to find you and challenge you. If they can defeat you, they can step on you as a stepping stone to ascend to the list of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. Morong Wenxi had come to the Falling Star domain to express gratitude and to remind Chen Qingyuan to pay attention to his safety and prepare in advance. Why do they want to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan instinctively voiced his dissatisfaction. What do you think? Morong Wenxi gave Chen Qingyuan a look that suggested he should figure it out himself. The Northern Wilderness 10 heroes, except for Chen Qingyuan, are all top-tier prodigies, none of whom are easy to deal with, making them credible. Only Chen Qingyuan, who was indeed a prodigy before, is now a cripple. In the eyes of the top talents from various star domains, he doesn't even qualify. Many people want to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson while also seizing the opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, those with talent are often young and arrogant, unwilling to admit defeat. They are wary of the other members of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes, but feel no fear of Chen Qingyuan. My life is too tragic. Even the simplest stable life is out of reach. Chen Qingyuan complained. Chen Qingyuan, in a while, many prodigies will definitely come looking for you. Take care of yourself. Morong Wenxi couldn't help Chen Qingyuan and could only silently pray. During this time, Chen Qingyuan had not left the Xianqing sect, so he was naturally unaware of the latest news from the outside world. However, with the intelligence network of the Xianqing sect, they should have known about the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. It was likely that Lin Chongqing and others were unwilling to inform him to avoid causing him distress. Can I withdraw from the list of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes on my own? Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to be hunted down by a group of people. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Do you know who made the list? Morong Wenxi asked, her tone serious. To this, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. If you don't even know who's behind it, how can you withdraw voluntarily? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's bitter expression, Morong Wenxi's lips curled into a slight smile, relishing his misfortune. This is retribution for you confronting me earlier. Morong Wenxi huffed proudly in her heart, but the worry in her brow deepened. If something really happened to Chen Qingyuan, she would definitely feel bad. I can't stay in the Xianqing sect any longer. I have to leave quickly. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Among the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best option. Hey, why are you being so cowardly? Morong Wenxi was speechless. You can defeat enemies across a major realm. Can we have a little dignity? You can stand there and talk without feeling the pain, but at this moment, who cares about dignity? If a whole bunch of prodigies surrounds and beats me up, will that give me any face? Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes. That said, you are now one of the new Northern Wilderness 10 heroes. If you retreat without a fight, it would be too embarrassing. Morong Wenxi said. Embarrassment is not scary. Being beaten up is scary. If Chen Qingyuan were at the nascent soul stage now, he would suppress everyone, not retreating an inch. However, he was only at the spirit realm now, facing a group of real top prodigies from the Northern Wilderness. He had no chance of winning. 100 years ago, many top prodigies had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. Now, after 100 years, who knows how much their strength has increased, far stronger than Qin Yutong from the Tianyu sect. That makes sense. It's better to avoid the limelight for now and show up after you get stronger. After thinking about it, Morong Wenxi felt that Chen Qingyuan was right. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late when he was besieged. I need to pack up and run. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Chen Qingyuan said fiercely. After saying this, Chen Qingyuan swiftly ran back to his cave, leaving Morong Wenxi standing under the tree in a daze. This dog man runs really fast. Morong Wenxi mumbled as she watched Chen Qingyuan leave. Then, she looked down at the spot where she had been sitting, lightly touching it with her fingertips, her cheeks reddening. At first, She hadn't thought much about sitting in the place where Chen Qingyuan had been, clearly feeling the warmth left behind by him. What is wrong with me? After a while, a gentle breeze blew, waking the dazed Wensi. She shook her head slightly, no longer allowing her thoughts to wander. At this moment, inside the cave, Chen Qingyuan packed up all his belongings and prepared to leave. Just as he pushed the door open, he bumped into Lin Chongsheng, senior brother. Little junior brother, what are you doing? Lin Chongsheng asked as he looked inside through the open door, which was empty. I'm preparing to go out and train for a while. Chen Qingyuan lied. Training at this moment? Lin Chongsheng frowned and lowered his voice. Have you forgotten about the Daoyi Academy? I haven't forgotten. When the time is right, I will come back. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to deal with this right now. He would talk about it later. This is nonsense. Lin Chongsheng reprimanded sternly. This is Master Uncle's last wish. If you leave and the Academy's envoy arrives, how will I explain it? Senior brother, you said that the Daoyi Academy is powerful. They will surely find me. Chen Qingyuan forced a smile. That is not acceptable. I can't allow any mistakes in this matter. Lin Chongsheng shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Senior brother, have you heard about the recent list of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes? There was no other choice for Chen Qingyuan but to tell the truth. I just found out not long ago. Since Chen Qingyuan had been straightforward, Lin Chongsheng couldn't hide it either and nodded slightly. I don't know which bastard made the list that pushed me into the fire pit. If I don't hurry up and leave, I probably won't have any peaceful days ahead. Chen Qingyuan hated the person behind the list. So it's because of this. Lin Chongsheng actually understood in his heart and pretended to realize it. The credibility of the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes is extremely strong. Young people are proud and arrogant, especially those with extraordinary talent who don't want to be weaker than others. Looking at the entire 10 heroes list, only Chen Qingyuan is easy to bully, and many want to step on him to rise to power. Such a good opportunity, many people want to seize it. Senior brother, you wouldn't want to see me getting beaten up by others, right? Chen Qingyuan let out a bitter smile. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to it. Lin Chongsheng coughed lightly and muttered softly. Chen Qingyuan was confused, his eyes wide open. Chapter 60. Girl, don't ever fall for me. Is this something a senior brother should say? Do you really want me to jump into the fire pit? The top-tier prodigies of Beihuang are not comparable to peers from the Flowing Star domain. There are many Yuanying-level cultivators among them. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation is too weak, and others can easily suppress him. Don't worry. As long as you don't leave the Xinqing sect, those people can't just barge in, right? Lin Chongsheng couldn't let Chen Qingyuan go. If the envoy from Daoyi Academy came, he wouldn't know how to explain it. That said, it's still too dangerous. Let me go out and cultivate for a few hundred years, then I'll come back and suppress them all. Chen Qingyuan didn't fear losing face in the short term. He only feared missing the opportunity to turn things around. Cultivators shouldn't care about current honors and dignity. They should look at the long term. No way. After a moment's consideration, Lin Chongsheng shook his head and refused again. Senior brother, don't force me. There was a hint of threat in Chen Qingyuan's words. Oh, what do you want to do? In response, Lin Chongsheng was not afraid at all and provocatively asked. If you don't let me go, I'll cling to Xiao Yanzi every day and spoil your precious son. Chen Qingyuan thought for a long time and seemed to have come up with only this method. Fine, go ahead. I thought it was something serious, is that all? Lin Chongsheng's heart had just skipped a beat. He thought he had done something and was caught by Chen Qingyuan. Don't regret it, Chen Qingyuan said. I won't regret it at all. Lin Chongsheng nodded. All right. After saying that, Chen Qingyuan turned and stepped into the room, slamming the door shut, leaving Lin Chongsheng outside. Many years later, Lin Chongsheng often regretted what happened today and even began to miss the kind-hearted and refined Lin Pingyan. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan frequently played with Lin Pingyan, imparting his money-making insights without reservation. Lin Pingyan was no longer the kind boy he once was. He had become more cunning and scheming. Many elders noticed the change in Lin Pingyan's character and exclaimed it was impossible. Over the years, the higher-ups of the Xinqing sect had repeatedly taught Lin Pingyan not to be soft-hearted and that one needed certain means to become a leader and lead the Xinqing sect forward. However, at that time, Lin Pingyan was unyielding and couldn't change. After following Chen Qingyuan for these years, Lin Pingyan seemed to have become a different person, even fooling some elders. We can't let Pingyan stay with the junior brother all the time. It's easy to spoil the child. An elder suggested. That shouldn't be the case. Most elders did not believe Lin Pingyan would turn bad. After all, Lin Pingyan's obedient child image had deeply rooted in people's hearts. In my opinion, if Pingyan really turns bad, it might be a good thing. When the time is ripe, we can conduct an assessment on Pingyan and then let him take the position of deputy master. The elder in charge of protecting the sect, Dong Wenjun, stroked his beard and expressed his views. Although the junior brother is greedy, he never does anything out of line. Even if Pingyan learns bad habits from him, he won't cross the bottom line. There's no need to worry too much. Due to the matter between Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan, the elders held a meeting that lasted 3 hours. The distinguished guests from the Morong family had stayed at the Xinqing sect for half a month and were preparing to depart. Before leaving, Wensi came to Chen Qingyuan's residence. Hey, I'm leaving. Aren't you coming out to see me off? Wensi shouted at the tightly closed cave entrance. You have legs, don't you? Do you really need me to see you off? Chen Qingyuan's voice came softly. Chen Qingyuan, if you dare to speak to me like that again, I won't tell you any news in the future. To be honest, if it were anyone else, Wensi would have already taken action. Sometimes she also didn't understand why. Even though she found Chen Qingyuan very annoying, she found it hard to feel disgust. At most, she felt a bit angry. Bang. The door opened. Chen Qingyuan slowly walked out. What is the latest news? Humph. Wensi shot Chen Qingyuan a cold glare. Obviously displeased, and huffed silently. We are good friends who have gone through life and death together. Can I make a joke? Seeing that Wensi was angry, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to give her an escape route, smilingly saying, Wang Qiushan from the Tianxi star domain and Yin Qianling from the Moxu star domain. The two of them were once the top 10 prodigies of Beihuang 100 years ago, but they were removed from the list due to the emergence of a new list. If someone is really out to get you, these two must be your greatest enemies. Don't hold grudges against small matters. Wensi stopped being silent and said seriously, Why didn't you tell me such an important thing last time? Chen Qingyuan knew these two people. They were quite famous prodigies in Beihuang, with cultivation at least at the Yuanying level. Last time I hadn't finished speaking when you ran away. How can you blame me? Wensi shot a glare at Chen Qingyuan, pouting. Is there any other important news? Due to Lin Chongqing's obstruction, Chen Qingyuan couldn't leave the Xianqing sect. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. None left. Wensi said. All right. Chen Qingyuan turned and walked back inside. You. Wensi watched Chen Qingyuan turn around so decisively that she kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it bouncing towards Chen Qingyuan. What's wrong? Chen Qingyuan turned back to look at Wensi, pretending to be confused. Nothing. Wensi bit her red lips lightly. Her expression cold, and turned to leave. After Wensi left, Chen Qingyuan put away his indifferent attitude and muttered to himself, Girl, don't ever fall for me, or it won't be good for you. The reason Chen Qingyuan treated Wensi this way was that he didn't want her to develop feelings and wanted to keep a certain distance from her. At the very least, Chen Qingyuan needed to be clear about this. He couldn't delay her. After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the secluded and quiet palace where Gongsun Nan was residing. Only Chen Qingyuan knew about Gongsun Nan staying in the Xianqing sect. Sister Ghost Doctor, have you been living comfortably lately? Chen Qingyuan flattered with a smile. No one comes to my place without a purpose. If you need something, just ask. Gongsun Nan, who was sitting in the yard with her eyes closed and resting, teased with a slight smile. No wonder you're a renowned ghost doctor. You can see through my thoughts at a glance. I admire you. Chen Qingyuan took the opportunity to flatter her. You want me to take you out of the Xianqing sect? No way. Before Chen Qingyuan could explain his intentions, Gongsun Nan directly pointed it out. With Gongsun Nan's strength, it was too easy for her to know what had happened recently. Don't. Chen Qingyuan became a bit anxious and took a few steps forward. Sister, do you really want to see me being bullied? I do. Gongsun Nan nodded. Chen Qingyuan. Just as Chen Qingyuan wanted to plead again, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened her eyes and chuckled. Kid, it's too late for you to want to leave now. In that instant, Gongsun Nan sensed many extraordinary auras appearing near the Xianqing sect, most likely coming for Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61. Talented individuals gather at Xianqing sect. Storms are coming through Gongsun Nan's narration. Chen Qingyuan roughly understood the situation around Xianqing sect. Many top-notch talents with considerable cultivation had arrived. There was truly no chance to slip away now. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, stepping outside would definitely result in being stopped by those unfriendly newcomers. If he didn't want to fight, the only option was to stay indoors. After leaving Gongsun Nan's residence, Chen Qingyuan locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone. Right? He almost forgot something important. While sorting his belongings, Chen Qingyuan discovered an IOU, and the borrower was Wensi. Back in the dead zone, Wensi had sustained serious injuries and needed spirit stones for recovery. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lent her some spirit stones and wrote an IOU. How could he forget to ask her for it last time? He had been careless. Due to the recent troubles, Chen Qingyuan had overlooked the matter of getting his money back. Although the Morong family had given him quite a few tokens of gratitude, those were just formalities and couldn't be mixed with the loan. Did she forget too? Or was she planning to use this as an excuse to come find him again later? Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to have too much interaction with Wensi and sighed softly. Though he was handsome, don't fall for me, otherwise, you'll only end up hurt. After putting away the loan document, Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about it. The debt had to be repaid. He would find an opportunity to ask Wensi for it later. A few days later, a disciple on duty arrived at the door and gently knocked. Little Shirshu. Someone is outside who wishes to meet with you. Who is it? Chen Qingyuan did not open the door, and his voice reached the outside. The person claims to be Yin Qianling from the Moxu star domain, said the duty disciple. Closed door training, no time, not seeing anyone. Chen Qingyuan decisively replied, his eyelids twitching. Understood. The duty disciple left without asking further. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan lay on a rocking chair, looking lazy. What a hassle, he muttered, completely unwilling to go out and face trouble. Who was Yin Qianling? 100 years ago, he was one of the 10 talents of Beihuang, a top-tier prodigy. This time, someone had replaced Yin Qianling's name on the newly released 10 talents list. When Yan Qianling learned that the now crippled Chen Qingyuan could still be on the list, he felt quite discontented and traveled countless miles just to challenge Chen Qingyuan. Why didn't Yan Qianling and many other prodigies go find trouble with the other 10 talents? Because, from the current perspective, only Chen Qingyuan seemed easy to bully. After all, such a stepping stone like Chen Qingyuan was rare, and this opportunity to make a name for oneself couldn't be missed. Outside the mountain gate of Xinqing sect, a young man dressed in a sky-blue brocade robe stood in midair, hands behind his back, exuding an air of heroism. The blue-robed youth was Yan Qianling, and he was the only one revealing himself, while the other top talents hid in the shadows, watching. Since Yan Qianling had taken the initiative to step forward, those others naturally wouldn't steal his thunder and chose to quietly observe. Please go back. The duty disciple shouted to the outside. Little Shirshu is in closed-door training and has no time to receive guests. It's fine. I can wait until he comes out. Yan Qianling had anticipated many possibilities before arriving, including the chance that Chen Qingyuan might act like a turtle hiding in its shell. After some inquiries, he was sure that Chen Qingyuan was indeed inside Xinqing sect and hadn't gone anywhere, as long as he stayed near Xinqing sect. Yan Qianling believed Chen Qingyuan would eventually show himself, unless he planned to never step outside again in his life. This guy is no ordinary person. My little junior brother might be in big trouble. In the discussion hall, the elders had gathered all the information about Yan Qianling, their expressions grave. He was the saint of Chak Holy Mountain, with Yuan Ing realm cultivation. Such cultivation could qualify him as an inner elder in many first-rate forces, or even as a ruler in a third-rate power. Yan Qianling had once been one of the 10 talents of Beiwang, his strength and talent surpassing countless prodigies of Beiwang. However, due to the emergence of several strong prodigies in the last century, the list of 10 talents had changed slightly, pushing Yan Qianling down. Even so, Yan Qianling's strength should not be underestimated. I don't quite understand. Our little junior brother just returned from Tianyuan, recently remade his Tao body and spiritual roots. And the hidden forces that compile the list should know everything about Beiwang. They shouldn't have included our little junior brother's name. Don't look at me. I don't get it either. I'm quite frustrated about it, another elder replied. Young people are competitive and certainly wouldn't be convinced by a junior brother. They would want to knock him off the list to make a name for themselves. The discussion among the group tightened their brows. The conflicts among the new generation of prodigies should not involve the older generation. Therefore, facing Yan Qianling's provocation outside, Xinqing sect really couldn't drive him away and could only pretend not to see. The fact that Chen Qingyuan was on the 10 talents list had left not only the people of Xinqing sect dumbfounded, but also baffled the strong individuals from various star domains, leaving them at a loss. Since ancient times, anyone who could ascend to the 10 talents list had a cultivation starting from the Yuaning realm. Chen Qingyuan indeed had that qualification in the past. His extraordinary talent and strength had won the world's approval. However, was he now still worthy of it? This is too absurd. Is there some kind of conspiracy behind this list? Not long ago, it seemed that Chen Qingyuan had defeated Qin Yutong, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, with his Tianling realm cultivation. Crossing a major realm to defeat an enemy was indeed impressive. But that reason was not enough to place him on the 10 talents list. It was said that the top talents from various star domains were dissatisfied with this matter and were preparing to challenge Chen Qingyuan. And it seemed that our fully used star domain was about to get lively. The 10 talents list had already spread to various star domains in Beiwang, causing quite a stir. The various sects in the fully used star domain looked at the names on the list, and among them was Chen Qingyuan, which plunged them into silence. Currently, Chen Qingyuan was only displaying peak Tianling realm cultivation, yet could become one of the 10 talents. It was hard for them to accept. This was the first time such a thing had happened in countless years. Master, why don't we let little junior brother leave early? As long as we give him enough time to cultivate, he can definitely silence the world. One elder raised this question. I have my own plans. Lin Chongsheng could not mention the matters regarding the Dao Yi Academy. The consequences were too great, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Although little junior brother would not be in danger within the sect, if he continued to avoid battles and not go out, he would likely become a laughingstock and affect his Dao heart. Moreover, our Xinqing sect also wouldn't have peaceful days. The elders were all in a headache, as this matter was too difficult to handle and not easy to resolve. Of course, if Chen Qingyuan could defeat all challengers, everything would be easy to say. However, the idea of a Tianling realm defeating numerous top prodigies of the Yuaning realm seemed ridiculous, an impossible dream. At least, such a thing hadn't happened in nearly 100,000 years. After another 10 days, Yan Qianling was still standing at the mountain gate of Xinqing sect, eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was waiting for Chen Qingyuan to come out, and also practicing. Outside affairs have nothing to do with me. In his secluded cave, Chen Qingyuan had completely sealed off his room, thus he couldn't hear the outside gossip. Only a fool would go out to die. Chen Qingyuan had confidence in dealing with prodigies below the Golden Core realm, but he couldn't handle Yuaning cultivators. After all, his own cultivation was too weak, and the gap was too large. If I become stronger in the future, I must find out who did this to me and take revenge. The list of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness has pushed Chen Qingyuan to the top of the wave, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. More and more prodigies are gathering in the territory of the Xianqing sect. Some come to watch the excitement, while others seek opportunities to defeat Chen Qingyuan in order to gain fame and benefits. In short, many unfamiliar faces have appeared within the jurisdiction of the Xianqing sect, and anyone picked at random is likely to have an impressive background. On this day, a man dressed in a light-colored long robe appeared at the gate of the Xianqing sect, causing countless cultivators to gasp in astonishment. Their emotions stirred and difficult to remain calm. The visitor was none other than Wu Junyan, one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. Chapter 62, Wu Junyan appears. Are you trying to cause trouble? Although the list has changed, Wu Junyan's name remains on it, unchanged. The northern Songstar region was originally not well known in the northern wilderness, but due to Wu Junyan, the name Northern Song has caught the attention of many. Wu Junyan's life is legendary, akin to a myth. It is said that he was carried away by a celestial crane when he was young and disappeared for 3 whole years. After 3 years, Wu Junyan returned to the northern Songstar region, leaving his peers far behind. His strength is such that his contemporaries can only look up to him in awe and admiration. You've come to Yan Qianling, originally meditating with closed eyes, opened them and looked at Wu Junyan not far away, his expression complex. Wu Junyan glanced at Yan Qianling and remained silent. Yan Qianling had heard of Wu Junyan's aloofness and felt no dissatisfaction. Moreover, Wu Junyan had the qualifications to be proud, making it impossible for anyone to feel angry about it. Damn, even Wu Junyan is here. Is he here for Chen Qingyuan too? When did Chen Qingyuan offend Wu Junyan? This is going to be interesting. It is rumored that Wu Junyan has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, and since entering the world, he has never known defeat. He is indeed a genuine member of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, terrifyingly strong. Everyone stared in shock at Wu Junyan's back, dumbfounded. The higher-ups of the Xianqing sect learned of the news and felt that the situation was escalating to an unmanageable level. A prodigy like Wu Junyan is a guest of honor in any sect and should be treated well. As long as Wu Junyan is alive, he will surely become a top powerhouse in the future, roaming freely between heaven and earth. What to do? The higher-ups of the sect were discussing this matter, worried that if they turned him away, it would be very disrespectful. I'll handle it. The Grand Elder Mao volunteered. All right, it's up to you. Lin Chongqing nodded in agreement. Thus, the Grand Elder, dressed in simple clothing, walked to the gate of the mountain and cupped his fists in greeting. Young friend Wu, what brings you to our Xianqing sect? To fight Chen Qingyuan. Wu Junyan's expression was indifferent, his words few. As expected, the crowd of onlookers tensed up. Their guess is proving correct. This is troublesome. The Grand Elder felt anxious and had a headache. After pondering for a moment, he said, since young friend Wu is not here as a guest, our Xianqing sect has nothing to entertain you with. Wu Junyan remained silent, standing aloof like an unattainable snow mountain. Although the Xianqing sect did not want to offend a future top powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence over all else. With Wu Junyan's arrival, the Xianqing sect became the focus of the world, with countless pairs of eyes watching. Chen Qingyuan, who was sealed in his cave abode, was still unaware of this matter, meditating cross-legged to solidify his foundation, waiting for the right opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. Kid, the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, Wu Junyan, has come. You have another opponent. Gong Sun Nen disregarded the barrier's power and sent a voice transmission, his tone laced with a hint of glee. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. If it were any other of the 10 talents, Chen Qingyuan would surely feel uncomfortable. However, since the visitor was Wu Junyan, things would be much easier. Buzz. Chen Qingyuan directly dispelled the barrier and pushed the door open. Not long after, he stood at the gate of the Xianqing sect, where many people saw him. It's him. Chen Qingyuan actually made an appearance. Was he planning to accept the challenge? The good show was about to begin, and it was truly exciting. This guy actually only has the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. Why is he ranked among the 10 talents of the northern wilderness? It's really hard to understand. Since his cultivation had already been exposed, Chen Qingyuan no longer used the power of the jade bracelet to conceal it, openly displaying it. Everyone was excited to see Chen Qingyuan's appearance, bringing their small stools to sit aside and watch. Yan Qianling's expression was cold, his eyes shooting out sharp brilliance, his fighting spirit like a raging fire. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to fight me? Chen Qingyuan directly ignored Yan Qianling's challenge. You say it's a battle. And it's a battle? What kind of nonsense is that? Of course, Chen Qingyuan only muttered this in his heart and did not say it aloud. Oh, old Wu. You're really here to stir up trouble. Chen Qingyuan looked at Wu Junyan and greeted him with great delight. In a few years, it will be the time for our duel. I came early to wait for you, lest you run away. Last time, when Chen Qingyuan went to the dead domain, he was blocked by Wu Junyan on the way back. Then, under Wu Junyan's coercion, the two set a 10-year duel agreement. Because Chen Qingyuan has been in the spotlight recently, Wu Junyan was worried that Chen Qingyuan might run away or be defeated by someone else. Therefore, Wu Junyan came a few years early to avoid any mishaps. For Wu Junyan, this was an extremely important battle, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He had wanted to fight Chen Qingyuan for many years, but unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan had gone to the Tianyuan back then and missed the appointment. I am a person who keeps my promises, Chen Qingyuan said. Is that so? Wu Junyan had a somewhat skeptical attitude toward this statement. Don't look at me with such doubtful eyes. We have known each other for so many years. If it weren't for unexpected events, I wouldn't have broken my word. Under Wu Junyan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt a bit uncomfortable. Wu Junyan chose to believe him and nodded slowly. There are still a few years until the day of the duel. Come in for a drink and a chat. Chen Qingyuan extended an invitation. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan fell silent and began to think. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll drug you? Chen Qingyuan sarcastically remarked. Come or not, it's just one word. Lead the way. Wu Junyan lowered his guard and took a step forward. According to the investigations by various forces, Wu Junyan is solitary and has no friends. However, in front of countless people, not only was Wu Junyan willing to engage in normal communication with Chen Qingyuan, but he also intended to drink and chat like friends. Many people were dumbfounded, not understanding the situation. Listening to the conversation between the two, there was a duel, which meant they were opponents. Why were their relations so friendly? Unlike a confrontational situation, from beginning to end, Chen Qingyuan had not paid any attention to Yan Xianling or the group of prodigies who came from various places. As long as he did not go out, those prodigies couldn't do anything to him. As for fame, what good is it? Can it be eaten? Chen Qingyuan never cared about empty fame. If he could choose, he would have long removed the title of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. In the courtyard of the residence, Chen Qingyuan took out some fine wine and personally poured it for Wu Junyan. Old Wu, this is a rare brew from our Xianqing sect. Give it a try. Chen Qingyuan, are you trying to cause trouble? Wu Junyan felt that Chen Qingyuan was too enthusiastic, slightly squinting his eyes and questioning him. Chapter 63. If anyone is unconvinced, they can fight me. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Chen Qingyuan straightened his face. Aren't you? Looking at the drinks on the table, Wu Junyan temporarily refrained from drinking, questioning from the depths of his soul. Brother Wu, although we are rivals, we are also friends. No need to be so confrontational. Chen Qingyuan said. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Junyan frowned slightly. Our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. The last time we met, we shared wine and chatted. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qingyuan replied. You're overthinking it. I have no friends. Wu Junyan said coldly. No way. You don't even have one friend. That's too pitiful. Chen Qingyuan seemed not to catch the implication in Wu Junyan's words and instead put on a sympathetic expression. It's okay. From now on we are friends. My intention was to keep my distance and regard you as a strong opponent, not to reach the level of friendship. Why are you pitying me instead? Can't you understand human language? Wu Junyan was slightly taken aback, staring at Chen Qingyuan in silence. Come on, drink up. Before Wu Junyan could speak, Chen Qingyuan picked up the drink on the table and downed it in one go. Seeing Wu Junyan make no move, Chen Qingyuan gestured. Drink. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. After a while, Wu Junyan withdrew his gaze from Chen Qingyuan and glanced at the drink in front of him. After hesitating, Wu Junyan picked up the cup and took a sip. For some reason, hearing Chen Qingyuan say that we would be friends in the future evoked a strange feeling in Wu Junyan's heart, hard to describe. Since Wu Junyan was born, he rarely conversed with others, even with relatives of the same clan, like a high mountain ice lotus, making it hard to approach. Old Wu, we need to talk about serious matters. Chen Qingyuan grinned. Speak. Wu Junyan was sparing with words, his gaze vigilant. In just over 4 years, it will be the time for our duel. If I am defeated by some guys before that, and then you and I fight at the same level, if you accidentally lose or we draw, wouldn't that let others step on our heads and become famous? Chen Qingyuan pulled a chair and moved a little closer to Wu Junyan. So, Wu Junyan wanted to see what Chen Qingyuan was up to, his expression indifferent. So you need to go out and deal with those people. At least for these years, they can't cause any trouble. Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts. No, Wu Junyan refused. Don't. Those guys can't possibly fight me at the same level. That's just bullying. They are blocking my door. And if I can't hold back my anger and go out to fight, I probably won't win. Then, will you still need to spar with me? I don't care about that. Crushing someone with a higher cultivation level is the behavior of a weakling. For me, only defeating you at the same level can be considered a true victory, stabilizing my heart and aspiring to the peaks. Wu Junyan didn't care about fame or profit, only seeking to understand his thoughts and step by step pursue the pinnacle of the great way. Alas, I'm exhausted over this matter. When the time comes for our battle, my condition will surely decline a lot, and your chances of winning will probably increase significantly. Facing this obstinate person, Chen Qingyuan could only grasp his weakness. Hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression became serious. If it wasn't a fair battle, even if he won, it would be meaningless. He valued promises above all. As long as he guaranteed something, he would fulfill it even at the cost of his life. Thus, he and Chen Qingyuan set a 10-year duel date, and he was willing to wait until that day without initiating a challenge. The duel 100 years ago became void because Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Junyan didn't want any unforeseen events. Speaking of the abyss, it wasn't that Chen Qingyuan wanted to take the risk, but he had no choice. During that time, he felt as if he were in a daze, as if some unseen force was guiding him to go. Before our battle, no one will disturb you. Wu Junyan pondered for a moment and made a promise. That's right, now that's a friend. Chen Qingyuan smiled happily. It's hard to drink. After taking another sip of the drink, Wu Junyan said seriously, as if expressing his displeasure. This is the best brew from my Xianqing sect. Chen Qingyuan said. The taste was okay earlier, but not now. The implication was that it wasn't the drink that was hard to swallow, but rather that Chen Qingyuan's presence made it so. Wu Junyan was quite tactful in his insults, leaving Chen Qingyuan momentarily stunned. Chen Qingyuan didn't take such words to heart. As long as Wu Junyan could solve these problems, that was enough. You're leaving? Looking at Wu Junyan getting up to leave, Chen Qingyuan asked. I won't go back on my word. Leaving behind a sentence. Wu Junyan stepped out of the courtyard and left gracefully. So cool. Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, when interacting with Wu Junyan, Chen Qingyuan felt more at ease, without having to think about scheming. If he had to deal with a cunning old fox, it would be like walking on thin ice, being very cautious. Fighting with him at the same level meant at least not being bullied, and there was a high chance of winning. If he fought with those unfair guys, the gap in cultivation level would be too great, and it would just be getting beaten up. Chen Qingyuan was ready for a fair battle with Wu Junyan. Anyway, neither of them would go all out. As long as they could determine a winner, it was not a big deal. Outside the mountain gate of Xinqing sect, Wu Junyan stood on the cloud, glancing around with a calm expression, his voice resounding across the realms. From this moment on, no peers are allowed to challenge Chen Qingyuan, and no one may block the mountain gate of Xinqing sect. If anyone is unconvinced, they can fight me. With this declaration, there was an uproar, and gasps echoed like thunder. What's going on? The outstanding individuals from all directions were bewildered. Is Wu Junyan supporting Chen Qingyuan? What is their relationship? Those who wanted to step on Chen Qingyuan to rise were filled with question marks. In my impression, Wu Junyan rarely stood up for others. Practitioners from the North Song Star domain understood Wu Junyan better, knowing he was a reclusive person who preferred solitude and was unwilling to associate with anyone. The most absurd thing was that it was rumored that a saintess from a certain sect in the North Song Star domain went to great lengths to trap herself and Wu Junyan in a secret chamber, lighting a seductive incense to stimulate male instincts. The saintess had no ill intentions. She just wanted to have a fleeting romance with Wu Junyan, hoping to become Dao partners. If Wu Junyan reached the peak in the future, she hoped he would remember her for the bond they shared today. However, what the saintess didn't expect was that Wu Junyan restrained himself and remained clear-headed. Looking at the saintess before him, completely undressed, Wu Junyan said nothing, his gaze clear. Then, he walked to the entrance of the secret chamber and began to punch the door. Knowing that the chamber was extremely sturdy, inscribed with countless ancient laws, Wu Junyan still did not stop. His hands became bloodied, his vital energy surged within, and Wu Junyan forcefully broke through the stone door of the chamber, leaving behind a solitary, lonely figure. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. This matter has reached the ears of many. Thus, the news of Wu Junyan's disinterest in women spread, causing quite a stir. A certain powerful figure exclaimed, if this child does not die young, he will surely stand at the peak of the world in the future. This shows that Wu Junyan is known for his cold demeanor, not caring much for anyone in the world. However, Wu Junyan's current behavior has overturned countless people's perceptions. What's going on? Many people even began to go crazy, feeling quite confused. In the void, Yan Xianling, who was once one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness, frowned and turned to Wu Junyan, asking, what do you mean by saying that peers cannot challenge him? Chapter 64. The day of the duel approaches, visitors from the Daoyi Academy. The literal meaning. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan turned to meet Yan Xianling's gaze and said coldly, I have never heard of a rule that forbids peers from competing. Are you trying to protect him? Yan Xianling felt a sense of dread towards Wu Junyan and said in a deep voice, he is my opponent. Wu Junyan spoke frankly, before fighting me, no one is allowed to disturb. Fight with you? Yan Xianling was taken aback. You have always been one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness, a top prodigy of this era. If it were the previous Chen Qingyuan, he could at least stand on equal footing with you. But does he qualify as your opponent now? Weakness is something that the weak do not understand. Regarding this matter, Wu Junyan did not offer any explanation. It was meaningless. Upon hearing this, Yan Xianling's face turned extremely ugly. The onlookers, also watching the show, widened their eyes. Yan Xianling is a well-known figure in the North Wilderness, with extremely high talent and great strength. If a talent like him is considered weak, then what are we? Nothing at all. The crowd felt mocked, but was powerless to refute. You are indeed very strong and have the capital to be arrogant. However, there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. This statement came from Wu Junyan's mouth. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been crushed under Yan Xianling's foot. There are indeed many people stronger than me. I do not deny that. Wu Junyan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. At least you do not count as one. You. Yan Xianling gritted his teeth, wanting to compete with Wu Junyan. However, he did not have the confidence, and the hope of winning was extremely slim. Controlling his emotions, Yan Xianling temporarily did not plan to engage in battle with Wu Junyan. Once he had dealt with Chen Qingyuan and strengthened his abilities a few years later, he would surely consider Wu Junyan his next target. People like you only see those whose strength is temporarily inferior to yours as opponents, enjoying the feeling of having victory in hand. No matter how far you go in the future, you will never become a true strongman. Wu Junyan never bullies the weak. In his eyes, there are only higher peaks. In a battle at the same realm with Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan had no confidence in victory. Everything was unknown. It is this unknown that drives Wu Junyan to continuously solidify his foundation, thinking about becoming stronger at every moment so that he can face the unknown. Hearing Wu Junyan's words, Yan Qianling's face turned pale, and he did not reply. Don't stand too high. Be careful not to fall. Wu Junyan continued. After thinking for a moment, Yan Qianling no longer stood in the void above the gate of the Xianqing sect, but turned and landed on the ground, waiting in a nearby city for the right moment. If Yan Qianling did not leave, he would probably face Wu Junyan's attack the next moment. After driving away those blocking the entrance, Wu Junyan found a comfortable spot at the foot of the Xianqing sect mountain, sat down on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. Among his peers, no one dared to ignore Wu Junyan's words. For the next 4 years, anyone who dared to provoke Chen Qingyuan or disturb his life would surely meet a miserable end. When did the little junior brother's relationship with Wu Junyan become so good? The elders of the Xianqing sect exchanged glances, not understanding the situation. Young people's matters should be resolved by young people. As soon as Wu Junyan makes an appearance, our Xianqing sect's territory instantly quiets down, with no noise whatsoever. Many elders sighed, praising him as a top prodigy among the 10 talents, with formidable deterrence. Is Wu Junyan going to fight the little junior brother? Can the little junior brother handle it? Many elders felt a sense of crisis, for the first time thinking that Chen Qingyuan might not be able to withstand it. There was no helping it. The pressure brought by Wu Junyan was simply too strong. Both are among the 10 talents of the North Wilderness. Why does our little junior brother look so inferior? Elder Dong Wenjun of the sect grumbled, looking at Wu Junyan. One word from him, and how many among his peers dare to oppose? In contrast, everyone wants to step on Chen Qingyuan, rushing to do so, afraid of being a step behind others. In the next 4 years, the Xianqing sect remained peaceful, with no peer prodigies daring to challenge. Even someone as strong as Yan Qianling needed to temporarily avoid Wu Junyan's brilliance and give him some face. Ordinary prodigies would certainly not dare to be reckless. Inside, Chen Qingyuan was consolidating his cultivation, further solidifying his foundation. He did not plan to break through to the golden core stage for now, intending to wait until after his battle with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days left. Calculating the time, Chen Qingyuan was ready for battle, his spirit reaching an excellent state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "This time, I must determine victory or defeat with you, whether winning or losing." Wu Junyan considered it a resolution to a concern, allowing him to step forward and become even stronger. 8 more days passed, leaving only 2 days until the duel. Suddenly, a guest arrived at the Xianqing sect. A young man, 8 feet tall, wearing a white robe with a flower of the other shore embroidered on his left chest. The young man was refined, avoiding the gazes of countless people, and directly stepped into the Xianqing sect's main gate, ignoring the barrier's obstruction. The gatekeeper elders and disciples of the Xianqing sect did not sense the young man's presence and brushed past him. The next moment, the young man arrived deep in the back hall, slowly walking up to Lin Chongqing. It wasn't until the young man approached within 10 zhang that Lin Chongqing noticed. Turning back like a startled tiger, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Who? At such a close distance, Lin Chongqing only then reacted. If the young man wanted to take Lin Chongqing's life, he could do so with a snap of his fingers. Daoi Academy. The young man's body was somewhat transparent. As if not in this space, his appearance obscured by a layer of white mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's body trembled slightly, his expression changing drastically. He quickly bowed with cupped hands. "So it is the messenger from the academy. I am disrespectful. Where is the one to be assessed?" Because it was Lin Chongqing who had shattered the token, the young man in white could locate him precisely. In the Yunxiao Hall, 100 miles to the west, Lin Chongqing pointed in a direction. "The person I will take away." Although the tone of the young man in white was calm, it brooked no opposition. Before Lin Chongqing could reply, the young man's figure vanished. Soon after, the young man in white arrived at the Yunxiao Hall and saw Chen Qingyuan sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. "Time's up, it's time to go." A mysterious voice came, waking the meditating Chen Qingyuan. "Who are you?" Chen Qingyuan looked at the suddenly appearing young man in white, extremely vigilant, his hair standing on end. "From the Daoi Academy." The young man in white replied. Startled for a moment, Chen Qingyuan still did not let down his guard and said, "What proof do you have?" The white-clothed youth was too lazy to explain, pointing directly at Chen Qingyuan, sealing the spiritual energy within his body, rendering him unable to move. Then, the white-clothed youth took Chen Qingyuan away from Yunxiao Palace, breaking through the protective barrier of Xianqing sect like a ghost, unnoticed by anyone. Gongsun Nan, who was originally sitting inside the room, suddenly opened his eyes, his face changing drastically. "Where is Chen Qingyuan?" It wasn't until Chen Qingyuan was taken away from Xianqing sect that Gongsun Nan realized he was already gone, as if he had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. Was this an illusion created by Xianqing sect, or was it man-made? If it were an illusion, Gongsun Nan could somewhat accept it, after all. The former Xianqing sect was a colossal entity, leaving behind some legacy. If it were man-made, then Gongsun Nan couldn't imagine what kind of existence it was, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. "Senior, I have a very important duel. Can I finish it before leaving?" Chen Qingyuan, unable to move his body, could still speak, pleading. Chapter 65. Duel postponed. Heading to Daoi Academy, the white-clothed youth looked at Chen Qingyuan with a calm expression, temporarily stopping his steps, and slowly shook his head. The time for the assessment has come. You cannot be late. Can't you make an exception? Chen Qingyuan pleaded again. The rules of the academy cannot be broken. If you are late for even a moment, you will lose your qualification for the entrance assessment. The white-clothed youth rejected Chen Qingyuan's request and explained the seriousness of the situation. However, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, unsure of what to do. After thinking for a while, Chen Qingyuan changed his approach. Senior, can you let me say a few words to a friend? I promise it won't take much time. All right. If Chen Qingyuan passes the assessment, he would become a member of Daoi Academy. Considering the slight possibility of brotherhood, the white-clothed youth nodded in agreement. As long as it didn't delay the main matter, letting Chen Qingyuan say goodbye to his friend was acceptable. Please allow me to regain my ability to move. A hint of joy appeared on Chen Qingyuan's face. Buzz. The white-clothed youth snapped his fingers towards Chen Qingyuan's body, lifting the restriction. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan took out the sound transmission law he had with Wu Junyan and said to him, Old Wu, come over here. Wu Junyan, who was standing at the foot of Xianqing's sect, heard the familiar voice and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice? Why is he not within Xianqing's sect? With this doubt, Wu Junyan followed the guidance of the sound transmission and headed to a deep mountain near Xianqing's sect. Where did Wu Junyan go? The surrounding cultivators began to stir, noticing that Wu Junyan suddenly headed in a certain direction, uncertain of the situation. Entering the deep mountain, the white-clothed youth closed off this space, preventing outsiders from probing with divine sense. What are you doing here? Wu Junyan saw Chen Qingyuan standing under a big tree, frowning and questioning. This is a complicated matter that I will explain to you slowly later. I came to tell you something. Our fight is likely to be postponed. Chen Qingyuan said this with an awkward smile. It wasn't that he wanted to stand Wu Junyan up, but he had no choice. Chen Qingyuan had been preparing hard for these years and never expected the situation to turn out like this. The people from Daoi Academy really came at a bad time, arriving just 2 days before their scheduled duel. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's eyes narrowed, shooting forth a cold gleam that caused the temperature around them to drop sharply. Old Wu, I'm really sorry about this. I will definitely have a proper fight with you in the future. If you're not satisfied, we can have several matches until you are. Chen Qingyuan actually wanted to fight Wu Junyan at the same level to fulfill this wish. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. It was truly unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you should know my character well. The promises I make are more important than life itself. Wu Junyan's expression became very stern, and his tone was filled with a sharp edge, exuding a strong pressure. Last time, Chen Qingyuan was unable to fulfill the duel due to being in danger, and Wu Junyan could understand and forgave him. This time, however, Chen Qingyuan was going to stand him up again, and Wu Junyan could no longer tolerate it. His anger rising. I understand, so I planned to have a good fight with you, but who knew there would be a change? Sigh. To be honest, Chen Qingyuan also felt bad about this in his heart, feeling guilty. A change? That's your excuse, isn't it? Wu Junyan did not believe him. Really? I have no reason to lie to you. Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly, indicating that what he said was absolutely true. Humph. Wu Junyan let out a cold laugh. If I wanted to escape, why would I still send you a sound transmission? Seeing that Wu Junyan was unwilling to believe him, Chen Qingyuan explained. You are crafty. Who knows if you are pretending to be this way? Hearing that Chen Qingyuan had no opportunity to fulfill the duel directly infuriated Wu Junyan, and he did not believe a single word Chen Qingyuan said. Just as Chen Qingyuan was preparing to explain properly, a cold voice came from not far away. Time's up. We need to go. Who? When Wu Junyan arrived, he did not notice the presence of a third person, only seeing Chen Qingyuan. The sudden voice made Wu Junyan's heart sink, his entire body tense, and his vigilance heightened to the extreme. The white-clothed youth had been standing beside Chen Qingyuan, just using mysterious techniques to conceal his physical form and mask his aura. Senior, can you give us some more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to look at the white-clothed youth. There is no more time. We cannot. It wasn't that the white-clothed youth lacked compassion, but time was truly running out, and they had to hurry to Daoi Academy to avoid delaying important matters. As he said this, the white-clothed youth revealed his true form, allowing Wu Junyan to finally see him. Who are you? Wu Junyan looked at the suddenly revealed white-clothed youth, feeling an inexplicable tremor in his soul, giving off extremely dangerous signals. Even so, Wu Junyan remained calm, his face showing no signs of fear. The white-clothed youth glanced at Wu Junyan, but did not answer. Just a glance made Wu Junyan's body suddenly feel heavy, as if it were being crushed by countless giant mountains, almost toppling to the ground. Old Wu, you can understand my predicament now, right? Chen Qingyuan smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. How could such a terrifying figure appear in the fully used star domain? Wu Junyan could only muster all his strength to lift his head, imprinting the general shape of the white-clothed youth into his memory, his heart churning with waves of shock. I can understand, but you still broke your promise. Wu Junyan's first half of the sentence moved Chen Qingyuan, making him think this matter could be resolved peacefully. The second half, however, made Chen Qingyuan's heart tighten, giving rise to a sense of unease. Next time we meet, I will not give you any excuses to argue. The day we meet will be the day we fight. This can't be blamed on me. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Chen Qingyuan felt very helpless. Gazing deeply at Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan remained silent. Whoosh. The white-clothed youth did not want to waste any more time, pointing at Chen Qingyuan, and he vanished. In the deep mountain, only Wu Junyan remained, the inexplicable terrifying pressure slowly dissipating. After taking a few breaths, Wu Junyan looked into the distance. His gaze firm. When we meet again, there will definitely be a battle. Such a terrifying existence. Chen Qingyuan truly had no ability to resist. However, while Wu Junyan understood, he still felt angry. A promise must never be broken, no matter what. This is Wu Junyan's belief for life. After resting for a while, Wu Junyan quietly left the flowing star domain, disappearing without a trace. Practitioners from various star domains were still waiting for Chen Qingyuan to appear, anticipating his battle with Wu Junyan. However, when the day of the duel arrived, both of them were nowhere to be found, leaving countless people confused and at a loss. Senior brother, where did the junior disciple go? The elders looked at Lin Chongqing, their faces filled with worry. Chapter 66, a backdoor? No assessment required? Lin Chongqing sighed, deliberated for a moment, and decided to reveal the matter regarding the Dao Yi Academy. This matter was extremely important. So Lin Chongqing sealed off the surrounding void and only allowed key figures from the sect to enter to prevent certain forces from eavesdropping. Do you all know about the Dao Yi Academy? Lin Chongqing scanned the crowd with a serious expression. The elders exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then, Lin Chongqing began to explain the ins and outs of the situation. Meanwhile, many foreign practitioners had emerged within the territory of the Xinqing sect, all wanting to cause trouble for Chen Qingyuan, hoping to make a name for themselves in the process. They spent a great deal of effort trying to find out why Chen Qingyuan had not fought Wu Junyan. After thinking it over, they decided to wait a little longer. However, even if they waited another 2 years, it would be useless, as Chen Qingyuan had already left the flowing star domain. Chen Qingyuan's body was uncontrollable, taken by the young man in white to the shattered void fissures, crossing the star sea with immense strength, moving countless miles in a single step. Faster than many top sects' great teleportation formations. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place resembling a fairyland. There were thousands of high mountains connected, with wisps of faint mist drifting in every corner, adding a touch of mystery to the area. The ground was lush green, and the lakes were crystal clear, with spiritual fish occasionally leaping from the water, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. Chen Qingyuan looked into the distance, where it seemed there was a huge palace hovering above the center of the surrounding mountains, standing firm and indestructible. Stop dawdling, let us go. The young man in white released the restrictions on Chen Qingyuan and stepped forward. Oh! Chen Qingyuan came back to his senses and quickly followed the steps of the young man in white. As they walked, Chen Qingyuan admired the scenery of this mysterious space, which felt like a paradise. Old Wu, it's not that I want to break my promise. I will definitely have a good match with you next time we meet. Thinking of Wu Junyan's extremely serious gaze, Chen Qingyuan sighed deeply in his heart and thought to himself. Chen Qingyuan knew that Wu Junyan valued promises more than life itself, so he never considered running away and was prepared for a full battle. What he never expected was that someone from the Dao Yi Academy suddenly arrived, causing him to miss the duel once again. At the foot of the mountain, there was a jade stone staircase leading upwards, with each step floating independently in midair, surrounded by thick mist, as if stepping on clouds, ascending to the sky. The young man in white walked ahead, leading Chen Qingyuan upwards. Upon closer inspection, a gigantic palace came into Chen Qingyuan's view, leaving him in shock. Above the palace, 2 large characters were faintly carved, Dao Yi. Whether it was the palace or the buildings inside, more than half were white, made of extremely precious jade. The main gate of the academy was about 30 meters high, and there was a transparent barrier in the entrance's void, with wisps of faint golden Dao patterns flowing occasionally, mysterious and profound. At the entrance stood over 100 highly talented young people, evenly split between men and women. These individuals came from various places, and Chen Qingyuan did not recognize any of them, surely not from the Flowing Star domain and its surroundings. These people were fated to the Dao Yi Academy and had obtained the qualification for the entrance assessment. Every 1,000 years, the Dao Yi Academy selects suitable fated individuals, and only the top 10 can ultimately enroll, making the competition extremely fierce. Just as Chen Qingyuan arrived, an ancient voice echoed throughout the void. Time is up. The assessment officially begins. The young man in white leaped to a high place, hands behind his back, overlooking the 100 or so assessors. Then, he snapped his fingers, and a dark vortex appeared beside him, leading to an unknown secret realm. Enter the secret realm and begin the assessment. The young man in white was the assessor for this entrance test. He pointed downwards, and a glimmer of light flickered at the center of everyone's brows, instantly understanding the specific rules of the assessment. This assessment could test each person's temperament, talent, perseverance, character, and more. The secret realm had many trials, and rankings were determined by points. The top 10 individuals in points would become students of the Dao Yi Academy, with an assessment period of 5 years. Whoosh! Some individuals showed no hesitation and dove straight into the secret realm, looking forward to the upcoming assessment content. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to enter, he was suddenly blocked by a gentle force. What's wrong? Little guy, you don't need to take the assessment. A kind voice fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears. unheard by others. Huh, why? Chen Qingyuan was slightly taken aback, guessing that this voice must come from a powerful figure of the Daoyi Academy, and asked softly. In the void, the young man in white had already sent the other assessors into the secret realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan. When the young man in white saw the laws appearing around Chen Qingyuan, he immediately understood who was intervening and looked towards the depths of the academy, seemingly questioning. Zhao Yichuan, this person doesn't need to take the assessment. A voice echoed in the ears of the young man in white. Why? Zhao Yichuan. The name of the young man in white. His status within the Daoyi Academy was not low. Otherwise, he couldn't have become an assessor. He is from the Qing sect of the Emperor State. Is that reason enough? The elder within the academy transmitted sound. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yichuan's pupils slightly dilated, and a hint of undisguised astonishment appeared between his brows. He then looked down at Chen Qingyuan, and his gaze softened a little. That's enough. Having received the answer, Zhao Yichuan agreed that Chen Qingyuan did not need to participate in the assessment, and he felt no resentment in his heart. The Qing sect of the Emperor State had been reduced to the Xianqing sect of the Flowing Star Domain in the northern wilderness. The higher-ups of the Daoyi Academy were well aware of how much the Qing sect had contributed to the stability of the world in the past. Long ago, the Qing sect gradually declined, and the last holy master did not want the legacy of the Qing sect to be severed. So he made a choice to abandon all resources in the Emperor State, gathering the sect's remaining foundations, severing the cause and effect between heaven and earth, allowing the Qing sect to disappear from the eyes of the world, and no one could know its whereabouts. After many years, countless people in the Emperor State believed that the Qing sect had been extinguished, with only a few top forces knowing that the Qing sect still existed. But without the constraints of cause and effect, they could not find the current location of the Qing sect. Little did they know, the Qing sect had already been renamed the Xianqing sect, located in a relatively remote star domain in the northern wilderness. No wonder you wanted me to personally bring this kid back. It all makes sense now. Zhao Yichuan's doubts vanished completely, and he deeply stared at Chen Qingyuan before turning to head towards the assessment secret realm to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Chen Qingyuan stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Little guy, just follow this path in. The elder's voice once again reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. As soon as the voice fell, the mist parted to the sides, forming a white cloud path leading deep into the Daoyi Academy. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Elder in Black. Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then followed the path through the Jade Gate barrier and slowly walked toward the depths of the Daoyi Academy. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan did not encounter a single person. The dense fog on both sides blocked his view, and he could only see the road ahead. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, Chen Qingyuan still had not reached the end of the road. The elder was somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan's slow speed, used a mystical technique, and allowed Chen Qingyuan to break through space, landing in a beautifully scenic courtyard. There were small bridges and flowing water, with hundreds of flowers competing in their bloom. Sometimes a gentle breeze brushed against his face, and at other times, the chirping of countless birds filled the air. By the lake stood over 100 willow trees, countless branches hanging over the water surface. The breeze stirred the willow branches, creating countless ripples on the water. On the lakeside was an ancient pavilion, where an elder dressed in black sat, savoring the rich aroma of strong tea with a look of enjoyment on his face. Chen Qingyuan suddenly appeared outside the pavilion, momentarily stunned, then regained his composure and bowed to the elder inside. I am Chen Qingyuan, greetings to the senior. Come in and sit. The elder in black was very kind, and turned to Chen Qingyuan with a slight smile. Yes. Chen Qingyuan did not decline. Slowly walked into the pavilion, and carefully sat opposite the elder in black. After sitting down, Chen Qingyuan dared to meet the elder's gaze, and quietly asked, Senior, why am I not required to take an assessment? Is it that you do not intend for me to become a student of the Daoyi Academy? Or is there another reason? From the moment you crushed that token, you have already become a student of the Daoyi Academy. The elder in black did not adopt the demeanor of a top-tier expert. He was like a kind elder, personally pouring a cup of tea for Chen Qingyuan and gently pushing it in front of him. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, disbelief showing in his eyes. I became a part of the Daoyi Academy for no reason? Wasn't it said that I would still need to take an assessment? What is going on? Chen Qingyuan was stunned, and after a long while, he managed to calm his emotions slightly. Senior, you aren't joking with me, are you? What do you think? The elder in black raised the corners of his mouth, his gaze deep as an abyss, and replied with a question. Someone as powerful as you has no reason to joke with a junior like me. Chen Qingyuan paused for a moment and decided to express all his doubts. It's just that I feel somewhat uneasy entering without doing anything. You indeed haven't done anything, but someone has done it for you. The elder in black smiled meaningfully. Someone did it for me. Upon hearing this, the suspicion on Chen Qingyuan's face deepened. Suddenly, he thought of his benefactor, his master. The token and the letter regarding the Daoyi Academy were both left by his master. Could this matter be related to his master? To be honest, Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master in this life. He had only seen their portrait. Please clarify for me, senior. Chen Qingyuan immediately stood up, bowed, and pleaded. No need for formalities. The elder in black pressed a hand in the air, making Chen Qingyuan sit back down. First, pay your respects to me as your master, and then I will clarify for you. Pay respects? Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly as he stammered. Senior, you should be well aware of my background. I already have a master. I know. The elder in black chuckled lightly. 200 years ago, I met your master and talked about you. At that time, it was already stated that if I had an affinity with you, I could take you as a disciple, and your master would not object. You met my master? Chen Qingyuan was very surprised. He calculated the time. 200 years ago was precisely when he was just born, and he remembered nothing. Of course, that was the first and last time I met him. Speaking of this, the elder in black sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret and lamentation at the missed opportunity. You aren't lying to me, are you? Chen Qingyuan muttered softly. I'm an old man. Do I need to lie to you? The elder in black snorted lightly. That is hard to say. The older one gets, the more cunning they become. When they deceive people, it's hard to find a flaw. This was something Chen Qingyuan only dared to think in his heart and would not say out loud. That makes sense. Chen Qingyuan said something insincerely. From the subtle changes in Chen Qingyuan's expression, the elder in black could tell that he did not truly believe it. So he continued. Your master came to the Daoi Academy once and took away a token. Once that token is broken, it is your time to come to the Daoi Academy. I see. On this point, Chen Qingyuan did not doubt, for it was indeed a fact. This is the letter your master left back then, and the special Dao mark rules of the Xianqing sect. Take a look. The elder in black took out a jade slip and a letter. With a mix of curiosity and confusion, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter. The handwriting was indeed that of his master, exactly the same. Chen Qingyuan had seen his benefactor's portrait and calligraphy and could recognize it. Next, a strand of Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered the jade slip, where the core secret techniques of the Xianqing sect were inscribed. Those were the once unpublicized great powers of the Qing sect, which even the Daoi Academy could not fabricate. The content of the letter was simple. If a certain powerful figure from the Daoi Academy wishes to take you as a disciple, feel free to agree. It is beneficial and harmless. Have you finished reading? The elder in black asked hoarsely, looking at Chen Qingyuan, who was in a daze. I've finished. Chen Qingyuan came back to his senses and gently nodded. Could it be fake? Looking at the letter and jade slip before him, Chen Qingyuan had thought this more than once. However, he thought again that the elder in front of him had no reason to deceive him. If he truly wanted to scheme against him, there was no need for such elaborate planning. If you do not mind my dull aptitude, then I am willing to pay my respects to you as my master. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan performed a kneeling salute. Thud. He knocked his head on the ground and awaited the elder's response. From today onward, you shall be my disciple. The elder in black stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, the elder in black helped Chen Qingyuan up from afar, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Master. Chen Qingyuan slightly lowered his head and called softly. A look of gratification appeared in the eyes of the elder in black. At this moment, the elder in black recalled the events of that year, as if they had happened yesterday, vividly in his mind. 200 years ago, Shangwan Rong came to the Daoi Academy, exuding a terrifying pressure that forced the elder in black to reveal himself. Who is your friend? The elder in black asked. Let's fight first and talk later. As soon as the words fell, Shangwan Rong directly attacked. To avoid causing too much of a commotion, the two went to a secret realm to duel, fighting for a full 3 days. As for the result, it ended in a draw. Tired from the fight, Shangwan Rong revealed his name and stated that he was from the Xianqing sect of the Flowing Star Domain. Your strength is extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you before? The elder in black was quite puzzled, as with the capabilities of the Daoi Academy, they had not discovered such a powerful presence hidden in a remote star domain of the northern wasteland. If you do not know the Xianqing sect, do you know the Qing sect of the Imperial Province? Shangwan Rong had no intention of hiding his identity and spoke frankly. You are a descendant of the Qing sect of the Imperial Province. Upon hearing this, the elder in black was greatly shocked, and he immediately filled in the blank history in his mind. After some conversation, the old man in black confirmed Shangwan Rong's identity and showed great respect. You must have come here for a reason, right? The old man said. I want the Daoi Academy to protect someone, Shangwan Rong replied, dressed in light-colored robes, with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of immortality. Who? The two exchanged glances, and the old man's expression grew serious. My newly accepted disciple, Shangwan Rong said, and a complex look appeared in his eyes. Why does your disciple require the protection of the Daoi Academy? Can you elaborate? The old man in black knew Shangwan Rong's terrifying strength from their previous encounter. If even Shangwan Rong couldn't handle the trouble, it would be difficult for the Daoi Academy as well. I am going to the Demon Abyss. Initially, Shangwan Rong didn't want to get involved, but he had learned of the beliefs carried by the ancestors of the Xianqing sect and couldn't ignore it, ultimately choosing the same path as his junior disciple. Shangwan Rong's junior disciple was the former holy master of the Xianqing sect. 100,000 years ago, the holy master of the Xianqing sect exhausted all resources, severed ties with the imperial continent, moved the entire sect to the Flowing Star Domain, and sealed the sect's inheritance techniques, allowing future generations to live without bearing the wishes of their ancestors. Although this act was somewhat selfish, the holy master had no choice. If he didn't act, the Xianqing sect might have lost its last vestige of bloodline. However, the subsequent events turned out to be completely different from the holy master's predictions. Perhaps it was heaven's unwillingness to let the Xianqing sect go, or perhaps the disciples of the Xianqing sect were too extraordinary. About every 10,000 years, a disciple with exceptional talent would emerge from the Xianqing sect, breaking through the invisible seals and activating the inheritance memories. Those who received the baptism of inheritance memories could rapidly improve their cultivation and comprehend myriad laws. The holy master of the last era, Feng Changxian, reached an astonishing level of cultivation within 100 years after activating the inheritance memories. Consequently, he faked his death, distanced himself from the Xianqing sect, and went to the imperial continent under the alias of Zhangxian Taoist. Before suppressing the demon abyss, Zhangxian Taoist first dealt with various forces in the imperial continent, feeling it was unjust for the ancestors of the Xianqing sect. Eventually, he discovered that the seal of the demon abyss was weakening and charged in without hesitation. Now, Shangguan Rong, like Feng Changxian, had awakened the inheritance memories and chose this path. Before leaving, Shangguan Rong was most concerned about the Xianqing sect. Thus, he came to the Dao Yi Academy, hoping that the academy would provide protection for the Xianqing sect, considering the merits accumulated over the years. I promise, I will not let the Xianqing sect decline, and I will take good care of your disciple, the old man in black said after understanding the situation, his respect for the Xianqing sect increasing. In the endless years, how many forces could achieve what the Xianqing sect has? Initially, the demon abyss was jointly suppressed by the top sects of the imperial continent. As time passed, the powerful members of each sect were unwilling to sacrifice themselves, and the pressure fell entirely on the Xianqing sect. If it weren't for the ancestors of the Xianqing sect, the seal of the demon abyss would have long been broken, leading to countless deaths. If that child enters the academy in the future, let him cultivate on his own, and do not interfere with his path of cultivation. Moreover, his karma is quite terrifying, Shangguan Rong kindly reminded. The Daoi Academy has existed longer than your Xianqing sect and fears no karma. The old man in black replied confidently. Believe it or not, there were some things Shangguan Rong couldn't say. According to the rules of the Dao Yi Academy, anyone entering must study under a teacher. Your disciple will have to do the same when he comes to the Dao Yi Academy, the old man in black stated, clarifying that this was not about taking a disciple, but following the rules. If you're not afraid of the karma, then go ahead and accept him. I have no objections. Shangguan Rong said. This karma, while terrifying, has a slight chance of becoming a great fortune. Oh, then I look forward to meeting your disciple. The old man in black said, his interest piqued. Afterward, the old man in black and Shangguan Rong chatted for a while longer. Shangguan Rong left behind a letter and a jade slip before departing. After 200 years of waiting, the token finally shattered, and the old man in black was quite eager. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan for the first time, the old man in black began to observe, wanting to see through him. For some reason, whenever the old man thought he had figured out Chen Qingyuan's background, a layer of impenetrable mist would appear before him, which was quite strange. This kid is indeed not simple, the old man in black thought to himself, looking forward to Chen Qingyuan's future. Back in reality, Chen Qingyuan had gained an additional master and, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, asked, Master, I still don't know how to address you. I am called Yu Chenran, the vice president of the Dao Yi Academy. The old man in black introduced himself. You're the vice president of the academy? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. His newly accepted teacher had such a formidable background. Vice president? Just that title is already impressive. Be low-key, Yu Chenran said, stroking his beard, feigning humility while observing Chen Qingyuan's surprised expression. Master, can you answer my questions now? Chen Qingyuan clasped his hands in greeting and inquired. Your master, Shangguan Rong, came to the Dao Yi Academy 200 years ago. Yu Chenran proceeded to explain the events of that year. However, he did not mention anything about the Xianqing sect's predecessor, the Qing sect of the imperial continent. The karma involved with the Qing sect was immense, and revealing it to Chen Qingyuan now would only add to his burdens. Over countless years, although the Xianqing sect had suppressed the demon abyss, it had also offended numerous forces, especially the demon clan. If the specific origins of the Xianqing sect were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thank you, second master. For clarifying, Chen Qingyuan understood the situation. It turned out that his master, Shangguan Rong, had forcefully obtained a token and left it for him. What do you mean by second master? Yu Chenran asked sternly. Isn't it because I have two masters? This way, it's easier to distinguish, Chen Qingyuan explained with a grin. Don't be awkward. Drop the second part, Yu Chenran said seriously. Yes, master, Chen Qingyuan dared not refute. Sit and talk, Yu Chenran said, nodding in satisfaction. Yu Chenran was actually a playful old man. Initially, he had little interest in Chen Qingyuan, but Shangguan Rong's repeated emphasis on Chen Qingyuan's significant karma piqued his interest, compelling him to take Chen Qingyuan as a disciple. You won't let me do something, so I'll do it anyway. That's just how willful I am. Sitting on the stool, Chen Qingyuan gradually relaxed and took a sip of the tea in front of him, suddenly having an additional master. Life is indeed unpredictable. Master, is my master still alive? This question had been troubling Chen Qingyuan, as he couldn't believe Shangguan Rong had suddenly passed away. It seemed too strange. Yu Chenran gazed into the distance, his expression serious, revealing a mix of emotions, admiration, inadequacy, and a hint of worry. I don't know, he finally replied softly after a long pause. once one goes to the demon abyss, life and death are uncertain. Yu Chenran admired the sages of the Xianqing sect, knowing that the path ahead was a dead end. Yet they still adhered to the ancestral words passed down, willingly facing death. Master, does the Xianqing sect hide a secret? Do you know? Chen Qingyuan felt that there were some unusual aspects about the sect. For instance, while other sects had old ancestors who stepped back to let the younger generation take over. Hiding away, all the elders of the Xianqing sect had disappeared, leaving only graves behind. The new generation of disciples had grown up, and the old generation had fallen in a short time. Why was it so coincidental? You are not yet qualified to know these things. Yu Chenran did not reveal the history of the Xianqing sect and pondered, when you reach that step, you will naturally understand everything. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to comprehend it. The founding ancestor of the Xianqing sect created a secret technique. If a person with exceptional talent appeared later, it would activate the memory of the inheritance, revealing everything about the demon abyss and the location of the formation's eye. Furthermore, the will of the sages from past generations would instill spiritual energy into the inheritor, allowing them to grow rapidly. Most inheritors of the Xianqing sect could only sense the ancestral vein and comprehend everything in the late stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. What step do I need to take? Chen Qingyuan was very interested in the secrets of the Xianqing sect and wanted to know where Master Shangwan Rong had gone and if he was still among the living. At the very least, you must reach the tribulation transcendence realm. Yu Chenran had chatted with Shangwan Rong for a period of time and knew roughly about these matters. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Currently, Chen Qingyuan was only at the heavenly spirit realm, far from the tribulation transcendence realm. Let us not talk about this anymore. Yu Chenran changed the subject, flipped his palm, and a dark ring appeared in his palm, which he handed to Chen Qingyuan. This is a gift for you from your master. Take it. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan accepted the ring without hesitation, smiling broadly and hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Don't embarrass your master in the future, or else I'll break your legs. This was Yu Chenran's first time taking a disciple, and if this news got out, it would surely shock the entire Daoyi Academy. Over the years, Yu Chenran had seen countless top geniuses, but had never thought of taking a disciple. This time, however, he made an exception. Only by becoming Chen Qingyuan's master could Yu Chenran have sufficient reason to protect him in the future. Yu Chenran believed he was not as good as the countless heroes of the Xianqing sect, but he could not allow the sect's inheritors to be humiliated. This era seemed subtly different from the past. It was very likely that the secrets of the Xianqing sect would be uncovered. By then, countless forces that the Xianqing sect had offended would surely come knocking. Although the Xianqing sect had suppressed the demon abyss for countless years, accumulating immeasurable merit, how many would truly appreciate the Xianqing sect once everything was exposed? Most of the top forces in the imperial continent treated the Xianqing sect as a tool to be used, sending each generation of strong practitioners to suppress the demon abyss while reaping the benefits. It would be fortunate if these forces did not step on the Xianqing sect. Yes, the disciple will definitely not embarrass the master. Chen Qingyuan clasped his fists and said, "Get out." Yu Chenran waved his hand, signaling Chen Qingyuan to leave. Master, where should I go? Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the Daoyi Academy and was unfamiliar with the place, having nowhere to go, so he could only stand still. I forgot to tell you. Yu Chenran suddenly realized, pointing with his right index finger at the empty space beside him, creating a passage in that area, the destination unknown. You can go now? All right, take your time with your tea. With that, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the circular passage and arrived at a very elegant place. This was an estate with 3-meter-high walls made of white stones, painted with a smooth layer of white paint, with no gaps. Through the open door, one could see over a dozen bamboo houses inside, a clear pond on one side, with several willow trees by the water, and a stone table and chairs beneath the trees. The deepest bamboo house had 3 levels and was presumably a resting place, while the other bamboo houses served various purposes. Yunqi residence. A delicate plaque hung above the door. Every corner of this place seemed to exude the refined aura of a scholar, isolated from the world, like a paradise. Kid, you will live here from now on, and I will assign you a duty position in 5 years. Yu Chenran's voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears, advising him to quickly improve his strength in the near future, or else he would definitely get beaten up. If the other candidates found out that Chen Qingyuan took a shortcut, they would surely come looking for a reason. As for the minor scuffles among the younger generation, as long as they didn't cause major issues, the academy's higher-ups would not interfere. Yes, Chen Qingyuan walked into the Yunqi residence. Suddenly, a token appeared in Chen Qingyuan's hand, engraved with the words Yunqi. The moment he held the token, Chen Qingyuan was bound to its laws, understanding how to use it and the purpose of each bamboo house in the Yunqi residence. Seal. With the token in hand, Chen Qingyuan focused his mind, and an invisible barrier sealed off the Yunqi residence, preventing outsiders from entering. Each bamboo house appeared ordinary, but upon pushing the door open, one would enter a mysterious space. Every cultivation cave in the Daoyi Academy was like this, with profound laws that ordinary people could not comprehend. Library, let's take a look. Following the bluestone path, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a simple thatched bamboo house, used the token to unlock the restrictions above, and pushed the door open. Buzz. As the door opened, a white vortex appeared before him, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment and took a step forward. Instantly, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. As he looked around, it seemed like an endless corridor 3 meters wide, with towering bookshelves on both sides. One layer of shelves held yellowed ancient books, another layer displayed jade slips, and another layer contained fragments of texts, etc. The books here encompassed the history of various star domains, from Beihuang to the imperial continent, detailing the life stories of top powers as well as the extraordinary deeds of ordinary cultivators. There were books on artifact forging, Dao techniques in jade slips, insights on formations, puppet crafting, alchemy methods, and so on. After a cursory glance, Chen Qingyuan estimated that the total number of books and jade slips here would not be less than 1 million. Moreover, these were just the books he could freely browse. The core materials were definitely located in another part of the Daoyi Academy. Is this the foundation of the Daoyi Academy? Chen Qingyuan's throat tightened, unable to believe it. Even if he had a photographic memory and spent day and night reading, it would take hundreds of years to finish all these books. If he wanted to gain a deep understanding or integrate the knowledge, he would have to choose only a small portion to study. What about the other bamboo houses? Chen Qingyuan temporarily set aside the thought of reading the books, exited the library, and looked curiously at the side. Chapter 70. The two vice deans prepared a break through their cultivation on the left side of the library. There was a simple plaque that read Training Hall. Chen Qingyuan entered the training hall using the same method, arriving in a small space filled with various spiritual treasures and Dao weapons, all inscribed with special restrictions that could not be taken outside. In addition, the space contained special buttons that allowed one to select puppets of different cultivation levels for combat training, enhancing practical abilities. These puppets were created by a teacher from the Shuigong, and their strength at the same realm is top-notch and cannot be underestimated. To think there are even puppets at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, this is simply outrageous. Chen Qingyuan stared dumbfounded at the button in front of him, which was sealed. With his cultivation level, he isn't yet qualified to activate all the puppets. Only the button for the Tianling realm is lit. The existence capable of refining puppets at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, wouldn't that mean? Chen Qingyuan hesitated to speak, his eyes filled with astonishment. The foundation of the Daoyi Academy is truly unfathomable. Next, Chen Qingyuan looked at the layout of the other bamboo houses. The Jingxin Hall has special laws inside, where one can stabilize their Dao heart if their mind is unsettled. Meditating in the Jingxin Hall for several hours frequently greatly benefits the Dao heart and can even enhance one's spiritual power. The Cultivation Hall is rich in spiritual energy and has a very solid defensive barrier, preventing disturbances. The Artifact Refining Hall contains many precious ores and tools for sharpening weapons like swords. As he walked through, Chen Qingyuan was genuinely astonished. This is true wealth and power. I was too petty before. When Chen Qingyuan entered the Cultivation Hall, there was a transparent barrier below, allowing him to clearly see a top-quality spiritual vein placed beneath. No wonder the spiritual energy in the hall is so pure. Not only that, but the Cultivation Hall also has a very powerful gathering array inscribed, greatly increasing the speed at which cultivators can absorb spiritual energy. And here, finally, Chen Qingyuan walked into the only 3-story loft. It finally looked normal. There was an ordinary tea room and kitchen, along with a wardrobe and wooden bed. The room's partitions were planted with some flowers and herbs, and at times a floral fragrance wafted through. A pig living here could easily gain intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan remarked. After resting for a few hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall and began seclusion. Those gifted individuals selected from various places in the North Wilderness were battling in the secret realm. Among them were many young talents at the Yuaning stage. Meanwhile, in an ancient pavilion by the lake, Yu Chenran was tasting tea when an old man in purple came walking on water, directly sitting in front of Yu Chenran and pulling out a jug of fine wine to drink. The purple-clad old man, named Lin Wenshou, held an equal position to Yu Chenran and was the vice president of the Daoyi Academy. There are a total of 2 vice presidents, and they have been managing the Daoyi Academy for many years, ensuring that no troubles arise in the academy. As for the president, he has been missing for many years. Whereabouts unknown. You old coot actually took on a disciple. That's quite surprising. Lin Wenshou likes to drink, while Yu Chenran enjoys tasting tea. Sometimes they talk freely like good friends, and at other times, they act like enemies, fighting if they disagree. Their relationship cannot be easily described in a few words. Why should I care? Yu Chenran shot back. What is the background of this kid? Can't you say something? Regarding the matters of the Xianqing sect, Lin Wenshou was temporarily unaware. You just look for yourself. Yu Chenran, too lazy to explain, pulled out a jade slip and tossed it over. The jade slip recorded most of Chen Qingyuan's information, such as his age and the cultivation level he had reached, along with mentions of battles he had fought with others. It even noted the ghost doctor and the Changgung sword immortal. The only thing not investigated was the situation within the Tianyuan. The other details were mostly accurate. To think he has formed a good relationship with the Changgung sword immortal. This kid's luck is extraordinary. Lin Wenshou didn't take the ghost doctor seriously. Just a physician from a small place, not worth mentioning. However, when he saw the Changgung sword immortal, Lin Wenshou was indeed taken aback. The Changgung sword immortal was a top figure from 10,000 years ago, a fierce person who dared to draw his sword against the heavens. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Lin Wenqiu and Yu Qinran combined their strengths, they likely wouldn't be able to defeat the Changgung sword immortal at his peak. He is a descendant of the Qing sect. Yu Qinran said in a flat tone. What did you say? Hearing this, Lin Wenqiu choked on his drink, dumbfounded, doubting whether he had heard it wrong. When he saw the unusually serious expression in Yu Qinran's eyes, he had no doubts and muttered, I see. That SYU old fellow suddenly took on a disciple. This kid cannot have any problems. When Yu Qinran said this, his expression was stern and unarguable. The heir of the Qing sect indeed cannot face any issues. Lin Wenqiu's expression turned grave, suddenly recalling something. This little guy has been to Tianyuan. What happened there? You ask me, who should I ask? Regarding the situation within Tianyuan. Yu Qinran also wanted to know, but unfortunately, there was no way to inquire. Should I go to Tianyuan? Isn't that the same as seeking death? Ordinary people don't know how terrifying the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone is. As a high-ranking member of the Daoyi Academy, they certainly have some understanding. It is said that a powerful figure who has lived for many years resides within Tianyuan. This little guy was able to come out of Tianyuan alive. He must have some secrets. Lin Wenqiu frowned tightly. I advise you, some things are better left uninvestigated. Be careful not to invite trouble. Although Yu Qinran was also curious, he wouldn't intentionally investigate news about Tianyuan. I know, I'm not stupid. The purple-clad Lin Wenqiu said. You're not stupid? Heh. Yu Qinran gave him a look. Sneering. Speak plainly. Don't be so sarcastic. Lin Wenqiu got angry, pointing at Yu Qinran's nose. I'm already troubled in my heart. I have nothing to say to you. You're really an eyesore here. Hurry up and leave. When talking to an old brother, Yu Qinran was quite unpolite. I want to leave. Let us see what you can do to me. Lin Wenqiu pouted defiantly. Yunqi Residence, Cultivation Hall. Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in midair, taking out the precious medicine given by the ghost doctor, deciding to take his cultivation a step further. Countless strands of pure spiritual energy swirled around Chen Qingyuan, and whenever he needed it, the energy would enter his body. His foundation was already very stable. It was time to move forward. The supreme Dao bone within him trembled slightly, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel a tearing pain in his flesh. Refining the precious medicine, absorbing spiritual energy. Chen Qingyuan's body was undergoing changes, and the aura he emitted began to gradually alter. Chapter 71. 3 Golden Pills, Excruciating Trials. Not long after, a bright moon appeared behind Chen Qingyuan, gradually becoming substantial from transparency. After several more hours, the bright moon began to shrink, forming a golden pill the size of a fist. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had condensed a golden pill, greatly enhancing his strength. However, Chen Qingyuan did not stop and continued his cultivation. Buzz. The golden Dao bone within him seemed to emanate a very rich power of laws, enveloping Chen Qingyuan's body and giving it a layer of mysterious Dao patterns. This is not my limit. Chen Qingyuan could clearly sense that his body still contained immense potential, specifically from that mysterious Dao bone. Thus, Chen Qingyuan continued to stabilize his foundation, deducing a path to the golden pill that he had never understood before. A month later, a slightly dark red pearl manifested at the location of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Slowly, the red pearl floated to his back, radiating the aura of the laws of the golden pill realm. 2 golden pills. However, this is not Chen Qingyuan's limit. Ancient texts record that if a great prodigy were to break through, it is possible to shape 2 golden Dan within their body. However, such prodigies are extremely rare, and it is difficult to find one among millions of cultivators. The golden Dan represents the foundation of the path to heaven, generally classified into lower, middle, and upper grades. The universally recognized ordinary geniuses can easily condense upper-grade golden Dan, like Qin Yutong, who fought against Chen Qingyuan back then. In addition, there are also lower grade, heavenly grade, and sacred grade. The difficulty of shaping golden Dan of lower grade or above is extremely high, requiring not only strict talent requirements, but also testing one's character, will, and opportunities. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan possessed a heavenly grade foundation of golden Dan, with hopes of breaking into the great ascension realm in the future. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the red-clothed girl from the Tianyuan forbidden area, the heavenly grade foundation still had some flaws, and she directly crippled Chen Qingyuan, forcing him to start over without leaving any hidden dangers. The 2 golden Dan currently condensed by Chen Qingyuan were still in a strange state, not yet finalized, and it was unclear what level they would ultimately reach. Just when Chen Qingyuan felt that this was his limit, a strange event occurred. The golden Dao bone seemed to be activated, causing Chen Qingyuan's body to tremble slightly, as a powerful force swept through his entire being. Ding! A faint sound of the Dao emanated from within his bones, echoing in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes, and deep within them, something seemed to emerge. A pattern of laws from the end of time. Buzz. Immediately, the golden Dao bone elevated Chen Qingyuan's talent to a new level, allowing him to break through his own limits. Days later, the 3rd golden Dan was formed, shimmering with flowing light. A total of 3 golden Dan floated in parallel above Chen Qingyuan's back. Return. Chen Qingyuan formed hand seals and whispered a command. All the golden Dan returned to his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. At the same time, the blurry laws above the golden Dan became clearer. and Chen Qingyuan was working hard to withstand the pressure of the Golden Dan's laws, ensuring that his heart of Tao did not waver in the slightest. This was the final moment of shaping the quality of the Golden Dan. If he made a single misstep, all the suffering he endured in Tianyuan over the past century would be in vain. Back then, the red-clothed girl first guided Chen Qingyuan to learn many Tao techniques and taught him the true path of Golden Dan. Once Chen Qingyuan comprehended these, the red-clothed girl erased his cultivation but did not harm the foundation of his body, nor did she allow his body to age. If you do not meet my requirements, I will cripple you again, the red-clothed girl once said. Whenever Chen Qingyuan recalled these events, he felt as if countless ants were crawling over his body, which was quite uncomfortable. The thought of being crippled again was painful to consider. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had asked the red-clothed girl, "Why must I shape a flawless foundation for the Golden Dan?" To this question, the red-clothed girl did not answer directly but looked into the distance, her eyes filled with stories. "You will understand in due time." Fine. Chen Qingyuan stopped pressing for answers and could only go with the flow. Countless pressures bore down on Chen Qingyuan, making him feel suffocated. Many parts of his body showed signs of blood, flesh torn, and blood flowed from the wounds, staining his clothes red. Shaping 3 Golden Dan was becoming overwhelming for Chen Qingyuan. If he endured, everything would be fine. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth, drawing in the pure spiritual energy from the void, practicing the foundational techniques of the Golden Dan path. This technique was taught to him by the red-clothed girl and took Chen Qingyuan a full year to learn. In his memory, the 100 years of life in Tianyuan had been harsh. The first 90 years were spent in relentless cultivation, followed by 10 years spent restoring his body and nurturing his nature, making what he learned before instinctual. In short, cultivation in Tianyuan was too brutal, and if possible, he would never want to enter it again in his lifetime. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 Golden Dan within him trembled incessantly, emitting sounds of the Tao. The pain in his flesh, the tearing sensation in his soul, and various other sensations mixed together, causing beads of sweat to form on Chen Qingyuan's forehead as he gritted his teeth and persevered. The higher Chen Qingyuan's innate talent and character, the better the quality of the Golden Dan. The quality of the 3 Golden Dan was breaking through their constraints, rising from lower grade to middle grade, and soon leaping to upper grade. To elevate all the Golden Dan to lower grade, Chen Qingyuan still needed to endure slowly, without the slightest relaxation. As long as his spirit relaxed for a moment, all previous efforts would be in vain. Thus, Chen Qingyuan gritted through 3 months, raising the quality of the Golden Dan to lower grade. For this, he shattered 2 of his teeth and had become numb to the pain in his flesh, as if he had lost all sensation. Can't hold on any longer? Chen Qingyuan's consciousness began to blur, but he still did not relax his spirit. Once, Chen Qingyuan had only 1 Golden Dan and relied on his own strength to reach the heavenly grade. Now, possessing 3 Golden Dan made the difficulty increase exponentially. At least in the ancient texts recorded today, there had never been a prodigy with 3 Golden Dan, let alone Golden Dan of such high quality. No, I don't want to deal with that woman anymore. It's too painful. In Chen Qingyuan's ears, it seemed as if countless voices urged him to give up. In a moment, he suddenly thought of the red-clothed girl, and his mind cleared up a bit, allowing him to endure once more. Don't be fooled by the red-clothed girl's enchanting figure and world-class beauty. Her ruthlessness still terrifies Chen Qingyuan to this day. At that time, the red-clothed girl had also given him 2 choices, whether to become her Tao partner. To this, Chen Qingyuan decisively chose the second option. Only someone lacking in reason would become a Tao partner with the red-clothed girl. I want to see if forcing myself to endure will cost me my life. If I can't hold on, Chen Qingyuan would surely be captured back to Tianyuan by the red-clothed girl and endure another round of torment. Rather than starting over, it was better to bet his life this time and endure until the end. 3 lower-grade Golden Dan. If this were to spread, it would surely shock the world. However, Chen Qingyuan was still not satisfied. According to the red-clothed girl, anything below sacred grade was considered waste. Chen Qingyuan could only strive forward to have even a slight chance, even if it meant risking his life to attempt to reach the level of sacred grade Golden Dan. As for whether he would succeed, that depended on his own fortune. Chapter 72. I am not worthy to be this saintess. In the northern wilderness, in the flowing star domain, the battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Zhenyan had no follow-up, leaving countless people bewildered. After some time of investigation, it was learned that Wu Zhenyan had long left the flowing star domain, and various talents began to provoke Chen Qingyuan without hesitation. Chen Qingyuan, are you afraid to fight? The 10 heroes of the northern wilderness are nothing but this. How can someone as timid as you be qualified to rank among the 10 heroes? Many began to voice their opinions loudly, and various unsavory remarks reached the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect. Some disciples of the Xianqing sect, unable to hold back, wanted to step up to resolve the matter. However, such actions were suppressed by the elders. They are all top figures of the younger generation. You are not their opponents. Although the disciples were furious, it was the truth, and they hated themselves for being so weak. Work hard in your cultivation. One day, you will surpass those guys and stand at a higher position. With the pressure from the outside world, the elders motivated the disciples within the sect to deeply realize the importance of strength. Of course, There were still a few talented disciples in the Xianqing sect who were not sent out to fight. There was no need for that. Those people were coming for Chen Qingyuan. If the young disciples of the Xianqing sect lacked the ability to suppress everyone, winning one or two would be useless. And the final result would just be embarrassment. Chen Qingyuan is not in the Xianqing sect. You may all leave. An elder said as he walked out. As for whether the talents from various forces would believe it, that was up to them. That guy Wu Junyan suddenly left. Perhaps Chen Qingyuan really is gone. But when did we, surrounding the Xianqing sect, let Chen Qingyuan escape? In the dark, Yan Qianling pondered this matter. Based on his understanding of Wu Junyan, it was impossible for him to disappear without a word. Something must have happened. After figuring it out, Yan Qianling left the Flowing Star region, preparing to go to a suitable place for closed-door cultivation to improve his strength. Chen Qingyuan, you can hide for a moment, but can you hide for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yan Qianling stared deeply in the direction of the Xianqing sect and murmured, one day we will meet again, and then we will see what abilities you, one of the 10 talents of the northern wasteland, possess. Meanwhile, in the Tianyu sect, ever since the battle between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong's golden core foundation was destroyed, and he became muddled, completely losing his former vigor. What has happened? Sect Master Qin Yang looked at the dozen or so physicians in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The young Sect Master's golden core has shattered, and he has inner demons. We are powerless, one physician sighed and stepped forward to say. Is there really no chance? Qin Yang had nurtured Qin Yutong for many years, and he couldn't accept that Qin Yutong had not grown up before meeting such an end. If the ghost doctor intervenes, there is definitely a chance for recovery. The physicians all agreed with this viewpoint. Qin Yang fell silent. It was said that the ghost doctor had a good relationship with the Xianqing sect and had even stepped in to help Chen Qingyuan last time. If they wanted the ghost doctor to take action, it seemed their hopes were slim. Damn it. Qin Yang dismissed the group of physicians. Looking at Qin Yutong, who was lying on the bed in a daze, he cursed in a low voice. When Qin Yutong was causing trouble for Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yang did not stop him, as he believed that with Qin Yutong's strength, nothing would happen. Who would have thought the result would be like this? On the other side, in the Dongi Palace, the senior management of the sect was discussing important matters when suddenly they heard the sound of a bell ringing. Everyone stood up, looking in the same direction, their eyes filled with surprise. It was the bell of Yensno City. Our Dongi Palace finally has someone who passed the test of Yensno City. Is it that girl Shishue? The ancient bell ringing meant that they had received the recognition of their ancestors' will. Bai Shishue had entered Yensno City for a long time. If it weren't for her soul lamp still being lit, the people in the sect would have thought she was dead. Let's go take a look. Sect Master Du Ruoxing, dressed in a blue gown, took a step and rushed straight to the secret realm of Yensno City. In Yensno City, at the end stood a black ancient bell. Bai Shishue, dressed in a white gown, stood there, her face devoid of joy, her eyes complex, filled with shame, regret, pain, and a hint of longing. During the trials, Bai Shishue had actually faced danger several times and found it difficult to break free. With her talent, she could at most be considered excellent, not even reaching the standard of an ordinary prodigy. After cultivating for over 100 years, Bai Shishue was unable to break through to the golden core stage on her own and needed the aid of pills. When faced with death, a mysterious light surged from within her, protecting her foundational body from disaster. She smelled a familiar scent. It was Chen Qingyuan's Taoist aura. At that moment, the memories she had forcibly sealed rushed into her mind. I left a law imprint in your body that resonates with you, which will gradually change your constitution and protect you once. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan had said this in a calm tone, but it had cost him a great deal. Bai Shishue remembered a scene where she spoke with Chen Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, why won't you help me improve my cultivation? Your talent is not at the top level. You need to spend more time solidifying your foundation. Simply pursuing the speed of breakthroughs will not benefit your future. Brother Qingyuan, you are the top prodigy of this generation, and I am just an ordinary disciple. Are you really willing to be my Tao partner? I am willing. Why? Fate, perhaps. Initially, Chen Qingyuan only regarded Bai Shishue as a stranger who resembled an old friend. Later, Bai Shishue developed feelings for Chen Qingyuan and followed him closely. As they gradually became familiar with each other, a romantic relationship blossomed. Not long after, Bai Shishue was taken as a direct disciple by an inner sect elder named Yao Susu. With Bai Shishue's talent, she did not have the qualification for this. Yao Susu was willing to take her on as a disciple purely because of Chen Qingyuan's influence. Their respective sects were aware of their relationship and established a verbal engagement, planning to find a good day to marry in the future. Shishue, I may have to go to a dangerous place, and I don't know if I can come back alive. Do you really have to go? Yes, I must. I will wait for you to return. If I accidentally die, you must live well. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what happens, I will wait for you. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until we grow old and die. 100 years ago, when Chen Qingyuan was preparing to go to the abyss of heaven, he met Bai Shishue. When I return, we will officially get married. If I don't return, you can find a good match and live well. Chen Qingyuan was drawn by a mysterious force and had to go to the abyss of heaven. Without becoming Tao partners, naturally, there was no sharing of a room. When Chen Qingyuan was with Bai Shishue, he often used spiritual herbs to lay her foundation, forcibly raising her talent by several levels. If you die, I will guard your grave, never leaving you. At that time, Bai Shishue said with red eyes. However, when she truly faced the trials, Bai Shishue broke her promise. After Chen Qingyuan returned, he did not blame her. He could understand, but could not forgive. This relationship was destined to have fate without a chance. Everything of mine was given by him. Looking back at the dangerous trials, tears sparkled in Bai Shishue's eyes, and her heart ached. That year, news of Chen Qingyuan's fall came, and she was heartbroken. Her master, Yao Susu, couldn't bear to see her in such pain and forcibly sealed part of her past memories, allowing her to slowly recover. Only with a solid foundation can one qualify to break through to higher realms and see more beautiful scenery. Until now, Bai Shishue finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Without Chen Qingyuan's help, Bai Shishue's foundation would definitely have many flaws, and she would not have been able to pass this trial. Shishue, you really succeeded. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Dongyi Palace arrived. Seeing Bai Shishue with tears in her eyes, everyone was puzzled, but their faces still beamed with undeniable joy, especially her master, Yao Susu. According to ancestral rules, those who pass the test of Yensno City are the holy maidens of our Dongyi Palace. Yao Susu was very excited. Once Bai Shishue became the holy maiden, it would also bring her, as the master, prestige and a rise in status. Sect Master, I am not worthy of being this holy maiden. Looking at the group of high officials, Bai Shishue recognized her own capabilities and gave a self-deprecating smile. What? The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Chapter 73. The matter of the demon cave remains unresolved, a strange dream. Girl, do you know what you're saying? Yao Susu walked up to Bai Shishue. Her face filled with worry as she anxiously asked. I know. Bai Shishue nodded slowly, her mind in disarray. Being able to pass this test is not my ability. But luck. In this world, luck is also a part of strength. Yao Susu said. Bai Shishue did not respond. She turned to look into the distance, towards the direction of Xianqing sect. Her eyes shimmered with tears, her heart pricked with pain. Perhaps she really had feelings for him. Perhaps she once hoped that he would return alive. In the past, she was an ordinary girl who didn't stand out. After meeting Chen Qingyuan, she became the heavenly beauty in people's mouths, attracting much attention. I was wrong. I did not fulfill my promise to you. It seems we are destined to have no fate in this life. Could it be that Bai Shishue's memory was lacking? Which is why she didn't have much of a reaction to Chen Qingyuan's return. No. It can only be said that Bai Shishue's feelings for Chen Qingyuan were mixed with too many interests. On that day, when Bai Shishue met the returning Chen Qingyuan, she initially felt a bit ashamed and guilty. However, when she confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple, the guilt in her eyes vanished in an instant, becoming very indifferent, as if he were a stranger. Could it be that all of Bai Shishue's memories with Chen Qingyuan were sealed by Yao Susu? How could that be? If Yao Susu had the ability to seal someone's memory without harming their body and foundation, she wouldn't just be an inner sect elder. She could probably dominate the world. In other words, it was Bai Shishue's own reason, not anyone else's fault. She knew very well that Qin Yutong did not treat her sincerely. Yet she agreed to the marriage back then, just to climb up to Tianyu sect and gain benefits. Master, have there been any news about Chen Qingyuan recently? Bai Shishue turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke his name. Yao Susu hesitated, not knowing how to respond. The sect leader, Du Ruoxing, answered for her. According to reliable sources, Chen Qingyuan is still one of the 10 elites of Beiwang. Not long ago, he fought with Qin Yutong and severely injured him with his Tianling realm cultivation, and he is still recuperating. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue's delicate body trembled slightly. As expected, he is still as remarkable as he was back then. Mere mortals cannot compete with him. I have severed my ties with him. Perhaps it was destined. Someone like me is not qualified to be by his side. Moreover, it was my own failure to hold on. I deserve this outcome. Thinking of this, Bai Shishue smiled, laughing at her own ignorance, her lack of affection. The life and death experiences in Yenhua City made her deeply realize how good Chen Qingyuan had been to her in the past. Unfortunately, everything has passed. It can never return. With a thud, Bai Shishue's vision darkened, and she fainted on the ground. After enduring countless hardships and inner torment, Bai Shishue could no longer bear it. Take her down to rest. We can't let her suffer any harm. Du Ruoxing looked at the fallen Bai Shishue and ordered. Immediately, an elder went over to check on Bai Shishue's condition and took her back to the sect for treatment. From this day on, Bai Shishue became the saintess of Dongyi Palace, with a noble status that surpassed many elders. Those disciples who had entered the sect with Bai Shishue were all astonished upon hearing this news. Back then, Bai Shishue was just an ordinary inner sect disciple, and in the blink of an eye, she had become a saintess. It was incredible. Recently, the matter of the demon cave in the Fulliu star domain had reached a critical point, with obvious demonic energy emanating from deep within the demon cave, causing dozens of disciples of Tianyu sect to be demonized, neither human nor ghost. Tianyu sect ruthlessly exterminated all the demonized disciples to prevent a major disaster. Quickly informed the leaders of all sects to come to Tianyu sect immediately to discuss the matter of the demon cave. Sect leader Qin Yang issued the order. Anxious and restless, if this trend continues, the demon cave will erupt in a few years, and the consequences will be unimaginable. About 10 years ago, Tianyuan sect invited a formation master and strong figures from various sects to deal with the demon cave issue, setting up various large formations. Thinking that this formation could effectively suppress the rules of the demon cave, but it had little effect. Now, great changes were occurring inside the demon cave, with several cracks appearing in the surrounding formations, and the crisis was approaching. A few days later, top forces in the Fulyu star domain were discussing the matter of the demon cave, and the atmosphere was filled with a heavy and oppressive feeling. Once the demon cave erupts, it is very likely that overwhelming demonic energy will surge out, turning countless beings into demons. If it were just that, it would be one thing, but I worry that there are powerful demon lords hidden within the demon cave. An elder from Chen Qingyuan sect, with a worried expression, shared his opinion. If we want to truly solve the demon cave issue, we must penetrate to the bottom of it and destroy it from within. However, the danger of this move is too great, not to mention whether it can succeed. Even entering it may cost us our lives. In fact, many people are well aware of this. If the demon cave is to be completely resolved, one must venture into the tiger's den. There is no other way. They initially thought that the formation set up last time could temporarily suppress the demon cave, but who would have thought that just 10 years later, it would become turbulent, and disaster is imminent. However, the experts of Tianyuan sect are unwilling to risk their lives to handle this matter, and other sects are even less likely to do so. Sacrificing oneself for others sounds nice, but once it comes to actually doing it, who knows how many people will secretly call you a fool. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Dong Wenjun looked at Lin Changsheng, who was sitting high up. All the elders turned their heads in unison, hoping Lin Changsheng could provide a reasonable solution. Once the demon cave erupts, it will surely affect everyone in the Fulyu star domain, and Chen Qingyuan sect cannot avoid it. Let's first see what Tianyuan sect plans to do. Lin Changsheng did not express his thoughts. If it truly comes to the point where they must enter the tiger's den, and others are unwilling to die, Lin Changsheng is willing to gamble his life to give it a try. He is not doing it for Tianyuan sect, but for the innocent beings of Chen Qingyuan sect and the Fulyu star domain. In recent years, Lin Changsheng has often felt drowsy and then began to dream. He dreamed of a place that was countless times larger than Tianyuan sect's demon cave, where cultivators wearing Chen Qingyuan sect attire rushed into that place one after another. The scenes in the dream were very vague, making it hard for Lin Changsheng to see clearly. Every time Lin Changsheng woke up, he inexplicably shed 2 lines of clear tears. He did not understand what was happening to him. Was he going crazy? Or had he encountered a problem in his cultivation? Lin Changsheng is a cultivator at the 5th stage of the tribulation crossing period, and his talent is the highest among his peers in Chen Qingyuan sect. As his cultivation gradually improved, the frequency of his dreams also increased. No matter what methods Lin Changsheng used, he could not stop the arrival of the dreams. At first, he thought he had become possessed, but gradually he realized something was wrong. Because, in his dreams, he saw a rather vague figure, although he couldn't see clearly. He was sure that the person was an ancestor of Chen Qingyuan sect. He had seen this ancestor's portrait in the ancestral hall. There could be no mistake. Master, Uncle Master, are you really dead? One day, Lin Changsheng had the same dream again, and the images were clearer. After waking up, he felt a twinge of doubt about the sudden passing of his master and Uncle Master. After much deliberation, Lin Changsheng made a bold decision. Chapter 74, Digging Graves. Sacred Golden Pills. Lin Changsheng went to the ancestral cemetery and set up a special barrier to prevent anyone from discovering it. Immediately afterward, Lin Changsheng knelt before his master Feng Changshuan's grave and bowed 3 times, saying, "Master, please don't blame me. If I'm wrong and disturb your eternal rest, I will kneel here for 100 years. After speaking, Lin Changsheng took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. A tremendous force lifted the grave, revealing a black and gold coffin. Then, Lin Changsheng used a palm strike from afar to unlock the mysterious seal on the coffin and opened it. With a loud thud, the coffin lid flew aside. Staring at what was inside the coffin, Lin Changsheng was left in a daze. It was not a corpse at all, but a decayed scarecrow. The art of feigned death. After a long time, Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with various emotions, excitement, confusion, and a hint of worry. This meant that his master had likely used special means to feign death back in the day, extinguishing the soul lamp of the soul hall, and might still be alive. Thinking of this, Lin Changsheng looked at his uncle Shangong Rong's grave. "Uncle, I have wronged you." Upon opening the coffin, it was indeed true. It was not a flesh body but a piece of withered grass. For the next hour, Lin Changsheng opened the graves of those ancestors in the sect's history who had died suddenly. Out of 10 coffins, 9 were empty, and one contained a true flesh and blood body. Lin Changsheng returned the remains of the real ancestor to the coffin and bowed 3 times to express his apology. What on earth was going on? After tidying up the cemetery and restoring it to its original state, Lin Changsheng sat on the ground in a daze, unable to comprehend these matters. Goodness, since the Chen Qingyuan sect moved to the Fulyu star domain 100,000 years ago, it was the first time someone had dug graves to verify the authenticity of their ancestors' remains. At first, the avatars had extremely strong mystical laws, and those within the sect could not see through them, allowing the ancestors to be buried in glory. After many years, the power of the laws diminished, and the avatars revealed their original forms. Some ancestors used stones as avatars, others used wild grass, and some even used fish bones, presumably leftovers. Does this have anything to do with the dream I had? Lin Chongsheng often dreamed, and felt that before long. He would accept the will and inheritance of the sect's ancestors. By then, he would understand everything. As for now, Lin Chongsheng looked bewildered and sighed at the sky. He hoped that his uncle and master were still alive, silently praying. In a mysterious space in the North Wilderness, at the Dao Academy, Chen Qingyuan was still enduring torment, experiencing intense pain every moment, with neither his body nor soul having a moment's rest. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan resembled a bloodied person, with his flesh fully opened, clearly revealing his stark, white bones, terrifying and horrifying. 3 golden pills had reached the earth grade and were progressing towards the heaven grade. Aside from enduring, Chen Qingyuan had no other options. The Dao bone within him was slowly improving his body and the 3 golden pills. As long as Chen Qingyuan could withstand the pressure, everything would be fine. Whenever he felt he could not hold on, he would immediately recall the time he was tormented by the girl in red, reigniting his fighting spirit and allowing him to endure a bit longer. I'd rather die on the path of forging golden pills than go back to that woman. With this belief, Chen Qingyuan persevered and managed to hold on for more than 5 months. Suddenly, a mysterious light surged from within Chen Qingyuan, and the 3 golden pills advanced to the heaven grade, unleashing an extremely powerful aura that distorted the void in the secret chamber. Heaven grade golden pills were still not enough. If it were the old Chen Qingyuan, he would have certainly stopped there. The requirements of the girl in red were very strict. Anything below sacred grade was considered useless. Chen Qingyuan had to elevate the quality of the golden pills to sacred grade to avoid being captured back to Tianyuan by the girl in red. If he were to be rendered useless again, he would rather die. If you really are that reliable, then don't let me die. I'll handle everything else. Chen Qingyuan attempted to communicate with the golden Dao bone within him, intending to give it his all. The laws inscribed on the golden Dao bone flickered, as if responding to Chen Qingyuan. Then, Chen Qingyuan took out a large amount of high-grade spirit stones and absorbed the pure spiritual energy drifting in the void. He was taking a gamble. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly raising the quality of the golden pills. Suddenly, many terrifying phantoms and ancient Dao diagrams appeared behind Chen Qingyuan. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan felt his soul being pushed out by the power of the golden pills, drifting outside, extremely weak. In the next moment, the golden Dao bone played an extremely important role, drawing the soul back into his body and stabilizing his foundation. At the Dao Academy, by the lakeside ancient pavilion, 2 vice presidents who were drinking tea felt the change in the laws of heaven and earth at the same time, looking at each other with grave expressions, then calculating with their fingers. Did you find anything? After a long while, Yu Chenran looked at his old partner and asked solemnly. No trace to be found. Lin Wenqiu, dressed in purple, shook his head, his gaze deep with a trace of worry. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, and the specific reason is unknown. This is not good news. I hope there won't be any major upheaval. Yu Chenran sighed deeply. The president has been missing for 5,000 years. And we don't know when he will return. Sigh. Lin Wenqiu pondered. A storm is coming. This era is different from the past. And our Dao Academy may not be able to hide in the shadows anymore. 5,000 years ago, the president calculated a faint trace of anomaly and instructed the 2 vice presidents to guard the academy well, after which he disappeared without a trace. During this time, the vice presidents and some lecturers went out multiple times to investigate, but found no trace of the president. With the president's abilities, no one in the world should be able to kill him. However, it's worrisome that he might have touched upon some forbidden causality. Let us not think about it anymore. Since we're here, we'll make ourselves comfortable. The 2 vice presidents stopped discussing these issues, gazing at the slanting sun reflected in the lake, each lost in thought. More than a year later, Chen Qingyuan had been in seclusion for 2 years. With no part of his body intact, some flesh had fallen off, and his bones were exposed. The golden Dao bone emitted a faint glow, wrapping around his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan could no longer feel the pain in his body. Only a vague consciousness remained, holding on. Every minute and second felt extremely long for him. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the beating of that heart intensified significantly, sounding like drums. Chen Qingyuan's eyes seemed to have been baptized by rainbows, radiating brilliant light. Boom. A surge of heat flowed from the heart, spreading throughout his body. At the same time, the 3 golden pills underwent transformation simultaneously, rotating in his dantian, their quality elevating. They had entered the sacred grade. Chapter 75, Manifestation of Anomalies, Shocking the World. All 3 golden pills were now sacred grade. This situation had never been recorded in ancient texts. It was unprecedented. Having 2 golden pills in one body was already extremely rare, let alone someone like Chen Qingyuan. If this news were to leak out, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the world. All cultivators from the empire, northern wilderness, western frontier, southern region, and eastern lands would undoubtedly turn their eyes to Chen Qingyuan. By then, Chen Qingyuan would likely have no peaceful days left. Standing at the center of the great vortex of the world, where a moment of carelessness could lead to being swallowed by the terrifying whirlpool, leaving no trace behind. There are many sinister techniques in this world that can graft others' golden cores onto oneself. Once Chen Qingyuan's 3 holy grade golden cores are fully exposed, Although he would dominate his peers and gain unparalleled honor, it would also come with immense danger. It really succeeded. As he looked inward at the 3 golden cores, a hint of excitement and joy gradually appeared in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. At this moment, he was covered in blood, with hideous wounds and slightly chaotic breathing. Back then, relying on the foundation of a heavenly grade golden core, Chen Qingyuan had already swept through the peerless talents of the flowing star domain and its surroundings, finding it hard to meet a rival, and was hailed as one of the 10 outstanding figures of the northern wilderness. Now, having reshaped his foundation and condensed 3 holy grade golden cores, his future achievements are hard to imagine. In Chen Qingyuan's memory, he had never seen a similar situation recorded in ancient texts. This world is vast, and even the top powers find it difficult to see the whole picture. The 5 continents are expansive, with each continent occupying thousands of star domains, each star domain containing countless stars. Nevertheless, the foundation of holy grade golden cores is extremely rare, with generally no more than 100 individuals possessing them in an era. Those with such a foundation, as long as they do not perish halfway, are bound to become peak beings of the great ascension in the future, living for 30,000 years and roaming freely in the world. With the golden cores formed, his cultivation naturally improved. Golden core stage, early phase. Chen Qingyuan had no time to ponder the 3 golden cores within him and hurried to heal his injuries. The spirit stones surrounding Chen Qingyuan had already been consumed more than half. If it weren't for the pure spirit energy in this closed-off secret chamber, the resources consumed would surely have multiplied several times. The moment the holy grade golden cores were formed, many extraordinary phenomena appeared in the world, startling countless beings. In more than half of the northern wilderness, golden light flickered in the skies above, as if auspicious beings were soaring among the clouds. And dazzling starlight pierced through the endless void, descending to the place where mortal beings lived, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left the world in shock and awe. What caused these celestial phenomena to spread across the star domains? Those with profound cultivation faintly heard the sound of ancient bells ringing from the depths of the starry sky, each sound piercing into the soul, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Are there 3 suns in the sky? Shortly after, a star domain in the northern wilderness witnessed the sight of 3 suns shining together, startling countless people who gasped in fear and astonishment. The spiritual veins were in motion, and the laws were in chaos. This direction is the Dao Yi Academy. Yu Chunran sensed the changes in the northern wilderness and was quite surprised. Then, he found that this independent space of the Dao Yi Academy also exhibited abnormal conditions. Using great supernatural techniques to calculate, he followed an invisible trace of the laws and focused his gaze in the direction of Yunqi residence. Immediately, Yu Chunran flashed to Yunqi residence and sealed off the space, preventing anyone from discovering the unusual situation here, not even the other vice president, Lin Wenqiu. It's not that the master wants to steal your secret, but you've caused too much of a commotion. I apologize. Yu Chunran sensed that Chen Qingyuan was in the cultivation hall and silently thought to observe using mystical techniques. It was one thing not to look, but upon looking, he was completely stunned. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan was healing his injuries and stabilizing his golden core foundation, so he did not use that special jade bracelet to conceal it. Yu Chunran easily saw the 3 golden cores within Chen Qingyuan, standing there dumbfounded, trembling as he whispered, 3 cores standing together, flawless holy grade. Even though Yu Chunran had experienced great storms before, he was still shocked by the scene before him. The Dao Yi Academy has an extremely profound foundation, with a long-standing lineage, and the books in the library recorded many historical events. However, Yu Chunran had perused various important ancient texts and had never seen a record of 3 holy grade golden cores. Is this kid even human? Yu Chunran was stunned for a long time, at a loss for what to do. In that moment, there was shock and envy in Yu Chunran's eyes. If it were someone else, seeing the not yet fully stabilized holy grade golden cores within Chen Qingyuan, they would surely harbor ulterior motives, willing to pay any price to claim the golden cores for themselves. The merits of the Qing sect, have they fallen upon you? Yu Chunran speculated quietly, filled with anticipation for the future of his disciple, Chen Qingyuan. To keep Chen Qingyuan's secret, Yu Chunran falsely claimed that he had caused a bit of a disturbance during his own cultivation, leading to signs of chaos in the laws of this space in the Dao Yi Academy. As for the phenomena occurring all over the northern wilderness, it might be due to the emergence of some exotic treasures. The people in the academy had no doubts about Yu Chunran's words. 3 holy grade cores, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Before Chen Qingyuan truly grows, Yu Chunran must do everything possible to keep this secret hidden to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety. If certain old fellows who want to advance further were to learn of this, Chen Qingyuan would likely face a difficult future. For this reason, Yu Chunran didn't even tell his old partner Lin Wenqiu. Fewer people knowing means less danger. Meanwhile, in the northern wilderness, in the Tianyuan forbidden zone, this is a strange space, where a simple bamboo house is built on an incredibly vast land, beside a slowly flowing blue stream, with no end in sight. In the yard of the bamboo house, some strange flowers and plants grow, unlike anything in the mortal world. The sun in the sky illuminates this land somewhat. Strangely, no matter how much time passes, the sun never sets. as if it is forever suspended in the sky. Upon closer observation, it can be seen that this sun is not real, but a manifestation created by a spiritual treasure. At this moment, the tightly closed bamboo door opened, and a woman in a red dress walked out of the house. She is the master of Tianyuan, the red-dressed girl who has been guiding Chen Qingyuan forward. She is tall, with picturesque features. However, she wears a dark veil, making it impossible to see her full appearance. Although her veil obscures her face, her high nose and star-like sparkling eyes are enough to imagine that her beauty beneath the veil is undoubtedly stunning. The flowing red dress accentuates her perfect figure and noble demeanor. A delicate jade pendant is tied around her waist, with a red silk ribbon hanging at her side, occasionally fluttering, as ethereal as the wind. The red-dressed girl's black hair is secured with a wooden hairpin, which seems to draw her down from the heavens, infusing her with a hint of mortal dust. She walks barefoot on the ground, and no dust or dirt can cling to her feet, as if afraid of soiling this sacred being. Did it succeed? The red-dressed girl gazed at the false sun in the sky, as if penetrating through this illusory forbidden world to see the scenery of the outside world, murmuring to herself, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips, with a hint of longing in her eyes. Chapter 76. Chen Qingyuan's true origin. The red-dressed girl's longing. When will we meet again? If possible. The red-dressed girl wishes to always be with Chen Qingyuan, never leaving his side. But she cannot do that, only staying in Tianyuan, hoping that her longing can drift gently with the breeze, slowly reaching Chen Qingyuan's heart. In this lifetime, your smile will be more than all the times combined before. Remove your mask, so you don't have to live so hard. This is one of the few things I can help you with. I hope you won't blame me in the future. Whenever the girl in the red dress recalls the smile on Chen Qingyuan's face, her heart warms, feeling that in this desolate abyss of silence, she is no longer so lonely and cold. Her thoughts drift along this thread of remembrance, leading her to think of events from over 200 years ago. 200 years ago, the girl in the red dress looked at the sleeping infant in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. She gently caressed the boy's cheek and murmured, "In this life, let me take charge." Later, the girl in the red dress sent a message to Shangwan Rong of the Xianqing sect, summoning him to the outskirts of the abyss. Just after Shangwan Rong awakened his inherited memories, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, surprising and intriguing him. When he arrived at a certain place in the abyss, he saw the girl in the red dress walking towards him with the boy in her arms. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know," she replied, not revealing her identity, instead placing the boy on a stone beside Shangwan Rong. "Take this child and leave. He will fulfill the will of the Qing sect in the future." Hearing Qing sect, Shangwan Rong tensed up. He had just learned the history of the Xianqing sect, a matter that was top secret, and didn't expect this mysterious woman to speak of it so plainly. This child, however, he quickly reconsidered. The abyss was a place of great horror, and the mysterious woman before him must have an extraordinary background, so knowing about the Qing sect wasn't too shocking. The Qing sect's merits have been ignored by heaven. When the time is right, it will seek justice for the Qing sect. The girl in the red dress gazed at the sleeping boy with great reluctance, knowing she must part from him. The abyss was too dangerous. She feared she wouldn't be able to care for the boy properly, and didn't want him to grow up without joy. Going to the human realm, allowing the boy to live a normal life, was her hope. At the very least, she wanted him to not suffer so much in this life. "May I ask, Senior, how should I take care of him?" Shangwan Rong couldn't refuse. He merely glanced into the girl's eyes and felt an inexplicable tremor in his soul. Even with his awakened memories, he had no courage to harbor any disrespect. Moreover, he wanted to speak up for the sect, but his own power was simply too weak. Learning from the girl that this infant could seek justice for the Qing sect in the future filled him with hope. "Everything is up to you," said the girl in the red dress. "Do you have any other requests?" Shangwan Rong asked again. "Be good to him." The girl believed in the character of the Qing sect's inheritor. Entrusting the child to someone from the Qing sect reassured her. This would allow the child to live carefree in the Qing sect, and also bring a bit of good fortune to the sect. "Yes," Shangwan Rong nodded firmly, making a promise. Then, he carefully picked up the infant and left. The girl in the red dress looked into the distance, feeling reluctant to part ways. Her eyes became moist. Could this time reach a conclusion? Her emotions were complex, unable to retract her gaze for a long time. She would never forget the first life of Chen Qingyuan, clad in silver armor, holding a silver spear. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was cold and indifferent, having rarely smiled throughout his life. To break the chains of this world and fend off the beings from other realms, he had never taken a day off. He lost that battle. Soon after, the demon abyss appeared in the imperial capital, seeking to devour everything. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Qing sect had set up a magnificent array that sealed the demon abyss, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. Because of this, the girl in the red dress decided to send Chen Qingyuan to the Xianqing sect. Without the Xianqing sect's defense for over 300,000 years, the calamity of the demon abyss would have erupted long ago, and a fragment of Chen Qingyuan's lingering soul would surely not have lasted until today. There would be no chance for a second attempt. After 8 cycles of reincarnation, that fragment of Chen Qingyuan's soul gradually healed. The girl in the red dress spent a long time crafting him a flesh and blood body, welcoming the 9th life. This body was too fragile. The girl needed to let Chen Qingyuan grow for a while. When the opportunity was right, she would use special methods to summon him back to the abyss. Firstly, the girl would finally have the chance to be alone with Chen Qingyuan, which would be the happiest time of her countless years. Secondly, she would do her utmost to help him rebuild his foundation, so he would have the ability to accomplish what he had failed to do before. As for bullying Chen Qingyuan, that was purely a personal grudge, a definite act of revenge. If she didn't take the chance to bully him now, there would be no opportunity later. Every time she bullied Chen Qingyuan, the girl in the red dress felt very happy, appearing like an ice lotus on the surface, forbidding entry to others, while secretly laughing joyfully. She wondered if she would ever be able to leave the abyss in this lifetime. Inside the abyss, the girl in the red dress slowly closed her eyes, looking forward to the moment she would meet Chen Qingyuan again. After living for so many years, she had already merged with the laws of the abyss and could not leave an inch. If she forced her way out, it would trigger the cause and effect of the laws of time, resulting in divine retribution, leading to her death and the dissolution of her path. It didn't matter. As long as you were alive, there was hope. The girl's eyes were filled with anticipation as she turned and returned to the bamboo house. In the northern wilderness, strange phenomena persisted for several days, causing a significant impact. Many forces believed there was some kind of extraordinary treasure descending, sending numerous experts to investigate, but to no avail. Other forces speculated that a prodigy favored by the heavenly path had been born, searching for anyone who met the corresponding conditions. In short, the northern wilderness was becoming increasingly chaotic, and the younger generation's competition was gradually intensifying. Chen Qingyuan, the person involved, was completely unaware of these matters. Time continued to pass, and his benefactor, Yu Chenran, remained outside Yunqi residence, waiting quietly. It wasn't until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he finally stabilized his Dao body and cultivation. Chen Qingyuan understood the importance of the 3 Dan holy grade and immediately used a jade bracelet to conceal the true appearance of his golden Dan, forging it to resemble a heavenly grade golden Dan. After exiting his seclusion, Chen Qingyuan noticed Yu Chenran standing at the entrance of Yunqi residence and exclaimed, "Master, why are you here? Come inside and talk." Yu Chenran assessed Chen Qingyuan, noticing the aura of a heavenly grade golden Dan, secretly thinking that this kid had quite a few secrets, managing to deceive his eyes. Seeing Yu Chenran's serious expression, Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded, welcoming him inside. Chapter 77 The Third Agreement, Never Regret. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Yu Chenran and quietly asked, "Master, do you have something to say? The human heart is hard to fathom. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your true self." Yu Chenran did not point it out directly, but subtly warned him. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids twitched slightly. He wasn't foolish. He could sense the meaning behind Yu Chenran's words, feeling a bit anxious. His benefactor shouldn't be plotting against him, right? "You brat, stop overthinking. If I wanted to harm you, would I wait until now?" Seeing through Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Yu Chenran guessed something and lightly kicked him, laughing and scolding. "Hee, the disciple hasn't thought anything random." "That makes sense." Chen Qingyuan felt more at ease, grinning widely. "TCH." Yu Chenran rolled his eyes at him, snorting, "I've seen through your thoughts at a glance. However, speaking of which, when I saw it for the first time, I was also startled and felt a sense of envy. If the master wants it, the disciple will dig it out for you." Chen Qingyuan joked. "Get lost. Don't disgust me," Yu Chenran replied. With Chen Qingyuan's joke, the relationship between the master and disciple improved a bit, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. "Please keep it a secret for me, master," Chen Qingyuan requested. "Nonsense, do you think I'm stupid?" Yu Chenran crossed his legs and took a sip of tea. "I'm personally guarding your path, afraid of making a mistake." Regarding the matter of the 3 holy products within Chen Qingyuan's body, even those trusted within the academy, Yu Chenran would not disclose it, planning to keep it to himself. "Thank you, master." Chen Qingyuan felt a warmth and bowed. "All right, if you really want to thank me, go get some good tea next time. This tea is terrible," Yu Chenran complained and decided to leave. With Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he certainly wouldn't do anything foolish. Therefore, Yu Chenran only needed to come over to give him a hint. There was no need to say too much. "Yes, master," Chen Qingyuan said with a bitter smile. Sending him off. "Take care, master." After sending Yu Chenran away, Chen Qingyuan sat in the room, feeling a wave of fear. This time it was truly a close call. And fortunately, the breakthrough happened in the Dao Yi Academy. If it had been outside, it would have definitely caused a huge mess. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyuan felt his spirit relax a bit. Then, a strand of his consciousness entered the space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten the promise with the girl in the red dress. Last time she said that he could only know the 3rd promise when he broke through to the golden core stage. Now that the time had come, Chen Qingyuan entered with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Buzz. In the mysterious space of the jade bracelet, a line of words appeared. "Suppress the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness except for you." What? Upon seeing the 3rd promise, Chen Qingyuan's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" The 10 heroes of the northern wilderness were among the strongest of his peers. Asking Chen Qingyuan to suppress them all was tantamount to stepping on the entire generation of cultivators in the northern wilderness. "Can we negotiate and change the promise?" Chen Qingyuan said softly. "Sure, We can retract the promise. You marry me. Everything can be negotiated. As long as Chen Qingyuan touched the restrictions of the jade bracelet. The girl in the red dress could have a brief conversation with him through it. I suddenly think this promise is quite appropriate and doesn't need negotiation. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan immediately changed his tone, afraid of falling into the tiger's den again. What a joke. Becoming a partner with this woman means I can forget about living in peace for the rest of my life. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness immediately left the space of the jade bracelet and sealed its restrictions, fearing to hear the girl's voice. Suppressing the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness was not going to be easy. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache about this matter and sighed lightly. Sigh. Although Chen Qingyuan had established the foundation of the 3 holy products, his own cultivation was still relatively weak. He definitely couldn't think about fighting those top prodigies in the short term. Unless Chen Qingyuan exposed all of his golden core, he wouldn't have a chance of winning. However, once the matter of the golden core was exposed, countless troubles would follow. Anyway, she didn't set a deadline, so he could just drag it out slowly. Chen Qingyuan originally just wanted to live a low-key life, using legitimate means to earn some spirit stones. He didn't care at all about the worldly fame and titles. The Daoi Academy's assessment should be ending soon, right? Counting the time, only a year was left. If they knew that Chen Qingyuan entered the academy's door without assessment, they would definitely feel it was unfair and would not be friendly towards him. After all, people in this world only respect the strong. If Chen Qingyuan didn't show some real skills, it would be hard to win their respect. Moreover, the 2 deputy deans could not reveal that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qing sect. Everything had to be faced by Chen Qingyuan himself. If he couldn't even solve these troubles, let alone inherit the will of the Qing sect. When the soldiers come, block them. When the water comes, cover it. Chen Qingyuan decided not to think about these troublesome matters anymore, continuing to meditate and practice, solidifying his cultivation while also learning about the wonderful uses of the holy product golden core. Time passed quickly, and a year seemed to go by in the blink of an eye. There were over 100 people participating in the assessment, with only the top 10 being accepted as disciples of the academy, while the rest were sent back. Since the Daoi Academy was located in an independent, mysterious space, even if those people wanted to find the location of the academy, they would not gain anything. Today, the assessment had ended, and over 100 people stood at the entrance of the Daoi Academy, their injuries visibly recovering at a noticeable speed, and their chaotic auras gradually stabilizing. Some had joy on their faces, while others were disheartened, clenching their fists with unwillingness in their eyes. The most painful person was undoubtedly the one in 11th place, who was only a few points behind the 10th place. If he had been a bit more careful and made one less mistake, he could have secured the 10th place. Unfortunately, the opportunity was only once and could not be repeated. First place, Song Mingyan, dressed in white, Zhao Yichuan, who was also the examiner this time, announced the final results. Zhao Yichuan stood in the void, looking down at the young woman standing at the front. Song Mingyan, with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, wore a dark long dress, had a beautiful appearance, cold eyes, and a solitary personality, disliking conversations with others. You have the right to choose your teacher. First place always had some privileges. Zhao Yichuan introduced some information about the lecturers for Song Mingyan to choose from. To his surprise, Song Mingyan looked up and met Zhao Yichuan's gaze, saying coldly, "I choose you." Hearing this answer, Zhao Yichuan was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right, but you mustn't regret it." Chapter 78, The Assessment Ends. Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of everyone. Zhao Yichuan was known for his strictness at Daoi Academy. Many had become his students before, but they were all driven away later. On that day, when Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the academy, Yu Chenran directly let him skip the assessment. Zhao Yichuan was unhappy and directly questioned Yu Chenran, the vice dean. When he learned that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qing sect, he finally relented, thinking it was reasonable. If it weren't for this causal relationship, Zhao Yichuan would definitely not have agreed, and might have even clashed with the vice dean. I won't regret it. Being able to achieve first place in the assessment, Song Mingyan was undoubtedly very powerful, crushing her peers and being proud. I hope so. Zhao Yichuan's previous serious demeanor softened, and he chuckled. At this moment, in Yunxi residence, Yu Chenran's voice transmission reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. "Brad, the entrance assessment has ended. You need to come over." "Master, what do I need to go for?" Chen Qingyuan asked towards the void. "Although you've entered the academy, there are still many processes that haven't been completed. If I tell you to go, just go, don't dawdle." Since he had already tricked Chen Qingyuan into becoming his disciple, Yu Chenran certainly wouldn't be polite. So what if he was the inheritor of the Qing sect? He was still my disciple. I should scold him and hit him without holding back. Yes. Chen Qingyuan gave a bitter smile, changed into a clean, light-colored outfit, and headed towards the mountain gate. Before long, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the mountain gate. Looking at Zhao Yichuan standing in the void, Chen Qingyuan bowed to show his respect. Zhao Yichuan nodded in greeting, a hint of softness flashing through his indifferent gaze. This guy's attitude towards me has improved quite a bit. It must be because of Master, Chen Qingyuan thought to himself. Little did he know that Zhao Yichuan didn't care about the vice president's face at all, but was acting out of respect for Qingzong. Step forward. Zhao Yichuan gestured to Chen Qingyuan, signaling him to stand in the front row. On the way to Chen Qingyuan, Zhao Yichuan had already announced the names of the top 10 candidates, placing them at the very front. With Chen Qingyuan, there were a total of 11 people in the front row. All eyes were on Chen Qingyuan, filled with confusion. Where did this guy come from? I've seen this person. He was standing next to me before the assessment, but it seems he didn't participate in the assessment. Why is he standing in the row of those who passed? Does anyone know him? The crowd furrowed their brows and whispered among themselves. The northern wilderness is vast. Although Chen Qingyuan is somewhat famous, there are still many who have never seen him. Hey, who are you? What's your name? The 11th ranked genius, Wang Qing, asked loudly, feeling very dissatisfied. Zhao Yichuan, watching the scene from above, had no intention of stepping in to resolve the crowd's discontent. Me? Chen Qingyuan noticed everyone's gaze gathering on him, and, not hiding anything, replied truthfully, I come from the Xianqing sect, and my name is Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, many people showed surprised expressions. Wang Qing's gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan, exclaiming, the 10 outstanding young people of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan smiled and acknowledged it. Standing to Chen Qingyuan's right was a woman in a black dress named Song Ningyan, who frowned and coldly asked, according to the rules of the Daoyi Academy, anyone participating in the entrance assessment cannot be evaluated as one of the 10 outstanding young people of the northern wilderness and must act low-key. What's going on with you? Is there such a rule? I didn't know. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. It was indeed the first time he had heard of this. You didn't know? The crowd looked at Chen Qingyuan with strange expressions, unable to understand why he was completely unaware of the Academy's rules and why he didn't have to participate in the assessment. For countless years, students and assessors of the Daoyi Academy could not participate in the selection of the 10 outstanding young people of the northern wilderness. Given the remote location of the Xianqing sect, it was indeed not clear about this. Moreover, Master Yu Chunran had never mentioned it to Chen Qingyuan. I really didn't know. Chen Qingyuan appeared confused and complained, I was just wondering which bastard nominated me as one of the 10 outstanding young people, making it hard for me to have a few peaceful days. However, what does the 10 outstanding young people have to do with the assessors of the Daoyi Academy? When the crowd heard Chen Qingyuan's complaint, they genuinely believed he was unaware of the situation, and many looked at him with respect and even a hint of sympathy. You're done for. Song Ningyan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan a few times, a slight smile curling her lips as she coldly laughed. What do you mean? Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan became even more confused. I just complained about the 10 outstanding young people. How am I done for? Can you be clearer? Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to pursue the matter, Zhao Yichuan, standing above, suddenly spoke. The bastard you're talking about is me. Huh. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan's body stiffened. Then, his expression became extraordinarily rich as he looked up to meet Zhao Yichuan's gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Senior, what did you say? The names of the 10 outstanding young people of the northern wilderness in recent times were chosen by me, Zhao Yichuan said blandly. Boom. Upon confirmation, Chen Qingyuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he was left dumbfounded, momentarily unable to comprehend. Since ancient times, the list of the outstanding talents of the northern wilderness had been issued by the Daoyi Academy to inspire the new generation's fighting spirit and help them grow quickly. Those with ties to the Daoyi Academy were qualified to participate in the assessments, and thus these individuals could not enter the list. The Daoyi Academy had always operated in secrecy, unknown to the world, and naturally did not want its students to be exposed, lest they violate ancestral teachings. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan was considered a special case, being both one of the 10 outstanding young people and a student of the academy. 200 years ago, Yu Chunran had learned that the Xianqing sect in the fully U-star domain was the Qing zone that had disappeared for many years. However, he did not tell anyone about this nor mention the connection between the Xianqing sect and the Daoyi Academy. Therefore, Zhao Yichuan believed that Chen Qingyuan had exceptional talent and selected him as one of the 10 outstanding young people 100 years ago. As for the newly announced list of 10, Zhao Yichuan initially did not consider Chen Qingyuan, but was forced to add him by Yu Chunran. Hence, at that time, Chen Qingyuan, who was still at the celestial spirit realm, inexplicably became one of the 10 outstanding young people, causing countless people to want to use him as a stepping stone. The love from the master is indeed fervent. Yu Chunran wanted to put enough pressure on Chen Qingyuan so that he could grow quickly and shoulder the responsibilities of the Qing zone. So that's how it is. Chen Qingyuan thought for a long time and suddenly realized. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Coming back to his senses, Chen Qingyuan quickly apologized. It's okay. Many people have scolded me before. Zhao Yichuan smiled at Chen Qingyuan, making him feel a bit uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen. Soon after, Zhao Yichuan called some people over, intending to send the eliminated candidates back to their original places. Once they left the Daoyi Academy, they would never have the chance to become disciples of the academy again. Senior, I'm not convinced. Wang Qing, in 11th place, mustered his courage and spoke loudly. Zhao Yichuan glanced at Wang Qing, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. Why doesn't he need to participate in the assessment? Moreover, according to the academy's rules, the 10 outstanding young people have no ties to the academy and cannot enroll. Wang Qing pointed at Chen Qingyuan, venting his dissatisfaction. Everyone participating in the assessment has high talent and strength. Many are not weaker than the 10 outstanding young people. and some of the top candidates are even stronger than them. Just because they have ties to the academy, they cannot participate in the selection of the 10 outstanding young people. Does the Daoyi Academy need to explain itself to you? Zhao Yichuan said from his high position, his tone unquestionable. No. Wang Qing dared not confront Zhao Yichuan head-on and could only direct his anger towards Chen Qingyuan. I just think this person didn't participate in the assessment, making it hard for everyone to accept. It's not like I didn't want to participate in the assessment. What does that have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan was being stared at by hundreds of unfriendly gazes, feeling depressed. Chapter 79. Can face value be eaten? Chen Qingyuan became a student of the Daoyi Academy without participating in the assessment, which was very unfair to others. Those who were eliminated accepted their defeat to the top 10, feeling inferior. However, getting them to respect Chen Qingyuan was impossible. Wang Qing had the audacity to voice everyone's thoughts directly, using sharp eyes to stare at Chen Qingyuan, making him feel uncomfortable all over. What do you want? Zhao Yichuan asked in a calm tone. I want to spar with him. If he can defeat me, I will willingly admit defeat. There was only one chance, and Wang Qing had to fight for himself. He was unwilling to be eliminated and saw Chen Qingyuan as a last-ditch effort. If Chen Qingyuan lost to Wang Qing, the Daoyi Academy would have no reason to expel Wang Qing, unless the Academy was willing to sacrifice its face accumulated over countless years. To take it a step further, even if Wang Qing lost, he would suffer no actual loss. If he won, even if he couldn't become a student of the Daoyi Academy, he could still drag Chen Qingyuan down with him. In summary, Wang Qing's calculations are quite good. No matter the outcome, it won't harm him. Chen Qingyuan, what is your opinion? Zhao Yichuan did not reject the proposal, but instead handed the decision-making power to Chen Qingyuan and asked, young people are competitive. As long as they don't cross the bottom line, it's not a bad thing. He is unconvinced. Why should I care? Chen Qingyuan didn't mind at all. Are you afraid? Your Excellency? Wang Qing mocked. Humph. Chen Qingyuan shot Wang Qing a glance and disdainfully replied, why should I fight you? Give me a reason. Prove that you are qualified to be a disciple of the Daoyi Academy so that we can be convinced. Wang Qing knew that he could not bear the consequences of this matter alone. He had to involve everyone to put immense pressure on Chen Qingyuan. Right. You didn't participate in the assessment, but can enroll. We are not satisfied. Chen Qingyuan, you are listed among the top 10 talents of the North Wilderness and can enter the Daoyi Academy, which goes against the rules. However, as long as you have the ability, we certainly won't have anything to say. Those talents who lost were already feeling disappointed, and now with the matter of Chen Qingyuan, they vented all their emotions. Now, all the pressure was on Chen Qingyuan. In response, Chen Qingyuan still appeared indifferent, clearly showing no anger at all. I don't need to prove myself. Anyway, I've already enrolled. If you're unhappy, you can go to the higher-ups of the Daoyi Academy to express your situation. Chen Qingyuan would not be easily provoked and foolishly engage in combat. Why would he, Chen Qingyuan, do something that has no benefits? Proving himself, what use is that? As for face, can it be eaten? Wang Qing was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. According to common sense, shouldn't Chen Qingyuan be eager to prove himself and fight Wang Qing? Why was Chen Qingyuan not following the usual script? Wang Qing held back for a long time and said again, you don't even have the courage to fight me. What qualifications do you have to be a disciple of the Daoyi Academy? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Chen Qingyuan couldn't take it anymore and directly expressed his thoughts. What benefits do I get from winning against you? Fighting you is giving you an opportunity. But I don't want to give you that chance. What can you do about it? Many instructors of the Daoyi Academy were secretly watching the excitement, feeling that Chen Qingyuan was completely different from previous disciples. If it were the past students, they would have already rolled up their sleeves and started fighting in the face of such provocation. Wang Qing was tongue-tied, not knowing how to refute. You want me to fight you just because of 2 sentences? Are you out of your mind? You have so many people behind you. If everyone who dislikes me wants to fight, wouldn't I be exhausted? Besides, if I win against you, it means I can step on you to enter the Daoyi Academy. Do you think such an opportunity is free? Chen Qingyuan revealed his true self. It was time to make money. If possible, Chen Qingyuan wouldn't want to go through so much trouble to earn money. But there was no choice. Xianying sect was indeed too poor. At least it didn't seem wealthy on the surface. The tasks and buildings within the sect were all funded by Chen Qingyuan. And he even occasionally had to give his senior brothers some pocket money. It was not easy to support a large family. Most of the money Chen Qingyuan earned over the years was used to build the sect. Back then, when various sect strongmen wanted to force Chen Qingyuan to reveal the situation inside the heavenly abyss, the entire Xianying sect was furious and was truly prepared to fight. Without any pretense. After all, who in the Xianying sect hadn't benefited from Chen Qingyuan? Especially those newly initiated disciples. The additional cultivation resources they received each month were all gifted by Chen Qingyuan. What do you mean by that? Wang Qing asked seriously, seemingly understanding. Are you really stupid? Or just pretending? I'll give you another chance to join the academy. You must pay some price. If I lose, that position will be given to you. And you can also gain some benefits to comfort yourself. Chen Qingyuan made it clear. He made such a good point that I couldn't refute it. Wang Qing blinked, thought for a long time, and felt no hatred towards Chen Qingyuan. Not only Wang Qing, but those eliminated talents felt the same way. If it were them, they certainly wouldn't give up the opportunity to enroll. If Chen Qingyuan was willing to fight, it would be equivalent to becoming a stepping stone. and taking some benefits seemed understandable. How much do you want? Wang Qing definitely didn't want to miss this opportunity. Then it depends on you. This is the opportunity to enroll in the Daoyi Academy. I wonder how valuable it is in your heart. Chen Qingyuan couldn't give a precise number. This was on the territory of the Daoyi Academy, and it wouldn't do to be too excessive. Hearing this, Wang Qing fell silent and began to think. In the void, Zhao Yichuan watched as the situation suddenly changed, appearing calm on the surface while feeling ripples in his heart, secretly thinking, how is this kid, Chen Qingyuan? Like an old fox, without any of the youthful blood and arrogance? I like this little guy, he's not foolish. No wonder Vice Dean you took this kid as a disciple in advance. At least he's not someone who suffers losses. However, can this kid win? If he loses, it would not only embarrass himself and Vice Dean you, but it would also have some impact on the reputation of the Daoyi Academy. Behind the scenes, a group of instructors discussed this matter with great interest and a hint of worry. It would be fine if Chen Qingyuan won, but if he lost, it would be troublesome to handle. Have you thought it through? I don't have time to wait for you. Seeing Wang Qing lost in thought, Chen Qingyuan urged him. This is all my possessions, all for you, in exchange for a chance to fight you. If I give less, then it means I don't take the opportunity to enroll seriously. After thinking it over, Wang Qing took out all the spirit stones he had and put them in a bag, throwing it to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 80, Defeating the Opponent. Everyone shocked Chen Qingyuan received the bag, and a wisp of divine sense probed inside, slightly surprised. Thousands of top-grade spirit stones, over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, etc. This kid is also wealthy. Chen Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. It's a huge profit. Wang Qing definitely has an impressive background. Otherwise, how could he have so many assets? The flowing meteor domain is indeed somewhat remote, not comparable to those living in the central areas of the North Wilderness. To be honest, when Wang Qing threw out all his possessions, it was quite painful for him. However, in order to obtain a chance to enroll, this price was worth it. Very sincere. Chen Qingyuan put away the bag and said seriously, you want to fight me to prove that you are not inferior in order to enter the Daoyi Academy, right? Yes. Wang Qing thought for a moment and nodded. Since it's to prove yourself, you must perform excellently. Therefore, you and I should fight at the same realm to truly show who is stronger. Chen Qingyuan dug a pit for Wang Qing and put a hat on him first. Wang Qing was a nascent soul stage cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan had just stepped into the golden core stage. If Chen Qingyuan didn't reveal the foundation of his Saint-grade golden core, he would definitely not be a match. Fighting at the same realm would make it much easier to handle. As you say, in front of everyone. Wang Qing cared about his face and didn't dare to pressure Chen Qingyuan with his cultivation realm. Moreover, he thought that if he won against Chen Qingyuan based on his cultivation advantage, Chen Qingyuan might backtrack. No wonder he is a contemporary genius, so bold. Chen Qingyuan praised him with a slight smile. This guy is really foolish. Having high cultivation is also due to your own practice. So why engage in a battle at the same realm? On the surface, Chen Qingyuan praised him, but internally he thought this person was a bit foolish. The cultivation world is extremely cruel, and people die every moment. Those with simple minds have little chance of making it to the end. And even living safely is a luxury. Well, he fell for it. The instructor in the shadows was speechless at Wang Qing's actions. This wasn't a friendly spar. So why talk about a battle at the same realm? Such behavior just gives the opponent an opportunity. It's too foolish. It seems the Wang family has spoiled him too much. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he still appears like a novice, unaware of the world's dangers. Many in the academy secretly shook their heads. This battle had already lost its appeal. If Wang Qing relied on his cultivation advantage, he might have been able to hold his head high, but now it's hard to say. It seems Wang Qing was too eager to prove himself, which is why he didn't refuse Chen Qingyuan's proposal. Zhao Yichuan also wanted to see the excitement, and with a wave of his hand, he constructed a platform in the void for the two to spar. The arena was vast, resembling a small spatial world. Come on. Chen Qingyuan emitted the aura of early-stage golden core cultivation, assuming a combat stance. Wang Qing was an honest person and truly suppressed his own cultivation. Then, Wang Qing transformed into a streak of light, appearing in front of Chen Qingyuan and throwing a punch. Chen Qingyuan immediately dodged, pointing a finger that struck at Wang Qing's side. Boom. Wang Qing was knocked back by the finger, a blood hole appearing in his shoulder. This was just a probing move, and Wang Qing found himself at a disadvantage, feeling incredulous. Clearly, both were at the early stage of golden core. Why was the gap in strength so obvious? Now, with no time to think, Wang Qing directly manifested the foundation of his golden core, planning to fight with all his might. A dazzling light of the golden core appeared behind him, resembling a blazing sun descending to the earth, with the patterns on it clearly showing traces of a heavenly grade golden core. Having the qualification to participate in the Daoyi Academy's assessment, Wang Qing's talent was indeed very high. The heavenly grade golden core had already surpassed countless cultivators in the world. Following that, Chen Qingyuan also displayed the anomaly of a heavenly grade golden core, engaging in close combat with Wang Qing. With the jade bracelet given by the girl in the red dress, Chen Qingyuan concealed the true situation of his body. Even the top powers in the world couldn't see through it. After dozens of exchanges, Wang Qing found a suitable opportunity and unleashed a divine ability. Tai Xian Song Mountain Seal. Wang Qing struck out with a palm, and a Dao diagram appeared in his palm, depicting a mountain peak. After activating the Dao technique, the palm seal projected into the void, merging with the anomaly of the heavenly grade golden core, resembling a towering mountain, smashing down towards Chen Qingyuan. The giant mountain descended with incredible speed, leaving Chen Qingyuan nowhere to escape. In an instant, the space around Chen Qingyuan grew dark, and a terrifying pressure struck at his soul. I originally wanted to play with you for a while longer, but who knew you were so eager? Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, deciding to be serious now. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan had the foundation of a heavenly grade golden core, but in reality, he was a 3-Dan saint grade. Even if he didn't unleash the anomaly of the 3-Dan saint grade, he could exert power far beyond the heavenly grade level. With a solid foundation, the power of the Dao techniques he cast would also be enhanced. In addition, all aspects of his body functions received a tremendous boost, including the degree of spiritual energy usage, the speed of absorbing the world's spiritual energy, and a higher comprehension. Break. Chen Qingyuan's right hand formed a sword with his fingers, stabbing towards the top of his head. Swish. A sword like a startled swan directly shattered the Tai Xiansong mountain seal. Wang Qing suffered a backlash from the Dao technique, staggering back a few steps, his internal energy surging uncontrollably. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Wang Qing like a ghost, his formless sword pressing against Wang Qing's brow. Everything happened too quickly for Wang Qing to think or evade. I lost. Wang Qing felt the cold sword intent at his brow. Though he was reluctant, he still bowed his head and conceded. Chen Qingyuan relaxed his right hand, and the condensed 3-foot sword naturally dissipated. He smiled at Wang Qing and exited the arena. After this battle, those who were dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan fell silent. Being accepted as a disciple by the Dao Academy under special circumstances was indeed not an ordinary feat. The crowd was quite surprised. They initially thought this would be a fierce battle, but who knew it would end so quickly? Their gazes toward Chen Qingyuan became filled with caution and a hint of undisguised astonishment. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? If there's money to be made, Chen Qingyuan certainly wanted to fight a few more matches, smiling at the group of eliminated candidates. The crowd fell silent, none daring to step forward to battle Chen Qingyuan. If it weren't a battle at the same realm, I would be willing to give it a try. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That's not acceptable. You need to prove that you are not weaker than him. How can you take advantage of the cultivation level? Chen Qingyuan unequivocally rejected this proposal. Letting you use your nascent soul cultivation to bully me, what would be the point? Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was indeed not as good as the others present, after the previous battle, no one dared to underestimate him. Back in the crowd, Wang Qing kept watching Chen Qingyuan, feeling no hatred, only unwillingness. If he could encounter Chen Qingyuan again next time, he would definitely fight again. Even now, Wang Qing still didn't know where he lost. Clearly, both sides had the same cultivation level, so why did he lose so easily? Wang Qing couldn't understand this, and neither could anyone present, including the old fellows from the academy. This little guy is definitely not as simple as he appears. Zhao Yichuan observed Chen Qingyuan for a moment and thought to himself. Chapter 81. Could he be a bastard child? Chen Qingyuan demonstrated his strength, and the crowd had little objection. Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was not as good as the others, everyone knew he had entered the Tianyuan forbidden zone and cultivated again. As long as he was given enough time, Chen Qingyuan would soon catch up. Send them out. With this matter coming to a close, Zhao Yichuan spoke towards the void. Suddenly, several men dressed in white emerged from the void and waved their sleeves towards the eliminated candidates. Whoosh! Hundreds of eliminated individuals were taken away by a gentle force, leaving the small world of the Dao Academy. Kid, daring to make money on the day of my Dao Academy's admission, you are the first in countless years. Zhao Yichuan landed below and walked a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, saying with a half-smile. Under Zhao Yichuan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt an ominous premonition. Just now, Chen Qingyuan had insulted the person who announced the 10 prodigies of Beihuang, not expecting that person to be Zhao Yichuan. Had he known the list of the 10 prodigies of Beihuang came from the Dao Academy, Chen Qingyuan wouldn't have dared to say such things. Now that the words had been spoken, Chen Qingyuan had to find a way to make amends, or he would easily find himself in trouble. Senior, I didn't intend to make money. This was to reduce trouble and prevent those who failed the assessment from bothering me. While speaking, Chen Qingyuan took out a Qingyuan bag. Then, Chen Qingyuan handed the Qingyuan bag to Zhao Yichuan and said seriously, now that there is no trouble, I am willing to hand over the unexpectedly obtained spirit stones to you, senior. Zhao Yichuan glanced at Chen Qingyuan, thinking this guy was a little fox. The academy isn't that stingy. You can keep it, Zhao Yichuan said with a bland expression. If Zhao Yichuan accepted the Qingyuan bag, it would mean he and Chen Qingyuan were in cahoots, and he would have to consider him in future matters. If he didn't accept it, Chen Qingyuan could keep the Qingyuan bag with a clear conscience. No matter the situation, it would be beneficial for Chen Qingyuan. This kid plays a good game. If he really had to hand it over, why not just give it directly to the academy? A group of onlookers watching secretly discussed, feeling that Chen Qingyuan was too cunning and wouldn't be easily deceived while out and about. Zhao Yichuan deeply remembered Chen Qingyuan's strategy of retreating to advance. If there was ever a chance in the future, he would definitely take good care of him. Everyone, follow me. Zhao Yichuan walked ahead, crossing the academy's main gate and heading towards a palace shrouded in mist. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan and the others quickly followed. Along the way, Song Mingyan and the others kept sizing up Chen Qingyuan, curious about why he was exempt from the assessment and allowed to become a disciple of the academy. 15 minutes later, Zhao Yichuan brought everyone to a place called Yuxiao Palace. The inside of Yuxiao Palace was very spacious, lacking even tables and chairs. With a wave of Zhao Yichuan's sleeve, 11 pieces of clothing and 11 jade tokens suddenly appeared in the air. The clothes were pure white, surpassing snow, and the jade tokens were crystal clear, engraved with the words Dao Yi. A drop of blood would solidify the contract. Zhao Yichuan glanced at everyone with a serious expression. Chen Qingyuan and the others looked at the jade tokens floating before them, reaching out to hold them in their palms and forming a contract as Zhao Yichuan instructed. The jade tokens symbolized each person's identity mark and were unforgeable. There were a total of 7 boys and 4 girls entering the academy. The men's white attire was a long gown, while the women's was a long skirt, both embroidered with a pattern of a flower from the other shore, containing a hint of law, preventing any demonic aura from intruding. Li Zhixing, you have an affinity with formations. Enter the Formation Extreme Palace. Mo Yenying, enter the Alchemy Room. Tian Yusin, enter the Puppet Palace. Zhao Yichuan began to announce the destinations for each person. The Daoi Academy had a total of 7 branches. The main branch, Sword Hall, Formation Extreme Palace, Alchemy Room, Puppet Palace, Technique Gate, and Symbol Palace. Chen Qingyuan, being a direct disciple of the vice president, was certainly part of the main branch and could cultivate any technique as long as he had the energy. Generally, disciples of the sub-branches had to be proficient in what they learned, and if they failed assessments periodically, they would face penalties or even be expelled from the academy. Soon, the elders of each branch took the new disciples away. Some elders glanced deeply at Song Mingyan as they left, sighing in their hearts. This girl has exceptional talent, but unfortunately chose the wrong master. Many elders began to bet. How long do you think Song Girl can last? I'll take the bets. Zhao Yichuan, the chief lecturer of Dao Yi Academy, was incredibly strong, second only to the 2 vice presidents. Many prodigies had wanted to become Zhao Yichuan's disciples, but they couldn't handle his rigorous training methods and ended up switching to other branches or quitting the academy altogether. Strict. This word best describes Zhao Yichuan. Many elders of Dao Yi Academy were afraid of Zhao Yichuan and didn't dare to joke around in front of him, behaving themselves instead. I feel something is off. This time, Elder Zhao is presiding over the assessment. Knowing that Chen Qingyuan didn't participate, why is he ignoring it? This isn't like Elder Zhao style. Chen Qingyuan is the appointed disciple of Vice President Yu, so Elder Zhao is probably giving Vice President Yu some face. Nonsense. Back then, Elder Zhao dared to confront the president. Although he was suppressed by the president for 100 years afterward, his temperament hasn't changed. This time, Chen Qingyuan is clearly using the back door, violating the academy's rules. How could Elder Zhao give Vice President Yu face? Sounds like it. Many people murmured about this, feeling that Zhao Yichuan seemed to have changed, ignoring the matter of connections and backdoors. Could it be that Chen Qingyuan is Elder Zhao's illegitimate son? Someone made this guess, causing a stir. Although this possibility was low, it couldn't be ruled out. Apart from this reason, everyone really couldn't think of any other explanation. Such words shouldn't be spread carelessly. An esteemed elder from the alchemy room came out to refute the rumors, quickly stopping such talk to avoid it reaching Zhao Yichuan's ears, which would lead to a one-sided beating. Elder Zhao has lived for over 10,000 years and is still a virgin, no way. With the explanation from the alchemy room elder, the topic smoothly shifted to Zhao Yichuan. You bunch of rascals, don't drag me into this. Seeing things going awry, the alchemy elder directly announced his retreat, stating he wouldn't show his face for years. Everyone only dared to discuss it in private, not daring to say such things in front of Zhao Yichuan, fearing for their bones. Inside Yuxiao Palace, Zhao Yichuan was unaware that the elders of each branch were discussing his virginity. He looked solemnly at Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan. From today on, you 2 are part of the main branch, practicing with me. Chapter 82. The child has grown up and is hard to punish practicing with Zhao Yichuan. Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened in extreme unease, quickly asking, Senior, shouldn't I be practicing with my master? Just now, your master sent a message, asking me to help teach you. Zhao Yichuan gave Chen Qingyuan a kind smile. No way. Is it really that easy for my master? Is there such a thing as a master who pits his disciple like this? Initially, Chen Qingyuan thought that even if he accidentally called Zhao Yichuan a bastard in front of everyone, he would be safe practicing in Yunxi residence without worrying about Zhao Yichuan making things difficult for him. However, Chen Qingyuan never expected that his master, Yu Chenran, would pull such a move, directly handing him over to Zhao Yichuan. Isn't this harmful? Senior, you're busy, so let's forget it. I can manage alone. No need to trouble you. Chen Qingyuan awkwardly smiled, trying to evade this calamity. I only have Song Mingyan as my disciple, so teaching her while keeping an eye on you is no trouble. Zhao Yichuan wouldn't let Chen Qingyuan slip away from his palm. Kid, there are indeed many who insult me. However, aside from the president and the 2 vice presidents, you are the first to dare call me a bastard to my face. Although you are the heir of the Qing sect, I still need to give you a lesson and improve your abilities. Zhao Yichuan's smile sent chills down Chen Qingyuan's spine. He wanted to escape, but found no way out. Master, I hate you. Chen Qingyuan looked at Zhao Yichuan with a trace of resentment, being forced to follow him to a mysterious place. Hey, you're in trouble. Song Mingyan came from a top-tier force in the core area of the northern wilderness, where there were top powers, and she had some understanding of Daoyi Academy. She had come to Daoyi Academy with the goal of becoming Zhao Yichuan's disciple. You're not in a good spot either. Chen Qingyuan scoffed. The two had already changed into the academy's attire, white clothing and skirts, pristine and untainted. Who is your master? Until now, Song Mingyan still didn't know the details of Chen Qingyuan's situation in Daoyi Academy. From the earlier conversation between Chen Qingyuan and Zhao Yichuan, she vaguely sensed that Chen Qingyuan's master was quite significant. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yichuan be willing to help and teach him? I want to tell you. Chen Qingyuan remained wary of this woman, Song Mingyan. Feel free to say what you want. Song Mingyan squinted slightly and stopped asking questions. After walking for half an hour, she arrived at a mysterious space where an ancient tower stood. The tower was 33 stories high, with each level governed by special laws, serving as one of the foundations of the Daoyi Academy. Follow me. Zhao Yichuan unlocked the tower's restrictions and walked with his hands behind his back. The first level of the ancient tower was pitch black, resembling an endless dark space. Zhao Yichuan snapped his fingers towards the depths of the space, instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating every corner with light. Immediately afterward, a black river surged in, engulfing the space. Zhao Yichuan grabbed one of them, preventing Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan from being swallowed by the black water for the time being. This is the Black River, which can enhance spiritual power. When you reach the end of the Black River, it means your spiritual power has reached a qualifying level. The Black River roared, forming hundreds of whirlpools. To reach the end of the Black River, one could only rely on powerful spiritual strength. Good luck. In the next moment, Zhao Yichuan let go. With a splash, both Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan fell into the water simultaneously. The laws of this space had been activated by Zhao Yichuan, and both of their cultivation levels had been sealed, making them like ordinary people who could not perform Dao techniques, let alone fly. I'm not ready yet. Chen Qingyuan shouted inwardly, instantly swallowed by the river, his body sinking continuously. On the other side, Song Mingyan did not expect to face such a trial right after entering. It was truly tormenting. However, she had no time to think about such issues and quickly sought a way to pass the test. Chen Qingyuan's body kept sinking, as if there were no end. Stay calm. He closed his eyes and began to sense everything around him. Gradually, his descent slowed down. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan's body finally stopped. Invisible spiritual power wrapped around him, resisting the laws of this space. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, while enduring immense pressure, faintly felt his spiritual power slowly increasing. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan stood in white clothes, expressionless. They just entered, and you threw them into the tower. Isn't that asking too much? Vice Dean Lin Wenqiu came, not fully agreeing with Zhao Yichuan's actions. The main lineage must have the strength to crush their peers. Only by enduring can they truly become core disciples of the Daoyi Academy. This requirement is not high, Zhao Yichuan said in a deep voice. At least let them understand what it means to enter the ancient tower. Lin Wenqiu sighed and spoke. The ancient tower is dangerous. Without sufficient strength, there can be life-threatening risks. Over countless years, many talented individuals have died in the ancient tower, figures that would be renowned anywhere. When they reach the peak, I will tell them. If they cannot reach it, there is no need to say anything. Zhao Yichuan did not take Lin Wenqiu's words to heart, his face indifferent. You kid always wears a sour face and likes to argue when you speak. I really want to give you a beating. Lin Wenqiu glared. Go ahead. I'm not worried. In a few years, when I get stronger, I will fight back. Zhao Yichuan was unconcerned. Lin Wenqiu was left speechless with anger. If it were anyone else, Lin Wenqiu would have just beaten them up without any psychological pressure. However, Zhao Yichuan was different. He was the personal disciple of the dean, with a talent frighteningly high. In a while, Zhao Yichuan might even take over as the dean of the academy. Sigh. The child has grown up. It's hard to lay a hand on him now. If I had known this day would come, I should have trained him well when he was younger. Lin Wenqiu sighed helplessly. You should know about the backgrounds of Song and Chen, right? Don't let these two die. Otherwise, this good fate will turn into a bad one, and our Daoyi Academy might not withstand it. I am aware. Zhao Yichuan still maintained a cold demeanor. You don't have a clue about anything. I might as well stay here. If something happens, I can still remedy it. Lin Wenqiu was genuinely worried that something would happen to Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan. So he directly came to the ancient tower to prevent any accidents. Do as you wish. Zhao Yichuan's attitude was very cold, his face showing indifference. Inside the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan felt his body being torn apart, as if his soul were being pierced by countless fine needles, causing unbearable pain. He might really lose his life. Chen Qingyuan dared not slacken for a moment, enduring the intense pain while honing his spiritual power. Chapter 83. Proving oneself. The ancient tower is an extremely important asset of the Daoyi Academy, with a total of 33 levels, each containing different laws. Over countless years, very few people have managed to stand at the top of the tower. Reaching the top signifies unparalleled talent, fortune, Dao heart, comprehension, and more. Such individuals have not appeared in the Daoyi Academy for over 10,000 years. It should be known that anyone who can become a disciple of the Academy is already an outstanding genius in the world. If nothing unexpected happens, the next dean should be Zhao Yichuan, who, in his youth, also could not reach the top of the tower, at most only reaching the 30th level. The pain gradually lessened. Chen Qingyuan, engulfed by the river, adapted to this law, greatly enhancing his spiritual power. Half an hour later, Chen Qingyuan surfaced, finally able to see the path ahead. She should be able to secure the first place in the assessment. She shouldn't have any accidents here. Glancing around, Chen Qingyuan did not see Song Mingyan's figure, likely still suffering at the bottom of the water. Chen Qingyuan looked ahead, unable to see the end of the river for now, only feeling the overwhelming pressure of the laws pressing down on her. This space suppressed Chen Qingyuan's cultivation. To move deeper, she had to resist this pressure with her spiritual power, as all other means were rendered ineffective. With a splash, Chen Qingyuan began to swim slowly. With each distance she moved, she could clearly perceive that the pressure from the laws was growing stronger. Every so often, she had to stop and rest. After a while, Song Mingyan surfaced, gasping for air with her mouth wide open. Her hair was wet, and only her head was above the water, her expression appearing urgent and tense. Staying in the dark river nearly suffocated her soul. Fortunately, she quickly found a way and broke through the surface with all her strength, feeling the pressure suddenly decrease. This guy actually got ahead of me. Song Mingyan saw Chen Qingyuan 100 meters ahead and felt a pressure from her rival. Her expression became serious as she immediately adjusted her condition, preparing to move forward. Song Mingyan was proud and refused to back down within her family, suppressing many talented peers who dared not look up. Upon arriving at the Daoyi Academy, she also passed the assessment with the first place. She knew Zhao Yichuan was known for his strictness, and some disciples had even died due to his high-intensity training methods. Even so, she still chose to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple. According to reliable news from the Song family, Zhao Yichuan was likely to be the next dean. If Song Mingyan truly gained Zhao Yichuan's recognition, it would certainly benefit her when Zhao Yichuan became dean in the future. Everything she did had one purpose: to prove herself. Since ancient times, the Song family has always been led by men, with women mostly used for marriage alliances. Song Mingyan did not want to become a sacrifice for the family and saw only one path ahead: to defeat her peers from the same clan and change the outdated views of her elders. However, this path was not easy. I will not lose to anyone. Song Mingyan gritted her teeth and persevered, moving forward. Only by becoming the head of the Song family could she have the right to determine her own fate. Therefore, despite some elders' opposition, she resolutely arrived at the Daoyi Academy, determined to become stronger in the shortest time possible. With great personal strength, she would not be oppressed by others. A strange feeling washed over her. It seemed she was no longer as uncomfortable as before. Chen Qingyuan stood with his back to Song Mingyan, maintaining a distance from her. After swimming for a while, Chen Qingyuan noticed a familiar taste in the laws of this place. Upon reflection, he suddenly realized that it reminded him of his experiences in the Tianyuan. Years ago, Chen Qingyuan had spent over a century in Tianyuan, suffering greatly. Of course, although those days were extremely painful, Chen Qingyuan had gained a lot. The red-clad girl's personal training made him understand what a hell on earth was. Compared to Tianyuan, the pressure of the laws on the first level of the ancient tower seemed rather insufficient. It was actually a bit comfortable. As time passed, Chen Qingyuan felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if a faint current was wandering inside him. At first, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if countless giant mountains were pressing down on his chest. But now, that pressure could no longer hinder Chen Qingyuan's steps forward. How could this be? Behind him, Song Mingyan watched as Chen Qingyuan's speed increased significantly, the distance between them growing wider, leaving her dumbfounded. The scene that followed would shock Song Mingyan even more, causing her to doubt herself. Chen Qingyuan recalled a past experience, and his mental strength had received a tremendous boost. Then, he felt his body become incredibly light, slowly rising to the surface. In the next moment, Chen Qingyuan completely floated in the air, his feet stepping on the black river surface. Witnessing this scene, Song Mingyan's body trembled slightly, and she stopped in her tracks, forgetting to move forward. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, her expression exceptionally rich. After a long time, as Chen Qingyuan's figure gradually disappeared into the black mist, Song Mingyan finally regained her senses, suddenly awakening and exclaiming to herself, "Is Chen Qingyuan's mental strength really that powerful? No wonder he was accepted as an exception into the Daoyi Academy. He truly is extraordinary." Soon, Song Mingyan stopped overthinking and pressed forward. After more than 10 days, Song Mingyan passed through the river shrouded in thick black mist and finally saw a gigantic stone platform. The circular stone platform, about 500 meters in diameter, was surrounded by steps. Song Mingyan's mental state had deteriorated significantly, and she seemed to see a figure sitting on the platform, the silhouette vague and somewhat unclear. Relying on her indomitable will, she dragged her exhausted body out of the water and climbed onto the cold steps. Then she slowly stood up and walked up the steps, one step at a time, to the top. Standing on the stone platform, Song Mingyan finally saw clearly the figure she had just glimpsed. It turned out to be Chen Qingyuan, who was brewing tea, leaning against a large rock, looking relaxed. Finally arrived. Care for a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan turned to the exhausted Song Mingyan and smiled slightly. This is my first time treating you to tea, for free. Song Mingyan wanted to speak, but opened her mouth and couldn't utter a word. With a thud, her body collapsed to the ground, powerless. What a failure, she muttered under her breath, while Chen Qingyuan continued to sip his tea. Chen Qingyuan spent 3 days reaching the stone platform, his restrictions lifted, and his cultivation restored. Based on Chen Qingyuan's estimation, he figured that only when Song Mingyan arrived at the stone platform could Zhao Yichuan appear. Thus, during the 10 days Chen Qingyuan waited. He spent the first few days consolidating his mental energy, and later enjoyed tea and wine, savoring the celestial fruits and delicacies he carried. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had already learned the specifics of the situation inside, and quickly arrived. Buzz. The void above the stone platform twisted, and Zhao Yichuan appeared. Chapter 84. The second level of the ancient tower, suppressing cultivation in battle. Zhao Yichuan pointed a finger at the unconscious Song Mingyan, protecting her mind to prevent any aftereffects. Then, Zhao Yichuan looked at Chen Qingyuan, not saying a word, but a hint of unusual color flashed in his eyes. Outside, Vice President Lin Wenchou's face was filled with surprise, fully aware of the events occurring in the ancient tower. The inheritors of the Qingzong era are not simple. Chen Qingyuan's performance greatly shocked Lin Wenchou. In just 3 days, he had passed the first level, effortlessly walking on water, breaking the record of the Daoyi Academy. Initially, Yu Chenran was reluctant to share this with Lin Wenchou, but he couldn't withstand Lin Wenchou's persistent questioning. Reluctantly, Yu Chenran had to reveal everything. In the entire Daoyi Academy, only 2 vice presidents and Zhao Yichuan knew Chen Qingyuan's true background. Unconsciously, Lin Wenchou recalled his own experience of entering the ancient tower, which was no better than Song Mingyan's situation. Inside the ancient tower, on the stone platform, with Zhao Yichuan's intervention, Song Mingyan quickly awakened, her injuries healing significantly. You didn't have to suffer so much. You forced yourself to accelerate your pace before reaching that level of mental state. Do you want to die? Zhao Yichuan scolded sternly. I was wrong. Please punish me, master. Song Mingyan, unwilling to be outdone by Chen Qingyuan, used all her strength to resist the pressure of the laws here, ultimately leading to a backlash of her mental strength. If Zhao Yichuan had not appeared in time, it would have taken Song Mingyan at least several months to recover on her own. Only when you meet my requirements will you be qualified to be my disciple. Zhao Yichuan said coldly, not yet considering Song Mingyan as his disciple. I know why you came to the Daoyi Academy. If your mindset is so unstable, it would be better to give up early. Scolded by Zhao Yichuan, Song Mingyan lowered her head in silence, unable to refute. She was unwilling to become a pawn of her clan, no matter the cost. She wanted to take control of her own life. Kid, you seem quite relaxed. Zhao Yichuan then turned his gaze to Chen Qingyuan, speaking coldly. Not at all. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly packed up the table and delicious dishes, his expression solemn. Once you're ready, ascend the tower on your own. I want to appear again on the following journey. How far you can go depends on your own abilities. If you can't hold on any longer, just crush this jade slip to leave the ancient tower. After saying this, Zhao Yichuan left. 2 jade slips landed in the hands of Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan respectively. A wooden door appeared at the end of the stone platform. Opening it would lead to the second level. You go first. Chen Qingyuan put away the jade slip, looked at the wooden door, and turned to Song Mingyan. You want me to scout the way for you? Song Mingyan's voice was cold. I'm not that kind of person. I just want you to go first. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Since you don't appreciate it, then I'll go first. Nowadays, it's not easy to deceive girls, sigh. Chen Qingyuan was concerned that there might be some restrictions at the wooden door, so he wanted Song Mingyan to test it. Unfortunately, Song Mingyan was unwilling to take the first step, so Chen Qingyuan had to go and check it himself. Approaching the door, Chen Qingyuan was very cautious, slowly placing his right hand on the door and pushing it forcefully. Boom. In an instant, a powerful suction force engulfed Chen Qingyuan, leaving no room for resistance. Chen Qingyuan cursed inwardly as darkness enveloped him, feeling the world spin around him. Watching Chen Qingyuan being swallowed by the wooden door, Song Mingyan hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and walking over. Whoosh. Song Mingyan also left the stone platform and entered the second level. When the light returned to Chen Qingyuan's eyes, he found himself in a strange space, cautiously surveying his surroundings and daring not to act recklessly. After waiting for a long time, Chen Qingyuan did not see Song Mingyan's figure and came to a guess. They must have entered different spaces. The first level was a test of mental strength, and if one did not meet the standards, they would not qualify to enter the higher levels of the ancient tower. From now on, the challenges faced by the two would be different, making it impossible for them to meet again. This space was pure white, with no end in sight. It was vast and quiet. Chen Qingyuan remained tense, constantly paying attention to the changes around him. After half a stick of incense, a shadowy figure appeared before Chen Qingyuan. A later stage of the acquired realm, Chen Qingyuan glanced at the figure and discerned its level. The first stage of the cultivation path was too weak. Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's willingness, his body uncontrollably floated deep into the space, confronting the blurry shadow from 100 meters away. At the same time, all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was suppressed, placing him at the same acquired realm. At this moment, he could no longer sense the existence of the golden core within him, as if a terrifying force had severed the causal connection to the golden core. Fight! The vague shadow shouted at Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan prepared for battle, focusing entirely on the fight. The acquired realm, the first foundation on the path of cultivation. Few people likely valued the acquired realm, as they all wanted to quickly improve their cultivation and become stronger. Chen Qingyuan used to think the same way, always feeling that his foundation had reached a high level, aiming too high. Later, when forming the golden core, he only achieved a heavenly grade foundation. Bang! Chen Qingyuan and the shadow both punched at the same time, colliding hard. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan took half a step back, his fist sore. The shadow, however, remained unaffected, launching another attack. The shadow's will within the ancient tower was in the most perfect state. Simply put, the true combat power of this shadow could sweep through countless acquired realm cultivators throughout the ages. Anyone who could fight to a standstill with it could be considered to have a perfect foundation in the acquired realm. As for winning, that was virtually impossible. At least since the establishment of the ancient tower, such a person had never appeared. What a hard punch. Chen Qingyuan's fighting spirit was ignited as he engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow. After hundreds of rounds of physical combat, Chen Qingyuan was hit a few times by the shadow, feeling sore all over, yet he had not managed to touch the shadow at all. According to the rules of the ancient tower, as long as one could fight the shadow for 500 rounds, it would count as passing the level. Unknowingly, Chen Qingyuan had been fighting the shadow for a long time, his clothes tattered and looking somewhat disheveled. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan saw a wooden door appear not far away. However, he had no intention of heading for the door. Instead, he confronted the shadow. You think after hitting me, I would just leave? What a joke. If I don't fight back, Chen Qingyuan couldn't swallow this humiliation. In another space, Song Mingyan, covered in wounds, managed to last through 500 rounds, and her opponent paused, revealing a path to the third level beside her. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who was stubborn, Song Mingyan quickly decided to leave since she had passed. Thus, Song Mingyan's speed temporarily outpaced Chen Qingyuan, who was still battling the shadow in the second level. Outside the tower, Lin Wenqiu and Zhao Yichuan showed signs of concern. This kid has already passed. Why isn't he leaving? Lin Wenqiu muttered. Maybe he wants to temper himself in this way. Zhao Yichuan replied. That possibility is slim. He is probably just unwilling to be beaten and simply wants to get revenge. Using a unique technique, Lin Wenqiu could see the scenes within the ancient tower and remarked with an odd expression. Zhao Yichuan was silent for a long time, unable to say a word, as he felt Lin Wenqiu's perspective was quite accurate. After 7 days, Chen Qingyuan, who started at a disadvantage, finally reached a point of equilibrium. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyuan kicked the shadow in the face, feeling satisfied. Stop, I'm not fighting anymore. Chen Qingyuan shouted at the shadow and immediately ran to the wooden door. Chapter 85. The demonic cave is about to erupt. Urgent situation. Upon stepping into the third level of the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was suppressed to the innate realm, and his opponent was of the same strength. Come on. Chen Qingyuan took the initiative and unleashed the limits of his innate realm power. Thus, Chen Qingyuan began his training within the ancient tower. Song Mingyan had temporarily outpaced Chen Qingyuan and had already reached the 5th level. As for Chen Qingyuan, he did not want to just slip away after being beaten for 500 rounds. He had to fight back before ascending to higher tower levels. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan and Lin Wenqiu stood guard, not leaving an inch. They were well aware of the situation inside the tower. The heir of the Qing sect truly had exceptional talent and a solid foundation. Based on this trend, he might reach the 30th level and would not be weaker than you. Lin Wenqiu praised. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is very difficult. So don't jump to conclusions. Zhao Yichuan was actually quite surprised by Chen Qingyuan's performance, but he still maintained a calm facade. Should we place a bet? Lin Wenqiu raised an eyebrow. Boring, not betting. This proposal was rejected by Zhao Yichuan without hesitation. You're really no fun. Can't you have any other interests besides cultivation? Fine wine, beautiful women, power, gold, and silver, all of which do not catch Zhao Yichuan's eye. Sometimes, Lin Wenqiu felt that Zhao Yichuan was not a normal person and had some issues in his heart. Having been a virgin for over 10,000 years, it was not said to be unique in the North Wilderness, but it was close. Affairs of the mortal world were merely stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. In Zhao Yichuan's life journey, there was only cultivation. Everything else in the world was excluded. Sigh, if you have no interests, what is the point of working hard to cultivate? Lin Wenqiu asked. To become stronger, Zhao Yichuan replied. And then, Lin Wenqiu asked again. To pursue a higher path and see farther places. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yichuan stated resolutely. All right, I don't have your awareness. Lin Wenqiu shook his head, savoring a sip of fine wine with an enjoyable expression. Meanwhile, in the fully used star domain at Tianyuan sect, beneath the sect, there was a massive formation, with countless spirit stones piled at the center to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy that would lead to the formation's failure. At the center of the formation was a giant demonic cave sealed away. Demonic energy had already seeped out of the formation and would be uncontrollable in no more than 2 years. We have already done our best, but we still cannot solve it. From my perspective, the chaos of the demonic cave cannot be stopped. While there is still some time, We should quickly organize our resources and relocate the sect to other star domains. What should we do? All the high-ranking members of various sects gathered here, having tried various methods to no avail in dealing with the demonic cave. At this moment, everyone had lost hope of resolving the demonic cave, and many decided to leave the Fulyu star domain as soon as possible to minimize losses. As for the ordinary cultivators and the countless ordinary beings who cannot escape, they can only stay here and wait for death. Each holy land is too preoccupied with its own affairs. How could they have the leisure to care about mundane beings? If any fellow cultivator is willing to enter the demon lair for a try, perhaps they can solve the current dilemma. An elder from Tianyu sect gritted his teeth and said, "This disaster was caused by your Tianyu sect. If anyone is to enter the demon lair, it should be you. Not expect us to risk our lives." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly infuriated the strong figures from various sects, their gazes toward the Tianyu sect members turning particularly sharp. The elders of Tianyu sect were intimidated by the pressure and hurriedly explained, "Fellow cultivators, please calm down. That is not our intention." Then what do you mean? If Tianyu sect had mentioned the demon lair earlier, while it was still small, it would have been easy to deal with. Now that it has developed to this point, it is impossible to resolve it. Instead of finding a way to make amends, you want us to go in and die. It's simply ridiculous. Don't think that by offering some benefits to all sects back then, you can wash away Tianyu sect's sins. Those benefits were merely compensation and cannot cover up Tianyu sect's foolish actions. Now that the truth is out, the representatives of various sects no longer gave Tianyu sect any face and loudly criticized them. Facing the accusations from various sects, Sect Master Qingyuan showed no emotional fluctuations. His expression unchanged. It wasn't until the voices of the crowd gradually subsided that Qingyuan finally spoke. "Please listen to what I have to say." Seeing that Qingyuan finally spoke, everyone fell silent and turned their gazes toward him. All that is needed is to place this array spirit pearl in the deepest part of the demon lair to strengthen the formation and buy some time. At that point, I can go to the core area of the North Wasteland and seek out top-tier powers, which may offer a glimmer of hope. Whoever dares to go, regardless of success or failure, I will offer a priceless treasure in gratitude. As he spoke, a dark-colored spirit pearl appeared in Qingyuan's palm, a treasure refined by an array master over 10 years. Just by placing the spirit pearl in the deepest part of the demon lair, it could suppress the mutated demon lair, buying at least 100 years of valuable time. Why doesn't T-Sect Master Qingyuan himself? Someone coldly questioned. "I know my strength is insufficient and cannot bear this responsibility," Qingyuan said without shame, his expression unchanged. To put it simply, he is afraid of death. A ring was thrown into the air by Qingyuan, using mystic arts to project the space within the ring, revealing 3 complete top-grade spirit veins, along with various medicinal herbs and high-quality Dao artifacts. Upon seeing this, the crowd was greatly shocked, their eyes revealing a hint of greed, not to mention the assorted treasures. Just these 3 top-grade spirit veins were enough to leave countless strong figures breathless. Many top sects in the Flowing Star domain only possess a single top-grade spirit vein. However, Qingyuan casually took out 3 top-grade spirit veins, showcasing his immense wealth. Over the years, Tianyu sect has reaped considerable benefits from the demon lair. Damn it, Tianyu sect has taken enormous profits, yet now that they've messed up, they want us to solve the problem. It's truly infuriating. Last time, Tianyu sect claimed to distribute all resources to various sects, but now it seems like a joke. The crowd began to communicate through their minds, cursing the ancestors of Tianyu sect. They were very angry and jealous, yet helpless, feeling quite distressed. Fellow cultivators, are you willing to give it a try? At this point, Qingyuan no longer cared about his own reputation. No matter what, he could not take this risk. If the demon lair truly erupted, Qingyuan would have no choice but to abandon Tianyu sect's foundation and flee as far as he could. Of course, there is still a chance to salvage the situation, and Qingyuan did not want to give up. Although Sect Master Qin's generosity was immense, once entering the demon lair, death was certain. No amount of benefits would be of use to us. The strong figures from various sects were not foolish. They could not stomach the benefits presented before them. Betting their lives for these resources was not worth it. Most importantly, they saw no hope of winning the gamble. After a long standstill, Qingyuan became somewhat anxious. Could it be that no one was willing to go in? The laws within the demon lair were extremely chaotic, and if powerful figures were not sent to personally escort the array spirit pearl inside, it would certainly be impossible to place the spirit pearl in the right position. I want to do something as foolish as to seek death. Although the crowd felt greed, they still maintained their rationality. It was impossible for them to make such a foolish decision, nor did they want to clean up the mess caused by Tianyu sect. Seeing this situation, Qingyuan felt uncertain, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. If truly no one entered, Qingyuan would have no choice but to give up on the Tianyu sect's heritage. Clenching his fists tightly, Qingyuan felt reluctant, not wanting years of hard work to go to waste. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a voice came from afar. "I will go." Chapter 86. Lin Chongqing steps into the demon lair, willing to face death. Who? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd immediately turned to look behind. The newcomer was dressed in a light-colored long robe, appearing as a middle-aged man with a tall and heroic figure. The one who came was none other than Lin Chongqing. the sect master of Xinqing sect. Sect master, why are you here? The elder of Xinqing sect, responsible for this meeting, was astonished to see Lin Chongsheng suddenly appear and stepped forward to ask. Some things must be done by someone. Lin Chongsheng clasped his hands behind his back, stepping forward, his voice resonating in everyone's ears like thunder, causing many to lower their heads in shame. You are the pillar of our Xinqing sect. You cannot have any mishaps, no. The elder dressed in gray looked quite old, with half of his hair white and wrinkles on his face, speaking in a firm tone, resolutely opposing. My mind is made up. Before coming, Lin Chongsheng had already prepared for the worst and handled matters within the sect. No. The elder stood in front of Lin Chongsheng, saying seriously, if the sect master really wants to do this, then let me go. If I die, it won't have too great an impact on Xinqing sect. But if something happens to you, Xinqing sect will surely fall into chaos. Lin Chongsheng patted the elder's shoulder, giving him a determined look. Then, Lin Chongsheng took the opportunity to point his finger, rendering the elder momentarily unable to move. Sect master. The elder rolled his eyes toward Lin Chongsheng, trembling as he called out. Everything at home has been arranged. Even if I don't return, there's no need to worry, Lin Chongsheng said softly. That doesn't matter. You are the sect master. How can you risk your life? Regardless, the elder still disagreed. Lin Chongsheng no longer replied, but directly walked up to Qingyuan. Give me the things. Lin Chongsheng gave Qingyuan a look. Is sect master Lin really willing to take this risk? Qingyuan was somewhat skeptical. It wasn't just Qingyuan who had doubts. All the strong figures present felt the same, finding it hard to believe. If sect master Qin doesn't believe it, you can follow me inside to take a look. Lin Chongsheng said coldly. I know my abilities are lacking, so there's no need for that. After being retorted by Lin Chongsheng, Qingyuan was not angry. After all, Lin Chongsheng was going to his death. Letting him vent some grievances was acceptable. The things. Lin Chongsheng gestured again. This time, Qingyuan no longer hesitated and handed over the array spirit pearl and the spatial ring containing the resources to Lin Chongsheng. Lin Chongsheng turned and walked in front of the Grand Elder, checking the space ring to ensure it had not been tampered with. He placed the ring in the Grand Elder's hand and whispered, just go back directly later. Don't linger here, or you might attract unwanted attention. Regardless of whether Tianyuan sect provided this resource or not, Lin Chongsheng would enter the demon abyss. He happened to encounter it when he arrived. So of course he would take the resources. It was impossible to just leave them. At this moment, for the Grand Elder, it was a bittersweet farewell. No longer addressing Lin Chongsheng as the sect master, his eyes revealing the reluctance between brothers. Just like when they were young, you have to listen. Lin Chongsheng patted the Grand Elder's head and smiled softly. In their childhood, whenever his junior brothers were bullied, it was Lin Chongsheng, the big brother, who stepped in to resolve the issues and regain their dignity. Among his junior brothers, besides the sect elders, he was the only one who could hit them. No one else could. The Grand Elder choked back a sob, tears glistening in his eyes. He understood Lin Chongsheng's character. Once he made a decision, he would never regret it. If I die, junior brother Dong can temporarily take over as sect master. You can stay at the sect with peace of mind, and later become a protecting elder of the sect. Lin Chongsheng's decision has already been communicated to the higher-ups of the sect. Although everyone disagrees, they cannot prevent it and can only reluctantly accept it in the end. After finishing these words, Lin Chongsheng tightly held the spirit pearl of the array and prepared to step into the demon cave. The righteousness of sect master Lin makes us feel ashamed. The powerful figures of various sects clasped their fists to show their respect. May sect master Lin return triumphantly, Qingyuan said loudly, feigning kindness. The powerful figures of various sects spoke up one after another, expressing various words of admiration and sincerely wishing for the success of this mission. Lin Chongsheng's successful completion of the task would benefit everyone. I enter the demon cave not for you, but for the countless beings in the flowing star domain. The lives living in this territory are innocent and should not suffer because of the actions of some fools. Lin Chongsheng's words were pointed, causing the members of the Tianyuan sect to flush with anger, yet they had no words to refute. Open the array. Lin Chongsheng arrived at the top of the demon cave and shouted loudly. The powerful individuals immediately used their techniques to create a small passage above the great formation. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy rushed out of the formation. Lin Chongsheng struck with his palm, dispersing the demonic energy, and at the same time, stepped into the formation. Seal. Lin Chongsheng stepped into the formation, and the others immediately sealed the formation to prevent the leakage of demonic energy. Once inside the formation, Lin Chongsheng the restrictions on the Grand Elder, allowing him to move. Senior brother. The elder turned around immediately, looking at Lin Chongsheng inside the formation. Calling out with tears in his eyes, his voice hoarse. Go home. Lin Chongsheng said softly. The elder's nails pierced his palm, and despite his reluctance, he had to obey Lin Chongsheng's order and hurried back to the Xinqing sect, lest some thieves covet this resource. Before leaving, the elder took a deep look at Lin Chongsheng's figure. For him, this might be the last time they met, and the pain in his heart was beyond description. As he turned to leave, a sharp pain shot through the elder's heart. However, for the greater good, he had to steady his mind and return home as quickly as possible. Lin Chongsheng looked down at the demon cave, which was dark and incomprehensibly deep, like an endless abyss with no visible bottom. After making preparations, Lin Chongqing plunged into the demon cave. Boom. In an instant, endless demonic energy surged towards Lin Chongqing, attempting to devour his mind and turn him into a mindless demonic creature. Lin Chongqing used the heart-calming technique to keep himself calm, blocking the dense demonic energy outside his protective barrier. This guy, Lin Chongqing, really isn't afraid of death. It wasn't until Lin Chongqing truly entered the demon cave that the strong practitioners believed it wasn't an illusion. They couldn't understand Lin Chongqing's actions and even secretly thought he was a fool. Cultivating was not easy, especially for a powerful figure like Lin Chongqing who was in the tribulation period. If the demon cave were to truly erupt, it wouldn't harm Lin Chongqing, at most. He could leave the fully used star domain. He really considered himself a savior, didn't he? Since Lin Chongqing has already entered, some people no longer need to wear false masks. Sneering and whispering. If Lin Chongqing can truly place the erased spirit pearl in the right position, it will greatly benefit us. Whether it's dealing with the demon abyss or relocating from the fully used star domain, we will have enough time. People will not owe Lin Chongqing this favor. When favors exceed a certain limit, they are directly overlooked by the world because people cannot and do not wish to repay them. Chapter 87. Do not fear. There is seen your brother here. The demon abyss, a place of great peril, poses life-threatening risks even to great ascension cultivators who enter. As a fifth-stage tribulation transcending cultivator, Lin Chongqing is indeed a powerful presence in the fully used star domain, but in a bustling place, he seems insufficient. Stepping into the demon abyss, Lin Chongqing did not think about making it out alive. This is my destiny. For about 10 years, Lin Chongqing often dreamed, and in his dreams, the demon abyss was countless times larger than the demon cave, its terrifying nature beyond imagination. Later, Lin Chongqing unearthed the ancestral grave, many of which were empty, and understood some things. The beings in this world are so innocent. How can they bear this karma? Lin Chongqing does not seek recognition from the world for this action. He only wishes to be guiltless and uphold the honorable name of his ancestors. Boom. The terrifying demonic energy continuously eroded Lin Chongqing's body, temporarily blocked by the protective barrier. However, as Lin Chongqing went deeper, the demonic energy became increasingly dense, making it difficult for the protective technique to hold. Some parts of the barrier had already developed cracks, and Lin Chongqing turned to see a trace of worry in his eyes. Even so, Lin Chongqing had no intention of turning back. Instead, he quickened his pace. This place is like an endless abyss, darkness swallowing everything. No matter how Lin Chongqing used various Taoist techniques and treasures, he could not see the entirety of his surroundings and could only rely on intuition to determine the direction of the path. Below, Lin Chongqing saw hundreds of hideous and terrifying skulls, with overwhelming demonic energy surging towards him. At the moment of imminent contact, Lin Chongqing struck with lightning speed, slicing the obstructing skulls in half, seizing the opportunity to pass this barrier and continue forward. A wailing sound, like the cries of ghosts and wolves, came from the depths of the demon cave. The ghostly sound seemed to possess some mysterious power, piercing through the protective barrier and reaching Lin Chongqing's ears. Even if Lin Chongqing did not want to hear it, he had no choice. At first, Lin Chongqing could resist the temptation of the ghostly sound with his willpower. However, as time passed, he gradually found it hard to endure. Disciple, after I leave, you must guard the Xianqing sect well. Master, where are you going? The deadline for the master is approaching, and I'm afraid he won't live much longer. Don't talk nonsense. Master, you are in the prime of your life, and there is still a long way to go before your lifespan runs out. The master smiled but did not speak. Soon after, Master Feng Chongxian passed away. Memories of the past surged before Lin Chongqing like a tide. Lin Chongqing's state of mind was slightly affected, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. I don't understand. Why should this responsibility be undertaken by my Chen sect? Why? The forces in the world are much stronger than my Xianqing sect, and they are indifferent to it. How can they expect the ancestors of my Xianqing sect to go to their deaths? In a daze, Lin Chongqing saw a fragment of a scene from his dream. The dream was originally very vague, but now it has become very clear, as if seen with one's own eyes. In a certain era, two high-ranking members of the Xianqing sect were discussing matters concerning the demon abyss. They had clearly awakened their ancestral memories and needed to bear the wishes and responsibilities of their ancestors. Do you want to see the common people slaughtered? A man in purple robes, somewhat older, patiently guided them. No, I don't. Another man in plain clothes, his face etched with unwillingness, gritted his teeth and said, we are not doing this for others, but for ourselves. If the demon abyss descends into chaos, this homeland will inevitably become a place of demonic transformation. And old friends and family will also face disaster. The man in purple looked into the distance, his tone serious. Brother, I fear the scenes from the ancestral memory of the demon abyss, which made the man in plain clothes feel afraid. It was not that he did not want to fulfill his ancestors' will, but rather that his body instinctively feared. Do not be afraid, I am here. The man in purple walked over and rubbed the head of the man in plain clothes, forcing a smile. The scene shifted, and decades passed. The man in purple and the man in plain clothes used a superior technique of false death to deceive everyone in the Xianqing sect. Then, the two headed to the imperial state, embarking on this fateful journey. Brother, if we don't come back, will there be a next life? On the road, the man in plain clothes broke the dull atmosphere to relieve his inner pressure and asked, "Perhaps we said the same thing in our last life." The man in purple joked, "That would be really unfortunate. We died in the last life, and now we have to go again." Hearing this response, the man in plain clothes instantly became troubled, pouting his lips in displeasure. "Ha!" The man in purple laughed several times, riding the wind and waves, moving forward unimpeded. "Brother, back then our master unexpectedly passed away. Did he also go to the demon abyss?" The man in plain clothes pressed on with another question. "It should be." The man in purple gazed into the distance, his expression complex. They knew this journey was likely to lead to death, and there was no way back. "Let it be for our descendants. Let us fight for a relatively peaceful era." Inside the demon abyss, Lin Chongqing's vision blurred. As it turned out, tears obscured his sight. When he blinked, the images of the two ancestors had already vanished. Immediately, a ghostly voice fell into Lin Chongqing's ears. "What is the meaning of what you are doing?" The things in the demon cave sought to tempt Lin Chongqing, preventing him from continuing deeper. Once the formation spirit pearl was activated, the demon cave would be sealed for at least 100 years. Human hearts are unpredictable and selfish. Even if you sacrificed your life for those people, they would not appreciate it. Retreat. If you turn back now, you can surely leave safely. The world is vast. With your abilities, where can't you go? Why sacrifice your life? It's not worth it. Various voices echoed, resembling the teachings of an old man, the seductive voice of a woman, and the cries of a child. Lin Chongqing's speed suddenly slowed. A terrifying thought inexplicably emerged in his mind. The world is foolish. The strong of various sects are extremely selfish. Why should my Xinqing sect bear this responsibility? Why can they sleep peacefully? Why, if it is for the descendants? At most we can relocate the entire sect to a remote corner and live in peace. Give up. The strange power in the demon cave was persuading Lin Chongqing to abandon this course of action. Lin Chongqing paused for a moment, his eyes momentarily dazed. The will of the ancestors cannot be questioned. Lin Chongqing regained his composure with a strong mind, and the confusion in his eyes instantly dissipated as he set off again. Thus, Lin Chongqing bore the countless demonic sounds and reached the depths of the demon cave. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds accompanied by a special rhythm echoed throughout the dark space. It resembled a heartbeat, or the breath of some existence. Lin Chongqing waved his sleeve, parting the thick black fog before him, and through the gaps in the fog, he saw a portion of a mural in the distance. Chapter 88. After hardships. The task is completed. A mural depicted all kinds of strange objects, with countless demons glaring, shrouded in black mist. Just one glance made Lin Chongqing's eyes sting painfully. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, "My lord, I am here to pay my respects." In a moment of distraction, a seductive woman appeared before Lin Chongqing, her every frown and smile exuding allure. She walked towards Lin Chongqing, her translucent garments slipping down every inch of her smooth skin, her red lips exuding fragrance, and her bare feet as delicate as jade. "Demoness die?" Lin Chongqing's resolve was extremely firm, and without hesitation, he struck out with a palm towards the woman before him. With a loud bang, the seductive woman's body exploded, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. Moments later, a mass of black mist reformed, blown by a strange demonic wind towards Lin Chongqing. Then, the black mist coalesced again, transforming back into the alluring figure of the woman. "My lord, you have a cruel heart." The woman leaned against Lin Chongqing, her voice enchanting and bone-tingling. Lin Chongqing struck out again, but still could not resolve the woman. "My lord, do you find me not beautiful enough?" The woman's tone carried a hint of grievance, evoking sympathy. "It's fine. I have some sisters who will surely satisfy you." As she spoke, 3 more enchanting women appeared before Lin Chongqing, each one more captivating than the last, intoxicating him. Lin Chongqing tried several times, but could not dispel these seductive illusions. He could only steady his mind and continue walking. He must not activate the formation spirit pearl until he reached the deepest part of the demon cave. There is only one chance. If the formation spirit pearl fails, there will be great trouble in the flowing star domain. "My lord, why don't you look at me? Am I too ugly?" A woman in a white dress clung to Lin Chongqing's left arm, her breath fragrant. "Husband." A woman in a plain dress stood on Lin Chongqing's right, tempting him in various ways. Lin Chongqing's gaze remained clear as he directly ignored these seductive techniques. As long as Lin Chongqing's mind wavered for even a moment, he would surely lose himself and forever sink here. He was well aware of the heart-tugging tactics of the demons. His spirit must not relax in the slightest to prevent them from taking advantage. Half an hour passed, and Lin Chongqing was still not enchanted. Continuing to walk down along the mural, soon reaching the end of the demon cave. Trespassing into the demon realm. If you don't want to die, roll away. The 4 enchanting women realized Lin Chongqing was unaffected by their allure and vanished. They then transformed into a fierce demonic figure, blocking Lin Chongqing's path, bearing their claws. Their voices shrill and piercing, loudly scolding. "I have come here with no intention of leaving alive. Death is all. What is there to fear?" Lin Chongqing held the formation spirit pearl in his left hand and a long sword in his right. In case the situation changed, Lin Chongqing needed to ensure he could activate the formation spirit pearl at the first moment, so he kept the pearl tightly in his grip. "Then go die?" The power of the demonic figure surged like a massive wave, instantly enveloping Lin Changsheng. Consumed by endless demonic energy, Lin Changsheng showed no fear and remained calm. He swung his sword, cutting a path forward. Lin Changsheng had no intention of entangling himself with the demons. His task was to deliver the formation spirit pearl to the bottom of the demon cave and could not be delayed. Countless tentacles reached towards Lin Changsheng, resembling chains of law, seeking to bind him and trap him to death. Whoosh! Facing the tentacles coming from all directions, Lin Changsheng swiftly dodged. If there was no way to avoid it, he would cut it down with the sword in his hand, fighting while moving deeper into the demon cave. A massive demon hand descended upon Lin Changsheng's head, startling him to the core, his soul trembling. Control! Lin Changsheng shouted loudly and summoned his lifebound sword. The sword slipped from his hand and charged toward the demon's palm, while Lin Changsheng took the opportunity to flee. If possible, Lin Changsheng did not want to abandon the sword. However, the situation was too unique, and he had no choice but to do so. The sword pierced the giant palm, and the immense force caused the sword to tremble violently, shattering it in no time. The giant palm continued to descend, determined to crush Lin Changsheng. The destruction of the lifebound sword caused some backlash, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Lin Changsheng's mouth. Ignoring his own injuries, he frantically quickened his pace. He could not afford to fail. Life can be sacrificed, but the mission must succeed. Upholding this belief, Lin Changsheng began to burn his lifespan. Disregarding everything. The ghostly voices echoed deep within the demon cave, extremely piercing and striking at the soul. Lin Changsheng heard this ghostly sound. His internal energy and blood began to churn, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. In the next moment, Lin Changsheng regained his composure, gritting his teeth and firmly holding on to his Tao heart. Following the mural of 10,000 demons, Lin Changsheng finally reached the bottom of the demon cave and was shocked by what he saw. It was a gigantic heart, like a mountain 1,000 meters high. The black heart had clear blood vessels on it, pulsating from time to time, producing a deafening thud. This is it. Lin Changsheng glanced down at the spirit orb in his left hand. He only needed to place the orb at the position of the demon heart to strengthen the seal and buy precious time for the beings of the flowing star domain. Die. Suddenly, that giant hand dispersed the thick fog and reappeared above Lin Changsheng's head. This space was already the bottom of the demon cave, and Lin Changsheng had nowhere to escape. Moreover, upon reaching the destination, Lin Changsheng could not avoid it either. The ancient chill permeated, everything was still, the heart was calm. And I looked at my solitary self. Lin Changsheng simultaneously activated the heart-calming technique and the body protection technique, forming several protective barriers around him, guarding the array spirit pearl at his chest. Boom! The giant hand descended, shattering the protective barrier like withered grass, and directly struck Lin Changsheng's body. Lin Changsheng spat out blood, several bones in his body broke, and his internal organs suffered severe damage. Lin Changsheng endured this blow, gritting his teeth and holding back his breath, seizing the moment to rush towards the demon heart. Then, Lin Changsheng glanced down at the array spirit pearl in his hand, which had not been harmed by the demonic might of the giant hand. Then, Lin Changsheng activated the array spirit pearl and threw it towards the demon heart that was close at hand. Buzz! The array spirit pearl activated, forming a correspondence between the inner and outer formations. In an instant, the giant hand of demonic might, which was about to strike Lin Changsheng again, stopped midair, and a sharp, unwilling voice echoed throughout every corner of the demon cave. Immediately after, the giant hand vanished, and the pulsating black heart temporarily lost its vitality. Everything returned to calm. Outside, the powerful figures of various sects watched the scene of the demonic energy weakening and knew that Lin Changsheng had succeeded, feeling overjoyed. As for Lin Changsheng, he was gravely injured, drifting in the dark space deep within the demon cave, his vision blurred and consciousness unclear. Am I going to die? As death approached, Lin Changsheng felt not the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his heart was extremely calm. Severely injured and with his Tao heart damaged, Lin Changsheng no longer had the strength to leave the demon cave, and his vitality was continuously fading. The invisible power deep within the demon cave began to erode Lin Changsheng's mind, intending to assimilate him into a demon. A wisp of demonic energy drilled out from the mural of 10,000 demons, wrapping around Lin Changsheng, seeking to take possession of him. Suddenly, a white light burst forth from within Lin Changsheng, instantly dispelling the demonic energy. A monster in the mural let out a tragic cry, echoing in the dark space. Soon, the image of the monster became transparent and then completely vanished, signifying that this trace of demonic thought had been eliminated. What happened? Although Lin Changsheng's consciousness was hazy, he sensed the changes within his body, and his heart trembled. Chapter 89. Inherited Memories, Coming Back to Life. A transparent seal appeared inside Lin Changsheng's body, and as a white light suddenly emerged, a crack appeared on the seal. Immediately afterwards, the crack began to spread to other areas. Crack! The seal shattered, and Lin Changsheng's body trembled slightly as the fragmented images from his dreams connected together, unraveling all the mysteries. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, and deep within them shone a golden light as his damaged foundation rapidly repaired itself. Lin Changsheng saw countless sages heading to the same place. a terrifying location from his dreams, the demon abyss of the imperial capital. The demonic aura swirling within the cavern retreated to the sides, not daring to approach Lin Chongqing. The inherited memories have awakened. Several hours later, Lin Chongqing digested the image that had formed in his mind, his face showing sadness. And a deep sense of reverence for his ancestors arose within him. At that moment, Lin Chongqing understood the origins of the Xianqing sect and comprehended the will of the powerful ancestors. Temporarily regaining the ability to move his body, he looked up, but it was pitch black above. The demonic energy surrounding him seemed eager to devour Lin Chongqing, yet it dared not approach due to the power of the inherited memories. Glancing at the mural of 10,000 demons on the wall and the black demon heart below, Lin Chongqing clenched his fists, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute as he murmured to himself, "I cannot die yet." Thus, relying on the faint power of his inherited memories, Lin Chongqing resisted the endless pressure within the demon cave and desperately made his way upwards. Several hours later, Lin Chongqing broke through numerous obstacles and reached the outside world of the demon cave. When the powerful figures of various sects were preparing to leave, they suddenly saw Lin Chongqing's figure, greatly shocked and doubting their own eyes. What? Lin Chongqing is actually still alive? How is that possible? He seems to be injured. Should we open a gap in the formation to let Master Lin come out quickly? For now, we shouldn't break the formation. Master Lin might have been corrupted by the demonic energy and has already turned into a demon. Some want to rescue Lin Chongqing immediately, but a portion of people is stopping them. Lin Chongqing stands in the void, expressionless, looking at the experts from various sections. If they don't open the formation, it will be difficult for him to get out. Perhaps Master Lin has already been possessed by the demonic thoughts. Qingyuan from Tianyuan sect expressed his opinion. I think this possibility is very high. Since Master Lin was willing to take risks back then, he must have been prepared to sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. We can't rashly release Master Lin, who might be possessed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Some only care about their own interests, completely forgetting the debt of gratitude owed to Lin Chongqing for risking his life to seal the demon cave. That makes sense. Many people agreed. Although Lin Chongqing is inside the formation, he can vaguely hear the discussions among the sect experts, and a trace of sadness arises in his heart. Is it worth it? It seemed like a lingering demonic sound within the heart of the Tao, as if it were a self-questioning voice. Lin Chongqing slowly closed his eyes, feeling that it was not worth it for the sages of past generations. However, after Lin Chongqing had this thought, he envisioned the ordinary residents living near the Xianqing sect, living in peace and working happily, with simple and honest customs. There are too many people in the world, and there are always some individuals whose nature is more despicable than that of demons. Lin Chongqing's fluctuating heart returned to normal. Perhaps it was due to his firm Tao heart, which was also related to the separation from the inherited memories. Since he had awakened the sect's inheritance, it meant he had to bear the responsibilities of countless ancestors. I have the Amaterasu mirror, which can reveal the true form of demons. The master of Dongi Palace, Du Ruoxing, was wearing a luxurious fitted gown, took a few steps forward, and looked up at Lin Chongqing, who was in the void of the formation. As she spoke, Du Ruoxing took out a high-quality treasure mirror and activated the restrictions on it to make it function. The Amaterasu mirror faced Lin Chongqing, and after a quarter of an hour, there was no change, indicating that Lin Chongqing had not been possessed by demonic thoughts. The sect master was not demonized. Quickly opened the formation to save him. Although Du Ruoxing cared about her interests, she had not reached the point of being frenzied. At the very least, she could not be as disgusting as those people who wanted to put Lin Chongqing to death. Du Ruoxing's Amaterasu mirror was indeed a treasure, but it was difficult to see through the power of such terrifying demons. In the crowd, someone said this, probably with grievances against the Xianqing sect. Indeed, it's not that one is afraid of the worst, but rather of the slightest chance. Some timid individuals spoke up. If there really are demons that can evade the Amaterasu mirror's detection, do you think such a demon would be trapped by a mere formation? I understand your thoughts very well, but do not forget that everything happening here will reach the Xianqing sect. If we cause harm to sect master Lin because of our reasons, think carefully about the consequences. Du Ruoxing glanced over the crowd and said coldly. Upon hearing this, those who had spoken earlier shivered. If this matter reached the ears of those from the Xianqing sect, it might lead to conflict with the major sects, resulting in mutual destruction. Considering this possibility, everyone ceased their obstruction and hurriedly opened the formation. Buzz. A gap appeared in the great formation, and Lin Chongqing took the opportunity to exit. Once outside, the strong individuals from various sects displayed worried expressions, asking if Lin Chongqing was unwell or injured. Lin Chongqing ignored all of this. He walked straight to Du Ruoxing and said solemnly, "Thank you. No need to thank me. I am not worthy of it." Du Ruoxing shook her head and said, "Moreover, if something happened to you because the formation was not opened, Dongi Palace would not escape responsibility." Lin Chongqing stopped speaking and headed into the distance. Soon after, Lin Chongqing returned to the Xianqing sect. The entire sect was filled with joy. They were very worried about Lin Chongqing's safety, and now they were overjoyed and cheering. When Lin Chongqing decided to enter the demon cave, he had already explained the situation to everyone, telling them not to wander around, to guard the sect, and protect this realm. After some discussion, Everyone learned that the demon cave was temporarily sealed and would not see any changes for at least 100 years. Lin Changsheng did not tell anyone about the inherited memories. He was injured and let the elders handle the trivial matters within the sect, beginning his closed-door cultivation. Not long after, the Xianxing sect learned that Lin Changsheng had nearly not escaped the demon cave, and they were extremely angry, wanting to go to the various sects to seek justice. However, Lin Changsheng had previously stated that they should try not to cause disputes due to external factors. Moreover, since Lin Changsheng was currently in closed-door cultivation, the elders suppressed their anger and did not dare to act rashly, deciding to wait for Lin Changsheng to come out before discussing everything. At the Daoi Academy, in the Ancient Tower, Chen Qingyuan had already reached the 13th level of the Ancient Tower. Chapter 90. Illusions and Departures from the Ancient Tower. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had experienced extreme challenges at various levels and had fought his way to this point. Upon reaching the 13th level, it was no longer a simple test of foundational cultivation, but of the Tao heart. Water? Chen Qingyuan looked at the boundless water before him, resembling an ocean. Looking down, he could see the murky water, the depth unknown. Looking up, he could not tell where the water came from or where it went. Chen Qingyuan stepped onto the water's surface and took a step forward, causing a ripple. At first, it was a small circle, slowly expanding, then calming down. His heart was as calm as water. Here, it had some connection with his Tao heart. After investigating for a while, Chen Qingyuan formed a hypothesis. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water's surface and began to meditate. With his eyes closed, his heart was unperturbed. The previously turbulent waters calmed down, and the murky substances slowly disappeared, making the boundless water clearer. Just when Chen Qingyuan felt he could pass the level, his consciousness was pulled into a strange space. This was an illusion, yet incredibly real. In the illusion, Chen Qingyuan became a beggar, begging for a living every day, often despised and beaten, living a life of extreme suffering. That feeling was particularly vivid, causing Chen Qingyuan's true self to tremble slightly. With his heart unstable, the boundless water rippled, and the sky darkened a bit. Soon, Chen Qingyuan adapted to the beggar's life, suffering the hardships of life. Years later, he died from a plague. His consciousness did not return to his body, but moved on to another illusion. In the new illusion, he became a prince of a common dynasty, exhausting everything in the struggle for power and profit. In the end, he was defeated by his own blood-related brother and was confined in a place, with no maidservants or servants accompanying him. After living for decades, he grew old and died. Thus, Chen Qingyuan experienced over a dozen lives, some good and some bad. With many feelings, power, beauty, fame, none could affect Chen Qingyuan's heart. Even countless high-quality spirit stones could not do so. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan was astonished. Isn't this little guy supposed to love wealth the most? Why is his state of mind not affected at all? Even if he knows it is an illusion, the laws inside the ancient tower strike at the core of his heart. It is impossible for him to remain indifferent. Lin Wenshou also found it strange and became even more interested in Chen Qingyuan. Could it be that he was just pretending before? Zhao Yichuan investigated everything about Chen Qingyuan and knew well that he valued wealth above all, often using various so-called legitimate means to acquire spirit stones. If he was pretending, how could he have been like this since childhood? That should not be possible. For him, wealth was not important. What mattered was what to do after obtaining the wealth. Lin Wenshou thought of an answer. Zhao Yichuan agreed with this view and nodded slowly. The boundless water in the 13th level became crystal clear, and the water's surface was calm, rarely stirring up waves. However, the tempering was not yet over. An unknown force penetrated deep into Chen Qingyuan's heart, creating a unique illusion. Chen Qingyuan seemed to return to the Xianxing sect, living comfortably with his sect family, in harmony. Suddenly, one day, the demon cave erupted, and the flowing star domain was covered by demonic energy overnight, with countless beings becoming demonized, suffering heavy casualties. The Xianxing sect could not avoid this. Many disciples either became withered bones or turned into demons. In an instant, the world darkened, and wails came from every corner. Chen Qingyuan fought alongside the sect against the enemies, slaying countless demons. However, there were too many demonized powerhouses, and the Xianxing sect simply could not withstand it. Chen Qingyuan witnessed the tragic death of his senior brothers, saw his beloved senior sister become a plaything of a demon, and watched as the disciples within the sect turned into puppets. In the end, the sect leader Lin Changxing and the protective elder Dong Wenjun also met a miserable fate, and the Xianxing sect quickly turned into ruins. It seemed that Chen Qingyuan was ignored by the demonic entities and did not suffer any attacks. As he looked at the bodies among the ruins, his heart felt like it was being cut. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, his face was pale, and his whole body trembled with weakness. Chen Qingyuan wanted to stop all of this, but it was futile. He could only stand in place, heartbroken and shouting in anguish. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness returned to his original body. He suddenly opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face, his body drenched in cold sweat, and the boundless water beneath him became murky again, rippling with countless waves. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan finally saw through the illusion and realized that all of this was false, which prevented him from losing his mind. Otherwise, he would have surely been expelled by the power of the ancient tower's laws. It took Chen Qingyuan a long time to calm his emotions, and the water surface gradually became calm. After preparing himself, Chen Qingyuan sat down again. The new round of illusions was still related to the Xianqing sect, which inexplicably came under siege from various sects, igniting a brutal war. Many people from the Xianqing sect died, and Chen Qingyuan could only watch, unable to do anything. After enduring multiple illusions, Chen Qingyuan's state of mind improved significantly, allowing him to feel that everything happening before his eyes was false. However, his heart still ached, a pain that was hard to bear. The Xianqing sect was his home, and everyone in the sect was his family. Now he had to witness the deaths of his family, and his heart felt like it was being cut, filled with unbearable grief. After waking up, Chen Qingyuan still could not reach a very high state of mind, had not cleared the level, and had to continue enduring trials. Thus, 3 full years passed. The normal flow of time was 3 years, but Chen Qingyuan felt as if he had experienced 1,000 years, 10,000 years, adding a sense of weariness to his eyes. After spending such a long time on this trial of refining his Tao heart, Chen Qingyuan finally passed. A wooden door appeared before him, signifying that he could enter the 14th layer. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan looked somewhat haggard and needed some time to recover. So he had no intention of pushing open the wooden door just yet. Come out. At that moment, a voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Before he could prepare himself, a gentle force carried him out of the ancient tower. Whoosh. When Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes again, he was already outside the ancient tower. Zhao Yichuan, Lin Wenqiu, and Song Mingyan. Seeing these three, Chen Qingyuan finally believed that this place was no longer an illusion and stiffly bowed in greeting. Senior. This time, you all went in for 4 years and gained quite a bit, so you need to recuperate properly. Chen Qingyuan spent a year on the first 12 levels, and 3 years on the 13th level. Zhao Yichuan was worried that the two might have encountered problems, and forcibly made them leave the ancient tower, fearing they would easily lose themselves. Song Mingyan's condition was extremely poor. Her eyes were vacant, unlike Chen Qingyuan, who still maintained his rationality and was relatively clear-headed. Judging by the situation, Song Mingyan must have encountered a setback on the 13th level and had not recovered until now. Will we be able to go in again in the future? Chen Qingyuan turned to take a look at the ancient tower, which bore the marks of time, and softly asked, Chapter 91, The Body of a 10,000-Year-Old Boy. Every disciple of our Dao Yi Academy can enter the ancient tower 3 times in total. Don't worry. There will be more opportunities in the future. Having witnessed Chen Qingyuan's performance inside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan's attitude improved significantly, and he said gently, although it is still unclear how high Chen Qingyuan's limits are, it is already evident that his foundation is very solid and flawless. In contrast, Song Mingyan falls quite short of Chen Qingyuan. Whether in the tempering of foundational levels or in the assessment of Dao heart, she is not on par with Chen Qingyuan. Of course, it is quite difficult to find another genius like Chen Qingyuan in the northern wilderness. Zhao Yichuan was relatively satisfied with Song Mingyan's performance. She is qualified to become his disciple. After 3 times, can one no longer enter? Chen Qingyuan asked. Zhao Yichuan nodded gently. This is a test. And it can also sharpen oneself. That's not absolute, though. If you can reach the top and gain the recognition of the ancient tower, then there will be no restrictions at all. Lin Wenqiu, standing beside them, said with a smile, Who is this senior? Chen Qingyuan cupped his hands and bowed. Like your master, the vice president of Dao Yi Academy, Lin Wenqiu. Lin Wenqiu introduced himself, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan, constantly scrutinizing him. Vice president. Hearing the voice, Chen Qingyuan was startled and hurriedly bowed. I've met Vice Dean Lin. No need to be polite, Lin Wenqiu said with a kind expression. You just mentioned that as long as you reach the top, you can enter and exit the ancient tower at will. Is it very difficult? Chen Qingyuan felt that the training inside the ancient tower was quite beneficial for him, and if he could enter for cultivation often, the gains would definitely be immense. It wasn't very high. When Lin Wenqiu said the first half of the sentence, Chen Qingyuan felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, thinking there was great hope. However, when the second half of the sentence came out, it changed Chen Qingyuan's expression dramatically. It was very high. And the last person to reach the top was from 20,000 years ago. What? 20,000 years ago? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. Chen kid, I feel you have a glimmer of hope to reach the top. Keep it up. Based on Chen Qingyuan's previous performance, he was indeed outstanding, which made Lin Wenqiu have high hopes for him. If Yu Chunran hadn't acted first, Lin Wenqiu would definitely have set aside his pride to take him as a disciple. If he could find a suitable successor to inherit his legacy, he could die in peace without regrets. Forget it. I don't have that ability, Chen Qingyuan humbly said, not daring to boast. Young people shouldn't be too modest. They should be proud when they need to be and a bit arrogant when necessary. Otherwise, how can they be called young? But there is one premise. When doing things, one must be aware of the boundaries and not cross the line. Lin Wenqiu's temperament is quite similar to Yu Chunran's. They are both old children at heart. Which elder teaches the young this way? It's quite frustrating. Zhao Yichuan interjected, sternly addressing Chen Qingyuan. Don't listen to that old man Lin's nonsense. If you really follow what he says, it will easily lead to trouble. Brother, he is the vice president, after all. Is it really okay to criticize him like that? Chen Qingyuan stared with wide eyes, not understanding why Zhao Yichuan, an elder, dared to disregard the vice president. He stole a glance at Lin Wenqiu, who showed no anger and wore a smile, as if he was already accustomed to this situation and didn't mind at all. The disciples understood. Chen Qingyuan suppressed his inner doubts and clasped his fists, saying, "Rest for a few days, and then I'll take you to do something." Zhao Yichuan intended to cultivate Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan and decided to teach them well. "What is it?" Chen Qingyuan instinctively asked. "You'll know when the time comes." Zhao Yichuan did not explain, being mysterious. Then, Zhao Yichuan took the dazed Song Mingyan and left the ancient tower, needing to personally help her escape the illusion to prevent the emergence of inner demons that could shake her foundation. "Vice Dean Lin, I will take my leave now." Before leaving, Chen Qingyuan bowed to Lin Wenqiu to say goodbye. Looking in the direction where Chen Qingyuan had left, Lin Wenqiu took a sip of his wine, his smile long gone, replaced by a serious expression. He murmured to himself, "This kid has an exceptionally high talent. Can the Qing Zone return to its peak in this era? And how should we deal with that magic abyss in the imperial capital?" Upon returning to Yunxi residence, Chen Qingyuan quickly sat down to meditate. After several hours, his mind finally calmed down, no longer troubled by the illusions in the ancient tower. The experience in the ancient tower had greatly benefited Chen Qingyuan, further solidifying his foundation. At the same time, after 4 years of honing, he felt that his realm was subtly loosening, and he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. As he resumed his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan understood that rapidly increasing one's cultivation level was not a good thing. The foundation must reach a flawless state first, allowing him to reach greater heights in the future. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyuan walked to the edge of the clear lake, standing beneath a willow tree, reaching out to touch the soft willow branches, missing his family far away in the Xianqing sect. The illusions in the ancient tower presented the disaster of the magic cave before Chen Qingyuan's eyes, causing him to feel a hint of worry and restlessness. Chen Qingyuan pushed open the door of Yunxi residence and headed to a hall in the Daoyi Academy. In the Qinxin Hall, the elder stationed there was well informed. As long as he paid a certain amount of spiritual stones, he could obtain much of the information he wanted. "Greetings, elder." Chen Qingyuan entered the hall and bowed. No need for formalities. An old man with a white beard was reclining in a rocking chair, crossing his legs, holding a fan, with exquisite fruits and fine wine beside him, leisurely enjoying life. The old man lazily got up, glanced at Chen Qingyuan, immediately recognized him, and his attitude improved instantly. He smiled and asked, "So it's the esteemed disciple of Vice President Yu. What brings you to Qinxin Hall?" "I would like to inquire about some information." Chen Qingyuan took out a Qiankuan bag from his waist and placed it on the table. "Go ahead." The old man glanced at the Qiankuan bag, his smile brightening. "What does Chen Shitzi want to know?" "The recent news from the Xianqing sect, as well as the situation regarding the magic cave in the Flowing Star domain." Chen Qingyuan said. "Wait a moment, let me look for it." The old man walked to the back of the hall, where many jade slips containing important news from various star domains and some miscellaneous matters were arranged according to special patterns. Before long, the old man returned with a blue jade slip and handed it to Chen Qingyuan. "According to the rules, this information is worth 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, since it's your first time in Daoyi Academy, let's waive it this time. You can keep the Qiankuan bag on the table." "That doesn't seem right." Chen Qingyuan felt embarrassed. "If you don't take it back, it would be disrespectful to me." The old man feigned an unhappy expression. "Since the elder said so, then I will accept it. Thank you very much. Sometimes, free things are the most expensive. Don't mention it. It's just 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones," the old man said, willing to cover the cost to establish a good rapport with Chen Qingyuan. After living for so many years, Yu Chunran finally took in a disciple like Chen Qingyuan and would surely nurture him well. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Qingyuan would definitely become a great figure. And now is the best time to build a good relationship. A wisp of Chen Qingyuan's divine sense entered the blue jade slip. Learning about the recent events in the Flowing Star domain, his heart trembled when he saw Lin Chongqing enter the magic cave alone, his face filled with worry. Fortunately, Lin Chongqing had come out alive from the magic cave, safe and sound. After finishing his reading, Chen Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, news about the 10,000-year-old virgin reached Zhao Yichuan's ears, leading him to fly into a rage and chase after some elders to beat them up. Previously, Zhao Yichuan had been stationed at the ancient tower, where news was cut off. Now, he went door to door to inquire, beating up those elders who had laughed the loudest back then. Not satisfied? Then let's fight together. As a result, screams echoed in certain areas of the Daoyi Academy, making the newly admitted disciples feel their scalps tingle and tremble in fear. Chapter 92, The President's Pet, Black Python. A few days later, Zhao Yichuan sent a message for Chen Qingyuan to wait at Yuxing Pavilion. Yuxing Pavilion was located on the west side of Daoyi Academy, suspended in midair and surrounded by clouds and mist. A floating staircase led up to Yuxing Pavilion. When Chen Qingyuan arrived, it felt like stepping into a fairyland. With a sea of white clouds before him, occasionally catching glimpses of celestial cranes soaring through the clouds, emitting crisp calls. As soon as Chen Qingyuan arrived, Song Mingyan followed closely behind. The two exchanged glances, and Chen Qingyuan smiled politely. "How far did you get in the ancient tower?" Song Mingyan, dressed in a white dress adorned with the Daoyi Academy emblem, had a cool demeanor that made it hard for others to approach her. It's a secret. Chen Qingyuan put away his smile, feigning mystery. Still acting aloof. Huh? I won't indulge you. Ignoring Song Mingyan, Chen Qingyuan took out a flask of fine wine and sipped it slowly while gazing into the distance, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Let's go? Moments later, Zhao Yichuan suddenly appeared, his expression cold. Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan put aside their thoughts and followed Zhao Yichuan to an unknown destination. With a wave of Zhao Yichuan's sleeve, the clouds and mist above Yuxing Pavilion parted, revealing a white jade staircase that seemed endless, leading to an unknown place. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at a concealed space. Zhao Yichuan used a special hand seal to unlock a part of the spatial restrictions, allowing them to enter. Inside was a vast and empty area, with a faint smell of blood in the air, and an inexplicable pressure weighing down on Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan, causing both to hold their breath, their hearts trembling. Old Black, come out quickly, Zhao Yichuan shouted loudly ahead. Before long, the space began to shake, and the void distorted slightly. Then, a massive head emerged from the clouds above, a fearsome snake head with a flickering tongue. As the snake head moved, it revealed its enormous body, and the surrounding clouds parted entirely, exposing its true form. A giant python, 1,000 meters long, had many areas covered in black scales, with a few raised spots on its body showing signs of transforming into a dragon. The black python bore numerous wounds, covered with thick scars. Lie down. I'll change your medicine. Zhao Yichuan stepped forward and took out some herbs. The black python obediently laid down on the ground, allowing Zhao Yichuan to tend to it. After a while, Zhao Yichuan applied a new bandage and checked the injuries, estimating that it would heal soon. Elder Zhao, what is this? Seeing such a mighty black python made Chen Qingyuan tremble inside. He asked in a low voice. It's the president's pet. Zhao Yichuan replied as he walked over. What? A pet? Chen Qingyuan thought it was some kind of guardian beast, but he didn't expect it to be a pet. The president's preferences seem a bit strange. The president had been missing for many years, and Old Black had never been able to leave this area. It truly was a hard time for him. Zhao Yichuan sighed lightly, feeling sorry for the black python. What do you mean? Chen Qingyuan asked curiously. It's a long story. This was not a secret. And Zhao Yichuan explained honestly. Back then, the president was worried that the black python would cause trouble everywhere, so he kept it locked up here. One day, the dean suddenly left the Dao Academy and went missing. The black python was sealed in this space, marked with a special imprint, unable to leave. Over the years, the two vice deans tried various methods, but unfortunately, they couldn't use external force to get the black python out. Eventually, they reached a conclusion. Only when the black python became strong enough could it break the shackles on its body and leave this area. Therefore, the black python would periodically attempt to challenge the laws of this space, resulting in injuries each time. Zhao Yichuan often came to check on the black python, change its bandages, and chat. Moreover, as Zhao Yichuan was the dean's direct disciple, the bond between them grew very strong. It was indeed tough for the old black. Chen Qingyuan understood this and looked at the black python with a hint of sympathy. No need to pity the old black. Pity yourself instead. Zhao Yichuan noticed the change in Chen Qingyuan's expression and smiled knowingly. Chen Qingyuan had an ominous premonition. Song Mingyan, standing nearby, trembled slightly and also felt a sense of unease. Old Black, these two kids are the new disciples of my Dao Academy. I brought them here today for you to train a bit and to pass the time with some fun, Zhao Yichuan said to the black python. The black python understood, opened its mouth, and let out a hoarse growl. Got it. As long as they weren't dead, it could do whatever it wanted. So it should train them well without holding back. Before leaving, Zhao Yichuan added, all right. The black python nodded in understanding. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan couldn't stand still any longer and hurriedly said, Elder Zhao, I don't think it's necessary. I can practice just fine on my own, no need for special treatment. Song Mingyan glanced at the terrifying black python, feeling a hint of fear, biting her red lips and worrying about the future. However, since she wanted to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple, she couldn't show her fear, so she dared not refuse. Old Black, this little guy is quite mischievous. Take care of him. Zhao Yichuan pointed at Chen Qingyuan, revealing a knowing smile. No. Chen Qingyuan tried to argue. Zhao Yichuan, too lazy to bicker with Chen Qingyuan, turned and left the area, leaving behind a shadow. Gulp. Chen Qingyuan tightened his throat and swallowed the words he hadn't finished. Then, he turned to the black python and forced a smile. Senior, can we discuss this? Please go easy on me. Bang. The black python responded with action, condensing a humanoid avatar in an instant, slapping Chen Qingyuan and sending him flying for 10 miles, leaving a long mark on the ground. Clearly, the black python rejected Chen Qingyuan's proposal. He needed proper training. Thus, Chen Qingyuan was beaten for half an hour, lying on the ground unable to move. Song Mingyan, witnessing this scene, trembled slightly, feeling anxious. After dealing with Chen Qingyuan, it was time for Song Mingyan. Fortunately for her, the black python only gave her a slight lesson before stopping, unlike Chen Qingyuan's dire situation. Kid, you're only getting superficial injuries. You'll be fine in a couple of days. I'll come back to give you another beating in 2 days, so be ready. The black python left a parting remark and then disappeared into the mist, leaving no trace. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Go ahead and beat me. Why give a specific time for it? The torment wasn't in the pain itself, but in knowing he would be beaten and being unable to do anything about it. Sigh. Chen Qingyuan's clothes were covered in dust, his face bruised and swollen, looking miserable as he gazed up at the sky and sighed deeply. Chapter 93, Calling the Black Python Brother. We're brothers now 2 days later. The Black Python arrived as promised. Without saying a word, it went straight for Chen Qingyuan and slammed him into the ground. Chen Qingyuan entered a new round of painful living, calling out to heaven and earth for help. Song Mingyan was in a much better situation than Chen Qingyuan. Although she too was beaten, the severity was different. Master is definitely taking revenge on him. Watching Chen Qingyuan being brutally beaten, Song Mingyan felt a chill in her heart and couldn't help but recall the scene when Chen Qingyuan angrily cursed whoever had issued the list of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness. Even while being beaten, Chen Qingyuan did not reveal his trump card of the Holy Grade Golden Pill. He knew that even if all 3 Holy Grade pills were exposed, it wouldn't change the outcome. Moreover, the Black Python wouldn't take Chen Qingyuan's life. At most, he'd suffer some superficial injuries, which wasn't a big deal. Surprisingly, while being beaten by the Black Python, Chen Qingyuan broke through his cultivation bottleneck and reached the mid-stage of the Golden Pill realm. During this breakthrough period, the Black Python was unusually quiet and gave Chen Qingyuan a whole month to stabilize his foundation. Once Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was solidified, the Black Python struck again, causing Chen Qingyuan to scream, "Brother, you're too ruthless. Please go easy on me. It's for your own good. Hang in there." The Black Python was feeding Chen Qingyuan moves, greatly enhancing his practical combat experience. Additionally, the Black Python pointed out the flaws in Chen Qingyuan's techniques and struck hard. Thus, Chen Qingyuan managed to cover up potential flaws that could arise in battle, significantly improving his combat abilities. "You should give that girl a beating too. Don't make it just about me," Chen Qingyuan shouted, pointing at Song Mingyan, who was watching from the sidelines. "Then we'll beat you both." The Black Python chuckled and conjured another shadow to attack Song Mingyan. In response, Song Mingyan looked quite displeased, glaring fiercely at Chen Qingyuan. This way of life continued for a full 4 years, during which Chen Qingyuan's cultivation rose another level, reaching the late stage of the Golden Pill realm. Song Mingyan also made progress, reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. After this period of interaction, the bond between Chen Qingyuan and the Black Python improved significantly. Calculating the time, Zhao Yichuan decided to come and check on them. Unlocking the restrictions, he stepped inside. Zhao Yichuan saw the scene before him, his mouth twitching slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. In a vast open space, Chen Qingyuan was setting up a huge iron grill, with spirit fire burning beneath it. The grill was piled high with various meats, and there were also various wines and exotic fruits nearby. "Hey, Brother Black, how does it taste?" Chen Qingyuan offered a piece of roasted meat to the Black Python. "Not bad. Roast it a little longer." The Black Python ate with satisfaction, using a surge of spiritual power to lift a jar of fine wine and downing it all at once. All right. Following the Black Python's request, Chen Qingyuan planned to roast the meat a bit longer. "There are spirit fruits over there. Brother, you can make do with that for now. You're quite considerate, not bad." The Black Python complimented him. At that moment, Zhao Yichuan arrived. "What's going on?" He looked utterly bewildered. Zhao Yichuan stood dumbfounded for a while before striding over. "Old Black, how come you're eating now?" "I got greedy. For all these years, aside from having enough spirit stones, the Black Python had never tasted anything. It wasn't that it was hungry, it was purely craving." Starting a year ago, Chen Qingyuan had intended to get himself some tasty food, but inadvertently attracted the Black Python, who was taken aback at first and prepared to beat him. However, the situation was not as Chen Qingyuan expected. The Black Python devoured all the delicious food on the table in one bite and was left wanting more. Since then, Chen Qingyuan began his journey of feeding, providing the Black Python with different flavors of food every day. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan enjoyed tasting delicious food, and his spatial ring contained many fresh meats, rare fruits, fine wines, and fragrant teas. With a short hand and soft mouth, it was hard to deal with the Black Python after it had eaten Chen Qingyuan's food. Therefore, in the past year, only Song Mingyan had been beaten, while Chen Qingyuan remained unscathed. Coupled with his thick skin and emotional intelligence, he directly became close friends with the Black Python. "Forget it. I haven't considered things thoroughly these years." Zhao Yichuan wanted to say a few words about the Black Python, but then thought that although he came here every time, he hadn't brought anything for the Black Python. At most, he just chatted and changed the medicine. Zhao Yichuan, who was a perennial virgin dedicated to cultivation, had never thought of providing delicious food for the Black Python. Most importantly, the Black Python had never mentioned its needs. So how could Zhao Yichuan know? The Black Python had lived in the Daoi Academy since childhood and had been confined to this space shortly after birth. To it, everything in the outside world was strange and fresh. How could it know there were so many delicious things outside? In the eyes of the Black Python, the least valuable thing was spirit stones, which it consumed daily. Aside from ensuring its energy needs, it had no flavor at all. Everyone had gained something, which was acceptable. Glancing around, Zhao Yichuan noticed that both of them had improved in cultivation and nodded with satisfaction. Song Mingyan looked at Chen Qingyuan with a resentful expression. thinking that this guy had built a good relationship with the black python but had never spoken a good word for her. Watching her get beaten while being gleeful about it. Once I find the opportunity, I will definitely give you a good hard time, Song Ningyan thought to herself. It's time to go, Zhao Yichuan said, hands behind his back. Finally, I can leave this hellish place. Chen Qingyuan felt very happy inside, but on the surface, he showed a hint of reluctance. Brother He, I have to go. The black python also felt very down after Chen Qingyuan left. Wouldn't he have to eat those stones again? How uncomfortable. Brother He, this is all the good stuff I have. I'll give it all to you. Chen Qingyuan took out a bag and put the remaining meat and wine inside. Little brother, I've wronged you these past few years. I apologize. Don't hold it against me. The black python recalled the early days and felt undeserving. It's okay. If it weren't for Brother He's help, my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. I'm grateful, not resentful at all, Chen Qingyuan said sincerely. No more words. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just hide if you can't win. When I come out of seclusion, I will help you reclaim your lost ground. Although the black python was old, it had been sealed here and was inexperienced, not understanding many things in the world. Thus, after a year of companionship and persuasion from Chen Qingyuan, the two directly became good buddies and made a heartfelt promise. Good. Chen Qingyuan was delighted, thinking that the hardships he endured over the years were not in vain. It was worth it. After more than a year of chatting, Chen Qingyuan had a deep understanding of the black python. The pet raised by the dean was not comparable to ordinary cats and dogs. The black python's cultivation had reached the Mahayana stage many years ago. Unfortunately, the seal set by the dean was too powerful, and the black python still needed some time to break free. Watching the reluctant scene between Chen Qingyuan and the black python, Zhao Yichuan was stunned. In just a few years, Chen Qingyuan, you've managed to persuade old He into becoming a brother. This is too absurd. Zhao Yichuan couldn't accept it, his expression somewhat complex. If Chen Qingyuan stayed a bit longer, wouldn't their feelings rise even more? Stop dawdling, let us go. No, I can't let old He be brainwashed. I must quickly take Chen Qingyuan away. When Chen Qingyuan turned around, he said one last thing. Brother He, when you come out, I'll take you to eat all the delicious food in the world. Really? The black python's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Of course it's true, we are brothers. Chen Qingyuan patted his chest and assured. Last time Chen Qingyuan said this, it seemed to be directed at Han Shan, nearly persuading Han Shan to the point of disability. So nice, I wish I had met you earlier. The very lonely black python felt a warmth. Hurry up and leave. Zhao Yichuan's face darkened, pulling Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan away, not allowing Chen Qingyuan to say another word. If I had met Chen Qingyuan earlier, you would have been sold by him and still happily counted the money for him. Sigh. Old He's mind isn't mature enough. He must be taught well, or he'll be easily deceived. Chapter 94. Master, I'm leaving. After leaving, Chen Qingyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Serving the black python every day was too much psychological pressure. You brat, impressive. Zhao Yichuan stared at Chen Qingyuan, his tone a bit low. Chen Qingyuan smiled awkwardly, not saying anything. Your master has something to discuss with you. Hurry up. If it weren't for this, Zhao Yichuan would definitely chat more with Chen Qingyuan to understand him better. Yes. Chen Qingyuan bowed and turned to leave, his movements swift and without hesitation, fearing Zhao Yichuan would keep him. As Zhao Yichuan's disciple, Song Ningyan had nowhere to go and could only stay in place. Since you've entered my door, you must be prepared to endure hardships. Follow me. Although Song Ningyan's performance was acceptable, it hadn't truly satisfied Zhao Yichuan, and further testing and tempering were necessary. Song Ningyan followed closely behind Zhao Yichuan, starting a new round of torment. For the future, Song Ningyan would not back down and would grit her teeth to persevere. Chen Qingyuan returned to Yunqi residence, changed into a clean outfit, and headed to his master Yu Chenran's residence. Yu Chenran lived in Baiyin Palace, which had beautiful scenery. No matter from which angle it was observed, it was a rare landscape painting of mountains and waters, with wild geese soaring in the clouds and spiritual fish leaping from the water. By the lakeside, Yu Chenran sat in an ancient pavilion in the outer courtyard, wearing a dark robe, with kind eyes. Master, Chen Qingyuan approached the pavilion and bowed. Not bad. It seems you've gained quite a bit these years. Yu Chenran glanced at Chen Qingyuan and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. Come and sit. Yu Chenran gestured. Thus, Chen Qingyuan sat opposite Yu Chenran, feeling a bit restrained. Master, did you call me over for something? After a moment of silence, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but ask. I need you to do something. Go to the Eastern Land. Yu Chenran said. Eastern Land? Chen Qingyuan's expression changed, surprised. Master, what do I need to do there? The world is divided into 5 regions: Imperial State, Northern Wilderness, Western Border, Southern Region, and Eastern Land. Each region encompasses thousands of star domains, and each star domain contains countless stars. Long ago, I owed a favor to a high monk in the Eastern Land. A few days ago, that high monk shattered the inter-realm communication talisman and conveyed a message needing my help. Since you are my disciple, you should help me repay this favor, right? Yu Chenran said assertively. Chen Qingyuan wanted to refuse, but when he saw Yu Chenran's eyes that brooked no dissent, he felt a bit intimidated and said tactfully, Master, is it really appropriate for your disciple to repay your debts? Don't you want to help me? Yu Chenran retorted. The disciple doesn't mean that. I'm just afraid of lacking the ability and making things worse. Chen Qingyuan quickly thought of a reasonable excuse. You don't need to worry about this. As long as you go, you will definitely be able to help. Moreover, having you go will yield twice the result with half the effort. In fact, Yu Chenran saw through Chen Qingyuan's reluctance to go, but didn't point it out. A golden core stage cultivator like me can't be that helpless. Chen Qingyuan felt his master was trying to deceive him and muttered softly. It's settled then, no room for rebuttal. To dispel Chen Qingyuan's unwillingness to go to the east, Yu Chenran put on a serious demeanor. All right, since it has come to this, Chen Qingyuan knew he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's agreement, Yu Chenran put away his solemn expression and revealed a kind smile. Qingyuan is the most understanding, good boy. Are you trying to coax a 3-year-old? Chen Qingyuan's eyes were filled with resentment, wanting to cry without tears. Originally, he thought he could live a peaceful life for a few days, but unexpectedly, just after leaving the control of the black python, he had to head to a new, unknown danger, which was really too difficult. Master, is this trip dangerous? Now that it has come to this, Chen Qingyuan needed to clarify the specifics of the situation in the east. Not dangerous, Yu Chenran replied. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened, and he decided to bring all sorts of life-saving cards with him, not allowing any negligence. What is it specifically? Can you tell me? Chen Qingyuan asked. You'll know when you get there. Yu Chenran smiled meaningfully. Master, we can't be this hard on the disciple, right? Seeing the smile at the corner of his master's mouth, Chen Qingyuan felt a chill in his heart, utterly disheartened. What do you mean by hard on the disciple? I am doing this for your own good. Yu Chenran stroked his beard, speaking with righteous indignation. Do you think the disciple will believe that? Anyway, having already boarded the pirate ship, Chen Qingyuan was no longer afraid of Yu Chenran. Pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table and drinking it all in one go. You will understand my good intentions in the future, Yu Chenran said with a half-smile. TCH. Chen Qingyuan curled his lips, his expression helpless. I've heard this kind of deceptive talk countless times. How could it possibly fool me? Chen Qingyuan wouldn't believe a single word, or even a single character, of what Yu Chenran said. Prepare today, and we'll set off tomorrow morning. Yu Chenran calculated the time. They had to set off quickly and couldn't delay. So soon. Upon hearing the travel arrangements, Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened. The situation is urgent, and time is precious. It cannot be delayed, Yu Chenran said. The east is far away and may encounter many troubles. Won't you give me some treasures for protection? Chen Qingyuan had already expressed his meaning clearly. When going out to train, one should rely on their own abilities. If there are too many protective treasures, it won't serve the purpose of honing skills. Yu Chenran declined politely. Master, you're being too stingy. Chen Qingyuan thought about throwing in the towel, but after some consideration, he decided to go ahead. One cannot outmuscle the thigh. One must learn to bow their head. Besides, bowing to one's own master is not shameful. The next day, urged by Yu Chenran, Chen Qingyuan set off on the journey to the east. Yu Chenran told Chen Qingyuan the shortest route and gave him a teleportation jade talisman. With this jade talisman, he could use the large teleportation arrays across various star regions, greatly shortening the time. According to Yu Chenran's arrangement, using the large teleportation arrays, Chen Qingyuan could reach the east in no more than a month. Previously, without the conditions for teleportation arrays, it would take several months to cross 2-star regions. Now that he was well off, the speed of travel had increased significantly. Master, I'm leaving. Safe travels. Master, I'm really leaving. Chen Qingyuan turned back every few steps. His eyes reluctant. He really didn't want to be a laborer. The main thing was that he wanted to get some life-saving means from Yu Chenran. Go. Yu Chenran waved his hand. Master, will you miss your disciple? After walking a few steps, Chen Qingyuan turned back and asked. I will. Yu Chenran nodded gently. Master. Chen Qingyuan turned back again. This time, before Chen Qingyuan could finish speaking, Yu Chenran kicked him from afar, cursing, Aren't you done yet? Whoosh. Chen Qingyuan was kicked out of this small world of the Daoi Academy and appeared in a corner of a star region in the northern wilderness. Chapter 95. Journey to the East, Tianshu Treasure Temple. Chen Qingyuan looked at the unfamiliar scenery before him, knowing he had already left the Daoi Academy, feeling downcast, and muttered, The old man is really stingy. He didn't even give his disciple a single treasure when going out. Sigh. With a sigh, Chen Qingyuan hurried along the route given by his master. After arriving in the east, it was said that someone would come to meet Chen Qingyuan, so he didn't need to worry about that. Daoi Academy, Baiyan Palace. After sending off Chen Qingyuan, the place instantly became quiet. The smile at the corner of Yu Chenran's mouth gradually disappeared, his expression solemn, murmuring, Child, this trip to the east will greatly benefit both you and Qingzong. Since he had taken Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, Yu Chenran naturally wanted to pave the way for him. On the surface, Yu Chenran didn't give Chen Qingyuan any protective magical treasures, but secretly left a source law imprint on him. Once Chen Qingyuan encountered life-threatening danger, the source law imprint would surely activate to protect him. Yu Chenran didn't tell Chen Qingyuan this because he wanted Chen Qingyuan to rely as much as possible on his own abilities to solve troubles, so he could improve his strength and gain the effect of honing. A flower in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, cannot withstand the ravages of the external storms. It looks good, but is useless. Child, if you can gain the support of those old monks in the East, even if your identity is exposed in the future, your life will not be greatly threatened. Chen intended to drag the Buddhist temple in the East into the matter, not letting Qingzong bear the responsibility of suppressing the demon abyss. Those old monks pride themselves on their compassion, but have never done great deeds, content to remain in a corner, not seeking progress. Taking advantage of this opportunity for the Buddhist temple in the East to send out a call for help, Chen wanted the temple to get involved in this karmic relationship, making it impossible for them to shirk responsibility. What the monks value most is karma. So the old monks in the East never set foot in the imperial province, allowing them to avoid dealing with affairs of other domains. Only guarding the territory of the East. Old monk, although I have my own selfish motives, it will also benefit the temple. If the temple can seize this opportunity, it might obtain merit and glory, nurturing a true physical Buddha. Chen, fully aware of the responsibilities and karma that Chen Qingyuan bore, still took him as a disciple. Driven by respect for Qingzong and a desire not to let Qingzong's legacy be cut off, wanting to use his own weak strength to change the situation. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan hurried along without the slightest slackening. He encountered some small troubles, such as being stopped by star domain robbers, but all were resolved by Chen Qingyuan. After nearly a month, Chen Qingyuan used the large teleportation arrays more than 20 times and finally crossed a chaotic sea of realms, arriving in the East. Upon entering the East, Chen Qingyuan saw the yellow sand everywhere, a sense of inexplicable suffocation hitting him. The old man really didn't say where in the East he was going, which was truly frustrating. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to wait in place. With nothing to do, he found a high lust slope, set out some wine and delicacies, and slowly savored them. He had given all his belongings to the black python. But before coming, he had stored some food to satisfy his hunger. After all, even though he felt no hunger while refining spirit stones and could go without food, life would lose some of its flavor. Living in this world, one must eat and drink well. This was one of Chen Qingyuan's life principles. After half an hour, Chen Qingyuan sensed a presence approaching him and looked up. A young monk in a light yellow robe floated over, tall and handsome, with a monk's mark on his forehead. If he were cross-dressing, he would definitely be a beauty. Are you a disciple of the Dao Academy? The young monk asked, bringing his hands together and bowing slightly toward Chen Qingyuan. The monk had set out from the temple early and had been waiting nearby for the arrival of a disciple from the Dao Academy. Yes. Chen Qingyuan nodded and took out a token jade pendant given to him by Chen. The young monk examined the jade pendant, confirming his identity. However, there was no joy on the monk's face, only a deep sense of doubt, as he thought to himself, how could the Dao Academy send a golden core disciple over? Chen Qingyuan only concealed the aura of his holy grade golden core and Dao bone with a jade bracelet, while his cultivation was still apparent. As long as a cultivator was much stronger than him, they could see through his cultivation. Being too mysterious would only lead to unnecessary trouble. I am Dao Chen. May I ask how to address you? The monk inquired. Chen Qingyuan, my master is Chen. Chen Qingyuan introduced himself. So, he is a highly regarded disciple of Vice President Yu from the Dao Academy. Dao Chen had heard from his elders that Chen had taken a disciple, and it turned out to be the person before him. Did the Academy really send Chen Shizhu alone? Yes, Chen Qingyuan nodded. Hearing a definite answer, Dao Chen was stunned. A golden core cultivator? This is too dismissive. The relationship between the Eastern Earth Buddhist Temple and the Dao Academy is not bad. There was no need to make things so awkward. Rather than sending a golden core disciple to make up the numbers, it would be better to refuse directly. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the area became heavy. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Dao Chen, guessing what he was thinking. After all, even Chen Qingyuan himself found it puzzling. If there were any major issues, a golden core cultivator would definitely be of little help. Although feeling frustrated, Chen Qingyuan continued to eat and drink. If the Eastern Earth Buddhist Temple wanted to drive him away, it would actually free him to return home directly. Monk, would you like to come have a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan looked at Dao Chen, unable to discern his cultivation level, but could tell that the other party's age should be about the same as his own. No, Dao Chen directly refused and used a Buddhist secret technique to contact his elders, truthfully reporting the matter. After discussions among the higher-ups of the Buddhist sect, it was decided to invite Chen Qingyuan back for further discussion. Based on the Buddhist sect's understanding of Chen, it was impossible for him to do something so distasteful. There must be deeper intentions. Chen Shizhu, please follow this poor monk to Tianshu Temple. The strongest force in the Eastern Earth is the Buddhist Temple, with Tianshu Temple at its core, housing many top powers. Even a random one could shake multiple regions. Good. Chen Qingyuan put away the tables and food and followed Dao Chen. Time was pressing, and Dao Chen used a speed-boosting Buddhist seal to quickly take Chen Qingyuan to Tianshu Temple. In just 2 hours, they crossed many star seas and arrived at a flat area. In front of them stood a massive temple of pale gold, towering like a mountain. At the entrance of the temple, there was a plaque inscribed with the words Tianshu Temple. On either side of the mountain gate were hundreds of palaces, with the Tianshu Treasure Hall located in the central position. We have arrived, please enter. Dao Chen unlocked the restrictions at the entrance and stepped forward. Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat nervous inside, unsure of what he would face next. Chapter 96. The old monk of Tianshu Temple was solemn and dignified, filled with monks. With Daochen leading the way, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Buddhist hall without any hindrance. Standing at the entrance, he saw that the hall was filled with high monks, over 100 of them. Steadying his emotions, Chen Qingyuan followed Daochen into the hall. All the high monks turned to look at Chen Qingyuan, their expressions unreadable. At the far end of the hall sat an old monk dressed in simple shackles, reciting scriptures with a solemn expression. "Abbot, he has arrived," Daochen said, bowing with his hands together. "I have met all esteemed monks." Chen Qingyuan greeted them with a serious expression, feeling somewhat tense. The high monks exchanged glances and communicated silently, discussing the significance of Chen Qingyuan's presence. They were puzzled as to what purpose the Daoyi Academy had in sending a golden core cultivator. If a golden core cultivator could resolve such issues, why would the Buddhist temple seek help from others? A few monks displayed disdainful and unhappy expressions, feeling that the Daoyi Academy was insulting the Eastern Earth Buddhist temple. However, since the abbot had not spoken, no monk dared to voice their discontent, maintaining silence. A distinguished guest has arrived. There is no need for excessive formalities. The old monk opened his eyes, stopped turning the prayer beads in his hands, and slowly rose, his voice hoarse. This benefactor's name is Chen Qingyuan, a disciple of Vice President Yu from the Daoyi Academy. Daochen was the abbot's direct disciple, holding a high position, as long as he did not make mistakes. He was very likely to become the future abbot of Tianshu Temple. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's identity, the monks looked at him a few more times. They had originally thought that Yu Chenran would come in person, or at least send a top elder well-versed in the academy's techniques. Chen Qingyuan's arrival left them feeling puzzled and somewhat dismissed. Vice President Yu is very measured in his actions. This move must have deeper meaning. And all monks should not have frivolous thoughts. The old monk's Dharma name was Xiankong, and his Buddhist teachings were profound, overshadowing the Eastern Earth. Yes, the monks dared not entertain wild thoughts and immediately quelled their distractions. In fact, the old monk also could not see through Chen Qingyuan for the time being and could not understand Yu Chenran's intentions. However, he believed that Yu Chenran would not take this matter lightly. Thus, the old monk dismissed the other monks and, with unsteady steps, walked up to Chen Qingyuan. Smiling kindly, "Chen Shizhu, please step this way." In a quiet side hall of Tianshu Temple, undisturbed, the old monk sat close to Chen Qingyuan. On the table was fragrant tea, its aroma wafting to Chen Qingyuan's nose, slowly easing his tense emotions. This tea had a calming effect, not an ordinary item. The old monk before him was a leader of the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect, and even by intuition, one could tell he was an extraordinary figure at the Mahayana stage. Facing such a presence, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Does your master have any messages for you to convey?" The old monk appeared to return to simplicity, seeming like an ordinary person, kind and amiable. "There's one thing." When he came, Yu Chenran had handed a jade slip to Chen Qingyuan, instructing him to personally deliver it to the abbot of Tianshu Temple. The jade slip had a special seal, which Chen Qingyuan could not decipher. Only a powerful cultivator could understand the contents inside. Chen Qingyuan took out the jade tablet and handed it to the old monk. The old monk looked at the jade tablet. A strand of Buddhist thought entered his mind. Buzz. The jade tablet trembled gently, and Yu Chenran, far away in the northern wilderness, sensed it and knew that the jade tablet's seal had been broken. "Old monk, this karmic connection depends on whether you have the courage to accept it. This is both a calamity and a fortune." Yu Chenran was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the lake, calmly fishing. At Tianshu Temple, in a side hall, Chen Qingyuan sat upright, maintaining silence. After a moment, the old monk opened his eyes, understanding what Yu Chenran wanted to express. Looking at Chen Qingyuan again, the old monk's eyes revealed a different flavor, slightly complex. For a moment, the old monk had the thought of letting Chen Qingyuan leave directly. However, the moment that thought arose, the old monk immediately cut it off. Stabilizing his mindset, silently thinking, sin. If he did not know Chen Qingyuan's identity and background, the old monk would have expelled him. Even knowing afterward would be irrelevant. However, now that he was aware, driving him away would somewhat affect his Tao heart. As the leader of the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect, the old monk was very clear about the karmic connection of the Qing sect and understood the contributions the Qing sect made for all living beings. Expelling the Qing sect's successor would not involve karmic entanglement, but it would inevitably cause some damage to the Tao heart. After all, the Buddhist sect aims to save and help the world. How could they drive away the successor of the Qing sect, who bears great merits? Alas, old man Yu, your schemes are truly vicious. The old monk kept observing Chen Qingyuan, lost in thought. Why is this old monk staring at me? Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, feeling a chill all over his body, quite uncomfortable. For the future of the Qing sect, and also for Chen Qingyuan's safety, Yu Chenran pondered for a long time before deciding to reveal Chen Qingyuan's identity and background to the old monk. With the old monk's character and this friendship, he would definitely not harm Chen Qingyuan nor leak the information. That's why Yu Chenran chose to do so. The Qing sect had suppressed the demon abyss for 300,000 years, accumulating merits to an unimaginable extent. It was just that the heavenly Tao was blinded by some force, unable to allow those merits to manifest in the world, resulting in the Qing sect declining with each generation. If the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect were to assist the Qing sect, they might gain significant fortune in the future. But fortune does not come easily and carries great risks. Master, why have you been looking at your junior for so long? Chen Qingyuan asked softly, feeling uncomfortable all over. The poor monk feels that benefactor Chen has a connection with our Buddha, hence looked a few more times. The old monk replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan forced a smile and did not respond. Benefactor Chen, please stay in the guest room to rest for 2 days. The old monk planned to think it over some more. All right. Chen Qingyuan could not discern the old monk's intentions. Soon after, the old monk had Dao Chen arrange accommodation for Chen Qingyuan. In a secluded temple, the old monk sat alone beneath the Buddha statue, striking a wooden fish, quietly contemplating the matter. In the past, the Buddhist sect feared the terrifying karma of the demon abyss, and the monks were strictly forbidden from entering the imperial capital to avoid bringing disaster upon the sect. Now that Chen Qingyuan had come to the Buddhist sect, the old monk could no longer evade and had to confront this issue directly. Was the Buddhist sect wrong? The old monk looked up at the golden Buddha statue, murmuring to himself, if the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect had made the same choice as the Qing sect back then, the current situation would surely not be any better. Chapter 97. The Demon Beneath the Buddha Cauldron. The Buddhist sect has always taken the universal salvation of sentient beings as its mission, indeed allowing countless ordinary beings in the Eastern Earth to live peaceful lives, which is commendable. Once faced with the enormous troubles of the imperial capital, the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect, knowing its own limitations, chose to settle in a corner. At this moment, a sentence from Yu Chenran's jade tablet affected the old monk's Tao heart. Master Xian Kong, the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect cannot save sentient beings. But can it save the Qing sect's successor, who saves sentient beings? This sentence echoed in the old monk's ears, lingering for a long time. Old man Yu, when we meet next time, I must sincerely thank you. Looking across the entire Tao Academy, the only one who could wrestle with the old monk was the dean who had disappeared for 5,000 years. Although the 2 vice deans were powerful, they could not defeat the old monk yet. Alas, fate has arrived, and the Buddhist sect cannot evade it. The old monk contemplated for 2 whole days before ultimately deciding to engage with this karma. He did not have the ability to resolve the demon abyss, but he had to protect Chen Qingyuan and not let the successor of the Qing sect be secretly harmed by worldly villains. Besides the karmic reason of the Qing sect, the Buddhist sect was also not at peace internally. This time, the old monk shattered the 2 realms communication talisman, hoping to summon Yu Chenran for assistance, using the secret techniques of the Tao Academy to eliminate the magical obstacles and suppress a demon. Although the Eastern Earth Buddhist sect was powerful, that demon was not simple. It had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and was still alive. With the Buddhist sect's astonishing methods, it was also very difficult to erase it. The Buddhist sect discusses karma. If they could borrow a trace of the Qing sect's might from benefactor Chen, they would certainly be able to suppress the demon. Speaking of which, Chen Qingyuan's arrival was indeed more effective than any method. The Qing sect had suppressed the demon abyss for 300,000 years, and its successors naturally possessed absolute suppression over the demon. Under normal circumstances, one would need to awaken their ancestral memories to unleash astonishing power. However, the Buddhist sect had many secret techniques that could temporarily draw out the invisible karma from Chen Qingyuan. Time passed, and Dao Chen stood outside the guest room, gently knocking. Benefactor Chen. Click. The door opened, and Chen Qingyuan stepped out in a light white long robe. Please follow the poor monk, Dao Chen said with his hands clasped together. Feeling puzzled, Chen Qingyuan did not say much and followed closely behind. In the Buddhist sect's inner courtyard stood a huge black cauldron, about 100 meters tall. The cauldron was pitch black, engraved with countless ancient Sanskrit characters, showing signs of age and wear, having weathered the passage of time. Upon arriving here, Chen Qingyuan saw over 100 high monks sitting cross-legged around the black cauldron, chanting sutras. In the void, a closed-eyed Buddha statue materialized, exuding immense pressure. The old monk stood in front, facing the black cauldron, a faint golden Buddha light radiating from his body. Go. Dao Chen gave Chen Qingyuan a look, signaling him to move to the old monk's position. Chen Qingyuan walked slowly, filled with doubt. Master. Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully. Benefactor Chen. This is the treasure cauldron of Tianshu Temple, containing supreme Buddhist teachings. The old monk turned to smile at Chen Qingyuan and explained, 50,000 years ago, a very powerful demon appeared in the Eastern Earth, having refined a life star for its cultivation method, resulting in billions of sentient beings perishing. Tianshu Temple and many powerful figures from the Buddhist sect worked hard to subdue the demon. Later, despite the Buddhist sect expending considerable effort, they could not completely annihilate the demon, so they had to suppress it under the Buddha cauldron, hoping to gradually eliminate it using the power of Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, although the demon's physical body was destroyed, its demonic thoughts still reside within the Buddha cauldron, and in recent years, there have even been instances of the cauldron trembling, possibly about to break free. A certain secret technique from the Tao Academy has a significant effect on suppressing divine thoughts. Originally, the Buddhist sect intended to invite the master to take action, but by a twist of fate, Benefactor Chen came. After the old monk's explanation, Chen Qingyuan roughly understood the situation. Master, is the demon inside the cauldron really that terrifying? for 50,000 years. The Buddhist teachings of transcendence have failed to eradicate the demon. Isn't that terrifying? Very much so. The old monk said solemnly. If the demon's thoughts are allowed to emerge, countless innocent beings in the eastern lands will suffer. As a junior disciple of the Tao E Academy, I have not yet learned the secret techniques from the master, so I fear I may not be of much help. Chen Qingyuan felt depressed. The situation was so serious, and his master had sent him to the eastern lands. Wasn't that nonsense? No, Chen benefactor can be of great help. The old monk's words held deep meaning. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan looked confused, with nothing but question marks in his mind. What can a golden core cultivator like me do to help? Chen Qingyuan casually glanced at the high monks sitting near the black cauldron. Any one of them was a terrifying figure in the Mahayana realm. In the past, it would have been difficult for Chen Qingyuan to even see one, let alone so many. Not only was Chen Qingyuan perplexed, but even the high monks present were bewildered, mumbling Buddhist scriptures while their eyes involuntarily glanced at Chen Qingyuan. What role could a golden core cultivator like him play? Everyone present, except for the old monk, did not believe it, including Chen Qingyuan himself. Master, are you joking with the junior? Chen Qingyuan said, with my abilities, I can not only not help, but may also cause trouble. You need not worry. Just follow the poor monk's instructions, and everything will calm down. The old monk gave a reassuring smile, and then walked towards the Buddha cauldron. The Buddha cauldron had 4 legs, and the Sanskrit inscriptions on it were left by past high monks of Buddhism, accumulating extremely powerful Buddhist laws. Even so, the cauldron could only barely suppress the demon. It is easy to imagine how terrifying the demon inside the cauldron is, and where it came from. Amitabha. The old monk placed his left hand on the cauldron, operating Buddhist techniques that made the cauldron tremble. The strand of demonic thought that was suppressed inside the Buddha cauldron sensed the disturbance and attempted to break free, emitting a soul-piercing demonic sound that drew out the dark side of humanity. Fortunately, those present were all enlightened high monks and were not easily deceived. Had it been ordinary monks, they would have lost their minds and become demonic beings by now. As for Chen Qingyuan, he felt no influence from the demonic sound and found it quite ordinary. The howling winds rose, resembling the cries of ghosts and wolves. Dark clouds gathered, blocking out the sun, and the area around Tianshu Temple lost its sunlight, becoming exceedingly dark and oppressive, suffocating the soul. Demon, the poor monk has already discerned your intentions and will not allow you to harm the world. A few years ago, the laws of the Buddha cauldron underwent a mutation. After numerous speculations, the old monk realized that the demonic thought inside had found its opportunity. To prevent the situation from worsening, the old monk naturally had to find a way to resolve it. If I break the cauldron, I will kill all of you bald donkeys. The demonic thought no longer hid, directly unleashing terrifying demonic power that could not be concealed even with the suppression of the Buddha cauldron. Chapter 98. Borrowing a drop of blood from the forehead to summon the will of the ancestors of the Qing sect, the Buddha cauldron shook, causing the ground of Tianshu Temple to become unstable, shaking the mountains. Boom. A terrifying demonic power broke through the restrictions of the Buddha cauldron, surging into the sky, forming a gigantic dark shadow with a hideous face, extremely frightening. This was the projection of the will of the demonic thought. Given a few more years, it would have been able to break free from the cauldron. The old monk noticed this move and had to interrupt the demonic thought's intentions. Several Buddhist seals struck the cauldron, and the demonic thought felt immense pressure, while the skeletal shadow above emitted a piercing scream, making many high monks feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, this space had already been sealed with a Buddhist barrier. Otherwise, many innocent beings would have been harmed by the demonic power. What a terrifying creature. Chen Qingyuan looked up at the skeletal shadow, his soul trembling slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The high monks chanted scriptures together, golden light bursting forth, colliding with the demonic power. In an instant, Tianshu Temple was enveloped in black mist and golden light, presenting an extremely bizarre scene. Sometimes the black mist gained the upper hand, collapsing several Buddhist halls. Other times, the Buddhist light overcame the demonic power, forcing the skeletal shadow to twist and contort. Emitting a low growl, the old monk set up a top-tier Buddhist formation, temporarily trapping the demonic thought within the Buddha cauldron. The skeletal shadow in the void seemed to be bound by dozens of golden chains of order, unable to move. The howling wind came, fiercely blowing against the formation barrier, causing several cracks to appear. The high monks dared not be distracted or negligent, focusing intently on chanting and casting spells. Little benefactor, I need your help. The old monk, bathed in golden Buddhist light, had a solemn expression that brooked no disrespect. Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat at a loss. What can I do? Borrow a drop of blood from your forehead. Saying this, the old monk pointed his finger at Chen Qingyuan's forehead. Buzz. Chen Qingyuan felt a sharp pain as a drop of seemingly ordinary blood emerged from his forehead. My blood, what use is it? Confused and bewildered, Chen Qingyuan could not understand the old monk's actions. Although over 100 high monks were suppressing the demonic thought within the Buddha cauldron, they sensed this matter and felt puzzled, finding it hard to understand. Could the blood from a golden core cultivator really suppress a Mahayana demon? The abbot must have a deeper meaning in doing this. Perhaps this little benefactor is not as simple as he appears. I hope the abbot's actions can suppress the demon. If the demon breaks open the Buddha cauldron and returns to the world, it will surely bring suffering to sentient beings, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The monks thought to themselves. Although they did not place much importance on Chen Qingyuan, they still hoped that the old monk was not mistaken, praying that the demon could be subdued. The old monk placed Chen Qingyuan's forehead blood on the tip of his right index finger, using a secret technique to draw out its causal connection. Once this was done, it meant that the Buddhist sect was borrowing the power of the Qing sect. If the Qing sect were to encounter difficulties in the future, and the Buddhist sect did not lend a helping hand, it would surely incur heavenly wrath. The old monk had already decided that the Buddhist sect had been hiding in the eastern lands for countless years. It was time to take a step forward. Whether to suppress the current demon, to save sentient beings, or for the great merit in the unseen, they could no longer shrink back. Go. After completing the spell, the old monk flicked that drop of blood into the Buddha cauldron. The blood entered the cauldron without any immediate abnormalities. The old monk merely connected the causality of the Qing sect with the Buddhist sect. Whether it would succeed ultimately depended on Chen Qingyuan. After all, it was wishful thinking for an outsider to borrow the power of the Qing sect. Only with the approval of the Qing sect's heir could it be realized. Little benefactor, whatever I say next, you must say it. The old monk stood above the 9 heavens, slapping down at the skeletal shadow, unleashing extremely powerful Buddhist law to drive it into the Buddha cauldron. Following this, the old monk radiated golden light, looking down at Chen Qingyuan below, and earnestly requested, "Please." All right. Although Chen Qingyuan did not understand the meaning behind this, he did not refuse and nodded seriously. Ta Qing Ji Tai, Ling Fa Gui Xin. Driving away evil and subduing demons, protecting the body and keeping peace in the world, 3 disasters without limits, 6 paths of legal principles. The old monk joined his hands together and slowly recited. Chen Qingyuan, unsure of the origin of the incantation, followed suit with a puzzled expression, loudly reciting, Ta Qing Ji Tai. Gradually, Chen Qingyuan's heart became incredibly pure, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness seemed to travel to an unknown and mysterious space. A vast expanse of snow white. Above the 9 heavens stands a gigantic jade platform, approximately 10 miles in diameter. The jade platform is divided into 8 sections, corresponding to the concept of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. Chen Qingyuan seems to be in the central position of the jade platform. As he recites the incantation, the jade platform begins to rotate clockwise. The speed starts off slow but gradually increases. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan sees a figure in a white Taoist robe manifesting from the edge of the jade platform. The appearance unclear and indistinct. In the outside world, a beam of white light bursts forth from the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow, reaching up to the Buddha cauldron. Suddenly, above the Buddha cauldron appears a middle-aged man in a white Taoist robe, holding a 3-foot sword, exuding extraordinary heroism. Slash. The words boom like thunder, and the sword strikes like the Milky Way. Whoosh. The sword energy sweeps away the demonic aura that had spread throughout the corners of the Tianshu temple, and then it all returns to the Buddha cauldron, landing atop the demonic thought. The demonic thought lets out a heart-wrenching howl, suffering a severe blow. How could the causal Tao body possess such might? Through the opening of the Buddha cauldron, the demonic thought sees the middle-aged Taoist standing on the clouds. His expression filled with terror, his figure twisted. The so-called causal Tao body is an unvanished will. Generally, this kind of will's power is far weaker than when alive. Very fragile and easily erased. What is this? The high monks all opened their eyes, looking up in shock. Such rich righteousness. Some of the monks forgot to chant scriptures. Startled by the scene before them. Is it him? Monk Daochen glanced at the Chen Qingyuan, who was in a mysterious state, and a different expression rippled in his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was trapped within the jade platform, completely unaware of the external situation. Not enough, since he has already been stained by the causality of the Qing sect. The demonic thought within the Buddha cauldron must be thoroughly resolved. The old monk discovered that although the demonic thought was severely injured, it was not yet at the point of certain death. Thus, the old monk recited the secret incantation of the Qing sect once more, and Chen Qingyuan, like a puppet, followed along, supreme, boundless, the appearance of the star platform. It was not difficult for the old monk to obtain the Qing sect's teachings. Many years ago, the Qing sect fell into decline due to suppressing the demonic abyss, and various top forces occupied the Qing sect's resources, even secretly stealing its Tao techniques. Some of the Qing sect's teachings had spread out, and years later, the Eastern Buddhist sect obtained a replica of a jade slip by chance. Buzz, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness, trapped in the center of the jade platform, noticed that the rotation speed of the jade platform had doubled. A man dressed in a blue shirt stepped into the sea of clouds, disappearing from sight. In the outside world, the phantom of the blue-clad man appeared. Chapter 99, Subduing the Demon. The monks pay their respects. The figure of the blue-clad man was blurry. He stepped above the Buddha cauldron and slowly raised his right hand to strike out. Subdue. With a nonchalant strike, he shattered the already injured demonic thought into pieces. Boom. The world instantly regained clarity, and the terrifying demonic might dissipated in an instant. The dark clouds scattered, and the warm sun shone down onto the ground once more. The high monks of Tianshu Temple looked at the blue-clad phantom and the white-clad phantom standing high above, their faces filled with shock. The Eastern Buddhist sect had expended countless efforts, but could not completely eradicate this demonic thought, while the two remnants of will could easily resolve it, overturning the worldview of many high monks. It's him. The old monk did not recognize the person in the white robe, but immediately identified the blue-clad figure. Although the appearance of the blue-clad man was vague, the old monk believed he was not mistaken. In an ancient palace of the Buddhist sect, there were many precious items, among which was a portrait depicting the blue-clad man. It is said that a long time ago, a top powerhouse from the Qing sect had come to the Eastern Buddhist sect, wanting to leverage the power of the sect to completely settle the demonic abyss. However, the leader of the Buddhist sect at that time lacked the courage and did not dare to take such a great risk, thus refusing the proposal. The blue-clad man did not insist, merely drinking a cup of tea before leaving. After the blue-clad man departed, the young monk who had served him recounted his appearance from memory. Years later, that portrait was collected by the Buddhist sect, serving as a memento. Later on, the leader of that generation of the Buddhist sect, feeling guilty towards the Qing sect and the Buddha, did not dare to gamble the entire sect's future and had to sever the foundation of the Buddhist sect, breaking off relations and heading to the demonic abyss in the imperial province. From then on, the leader of the Buddhist sect and the blue-clad man jointly suppressed the demonic abyss and never returned. As for the Eastern Buddhist sect, it had not been tainted by causality, living comfortably, and its traditions continued to this day, with immeasurable depth. He once debated with the ancestors of the Buddhist sect, convincing hundreds of Zen masters. Ancient texts mention that he once stood above the 9 heavens, single-handedly suppressing the ancient sect's holy master and defeating the great teaching's ancestor with a flip of his hand, a lifetime without finding a match. It is no exaggeration to say that the blue-clad Taoist could rank among the top 3 of all Qing sect powerhouses, second only to the founding ancestor. The old monk did not expect that this time, by borrowing the might of the Qing sect, he would actually summon a wisp of the sage's will, startling him. With the demonic thought eliminated, the two willful phantoms in the void quickly dispersed, leaving no trace, as if they had never appeared. Once everything ended, everyone felt a bit dazed, and it took a while for them to regain their senses. The monks looked at Chen Qingyuan, their expressions undergoing a dramatic change. They all knew that the two willful phantoms had originated from the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Amitba. The monks recalled how they had initially underestimated Chen Qingyuan, lowering their heads in self-reproach, feeling deeply ashamed. Some high monks decided to start reflecting on themselves by facing the wall tomorrow. Could he be? A few top high monks seemed to have recognized the identity of the blue-clad man, their eyes flashing with a unique light, wanting to say something but hesitating. The portrait of the blue-clad man had always been kept in a Buddhist hall, and the legendary story had naturally been preserved. Abbot. Several elder high monks looked at the old monk, their eyes containing deep meaning, seeking an answer. The old monk understood their gaze and slowly nodded. The Buddhist sect is in turmoil. An old, pedantic monk sighed. To liberate all beings and save the world. The old monk's expression was solemn, his voice hoarse. The Buddhist sect was wrong in the past. Now, it is my humble self who will lead the Tao, and we must not err again. This old monk has sinned, his thoughts not reaching the truth. I ask the abbot to punish me. The pedantic old monk realized he had misspoken and quickly admitted his mistake. You are to enter the secular world for 10 years, unable to use Buddhist methods, and as an ordinary monk, experience the myriad aspects of life. The old monk decided to change the status quo. Yes, the pedantic old monk nodded. Today's events must not be shared or discussed without permission. Those who violate this will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Buddhist sect. The old monk scanned the crowd, the Buddhist might weighing down on everyone's heads, and said sternly, "Obey the decree." The monks were confused but did not dare to ask further, nodding and bowing with their hands pressed together. After handling these matters, the old monk descended from the void and slowly approached Chen Qingyuan. "Child, it is time for you to awaken." Then, the old monk retracted his solemn and majestic golden body of Buddhist law and gently pointed at Chen Qingyuan's brow, pulling him back from the mysterious state into the real world. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling extremely fatigued. Seeing the old monk standing before him, he noticed that the Buddha cauldron had become very quiet, and the monks were no longer chanting scriptures. He softly asked, "Master, has the demon been suppressed?" "Yes. The demonic thought has been destroyed, leaving no future troubles. Thanks to the assistance of Master Chen Shao, this matter was resolved." The old monk had a kind face and treated Chen Qingyuan with great warmth, always smiling. "I didn't do anything." Chen Qingyuan looked confused. "Your presence is enough." The old monk's words left Chen Qingyuan puzzled. However, he remembered being trapped in the center of the jade platform, feeling inexplicably confused. "Master, it seems I just entered a consciousness space that is hard to describe. What is going on?" Chen Qingyuan decided to ask. "You will understand in the future, little benefactor." The old monk did not intend to inform Chen Qingyuan about the matters of Qingzong, at least not now, to avoid adding pressure on him. "All right, mysterious. Monks just love to keep things ambiguous." Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about these questions, as his own master had said similar things before. How could the terrifying demon in the Buddha's cauldron be suddenly suppressed? It's really strange. Even stranger things were yet to come. When Chen Qingyuan decided to leave, the group of high monks made way, standing with their hands together on both sides, showing great respect. Even Daochen, who initially looked down on Chen Qingyuan, showed deep respect and a hint of shame in his eyes. What's going on? As soon as Chen Qingyuan took a step, he was stunned by the scene in front of him and dared not move forward. Swallowing hard, he turned back to the old monk and quietly asked, Master, how was the demon in the cauldron subdued? Little benefactor has a connection with our Buddha, and your wisdom is exceptionally high. Using the blood from your brow, it is enough to suppress the demons, the old monk replied with a smile. I see. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan remained expressionless, but inside, he was stirred up by a storm. Having a connection with Buddha, could it be that the Buddhist sect wants to accept me as a disciple? Like a son of Buddha or something? Is that why these old fellows' attitudes suddenly changed? This possibility seemed very high. I need to leave this place quickly. I definitely don't want to be a monk. Chen Qingyuan shivered and hurriedly walked forward, fearing a group of old monks would pounce on him. Little benefactor, you are quite weak now. Please walk slowly. The old monk hurried after him, not understanding why Chen Qingyuan suddenly ran so fast. While walking, Chen Qingyuan thought back to when he first arrived at the Buddhist sect. The old monk had also said, you have a connection with our Buddha. Now saying such things again, it was hard not to make Chen Qingyuan overthink. In this lifetime, I will never become a monk. Holding on to this belief, Chen Qingyuan quickened his pace. Why do I feel so tired? Chen Qingyuan felt as if all his strength had been drained by some unknown force, and he didn't know what had happened while he was in that mysterious state. He finally slowed down when he reached the front hall of Tianshu Temple. Little benefactor, why are you walking so fast? The old monk walked alongside Chen Qingyuan with a smile. The high monks initially wanted to follow, but were dismissed by the old monk, who forbade anyone from following. Master, please be honest with me. Do you want me to become a monk? Chen Qingyuan boldly asked. If the little benefactor is inclined to think so, of course, it could be possible, the old monk replied, understanding why Chen Qingyuan acted this way, deliberately teasing him a bit. I have no such intention. Being a monk is so tiring. Waking up so early every day to recite scriptures. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, and there are so many precepts. No drinking, no eating meat, no approaching women. The more Chen Qingyuan spoke, the more determined he became that he would never convert to Buddhism. Alas, what a pity. Even if Chen Qingyuan wanted to join the Buddhist sect, the old monk wouldn't have the courage to take him in. The old monk deliberately said such things just to tease Chen Qingyuan, chat with him, build rapport, and ease the atmosphere. Master, this matter has been settled. Can I leave now? Every corner of the Buddhist sect felt solemn, making Chen Qingyuan uncomfortable. No rush. Stay a few more days. The old monk said, little benefactor has consumed a lot of spiritual energy this time and needs to rest well. The Buddhist sect won't force me to become a monk, right? Chen Qingyuan felt uncertain and asked softly. That won't happen. Please rest assured. The old monk laughed and quickly made a promise. That's good. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Staying a few more days was not a problem. I'm old and don't quite understand the thoughts of young people. So from now on, Daochen will take care of you. The old monk then called Daochen over with a thought. Daochen came as ordered and stood beside Chen Qingyuan. Take good care of little benefactor. Don't be negligent. The old monk instructed. Yes, Daochen replied. Even if the old monk hadn't said so, Daochen would still do his best to entertain Chen Qingyuan. If it weren't for Chen Qingyuan's help, the demons thought in the Buddha's cauldron wouldn't have been easily subdued. Master Chen, please, Daochen led the way, introducing the surrounding buildings. Chen Qingyuan wasn't very interested in these. After half an hour, they arrived at a quiet and elegant guest hall where Chen Qingyuan could rest. Alone in the room, Chen Qingyuan could finally have a good rest. That day, as night fell, Daochen gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. When he opened the door, he found Daochen holding a box with a serious expression. Master Chen, this item is a gift from the abbot of Tianshu Temple. Inside is a spiritual herb that can replenish your spiritual energy. There is also a Buddha bead. Please be sure to keep it safe. Chen Qingyuan took the box with a hint of doubt. Originally, he wanted to ask something, but Daochen didn't give him the chance, completed his task, bowed with hands together, and turned to leave. After Daochen had gone far away, Chen Qingyuan closed the hall door, returned to his elegant room, and placed the wooden box on the table. With a mix of curiosity and suspicion, Chen Qingyuan slowly opened the wooden box. Inside lay a pale blue seven-leaf grass, a rare spiritual herb known for dispelling evil thoughts, stabilizing the mind, and replenishing the soul. There was also a small pale yellow square box inside. Picking up the small box, he slowly opened it. Inside was a golden Buddha bead the size of half a fist, round and shiny, without any flaws. What is this? Chen Qingyuan examined the Buddha bead for a long time, but couldn't find anything unusual. However, since it was a gift from Tianshu Temple, it surely was not an ordinary item. Moreover, recalling Daochen's serious expression earlier, Chen Qingyuan speculated that this Buddha bead must be a treasure and decided to keep it safely. Following that, Chen Qingyuan refined the spiritual herb, quickly restoring his depleted energy. The next day, Daochen brought a specially prepared plain porridge. It has no flavor, Chen Qingyuan muttered, slightly displeased. This plain porridge is specially prepared for you, master. It must not be wasted. Chen only left after Chen Qingyuan finished the porridge, looking satisfied. After drinking the porridge, a warm current flowed into his internal organs. Buzz. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of heat in his body and quickly sat down to regulate his breathing. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized that his cultivation had advanced another step. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the nascent soul stage. The Tianshu temple has been too good to me. Chen Qingyuan felt a bit embarrassed. During his stay at the Tianshu temple, Master Chen often accompanied Chen Qingyuan on leisurely strolls, even taking him to nearby towns to relax. After ensuring that Chen Qingyuan's body showed no lingering effects, the higher-ups at Tianshu temple finally felt at ease. Thank you for your hospitality during this time, Chen Qingyuan said, bowing to the old monk and the other senior monks. Little benefactor, the journey is long, please be safe. From the very beginning, the old monk never treated Chen Qingyuan as a top-tier expert. He was friendly and approachable. Master need not worry, the junior will take his leave now. The warmth of the Buddhist sect made Chen Qingyuan feel uncomfortable. He had long wanted to leave. Little benefactor, that prayer bead must be kept with you. It may save your life at a crucial moment, the old monk warned through voice transmission. Fearing that Chen Qingyuan might not take the prayer bead seriously. Hearing the old monk's words, Chen Qingyuan nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you, master. He then set off on his journey home. On this return trip, Chen Qingyuan found that he encountered no troubles or obstacles along the way. It was smooth sailing. Before coming, he would occasionally run into groups of star domain bandits who specialized in robbery. Isn't this too smooth? Chen Qingyuan thought as he paid a sufficient amount of spirit stones, utilizing the large teleportation arrays from various places, crossing the chaotic sea of realms, and arriving at a corner of the northern wilderness. In secret, the old monk had dispatched a Mahayana monk to protect Chen Qingyuan on the way, ensuring that nothing would happen to him in the eastern lands. Of course, Chen Qingyuan was unaware of this and thought he was just lucky. After spending over a month, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the core area of the northern wilderness and activated the restriction on his identity jade token. Immediately, a vortex appeared before him, and he stepped into it. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan finally returned to the Daoi Academy. Chapter 101. Brother, are you going to deceive me? At the Daoi Academy, Yin Palace. Just as Chen Qingyuan returned, he was pulled here by an irresistible force. You little rascal, was everything smooth? The one who spoke was his beloved master, Yu Chenran. By the lakeside, Yu Chenran was sitting cross-legged on the water, fishing, while Chen Qingyuan stood on the water's surface and replied, relatively smooth. That's good. Upon learning that the Buddhist sect in the eastern lands had decided to entangle itself with Chen Qingyuan, Yu Chenran felt very pleased. This way, if Chen Qingyuan's identity were exposed in the future, the Buddhist sect would definitely come to his aid, further enhancing his safety. By the way, there's something I want Master to take a look at. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan took out the prayer bead and handed it to Yu Chenran. The moment Yu Chenran saw the prayer bead, his eyelids trembled, and his hands involuntarily shook. The fish he had just hooked got away. The fluctuation in his state of mind caused the fish to slip away. Yu Chenran stared intently at the prayer bead and asked seriously, is this something the Tianshu temple gave you? Is it a gift or a loan? A gift, Chen Qingyuan replied. Noticing that Yu Chenran's expression seemed off, he asked, Master, is this prayer bead very precious? It's okay. Yu Chenran held back for a long time, stabilizing his mindset, and slowly said, since it's given to you by the Tianshu temple, keep it well. Don't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Chen Qingyuan stored the prayer bead in his body and continued to inquire, Master, you haven't told me what this prayer bead is yet? It's the relic of the previous abbot of Tianshu temple. There is only one in the world. Yu Chenran took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was shocked and exclaimed, the relic of the previous abbot contains a lifetime of Buddhist teachings, and its value cannot be measured by worldly standards. Previously, this relic was placed under the Buddhist cauldron to stabilize the formation and seal a demon. Now that the demon in the cauldron has been completely eliminated, the old monk decided to gift this relic to Chen Qingyuan to protect him and forge a good relationship. This thing is also precious, isn't it? Although Chen Qingyuan's vision was far from that of the great powers of the world, he was still very clear about what the leader of the Buddhist sect's relic meant. Master, should we return it? Normally, Chen Qingyuan was greedy for wealth that he earned through his own abilities without any pressure. However, this prayer bead brought him immense psychological pressure. It's like a hot potato. Chen Qingyuan was worried that there might be some conspiracy behind it. Otherwise, why would such a precious item be given to him? Could it be the Buddhist sect's scheme to really make him the Buddhist child? No way. Absolutely not. He thought to himself, I can never become a monk. What are you talking about? This is a rare extreme treasure. Keep it. Yu Chenran said firmly. Master, how about we leave this prayer bead with you? Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment and suggested giving the prayer bead to his master. That way, if the Buddhist sect came looking for it, his master could take the blame. I don't have that fortune, Yu Chenran said, shaking his head enviously. If you don't have it, then how could I? Chen Qingyuan smiled wryly. You do. Yu Chenran nodded seriously. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan was stunned and didn't know what to say. To dispel Chen Qingyuan's thoughts of returning it, Yu Chunran said again, "Silly boy. The Buddhist sect giving you this extreme Buddhist bead is your fortune, and also the fortune of the Buddhist sect. If you return it, you would instead offend the Buddhist sect." Huh. Chen Qingyuan looked bewildered. Don't think about what you can't understand. You will naturally understand in the future. Just remember one thing. The prayer bead must remain with you and should not be easily revealed. Silly people have silly blessings. Reflecting on it, Yu Chunran was very envious of his disciple's fortune. It was not something just anyone could have, let alone being the best in the world. The disciple will remember. Even though Chen Qingyuan was puzzled, he no longer asked questions. Perhaps one really has to reach a certain height to qualify to understand all of this. Go rest now. Yu Chunran's tone was slightly heavy. Yes, Chen Qingyuan left. Only Yu Chunran remained in Baiyin Palace. After fishing for half a day, Yu Chunran realized he hadn't caught a single fish, indicating that his mood was still unsettled. The old monk really made a big move. Yu Chunran's mind was filled with that prayer bead, and he sighed. This is going to bind the Buddhist sect and the Qing sect together. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. The Buddhist sect certainly had its own selfish motives and likely wanted to take this opportunity to secure a foothold in the imperial capital. After all, although the Buddhist sect had a significant influence in the eastern lands, it was less important in other regions. The prayer bead, transformed from the relic of the previous abbot, could nurture a top-tier Buddhist expert and has many wonderful uses. Yunxi residence. After resting for a few days, Chen Qingyuan decided to return to the Xuanzhong sect. Counting the time, he had been away from home for 15 years. Once again arriving at Baiyin Palace, Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts. Master, I want to return to the Xuanzhong sect for a visit. Is that okay? According to the academy's rules, you actually can't return now. However, as the deputy dean, I can make an exception for you. Yu Chunran raised an eyebrow and said, "Thank you, master." When Chen Qingyuan heard the previous sentence, his heart tightened, thinking that wanting to go home would be a difficult task. But upon hearing that he could return, he felt joyful. Just come back earlier. Yu Chunran smiled and said, "Master, I want to take a look at the dean's pet. Is that okay?" This time back from the Eastland, Chen Qingyuan brought many local delicacies that are rare to find in the North Wilderness. This is not difficult. Take this talisman, and you can enter. Yu Chunran flipped his palm and handed a palm-sized talisman to Chen Qingyuan. Master is so nice. If your health deteriorates in the future, I will definitely take good care of you. Chen Qingyuan said, "Get lost." Hearing this, Yu Chunran kicked him, directly sending Chen Qingyuan to a sealed space. With the power of the talisman, Chen Qingyuan opened the barrier and entered the mysterious realm space. An endless plain stretched out before him, with rolling clouds above. "Hey go, I brought you some delicious food," Chen Qingyuan shouted ahead. After a while, the black python, which had been dozing off, poked its head out of the clouds. Its eyes sparkling with joy. "Little brother." The scene shifted, and Chen Qingyuan took out all the delicacies, piling them into a small mountain. The black python looked at the food it had never seen before and was very grateful to Chen Qingyuan, its feelings rising rapidly. "Little brother, you are too good to me." "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Chen Qingyuan had no ulterior motives. He genuinely wanted to bring some good food for the black python. Otherwise, there was no need to bring it from the Eastland. After all, the black python had been trapped in this mysterious realm space for many years, which was somewhat pitiful. By the way, Zhao Yichuan came by not long ago and spoke ill of you. The black python lay on the ground eating the delicious food. What did he say? Chen Qingyuan's eyes showed some suspicion. He said you are a little fox, cunning and crafty, and that I shouldn't be deceived by your appearance. The black python gathered its spiritual energy, placing the floating food on the ground, and asked seriously, "Brother, would you deceive me?" "Of course not. We are brothers. As close as siblings. Elder Zhao must be jealous of our relationship, which is why he spoke ill of me." Chen Qingyuan patted his chest and said, "That makes sense." The black python nodded, then thought for a moment, blinking its eyes. "However, I am a python. It seems I don't have siblings." Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 102. Encountering Muron Wensi again, returning the money. Chen Qingyuan chatted with the black python for a long time, filled with laughter. No matter how joyful the time is, it will always become the past. "Hey go, I will come to see you again next time." Chen Qingyuan had to leave and go home to check on things. "All right, be careful on your way back." The black python already knew that Chen Qingyuan was heading to the Fuliu star domain and said with concern, "If you encounter trouble, prioritize your safety. When I break out, I will beat up all those who bully you." Good. This is a genuine great ascension demon king. And Chen Qingyuan certainly wouldn't refuse, feeling grateful and happy. Looking across the entire Fuliu star domain, and even the surrounding regions, no one had been able to cultivate a great ascension cultivator. Only in the core area of the North Wilderness would the occasional top power appear. Leaving the Daoyi Academy, Chen Qingyuan stood in a certain void in the Wangshu star domain. The small world of the Daoyi Academy was established in the Wangshu star domain, which is quite remote and very fitting for the Academy's low profile, far from the core area of the North Wilderness. Chen Qingyuan determined his direction and headed towards the Fuliu star domain, passing through various places. Chen Qingyuan paid the corresponding spirit stones to take the large teleportation array connecting the different star domains. Although the price was high, it was safe and convenient, saving a lot of time. in the North Songstar domain. It seemed he would be home soon. After more than 10 days of traveling, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the North Songstar domain and missed home very much. Since I'm here, should I go look for Wu Junyan? Back then, Chen Qingyuan had a battle with Wu Junyan, but due to the matters of the Daoyi Academy, he had to postpone it. Honestly, after disappointing Wu Junyan several times, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat guilty. Wu Junyan was the #1 genius of the North Songstar domain and one of the 10 outstanding figures of the North Wilderness. His reputation had spread to many top forces in the North Wilderness, making quite an impact. After thinking for a while, Chen Qingyuan decided to visit the Wu family to settle the unfinished battle. The Wu family was quite famous in the North Songstar domain, and Chen Qingyuan learned about it with a little inquiry. Arriving at the gate of the Wu family, it was heavily guarded and solemn. Chen Qingyuan of the Xianqing sect, here to pay a visit to the Wu family. Chen Qingyuan introduced himself. Please wait. Upon hearing that it was Chen Qingyuan, the guard showed surprise, quickly regaining his composure and rushing to the inner hall to report. Shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing hurriedly walked out. He was the steward of the Wu family. I have seen young Master Chen. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan for the first time, Wu steward recognized him and bowed respectfully. Chen Qingyuan smiled and returned the gesture. Please come in. Wu steward gestured with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon reaching the guest hall, the head of the Wu family personally came out to receive him, preparing fine tea and wine for Chen Qingyuan to enjoy. Young Master Chen, what brings you to my Wu family? The head of the Wu family, Wu Junyan's father, asked. I have not seen Wu Junyan. Is he not at home? Chen Qingyuan explained his purpose. Junyan left home 5 years ago, and it is said that he went to the 3-core star domain. The specific situation is unknown. Speaking of Wu Junyan, Wu father felt both pride and frustration. This child only knows cultivation and hasn't he even found a partner, which is quite worrisome. Moreover, Wu Junyan had a solitary personality, and even Wu father rarely had a conversation with him, not knowing what to do. He went to the 3-core star domain. Chen Qingyuan frowned, pondering for a while. Then, he cupped his hands to Wu father. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Have a cup of tea before you go. Wu father was quite polite to Chen Qingyuan. After all, Chen Qingyuan had a remarkable background and strong abilities. No, thank you. After saying his thanks, Chen Qingyuan turned to leave. Wu father kept watching Chen Qingyuan's back, murmuring, golden core aura, rich blood vitality. Even if this child were to cultivate again, he would still be a top genius of this era. After leaving the Wu family, Chen Qingyuan found a place to stay, planning to rest for a day and set off again the next morning. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan looked out the window and said to himself, Old Wu, it's not that I don't want to battle you, it's just that I missed another opportunity. The Tianhe star domain, the Dihong star domain, and the Renling star domain are referred to as the 3-core star domains, the core area of the North Wilderness. Wu Junyan going to the center area of the North Wilderness must be in search of stronger opponents. Someone like him would never stay in one place. Besides Chen Qingyuan, the weakest among the 10 outstanding figures of the North Wilderness were all in the nascent soul stage. After all these years, perhaps someone has already broken through to the transformation stage. The next day, Chen Qingyuan prepared to set off. At the entrance stood several people, their clothing and demeanor not resembling ordinary people. Who are you? Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly and asked. At this moment, a woman walked from behind, and the crowd stepped aside. Murong Wensi was dressed in a light white long dress, her emerald eyes sparkling like gems, and her fair skin was delicate to the touch. Miss Murong, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her, Chen Qingyuan's confusion dissipated, and he exclaimed in surprise. This is the North Songstar region. Is there anything this young lady doesn't know? The Murong family is an ancient clan in the North Songstar region, with a profound heritage and a complex intelligence network. News of Chen Qingyuan visiting the Wu family and staying overnight in a nearby city quickly reached the Murong family. I mean, are you here to find me, Miss Murong? Is there something you need? Looking at the exquisitely dressed Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan's heart remained unaffected, while the young men around them were captivated. Here is your money. Murong Wensi had long thought of this excuse. She flipped her hand and took out a simple Qingyuan bag, throwing it to Chen Qingyuan, who was less than 5 meters away. Chen Qingyuan caught the Qingyuan bag and, probing with his mental sense, found that it contained only 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When they entered the dead zone together, Chen Qingyuan had lent Murong Wensi 1,000 spirit stones, with a written agreement stating that she needed to repay 3,000, including principal and interest. Back then, Murong Wensi thought Chen Qingyuan was entirely focused on money. Why is there only this much? What about the promised 3,000? Chen Qingyuan looked up at Murong Wensi and asked, I've been a bit tight on funds lately, so I can only return this much for now. I'll make it up next time we meet, Murong Wensi said with a grin. Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth, pondering, you're the legitimate daughter of the Murong family. How could you be this poor? Sigh. My family is on the verge of not being able to afford meals. Murong Wensi sighed lightly, looking quite miserable. The guards and servants standing nearby remarked, Miss, the Murong family hasn't fallen to this extent, has it? Chen Qingyuan could see through Murong Wensi's little scheme. After putting away the spirit stones, he gritted his teeth and made a regrettable decision. Forget it. Considering our acquaintance, just returning the principal will do. From now on, we owe each other nothing. That won't do. Hearing this, Wensi immediately became anxious. Chapter 103, You Can't Escape My Grasp. Returning the money was merely an excuse for Wensi. If she didn't have to return it, how could she justify seeking out Chen Qingyuan in the future? Therefore, when Chen Qingyuan said there was no need to return the interest, Wensi firmly refused. I must repay my debts. If I don't repay my debts, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? Fine. Chen Qingyuan had no choice, his expression helpless. There's still 2,000 left. Consider it a debt for now. Don't worry. I'll definitely repay you in this lifetime. Wensi's tone softened. Had I known I would be entangled by Wensi, I would have never charged interest back then. Chen Qingyuan sighed. I've accepted the money. It's time for me to go. Chen Qingyuan said this and prepared to leave. Wait. Wensi dismissed her accompanying guards and said softly, I came all the way here to return the money. Won't you invite me for a cup of tea? Sit down. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to return to the elegant room and pour a cup of fragrant tea. The two sat facing each other, and Wensi took a sip of the tea. Weren't you supposed to duel with Wu Junyan back then? Why did you suddenly disappear? I won't tell you. Regarding the Dao Yi Academy, Chen Qingyuan didn't want to reveal anything for now. Say what you want or not. Wensi snorted coldly. Do you know why Wu Junyan went to the 3-core star region? The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment and brought up Wu Junyan to ease the awkwardness. I don't know. Wensi shook her head. All right. Next time I run into Wu Junyan, I'll have a good chat with him. Chen Qingyuan feared that the next meeting wouldn't be a friendly catch-up, but a direct confrontation. The thought of that scene made Chen Qingyuan's head ache. Do you know about the incident at Dongi Palace? Wensi asked. What incident? Chen Qingyuan looked puzzled. More than 10 years ago, someone reportedly broke into the secret realm of Inshua City in Dongi Palace and was proclaimed a saint. Wensi put down her teacup, her expression turning serious. So, Chen Qingyuan had no particular feelings about this. That person is Bai Shishua, your former confidant. Wensi's lips curled up slightly. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's heart remained calm. Aren't you surprised? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's calm demeanor, Wensi was astonished. What does it have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan gave Wensi a look, saying indifferently, when did you become so gossipy? It seems you've really let go of the past. That's good. Wensi smiled slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Saying this, Chen Qingyuan prepared to stand up. Sit down. I haven't finished speaking yet. Wensi glared at him, her tone unfriendly. Please, continue. I'm all ears, Chen Qingyuan teased. You have a brother named Han Shan, right? Recently, he has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Although Wensi's intention was to see Chen Qingyuan, she couldn't come empty-handed, so she brought intelligence with her. Last time, she informed Chen Qingyuan about the new list of the 10 heroes of the North Wilderness. This time, she also brought very important news. The Murong family's intelligence network is the most developed, and Wensi could only use this method to bridge the distance between her and Chen Qingyuan. If Wensi wanted to, she could also inquire about Wu Junyan's news. However, she didn't have that leisure. If Chen Qingyuan was willing to humble himself and ask her, she might consider it. Oh, what's going on with old Han? Chen Qingyuan's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly inquired. Others might find it hard to investigate, but I've put in some effort and found a clue. Clearly, Wensi was fishing for compliments, deliberately tantalizing Chen Qingyuan. Consider it a favor owed to you. Hurry and tell me. Chen Qingyuan knew he was falling into her trap, but still promised the favor. Matters concerning his brother were not to be taken lightly. All right, given your good attitude, I'll tell you the truth. Do you know about the 4 holy sects in the human spirit star region? Chen Qingyuan had heard that the 4 holy sects were the top forces in the human spirit star region, consisting of 4 branches, 1 main branch and 3 auxiliary branches, all with top-notch experts stationed, boasting profound heritage. Regarding the true first-rate forces in the North Wilderness, Chen Qingyuan was certainly aware. Han Shan was very likely a member of the main branch of the 4 holy sects. Wensi confirmed this after various investigations. She was shocked for a long time after receiving the answer. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. He never expected that his brother would be connected with the 4 holy sects. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan remembered something Han Shan had said back in the day. It seemed someone had found Han Shan, provided him with some assets, and made him quite wealthy, claiming it was a test. Could it be that old Han really has an impressive background? The more Chen Qingyuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Little did he know. When it came to backgrounds, the Qing sect and the Dao Yi Academy behind Chen Qingyuan were both capable of crushing the 4 holy sects. However, Chen Qingyuan himself had yet to realize this. Hundreds of years ago, the main branch of the 4 holy sects had experienced significant turmoil due to power struggles, resulting in many deaths, including that of the legitimate son of the main branch's head. However, things seem to be more complicated than they appear on the surface. Decades ago, some hidden guards from the 4 Saints sect arrived in this remote corner, searching for Han Shan's life story. While the hidden guards were gathering intelligence, they were discovered by spies from the Murong family. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but then a series of events occurred, and I found something interesting. Han Shan's age is very close to that of the main lineage's direct heir, who died unexpectedly in the 4 Saints sect. And recently there have been many strangers around Han Shan, lurking in the shadows, presumably to protect him, and they are not weak. Putting all the clues together, Wensi came up with a bold hypothesis concerning this matter. She didn't even mention it to the upper echelons of the Morong family for fear of getting entangled in the vortex. Interesting. Chen Qingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming greatly interested in Han Shan's background. Last month, I heard something. The second son of the main lineage of the Four Saints sect left the human spirit star domain, and his whereabouts are unknown. It's estimated that the second son has already learned of Han Shan's existence and is likely heading to the Yunhai star domain. The Yunhai star domain is where Han Shan resides. If it weren't for Han Shan's appearance, the second son would be the future heir of the main lineage of the Four Saints sect. However, Han Shan is still alive, which undoubtedly poses a huge threat to the second son. Even if he is a brother, he appears quite vulnerable before power and status. Understood. Chen Qingyuan's gaze gradually sharpened. Morong girl, thank you. You're welcome. Remember that you owe me a favor. Wensi spent unimaginable resources and manpower to gather this information. However, she was very happy to help Chen Qingyuan. How about you just forget about returning those 2,000 spirit stones and consider it settling the favor? Chen Qingyuan tentatively suggested. No way, that would be too cheap for you. Rolling her eyes, Wensi huffed. A debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Chen Qingyuan, concerned about his brothers, did not continue to chat with Wensi and prepared to set off for the Yunhai star domain. If he wanted to go home, he would definitely pass through the Yunhai star domain and check on Han Shan's recent situation. Wensi wisely made way, watching Chen Qingyuan leave, murmuring, Chen Qingyuan, you won't escape from my grasp. Chapter 104. You just keep bragging Yunhai star domain, Qianlong sacred ground. Chen Qingyuan stayed at the foot of a nearby mountain, took out the communication jade talisman with Han Shan. Old Han, I'm here. Upon seeing the talisman flicker, Han Shan checked it and his eyes lit up. Soon, Han Shan put down what he was doing and hurriedly ran out. Brother, it's great to see you. Chen brother, what brings you here? Han Shan clapped Chen Qingyuan's shoulder heavily, beaming with a bright smile. Just came to see you. Chen Qingyuan took out 2 jars of good wine, and the 2 brothers found a scenic spot to sit down, enjoying the wine and chatting. After a while, Han Shan mentioned something that happened over a decade ago. Weren't you supposed to have a duel with Wu Junyan? What happened? An accident occurred, Chen Qingyuan said. What kind of accident? Han Shan asked curiously. I'll tell you later. Without the authorization of the Daoyi Academy, Chen Qingyuan didn't want to expose his identity for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. All right. Han Shan didn't press further and sighed. Sighing, are you troubled? Chen Qingyuan hurried to this place because he was worried about Han Shan's situation, hoping to help. Yes, and it's quite complicated. Han Shan took a big gulp of wine. Let's hear it. Thanks to Wensi's investigation, Chen Qingyuan actually already had a general idea. To keep it short, over 300 years ago, I was picked up by my master and became a disciple of Qianlong sacred ground. Some mysterious individuals found me recently and said I am the direct heir of the Four Saints sect. Han Shan was staring at Chen Qingyuan, wanting to see his reaction. However, Chen Qingyuan maintained a calm expression, leaving Han Shan with no sense of anticipation. Why aren't you surprised? Han Shan frowned and asked softly. I found out not long ago, Chen Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. Where did you find out? Han Shan's eyes flickered with a strange light. He had kept this news to himself, not even telling his master. The Morong family told me, Chen Qingyuan said. Oh, I see. It's not surprising that the Morong family has strong intelligence-gathering capabilities. Upon receiving this answer, Han Shan suddenly realized. Looking at the North Wilderness, the Four Saints sect is a top-tier force. If you become the direct heir of the Four Saints sect, isn't that a good thing? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of wine and expressed his personal opinion. Good thing my foot, Han Shan muttered in a low voice. I used to be free and easy, as long as I didn't cross my personal bottom line. I could do whatever I wanted. Since the people from the Four Saints sect came, they instilled a lot of ideas in me and even said my master was unqualified to teach me, urging me to distance myself from my master. At that moment, I was furious. If it weren't for my master's kindness in picking me up, I would have been finished long ago. Did the people from the Four Saints sect make things difficult for you? Chen Qingyuan's eyes turned somewhat unfriendly as he asked. Who cares if they are a top-tier force? My brother Chen Qingyuan can only bully me, no one else can. Ever since he became brothers with the Black Python, Chen Qingyuan's confidence grew, and he faced past giants without fear. What is the Four Saints sect compared to the Daoyi Academy? Not at all. Han Shan shook his head. I just don't like the rules of the Four Saints sect. And I don't want to compete for power with my peers in the main lineage. If you don't want to, then don't. If you encounter trouble you can't solve, call me anytime, Chen Qingyuan said seriously. What good is calling you? That's the Four Saints sect. It said that there are top experts stationed there, and not just one. If problems arise, Han Shan wouldn't drag Chen Qingyuan into it. This is his own karma, which he must face himself. Don't be afraid. As long as you are wronged, I will definitely help you settle it. Chen Qingyuan placed his arm around Han Shan's shoulder, a smile on his face. Just keep bragging. Han Shan didn't believe a word of it. The two brothers enjoyed the cool breeze, admired the beautiful scenery, and chatted for a long time. I heard the second son of the main lineage of the Four Saints sect might come looking for you, so be careful. Chen Qingyuan reminded him to prepare in advance. Got it, I know. Han Shan's expression stiffened for a moment before he slowly nodded. The second son of the main lineage is none other than Han Shan's biological brother. Sigh. An unseen younger brother. He probably doesn't come with good intentions. Han Shan couldn't avoid it and could only take it one step at a time. Old Han. Take this. Chen Qingyuan took out a very precious jade pendant. Mother and child jade pendant? Han Shan looked puzzled. The mother and child jade pendant consists of two halves. No matter which piece gets damaged, the other will sense it immediately and shatter. This kind of jade pendant is extremely precious. When one piece breaks, the other will show its specific location at the moment of shattering. This item can save your life at a critical moment, and ordinary sects are not qualified to possess it. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, crush the jade pendant, and I will arrive as soon as possible. Chen Qingyuan said as he handed the pendant to Han Shan, keeping one piece for himself. This thing was certainly obtained from the Dao Yi Academy. When I first apprenticed under Yu Chenran, I received quite a few gifts, among which were more than a dozen pairs of mother and child jade pendants. All right, I'll take them. Han Shan did not decline. Old Chen, you suddenly care about me so much. It's making me a bit uncomfortable. So, Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why not just give me a beating? Otherwise, I feel a bit uneasy. Saying this, Han Shan opened his arms and closed his eyes. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan laughed and scolded. Speaking of which, if I really encounter big trouble, it must be related to the Four Saints sect. Can you really solve the problem? It's not that Han Shan didn't trust Chen Qingyuan, but he didn't want to drag Chen Qingyuan into the water and harm his brother. In Han Shan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan was just a disciple of the Fully Star Domain's Xianqing sect. Although he was one of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness, he ultimately had no background. I can. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan's shoulder, his gaze unquestionable. All right, I'll remember that. Han Shan nodded firmly, believing that Chen Qingyuan wouldn't do anything foolish and surely had some unknown trump card. After chatting for so long, I should head back. Next time we meet, it'll be your turn to treat me to drinks. This time, the two brothers drank over a dozen jars of wine, all paid for by Chen Qingyuan, a significant loss. Definitely. Han Shan watched Chen Qingyuan leave, feeling warm inside. Fully Star Domain, Xianqing sect. The defenses were strict, and no outsiders were allowed inside. Ever since Lin Changsheng returned injured years ago, the matter of the demon cave had been temporarily suppressed, and there would be no changes for 100 years. The Xianqing sect was worried that some hostile forces would take advantage of the situation to infiltrate, so they closed the sect and rejected all visiting Dao friends. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Chen Qingyuan arrived at the mountain gate, looking at the opened protective array with a frown, his face filled with worry. Chapter 105. Back to the Xianqing sect, reuniting Little Shirshu. It's Little Shirshu. The inner gate disciples guarding the mountain gate confirmed several times and quickly passed the news up. Soon, a gap appeared in the protective array, allowing Chen Qingyuan to enter. I've seen Little Shirshu. The disciples immediately bowed, their eyes full of respect. No need for formalities. Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly. Shortly after, the news of Chen Qingyuan's return reached the ears of the elders, who hurriedly put down their work and rushed over. Little Shitty, where have you been all these years? Haven't been bullied, right? You little rascal. You've been away for so long, and didn't he even send a message to let us know you're safe? The elders expressed their concern while also scolding him. Chen Qingyuan listened quietly, not daring to say a word in response. After a long while, everyone's emotions calmed down. The elders were very puzzled about Chen Qingyuan's sudden disappearance back then, and only Lin Changxing knew the specific reasons. However, since Lin Changxing was unwilling to speak about it, no one asked much. Chen Qingyuan only said he had gone to a very safe place and would explain the truth when he had the chance. Seeing that Chen Qingyuan had his own difficulties, everyone stopped pressing for answers. Little Shitty, you've already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Unbelievable. At this moment, finally an elder noticed Chen Qingyuan's cultivation aura. How many years has it been? Everyone quickly used their mystical techniques to probe, expressing their astonishment. As expected of Little Shitty. Even after starting over, he has exceptional talent. Everyone felt happy for Chen Qingyuan, showing genuine smiles. After some casual chatting, Chen Qingyuan asked, why haven't I seen the senior brother? As soon as he said this, the expressions on everyone's faces stiffened, and their smiles gradually faded. About 15 years ago, the demon cave beneath the Tianyu sect was about to cause turmoil, and the senior brother took the risk alone to temporarily suppress it. Although the senior brother returned alive, he sustained serious injuries and has been in seclusion ever since, with his condition unknown. An elder sighed and explained the situation. After Lin Changsheng was injured, the Xianqing sect was worried that thieves would take advantage of the situation, so they activated the protective array to be safe. The senior brother will definitely be fine. Chen Qingyuan was actually worried deep down, but he still had to show a smile to ease the atmosphere and not let everyone be overly concerned. After that, Chen Qingyuan went to a relatively secluded guest hall. I wonder if Sister Gi is still here. Sister Gi used to live here, and at that time, Chen Qingyuan was forcibly taken away by Zhao Yichuan, dressed in white, without a chance to say goodbye to the elders or Sister Gi. Click, he pushed the door open. But Chen Qingyuan did not see any trace of Gi Gongsun Nan. She probably has already left. Chen Qingyuan muttered. He closed the door and returned to his own residence. In the following days, Chen Qingyuan did not seclude himself for cultivation, but instead chatted and reminisced with his senior brothers and sisters. In addition, Chen Qingyuan left most of the resources he had obtained over the years in the task hall. which allowed the disciples in the sect to acquire more spirit stones and also served as a means of tempering. If he directly distributed resources to everyone, it would be meaningless and only foster laziness. For capable disciples, they would naturally receive more resources. Of course, Chen Qingyuan did not forget those with poorer talents, assigning them tasks that were relatively easier and generally without unexpected issues. After finishing these matters, Chen Qingyuan lay on the bed in his cave dwelling, planning to rest for a while. Unknowingly, it had been 3 months since he returned home. Chen Qingyuan could not stay long in the Xianxing sect and needed to return to the Dao Yi Academy as soon as possible. One day, when Chen Qingyuan was preparing to bid farewell to everyone, a voice transmission reached his ears. "Little shitty, you're back." The voice was gentle and carried a hint of fondness. "Senior brother." Chen Qingyuan was delighted and glanced around, trying to find Lin Chongqing's figure. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still did not find Lin Chongqing. "I'm still in seclusion and cannot meet you for the time being." Although Lin Chongqing was in seclusion, he was still quite aware of what was happening in the sect. Everyone thought Lin Chongqing was in seclusion because he was injured in the demon cave, but that was not the case. The injuries from the demon cave would heal within a few years. The reason he remained in seclusion was that he needed a lot of time to digest the inherited memories. Now, Lin Chongqing's true strength could easily crush various sects in the Fulyu star domain. "Senior brother, how are you?" Chen Qingyuan stayed in the cave dwelling and spoke along the lines of this voice transmission. "Everything is fine, don't worry," Lin Chongqing said softly. "That is good." As long as his body was fine, Chen Qingyuan felt relieved. "Has the Dao Yi Academy accepted you?" This time, Lin Chongqing sent out a trace of divine consciousness, using voice transmission to inquire about the news from the Dao Yi Academy. "Yes, they accepted me, and I also became the disciple of the vice president." Chen Qingyuan recounted many things that had happened in the academy, including the letter left by Master Guanrong in the academy, which allowed Chen Qingyuan to take other teachers as his masters. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's account, Lin Chongqing felt much more at ease. "If Vice President Yu is willing to take you as a disciple, then you should work hard at your cultivation and not tarnish the reputation of Elder Yu." "I will work hard, senior brother, rest assured." Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Chongqing had already awakened his inherited memories and was well aware of many matters related to the Dao Yi Academy. He knew that Yu Chunran took Chen Qingyuan as a disciple mostly to protect him, and he was grateful for that. Qingyuan, Lin Chongqing called out, hesitating to speak. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Immediately, a feeling of unease arose in Chen Qingyuan's heart. In the past, Lin Chongqing always referred to him as little junior brother or brat. In Chen Qingyuan's memory, Lin Chongqing rarely called his name so solemnly, indicating that something significant must have happened. "It's nothing." Lin Chongqing pondered for a long time before letting out a laugh. "Senior brother, you must be hiding something from me. It's not just you. There's also Master from the Dao Yi Academy." Chen Qingyuan wanted to clarify the doubts in his heart. "You'll understand when you truly grow up. Telling you in advance does more harm than good. If you can awaken your inheritance memories, all your doubts will be resolved. If you can't obtain the inheritance, telling you will only add to your worries. It's better to live a peaceful life." More of this talk again. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. "Stay well at the Dao Yi Academy and don't go stirring up trouble," Lin Chongqing advised. "Yes, senior brother." Since Lin Chongqing was unwilling to explain, Chen Qingyuan had no way of knowing and could only bury his various doubts deep in his heart. "Go." Lin Chongqing knew Chen Qingyuan was about to leave, and there was a hint of reluctance in his words. So, Chen Qingyuan bid farewell to the elders and found an excuse to leave the Xianxing sect. In a secret chamber, Lin Chongqing, dressed in a dark Taoist robe, sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by ancient Tao patterns, with several strands of Tao patterns occasionally entering his body. "Little junior brother, this might be the last time we meet." Lin Chongqing planned to enter seclusion for several decades before heading to the demon abyss in the imperial province. This was his destiny as the inheritor of the Qing sect, an unshirkable responsibility. With the baptism of inheritor memories, Lin Chongqing's cultivation was increasing daily, and he was close to breaking through to the great ascension realm without undergoing tribulations, as it came naturally with a solid foundation. On his way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered someone. "Who is it?" "The current saintess of Dongyi Palace, by Shishua." Chapter 106. Reunion with Bai Shishua. Things are different now. Bai Shishua suddenly appeared before Chen Qingyuan, surprising him slightly. Today, she wore a light-colored long dress, adorned with a crystal necklace and a flawless jade pendant at her waist, with a dot of vermilion at the center of her brow, fiery red lips, and hair cascading like a waterfall. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Qingyuan, her eyes rippling with complex emotions. As their eyes met, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Past memories involuntarily surfaced in their minds. A gentle breeze swept by, awakening them both. "Is there something?" Chen Qingyuan broke the silence, his voice flat, with no emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's words again, Bai Shishua showed little joy, her heart tightening as she pondered. "It's nothing, just passing by. I heard you became the saintess of Dongyi Palace. Congratulations. Is it really just a coincidence?" The vastness of the flowing star domain made her appearance here intriguing. "Thank you." Bai Shishua nodded. After exchanging greetings, Chen Qingyuan prepared to bypass Bai Shishua and continue on his way. They had already clarified things back then. All that had passed had dissipated like smoke, and they owed each other nothing. Watching Chen Qingyuan about to disappear from view, Bai Shishue couldn't suppress her emotions any longer and called out loudly, "Qingyuan ji." Upon hearing this, he stopped. Chen Qingyuan turned his back to Bai Shishue, his body slightly trembling. Then, he slowly turned around, his expression cold. "Miss Bai, do not forget that our fates have been severed. Your address just now seems rather inappropriate." A sharp pain surged in her heart. Bai Shishue felt as if her soul had momentarily suffocated, her pupils shifting, her expression showing discomfort. She knew all along that she was the one who had erred from the beginning, and it was impossible to return to the past. However, in that fleeting moment, she simply couldn't hold back and called out the old title. After a moment, Bai Shishue suppressed the emotions deep within her heart and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry. I overstepped. Farewell." Chen Qingyuan did not wish to entangle himself with Bai Shishue and turned to leave. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Bai Shishue lost all control, and 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. If she could, she wished to return to those past days. Everything she had now was given by Chen Qingyuan. That year, Chen Qingyuan had already told her that going to the heavenly abyss was fraught with danger. Yet she had made a promise to wait for him, no matter how many years passed. But just 100 years later, she had forgotten that promise and planned to become Dao companions with Qin Yutong, the young master of the Tianyu sect. How laughable. For cultivators, 100 years is not long at all. Some powerful beings may need hundreds or even thousands of years for a single seclusion. Was it really because her master, Yao Susu, sealed that memory that made Bai Shishue heartless? Absolutely not. If Yao Susu could sever someone's feelings, she wouldn't have remained merely an elder. What she did was only to slightly alleviate Bai Shishue's emotions. The events that unfolded to this point ultimately stemmed from Bai Shishue herself. She thought Chen Qingyuan was dead and wouldn't return, so of course, she considered her future. The young master of the Tianyu sect was evidently a good choice. At that time, the marriage between Dongyi Palace and Tianyu sect hadn't even begun. After Chen Qingyuan returned, Bai Shishue had every opportunity to change her mind. However, Bai Shishue did not, and instead, she avoided meeting Chen Qingyuan. Under Chen Qingyuan's firm stance, Bai Shishue had no choice but to go to Xianxing sect to sever their bond. Initially, Bai Shishue still held a sense of guilt. However, when she confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple, her gaze shifted from guilt to indifference. Deserved. Watching the direction in which Chen Qingyuan left, Bai Shishue gave a self-deprecating smile, tears sliding down to the corners of her mouth. A hint of saltiness reached her tongue. Gradually, the taste became bitter. It was not the tears that were bitter, but her heart. It wasn't until Bai Shishue stepped into Yensnow City, enduring numerous hardships, that she truly understood how well Chen Qingyuan had treated her in the past. Unfortunately, everything had become a fait accompli. Bai Shishue knew that even if she lowered her head, it was impossible to return to the past. Likewise, she couldn't forgive herself. She only wished to see Chen Qingyuan from a distance, nothing more. In the past, she truly was a heartless person. Now that it had come to this, even if she wanted to repent, it was already too late. "I'm sorry." Bai Shishue's emotions gradually stabilized as she wiped away the tears on her cheeks, her eyes slightly reddening. In this lifetime, she had only one goal, to follow in Chen Qingyuan's footsteps, not seeking to rekindle their past, just hoping to catch a glimpse of his back. Whoosh! Bai Shishue transformed into a streak of light and returned to Dongyi Palace. Just being able to see Chen Qingyuan up close today had left her heart feeling fulfilled. She was originally an ordinary cultivator, and it was through fate that she encountered Chen Qingyuan, who forcibly elevated her talents. Now, Bai Shishue could be considered a top talent, but she still couldn't compare to Chen Qingyuan. To catch up with a glimpse of Chen Qingyuan's back, Bai Shishue would need to put in unimaginable effort. "It has nothing to do with me." Upon recalling Bai Shishue's expression from earlier, Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brows. Although their exchange was brief, he could sense the change in her. However, that was no longer his concern. Before leaving the Flowing Star domain, Chen Qingyuan needed to go to a certain place, a very remote corner, Minghua City. The residents here were mostly mortals, with thin spiritual energy, and one rarely saw the figure of a cultivator. At the end of a certain street in the city, there was an old house that had withstood the test of time. "Is it open?" Chen Qingyuan looked at the wide-open door, slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in. The person living here was the once-renowned Changgung sword immortal, Li Muyang. As soon as Chen Qingyuan stepped into Minghua City, Li Muyang had noticed, opened the door, and waited quietly. "Senior." Seeing Li Muyang chopping wood in the woodshed, Chen Qingyuan stepped forward to pay his respects. "Have a seat." Li Muyang gestured to a wooden bench nearby. "All right." There were some wood shavings on the bench, and Chen Qingyuan gently blew them away before slowly sitting down. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here?" Li Muyang asked while continuing to chop firewood. "Not long ago, I went to the eastern lands and brought a few jars of good wine for you, senior." Saying this, Chen Qingyuan placed the fine wine on the table. "Thank you, young master." Li Muyang looked at the wine on the table, a slight smile appearing on his face, appreciating the sentiment behind the modest gift. "You're too polite, senior." Chen Qingyuan sat upright. "The eastern lands are under the jurisdiction of the Buddhist sect. They haven't caused you any trouble, have they?" Li Muyang quickly finished his work, sat across from Chen Qingyuan, and casually opened a jar of wine, taking a few hearty gulps. "No, Chen Qingyuan felt that the monks of the Buddhist sect were relatively decent, as long as you haven't been wronged. Li Muyang put down the wine jar and glanced at Chen Qingyuan, noticing that a mist enveloped his body, as if concealing something. The power of the jade bracelet has sealed off the aura of the 3 Dan sacred products. This jade bracelet was a treasure gifted to Chen Qingyuan by the girl in red from Tianyuan. And even Li Muyang couldn't break the restriction to see the truth within the mist. If I were wronged, would Senior be willing to help me regain my face? Chen Qingyuan joked. To his surprise, Li Muyang didn't laugh. Instead, he said seriously, if the Buddhist sect wrongs you, this old man is willing to take this broken sword and level the Buddhist sect's golden temple and have a good chat with those bald donkeys. As he spoke, the black broken sword on the ground trembled slightly, as if eager to unleash its sword might once again. Seeing Li Muyang's serious expression, Chen Qingyuan didn't dare to doubt. Feeling alarmed, and quickly replied, Senior, don't worry, I haven't been bullied to that extent. Li Muyang smiled at Chen Qingyuan, his demeanor warm and approachable. Whether it was Chen Qingyuan's identity as the inheritor of the Qing sect or his connection to the Forbidden Zone, it was enough for Li Muyang to fight for him. The Buddhist sect could ignore the demonic abyss in the imperial capital, but if they dared to oppress the inheritor of the Qing sect, even if it weren't Chen Qingyuan but another inheritor, Li Muyang would still go demand an explanation. The Changgung sword immortal was the strongest sword cultivator in tens of thousands of years, without exception. Even though Li Muyang had been living in obscurity for 10,000 years, stories of his legendary deeds still circulated throughout the world. And every sword cultivator held a heart of reverence towards him. I have a request to make, Senior. Chen Qingyuan stood up, his face showing a hint of pleading. Please, young master, speak. Li Muyang was thin, with one leg lame, his skin dark, looking like an ordinary old man. Do you know about the demon lair beneath the Tianyu sect? Chen Qingyuan knew this was somewhat presumptuous, but in his view, if Li Muyang took action, it would surely be easy to level the demon lair. I know. Li Muyang nodded, understanding Chen Qingyuan's meaning. His tone serious. This old man will not resolve the matter of the demon lair. Why? Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. When the time comes, someone will take care of it. Moreover, I haven't made a move in 1,000 years. I won't break my path to enlightenment for a small demon lair. Li Muyang made his position clear. All right. I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Qingyuan did not continue to plead and bowed respectfully. A trace of doubt arose in Chen Qingyuan's heart. Since Li Muyang couldn't act due to his enlightenment, why did he just say that if he were wronged, he would go demand justice from the Buddhist sect? Probably just polite words. Chen Qingyuan gave himself an answer. Little did he know, Li Muyang's words were not lies. If the Buddhist sect dared to act this way, he truly would draw his sword. For Chen Qingyuan's sake, Li Muyang could abandon his path to enlightenment and gamble his life. This was largely related to the girl in red within Tianyuan. However, having Li Muyang deal with a small demon lair was truly a waste of talent, completely unnecessary. Besides, in some time, the matter of the demon lair would surely be resolved. Young Master Chen, rest assured, it's just a small demon lair. It won't pose a significant threat. When the time is right, the disaster of the demon lair will surely be resolved. Li Muyang said in a hoarse voice. Really? Chen Qingyuan was worried that an outbreak from the demon lair would threaten the Xianqing sect, which was why he had thickened his face to seek out Li Muyang. Yes. Li Muyang nodded seriously. Seeing the firm look in Li Muyang's eyes, Chen Qingyuan had no doubt left. That's good. Thank you for informing me, Senior. You should be a disciple of the Daoyi Academy now, right? When Zhao Yichuan took Chen Qingyuan to the Xianqing sect years ago, Li Muyang had sensed it. Yes, Senior. You even know this? Chen Qingyuan realized he couldn't hide this from Li Muyang and decided to admit it openly. To this, Li Muyang simply smiled and did not respond. After sitting for a while, Chen Qingyuan expressed his farewell. Safe travels. Li Muyang bid him farewell. Before leaving, Chen Qingyuan bowed once more. With the door tightly shut, Li Muyang sat in a rocking chair, savoring the fine wine that Chen Qingyuan had brought, gazing in the direction of the Xianqing sect. Muttering to himself, I didn't expect the current holy master of the Xianqing sect to awaken his inheritance. His talent is not bad. With Li Muyang's abilities, it would be no difficulty for him to learn about these matters. After spending sufficient spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan stepped onto the large teleportation array to leave the flowing star domain, preparing to head to the Daoyi Academy. After several days of travel, Chen Qingyuan found a place to rest, planning to continue his journey the next day. Inside the main hall of the inn, every corner was adorned with jewels, resplendent and magnificent. The tea and water servers were all young women of striking appearance, and the air was filled with the intoxicating blend of wine and tea aromas. Chen Qingyuan did not like this atmosphere and chose a room arranged with a spirit-gathering array. It was said that Wu Junyan and Chang Sunqian of the North Wilderness 10 heroes were preparing for a duel. Just as he was about to close the door, a piece of news came from the bustling hall, causing Chen Qingyuan to stop. Old Wu. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. To gather information, Chen Qingyuan sought out the inn's management and spent a considerable amount of money. The news about the duel had just emerged, spreading quickly to every corner of the North Wilderness. Fortunately, the star domain that Chen Qingyuan was currently in was not too remote. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to learn about it. The battle half a year later, considering the time it took for the news to reach here, would likely not be long. According to reliable information, two people will engage in a fair battle in a certain area of the human spirit star domain. Chang Qingyuan is the holy maiden of a first-rate force in the human spirit star domain, while Wu Junyan went to the core area of the North Wilderness years ago to challenge his peers. It is said that Miss Changsun has taken a liking to Wu Junyan and wants to establish a wager. If she wins this battle, Wu Junyan must marry into her family. Wu Junyan, of course, did not agree to the marriage. Although Chang Qingyuan is a top talent in the North Wilderness, she is overweight and has an unattractive appearance. After some bargaining, the two established a new wager. If Chang Qingyuan wins, Wu Junyan must accompany her to enjoy flowers and the moon for 7 days. If she loses, she will no longer bother him. In order to hone his skills and to avoid Chang Qingyuan's incessant pursuits, Wu Junyan had no choice but to agree. Such an explosive event would be a great regret if I couldn't witness it with my own eyes. Chen Qingyuan, having figured out the background, was eager to see Wu Junyan's expression at this moment. However, his master said they needed to return quickly, which posed a bit of trouble. After much thought, Chen Qingyuan decided to change his route. Since his master did not set a specific time, it should be fine to take a few extra months to watch this spectacle. Having made up his mind, Chen Qingyuan immediately canceled his guest room and hurried toward the human spirit star domain, feeling exceptionally excited. Chapter 108. The Great Battle Begins. Betting opens in the human spirit star domain, at Bayou Mountain. This is the agreed place for the duel between Wu Junyan and Chang Qingyuan. With only 1 month left until the appointed time, Chen Qingyuan rushed there nonstop, inquiring for news along the way, and finally arrived at this place. Looking around, it was packed with various onlookers eager to see the excitement. To avoid attracting attention, Chen Qingyuan disguised himself, wearing a dark-colored cloth outfit and a straw hat, resembling a fisherman. The 3 core star domains of the North Wilderness are Tianhe, Dihong, and Human Spirit. The practitioners here are generally much stronger than those in other star domains, and first-rate forces have powerful cultivators stationed, with profound backgrounds. If Chen Qingyuan's identity as one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness were exposed, it would surely bring him considerable trouble. Therefore, it is best to keep a low profile, otherwise, he would be the one suffering. His master, Yu Chenran, once advised him that unless necessary, he should not reveal the identity and background of the Dao Yi Academy. Whereas old Wu, Chen Qingyuan stood at the foot of Bayou Mountain, scanning the surroundings, but did not see Wu Junyan. Nearby, many people were discussing, and Chen Qingyuan slightly shifted his position to listen closely. It was said that Miss Changsun used to be very beautiful, outshining everyone. Many knew of this and reminisced about Chang Qingyuan's previous appearance. Why has she become so hefty now? The person asking did not dare to say the word ugly, fearing to offend someone inadvertently. From my old man, I heard that Miss Changsun obtained a superior secret method 100 years ago, and during her cultivation, she went astray, resulting in her drastic change in figure and complete destruction of her looks. Alas, what a pity. The former Chang Qingyuan had top-tier talent and beauty, making countless women feel inferior. Restoring her original appearance is not an easy task. Perhaps only when Chang Qingyuan has mastered the superior secret method to perfection can she turn the tide and return to her former self. Through the discussions in the crowd, Chen Qingyuan learned a lot of useful information. Chang Qingyuan is the holy maiden of the Miao Miao Palace, with a very high status. However, due to her appearance issues, it seems some high-ranking members of the Miao Miao Palace are considering replacing her. After all, having an unattractive woman representing the Miao Miao Palace in various realms is indeed a loss of face. Half a month passed, and Wu Junyan appeared, dressed in white, standing at the top of Bayou Mountain with an ethereal demeanor. Everyone turned to look at Wu Junyan, their eyes filled with admiration. It must be said that Wu Junyan's appearance is indeed excellent. Otherwise, countless women would not fall for him. The more elegant and cool he is, the more he attracts the attention of the heavenly beauties. After old Wu finishes, I will talk to him. Chen Qingyuan did not want to show his face now, for fear that Wu Junyan would turn his attention toward him. Although Chen Qingyuan was forced and unable to challenge Wu Junyan back in the day, he also had a part in it. If he were to meet Wu Junyan now, they certainly wouldn't be able to sit down and reminisce. Chen Qingyuan stayed in a corner, waiting for the day of the duel to arrive. Soon, half a month passed. A woman dressed in black armor appeared, followed closely by a group of formidable cultivators. Chang Qingyuan, stout as an ox and with a rather unattractive face, held a dark long axe in her hand, looking very imposing. Seeing Chang Qingyuan dressed like this, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily dazed, thinking, did this girl really look good before? What kind of girl wields an axe as a weapon? Just this long axe alone could crush a whole bunch of girls. Only old Wu could enjoy this blessing. Chen Qingyuan silently felt sorry for Wu Junyan. In the past, Wu Junyan had been drugged by someone, a holy maiden from a certain sacred place, who was exceptionally beautiful. Now, Wu Junyan has even attracted the attention of a girl like Chang Qingyuan. His charm is truly remarkable. Young Master Wu, you are someone who values promises above all. If you lose, you must accompany me for 7 days of sightseeing, and you cannot go back on your word. Before the battle began, Chang Qingyuan emphasized once again, as long as you can win, I will certainly keep my promise. Just accompanying Chang Qingyuan to enjoy the scenery for 7 days is nothing to Wu Junyan. In his eyes, All women in the world are mere fleeting shadows, obstacles on the path of cultivation. Whether beautiful or ugly, nothing can stir significant emotions in Wu Junyan's heart. Good. I like young Master Wu's character. He is resolute in his words. Chang Sunqian's voice was as ethereal and pleasant as a lark. If one closed their eyes and listened to her speak, it would surely be a delight. However, everyone looked at Chang Sunqian, who stood 8 feet tall and was muscular, feeling a bit nauseous. Make your move. Wu Junyan wanted to become stronger. The only way was to defeat the monsters of his generation in the North Wilderness. Once he accumulated to a certain level, he could head to the Imperial State and stand on a larger stage. Be careful. As the words fell, Chang Sunqian struck, her axe cleaving toward Wu Junyan, splitting the void and shattering the peak of Baiyu Mountain. As the two began to fight, everyone felt their cultivation auras, both at the peak of the nascent soul realm. A 3-foot sword descended from the sky. Wu Junyan grasped it from afar, bringing the sword into his hand and blocking Chang Sunqian's attack with it. Then, Wu Junyan exuded an imposing aura, and a powerful force erupted with the sword's might, creating a terrifying storm that pushed back the surrounding cultivators several steps. Chang Sunqian swung her axe, severing Wu Junyan's sword aura in half. The two battled in the clouds, dispersing the fog over a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As the fight intensified, a crack appeared in the sky. Through the fissure, countless stars could be seen, dazzling and brilliant, along with numerous celestial substances drifting in the dark. Desolate space, seemingly eternal. After hundreds of rounds, neither side gained the upper hand, as both were among the 10 talents of the North Wilderness. Their strengths were at the top tier for their age, making it difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Practitioners from various star domains and sects gathered with keen interest to watch the battle. Many people placed bets, and I was one of them. Chen Qingyuan also joined in, betting over 100 high-quality spirit stones on Wu Junyan to win, as a way of supporting his brother. The brother's attire seemed simple, but his demeanor was extraordinary. One couldn't tell which sect he was a high disciple of. Someone noticed Chen Qingyuan, dressed in fine clothes and holding a folding fan, looking quite dashing as he clasped his fists in greeting. Just a loose cultivator. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to reveal his identity and chose to act low-key for safety. Only those fools fear that others don't know them. Of course, if you have the strength to overshadow the world, that's a different story. But if you lack that ability, it's safest to keep a low profile. After all, Chen Qingyuan had spent over 100 years in Tianyuan and was listed among the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness. There were plenty of people who coveted and hated him. Even as a loose cultivator, he might achieve great things in the future. The well-mannered young man squinted slightly, suspecting that Chen Qingyuan was lying, but didn't he expose him, instead chuckling lightly. Who is this guy? Chen Qingyuan cursed inwardly, just wanting to quietly watch the battle without attracting attention. Chapter 109. Chang Sunfengya. The outcome is decided. Chen Qingyuan couldn't be bothered with this person. Raising his gaze towards the battlefield and taking out a flask of fine wine, sipping a few times. At one moment, he unexpectedly entertained the thought of hoping Wu Junyan would lose. That way, he could see Wu Junyan accompanying Chang Sunqian to admire the scenery and the moon. Fantasizing about this scene, Chen Qingyuan felt unusually excited, filled with a strong sense of anticipation. Young Master Changsun, you have arrived. At this moment, the young man from earlier walked over to the betting area, immediately drawing everyone's attention as they stood up to pay their respects. Hearing the commotion, Chen Qingyuan turned to take a look. Young Master Changsun, our betting is purely for entertainment. We mean no disrespect to the Piamiao Palace. Please forgive us. The group of cultivators who had opened the betting looked serious, sweating profusely. It's all right. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. This young man, named Chang Sunfengya, was the elder brother of Chang Sunqian and the holy son of the Piamiao Palace. Both siblings were direct descendants of the Piamiao Palace, possessing terrifying talent. Furthermore, Chang Sunfengya was also one of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness, a double genius. Where to bet? What are the odds? Chang Sunfengya had been observing the crowd and found this spot to be the liveliest, so he came over to join in. The house is momentarily taken aback. Young master, do you want to place a bet? Of course. Chang Sunfengya took out over 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, indicating, bet on my sister to win. All right. As long as he wasn't here to cause trouble, everything would be easy to discuss. The house manager sighed with relief and respectfully handed the betting ticket to Chang Sunfengya. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Qingyuan roughly understood Chang Sunfengya's background. Good thing I disguised myself. Chen Qingyuan was glad for his cleverness, standing aside sipping his drink, pretending to be indifferent. Brother, may I invite you for a drink? Chang Sunfengya seemed to take an interest in Chen Qingyuan, approaching him after placing his bet with a smile. Chen Qingyuan turned to meet Chang Sunfengya's gaze, hesitating for a moment before taking out a flask of wine and handing it over. Here you go. Thank you. Chang Sunfengya uncorked the wine and took a whiff. Although it was common wine, he wasn't tea drinking, but seizing an opportunity to converse. What do you call yourself, brother? Can I not say? Chen Qingyuan replied. You can. Chang Sunfengya liked Chen Qingyuan's personality more, becoming even more interested. I am Chang Sunfengya, the elder brother of Chang Sunqian. So you are the holy son of the Piamiao Palace. I am honored. Chen Qingyuan pretended to bow in greeting. No need to put on airs. You don't have that flattering look in your eyes. Although you deliberately dressed plainly to hide your origins, your demeanor is exceptional. You are certainly not an ordinary person. Chang Fengye held a folding fan in one hand and the wine in the other. After finishing, he took a sip, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan, seemingly uninterested in the changes on the battlefield. The Holy Sun must be mistaken. I am just a common person. Chen Qingyuan vigorously denied it, fearing that if he spoke more, his identity would be exposed. Brother, I beg you, let us leave quickly. If possible, Chen Qingyuan wanted to slip away. However, that would mean missing out on this exciting spectacle. Due to Chang Fengye's presence, many people began looking at Chen Qingyuan, filled with curiosity. Being common is good. I want to be a common person too. Chang Fengye was famously gentle and refined, provided he hadn't offended anyone. If one were to become his enemy, they would understand what it meant to face a smiling scholar with ruthless methods. There were rumors that some high-ranking officials in the Pyongyang Palace wanted to strip Chang Qian of her position as a saint, but they had repeatedly failed due to Chang Fengye's intervention. Those who proposed to abolish Chang Qian's position were all remembered by Chang Fengye, who subsequently beat up their juniors one by one. Moreover, Chang Fengye boldly declared that if Chang Qian's position as a saint were abolished, he would no longer serve as a holy son. As a result, those high-ranking officials dared not mention it again, suffering from headaches. To maintain its own face, the Pyongyang Palace was right to replace her with a more presentable saint. Chang Fengye wanted to protect his sister's dignity and position, which was also justified. It all came down to whose methods were more ruthless and whose fists were harder. Clearly, while Chang Fengye appeared to be a scholarly youth, he was extremely decisive and ruthless when it came to doing things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to firmly hold the position of holy son, forcing many high-ranking officials to compromise. Boom. The battle continued, having surpassed 1,000 exchanges. Chen Qingyuan observed the battlefield, feeling that the outcome would soon be determined. For some reason, as he watched Wu Junyan's sword intent, it felt somewhat familiar, yet hard to describe. Could it be that old Wu had learned the Tao techniques of the Xianqing sect before? Chen Qingyuan thought to himself. Impossible. I've never heard of such a thing. Forget it. I'll just ask old Wu directly later. On the battlefield, Wu Junyan flicked his sword, sending the long axe in Chang Qian's hands flying, while dodging her magical attacks. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Chang Qian, fiercely slashing out with his sword. Bang! A loud noise erupted as Chang Qian's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. A long sword mark appeared on Chang Qian's shoulder, and the blood and energy within her surged, clearly suffering significant injury. In the next moment, Wu Junyan stood above Chang Qian, his sword already released, hovering at her forehead with immense force and sharpness. You have lost. From now on, do not bother me. Wu Junyan sheathed his sword, hands behind his back, speaking coldly. Despite her defeat, there was no sense of disappointment on Chang Qian's face. Her eyes remained fixed on Wu Junyan, and a sense of admiration gradually blossomed within her. I am not someone who keeps promises. I will definitely cling to you in this lifetime. Wu Junyan, you cannot escape. Chang Qian felt slightly downcast, unable to have Wu Junyan accompany her for a stroll. However, there was still plenty of time in this lifetime. There would surely be opportunities. Wu Junyan left like a streak of white light, disappearing without a trace. Let us go. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Regarding the result of this battle, Chang Fengye was not too surprised and stepped forward to say, Brother, I must catch up to him. Chang Qian set a goal, her voice as melodious as the sound of a chain, despite her figure appearing somewhat uncoordinated. With your current appearance, who would look at you? Chang Fengye said helplessly. Brother, Wu Junyan's gaze towards me is very calm, different from others. As long as I can touch his heart, he will definitely not care about my looks. Moreover, once my cultivation improves further, I will surely be able to restore my former appearance, and he won't be disappointed. Chang Qian replied. If you're not embarrassed, I am embarrassed. Let us go. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Chang Fengye grabbed Chang Qian's shoulder and led her away from Baiyu Mountain. After this battle, Wu Junyan's reputation rose another level. In various regions were discussing this matter with great admiration. Wu Junyan's swordsmanship was hard to find a rival among his peers. Miss Chang Sun, so valiant, actually lost. The result of this battle precisely proved that only young Master Wu could subdue a figure like Miss Chang Sun. Various forces began to search for Wu Junyan's whereabouts, hoping to extend an olive branch and form a good relationship. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan exchanged his betting tickets and put the one spirit stones into his bag, quickly using a sound transmission jade talisman to contact Wu Junyan. Chapter 110. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Upon receiving the sound transmission, Wu Junyan's expression changed dramatically. He never expected to encounter Chen Qingyuan in the human spirit star domain. It was truly a surprise. After some contemplation, Wu Junyan arranged a meeting place with Chen Qingyuan. In a desolate valley, overgrown with wild grass, many dark corners revealed venomous snakes spitting out venom. Wu Junyan had not been there long when he saw Chen Qingyuan approaching in plain clothes. Without saying a word, he struck out with a palm. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan was already prepared and immediately dodged. A loud crash echoed as a huge palm print appeared on a stone wall behind Chen Qingyuan. Old Wu, don't be so angry. Chen Qingyuan quickly said, "You still have the nerve to meet me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Wu Junyan said coldly, surrounded by dozens of invisible sword lights, exuding a daunting aura. "If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have been so gentle just now." Chen Qingyuan had a good grasp of Wu Junyan's temperament. "Humph." Wu Junyan snorted coldly. "Since you're here, let us settle that unresolved duel." "Wait. If we're going to fight, we should at least sit down and have a cup of tea first," Chen Qingyuan said sincerely. "If I wanted to break my promise, would I come looking for you? You saw last time, it was not my wish, I was forced. I despise treacherous people the most." Wu Junyan could understand Chen Qingyuan, but still felt quite displeased, his face stern. "Chen Qingyuan, can I really trust you again?" Seeing Wu Junyan's serious demeanor, Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened slightly. Then, with a serious expression, Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded. "You can." Hearing this answer and recalling the scene when Chen Qingyuan was forced away, Wu Junyan's anger gradually dissipated. Then, Wu Junyan waved his sleeve, and a table and chairs appeared in front of them. On the table was a pot of fragrant tea and 2 teacups. "Sit down." Wu Junyan had no friends in his life, but he felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards Chen Qingyuan. When he was with Chen Qingyuan, he seemed to be able to take off his mask and feel that he was still alive in this world. "Old Wu, how did you get entangled with Miss Chang's son from the mysterious palace? What happened between you two?" Chen Qingyuan took a seat and began to gossip. "I don't want to tell you." Wu Junyan had a bit of a temper and gave a cold glance. He did not mention the incident from years ago when Chen Qingyuan was suddenly taken away. He was a very intelligent person. If Chen Qingyuan did not bring it up, there must be some taboos, and asking would be pointless. "I have something I want to ask you." After chatting for a while, Chen Qingyuan brought up the main topic. "Have you learned the Tao techniques of the Xianqing sect?" "Why do you say that?" Wu Junyan frowned. "When you fought Miss Chang's son, I sensed a trace of the Xianqing sect's Tao intent in your swordsmanship." Chen Qingyuan's expression was solemn. "Oh." A hint of surprise flickered in Wu Junyan's eyes. "Are you sure? If you don't mind, could you condense the sword intent for me to observe closely?" Chen Qingyuan suggested. "I mind." Wu Junyan's demeanor was indifferent. He still held a slight grudge against Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. After a few breaths, Wu Junyan snapped his fingers, and a sword intent suddenly appeared. A man who speaks differently from his heart. Chen Qingyuan looked at this invisible sword intent, observing it carefully, his expression growing serious. After a long period of contemplation, Chen Qingyuan could confirm that this sword intent indeed contained traces of the Xianqing sect's Tao techniques. Although Chen Qingyuan had known Wu Junyan for many years, they had never had a direct confrontation, nor had he witnessed Wu Junyan's battles. So he only discovered this puzzling matter now. How strange. Why did Wu Junyan's swordsmanship have a connection to the Xianqing sect? After pondering for a long time, Chen Qingyuan couldn't figure it out and asked with a serious expression, "Old Wu, your swordsmanship should not come from the Wu family, right? Who did you learn it from?" "Cannot say," Wu Junyan whispered. "It is said that when you were young, a celestial crane landed in the Wu family's territory and took you away." Could it be, suddenly? Chen Qingyuan recalled this matter, wanting to say something but hesitating. His meaning was clear. To this, Wu Junyan did not refute and remained silent. In other words, all of Wu Junyan's abilities were taught by an unknown entity. That entity might have intricate ties to the Xianqing sect. Chen Qingyuan thought of many doubts regarding the Xianqing sect and felt that he could get some answers from Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan seemed to fall into contemplation, also pondering why his Tao techniques were related to the Xianqing sect. At the same time, Wu Junyan remembered the moment he first met Chen Qingyuan. The often cold Wu Junyan felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards Chen Qingyuan, willing to sit down and drink tea with him, feeling very relaxed. "Old Wu, do you have any unspeakable difficulties?" Chen Qingyuan broke the tense atmosphere. "I am not strong enough. I don't have the qualifications to speak of my past when I was young." All along, Wu Junyan had been striving to become stronger, with the goal of earning recognition from one person. That person was his master. His master once said that if Wu Junyan had not reached a level where he could surpass his peers or cultivated to the tribulation stage, he would not have the qualifications to mention his master's name, nor could he speak of that causal experience. All right, Chen Qingyuan did not continue to press. With this topic brought up, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat subtle, their gazes meeting in silence. After an unknown period, Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about these matters, took out 2 jars of fine wine, and placed them on the table. "Stop thinking about those troubling things. Let's drink." Wu Junyan was also unceremonious, picking up a jar of fine wine and drinking heartily. After several rounds of wine, Chen Qingyuan proactively brought up the matter of the duel. "Old Wu, since the duel back then was not completed, I bear a large responsibility. Now that we've met, why don't we settle it? I'm not in the mood for that right now. Let us talk about it next time we meet." Wu Junyan had just fought with Chang's son Qian and had no strong fighting spirit left. Moreover, he noticed that Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the golden core stage and would soon catch up. It would be better to leave this duel for the future. "You've thought it through. This isn't me backing out. It's you who doesn't want to fight," Chen Qingyuan said loudly. Wu Junyan slowly nodded. "To be honest, I think Miss Chang's son is infatuated with you. Why don't you just give in to her? No need to fight, and it also eases your relationship with Wu Junyan," Chen Qingyuan teased with raised eyebrows. Scram! Wu Junyan shot Chen Qingyuan a cold glare.